Champagny and Johnson the other side. Ball to Barnes. Barnes will spin. Shoots over Butler. It's up and good. He hit it at the buzzer. The Spurs pile onto the floor and mob Harrison Barnes. The Spurs have beaten the Warriors in a game Golden State had to have. Harrison Barnes with an unbelievable shot. Jimmy Butler was all over him.
Wow. Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. 114-111 the final. Wow. The Black Falcon soars. Do I call him Captain America now? Yesterday was all about revenge in the NBA. There was Anthony Davis. There was Luka Doncic going at each other. But in reality, the biggest revenge was taking place yesterday at Chase Center. Former Warrior Chris Paul and former Warrior Harrison Barnes combining for 32 points as the Spurs play spoiler. And the Warriors have no room for error now. No margin for error in these final two games as they go from a playoff team 24 hours ago, I should say, to a play-in team, Joe. What the hell happened yesterday? What was that?
One of the most unacceptable losses I can remember in a long time. I'm not even disappointed. I'm furious. This team has no business losing that game, given the stakes, against that team. And I'm not trying to come at anybody. Listening to Fitz and Buki laughing down the stretch. What are you laughing about? The playoffs are on the line. What are you laughing about? You want to get in or you want to be in the play-in? You want to get in the playoffs? You want to be in the play? And then, credit the NBA. That's a professional team. The Spurs. You have legendary superstar players who were awful down the stretch. Now, let's just go. Look, there were so many reasons why the Warriors lost this game. You know who wasn't? Jonathan Kuminga. So I don't want to hear one person call up and blame Jonathan Kuminga. All right, Pods was not good. Gee was terrible. Moses Moody's shot, I don't know where it went, but this was about the big dogs. Now, Jimmy Butler showed up. Jimmy Butler absolutely showed up. But that being said, 96-97, Curry, high kiss off the glass. That was the last moment outside of 2 free throws from Butler and 2 free throws from Draymond that the big three showed up. 101-99. Boom. Moody miss. Pods hustle play, Curry miss. Curry layup, wow. And then it was all Spurs. Vamu with the 3. Anyone going to guard him? Curry missed 3. Draymond steals it off the inbounds, okay? Bow. Butler stripped. Castle layup. 104-103. Spurs up. Place dead silent. Dead silent. You know why? Because you could feel the playoff balloon get popped. Then, Castle, throwaway. Curry and Dre, I don't know what you're doing. Curry, deflection, Draymond, why are you forcing it to Curry there? Just make the easy pass. Turnover. Castle 3. Butler foul, 2 free throws. All right. Johnson miss. It's 107-107. You have a chance to take control of the game. 107-107. You were up 12, but now it's 107-107. And a Draymond turnover again. Again. Back-to-back possessions. Then he comes down and makes a hell of a play defensively. They get the over-the-back call, which was a miraculous play. Lucky. The arsonist and the fire extinguisher. Butler, 2 free throws. It's 109-107. And then Keldon Johnson, who killed you all game. Yep. Keldon Johnson killed you all game.
Their bench killed you all game.
The lefty hook on the guy who's campaigning for DPOY. You got bodied twice down the stretch, all right? Then Curry, a terrible pass on the inbound to Jimmy Butler. Low, and Jimmy Butler can't even get his hands on it. Another turnover.
A Curry turnover in crunch time?
Then Curry's isolated on an island, and Draymond's playing like free safety. I don't know what he's doing. Is he trying to stop the dribble drive penetration and help out Curry? I don't know.
He's lucky it wasn't an and one because he did shove him on the
He was in no man's land.
Yeah.
And they give up a layup, all right? And then they get bailed out. Now it's a tie game again, and they go up 2 on the layup. They get bailed out by a horrible Harrison Barnes foul, and we're all thinking the same thing. Dre, you better hit both these free throws.
See, I didn't even know. For a second, I thought it was an intentional foul because they just didn't want anyone else to shoot it. But Steph, they didn't want anyone else, obviously, to do that play. And then Draymond catches it. It's like, oh, actually, this could work out in their favor. If he misses one, then we're looking like geniuses. But he makes both of them. Continue.
And you're lucky to be tied. Yeah. And there's however many seconds left in the game. 3 seconds. And Jimmy played great defense. But when you let a team have multiple opportunities with the game tied to take a lead, Harrison Barnes, the guy who bricked that same kind of shot, even more way open, if you will, in the Kings series just a couple years ago, hits that shot. You know, I hate to be this guy.
Felt poetic a little
Honestly,
bit.
good for him. Yeah. All the crap this fan base is like dumped on him, like good for him. But my God, I just want to run it back for you, okay? Because I had to make sure that we start. The big three all had a hand in this one. No, Jimmy was spectacular. All right, spectacular at times.
Points.
Curry had moments at times. Thought he was really good. Nobody else stepped up in the final 8 minutes. Curry missed 3. Butler stripped. Curry and Dre both basically share that turnover. A Dre turnover. A Curry bad pass on an inbound. Like, guys, turnovers down the stretch. Forcing the ball to guys making difficult passes that you don't need, that are unnecessary. Now, throughout the heart of this game, they lost huge momentum to start the second quarter and to start the fourth quarter. Huge momentum. Why? Guy Santos was getting cooked. Podziemski had an awful game. I love Pods. Guys playing lights out. Lights out. He missed multiple corner threes down the stretch, which is fine. You're going to miss those. But to me, it was the defense. It was the defense. He missed, I call it a grenade shot. Shot clock winding down. It's like 8 minutes to go, 7 minutes to go. Jimmy throws it to him. The non-Steph minutes, they're very important. He takes like a midi off the backboard. Misses, falls to the ground, begs for a foul call, doesn't hustle back. It leads to a Harrison Barnes corner 3. Then the next possession after they miss a shot, he's playing way too tight on CP3. It's just horrible defense on old man CP3.
Chris Paul looked good yesterday.
Chris Paul kept them in that game.
Warriors
started the second quarter. He was awesome. And you give up a dribble drive penetration that forces help defense to suck in. He kicks it out. Easy 3-pointer. Your 12-point lead evaporated like that.
Look at the bench scoring yesterday and just look at the comparison there. That's where the difference was. Yes, Harrison Barnes and yes, Chris Paul. They had probably felt like the biggest shots. Obviously, Vassell, Stephon Castle looked good at times yesterday. But I look at the bench. Sandro Mamashkulishvili, 11 points. Julian, not Champagne, but Champagny, 14 points.
Who?
Keldon Johnson.
Who?
21 points.
Keldon Johnson was awesome in this game. Would you say he scored how many?
21.
Yeah, if you told me he scored 41, I would have believed you.
And then Stephon Castle, obviously, who's been a Warriors killer at times, 21 points for him. And again, no Victor Wembanyama, no De'Aaron Fox, and you had Jimmy Butler, Stephen Curry, and Draymond Green. That is why that loss was unacceptable.
Dre's legs looked shot. Now,
that was the back end of a back-to-back, and that team looked old.
He did.
Yes.
Dre made some really nice steals in this game. He served up too many turnovers. Half-court execution down the stretch was absolutely disgusting. And the only offense you really had was some miracle shots from Steph Curry around the rim and Jimmy Butler getting the free throw line.
17 free throw attempts yesterday for Jimmy Buckets.
He was
made
awesome.
16 of them, 5 of 8. Okay. Jimmy Butler was 2 of 2 from beyond the arc. I was like, man, he had two 3-point shots. Oh, he got this game in the bag. Jimmy's hitting threes, 28 points for him overall, 7 assists. But again, the lasting image I have is Harrison Barnes hitting a 3-point shot over him, and you got him celebrating. You got Chris Paul, John at the refs, talking smack to the entire Warriors team. It was all just a disaster yesterday on the back end of a back-to-back. And this time yesterday, you controlled your own destiny to be a playoff team. That's out of your hands right now. And you got to hope that the Memphis Grizzlies lose one of these next 3 games now. And they might not. They might not. Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Again, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. It was a game of quarters yesterday, and we're reacting to it. 114-111 the final. So you jump up to a hot start, 32-23 in that first quarter.
You were excellent. I thought Kuminga in the first quarter.
They're up 9-0.
Kuminga in the first quarter, he gets checked in, him and Buddy Hield early, and you hear the broadcast say, hey, look, guy's got slow legs right now, and you're on the back end of a back-to-back, and JK was spectacular. Yeah. Great passing, dunking around the rim. There was a pass later on in the game, Jimmy Butler, JK dunked over 2 guys.
Yeah.
I thought he was awesome. They credit him with it was a Looney turnover. It went right off Looney's hands. It was 2 beautiful pocket passes in a row from JK. JK was not the reason they lost yesterday. If anyone calls in and wants to blame JK, I swear to God, I'm throwing you in Alcatraz. I'm hanging up on you, all right? Second quarter, they're up 12. You know where the nightmare started? Pods, turnover, forced shot, foul hunting, missing shots. Moody, flat, missing threes, missed multiple layups. Gee, 2 missed threes, not guarding a soul. Guy Santos getting cooked. Shot clock issues, holding the ball. They're laying off Dre. They're laying off Kuminga. Kuminga makes the adjustment. He attacks the rim. They don't stop ball over and over and over again. What I mean by that is it's a transition, and guys split like the Red Sea, and they guard guys who don't have the ball on the perimeter and allow a guy to go right down the lane and dunk.
You outscore them 32-23 in the first quarter. Spurs come back. They punch you in the mouth, 32-19 in favor of them. Then third quarter Warriors show up, 37-21 in that quarter. And then the fourth, it was the Spurs. It was a seesaw of quarters.
I totally agree.
And you know what? Credit, I hate doing this. I hate being that guy. We were talking about tipping the cap yesterday. Well, they didn't. That did look like a professional team in comparison to what we saw against the Suns. The Suns are checked out mentally, emotionally. They're cooked.
What's the Warriors' excuse?
There is no excuse.
That's why I'm so angry.
And if you're
scoreboard watching both the broadcast, the radio broadcast, because I was going back and forth because I was coming from a softball game. Everyone's scoreboard watching. Hey, Nuggets are up 10. Hey, Clippers are up whatever. And you know where you're at. You had a 12-point lead late in this game.
And this is where they're at right now. Lakers have locked up the 3. Lakers have all but locked up the 3 seed. I don't know if it's confirmed totally yet because they can lose the next 2. The Nuggets can win the next 2. But they've all basically locked that up. So Lakers are probably going to be the 3. Nuggets the 4 currently. Clippers 5. Grizzlies now the 6th. And the Warriors are the 7th seed as it stands right now. And they better hope that the Grizzlies lose one of these next 3 games. Because if they don't, they're going to be locked in a play-in situation. And it's going to be against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to have to play Anthony Edwards and Rudy Gobert and Julius Randle. You were a playoff team. Act like one yesterday.
Let me give you a play that people are going to forget because of the ending of this game. And look, there were so many Curry turnover, Butler turnover, Curry inbound play, Dre turnover. Horrible. Remember the game where Pods hit the shot before halftime? And Curry's done it many times.
Are you talking about the Lakers game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The momentum that you have at the end of that quarter is extremely important. You bottle it up. Second quarter was a nightmare. Was it not?
It was bad.
Okay. You have an opportunity. It's 53-51. Draymond passes up a layup in the paint, right in the paint, for a Buddy Hield 3. And it leads to an easy transition, long rebound, and they get an alley-oop dunk with 1 second to go.
Yep.
And I threw my hands up. Draymond, go up with that shot. If I watch this team pass up a layup to throw it out to a guy who's cold, my head's going to explode. Where has Moses Moody's shot gone?
It's gone.
Where is it gone?
You're talking about parting the Red Sea. It's in the Red Sea. It's gone.
Look,
it's over.
And I'm not, this isn't about blaming and whatever. I just think that when you praise Podziemski, and I came in on here and said, hey, man, the guy was awesome. Whatever. He had a dud game. And I thought, to me, forget the shot making. All right, forget the shot. It's the little stuff. He hustles. Well, on a play where he's crying and whining about getting a foul, which has been a problem for him, he gives up a transition 3 because he doesn't hustle back. And now it's 4-on-5. All right? When your back is to the inbounder and you get a ball thrown off your back like it's 4th grade CYO, when everyone knows you got to have eye on ball, eye on man, know where the rim is.
When that happens, that's
insulting.
Well, it's actually embarrassing.
That's what I'm saying.
If I'm Pods, I'm embarrassed by that play yesterday. And he'd be the first one to tell you that. And 3 of 11 overall for him, 3 of 11 overall for Moses Moody. It wasn't good enough. 14 combined points by those guys. And the bench, again, I keep going to the bench.
They missed Quentin Post.
They missed Quentin Post.
They missed the spacing.
Gary Payton II.
Yes,
that knee inflammation.
big
All of a sudden,
time.
that's 2 games in a row now. I'm a little bit nervous. A guy that's had a lot of injuries in the Golden State Warriors uniform, Gary Payton II, where is he at physically heading into the playoffs? Or dare I say now, I can't even say that. Play in. Because they might be a play-in team after that loss yesterday. There's so many questions I have after that one. And I guess the biggest is what we've been talking about. Like my trust level in these guys to step up in the big moments. Yesterday was a big game, and I think we all kind of poo-pooed it.
Joe.
And maybe shame on us for just sleeping over and walking over the San Antonio Spurs like the Golden State Warriors, who have been insanely good with that starting lineup. What is this? They're only their second loss with that starting lineup now? Third, whatever. They don't lose with Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, Moses Moody, and Brandon Podziemski as starters. They haven't. And they have now against a bad San Antonio Spurs team without their two best players. No Victor Wembanyama, no De'Aaron Fox, and it was no problem for them late as Harrison Barnes makes up for that missed three a couple years ago, as you alluded to, in that Sacramento series to put them up 3-1 potentially. That one had to have felt good for them yesterday, albeit in a regular season.
Joe, second quarter, they dust off TJD because Quentin Post is injured. TJD, now he did get an offensive foul that I thought was absolute garbage. Absolute garbage. He got multiple big offensive rebounds, giving them second chances. Yep. Look, I love Kevon Looney, all right? No one's going to come on here and crush Kevon Looney. The guy is ancient. Well, and there are certain matchups, like last night in the fourth quarter, he had no legs. And I'm listening to Fitzgerald blame Kuminga on a perfect, I showed you guys the pass, a perfect pocket pass. Perfect. To Kevon Looney. He's just too much velocity on that one. No, Fitz, stop blaming JK. Stop putting that into the fans' heads. Yesterday wasn't about JK. You can criticize some of the other players. How about criticizing Curry's inbound pass to Jimmy Butler? All right? Did JK get stripped? Yes. Jimmy Butler got stripped twice. How about Draymond and some of his passes forcing it to Curry when the entire defense knows the ball's going to him? Like, we got to spread around the blame a little. I know we have legends. It's okay. They're big boys. They're earning big bucks. Big bucks. Jimmy's making $60 million. Curry's making $60 million. Draymond's making $25-30 million. It's okay to spread around a little bit of the culpability.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. On the other side, we'll tease our guest list for today.
It's not on Steve Kerr either.
888-957-9570. It's all about you and your reactions today, Dub Nation. Call or text 888-957-9570, 114-111. You no longer control your own destiny. The Warriors went from a playoff team yesterday to a play-in team today. Let's talk about it, and that's what's coming up next. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Draymond takes him to the paint, spins, goes up, and scores it with a left hand. We're tied at 109. Steve Kerr calls timeout. 32.6 on the clock. Keldon Johnson with a huge basket. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Tim. Dad, just 114-111. You lose to the Spurs. We're talking about it. It's a therapy session right now. But you can't be licking your wounds too much because, you know what? You got action tomorrow. You're taking on the Blazers. And then on Sunday, you got the hottest team in the league coming into town. And we're going to see if that's going to be a playoff/play-in scenario. It's against the Los Angeles Clippers, who don't seem to lose. They've won 6 in a row. You look at the Western Conference standings right now, and we're reacting to everything. The Lakers win. They're probably going to be the 3 seed. You got the Nuggets at the 4 spot, Clippers at the 5, Grizzlies at the 6. Yeah, the Grizzlies now have jumped you. And the Warriors, you're on the outside looking in. And it's not a good feeling right now. For all that goodwill that you built up in blowing out the Phoenix Suns, or the team that's formerly known as the Phoenix Suns, I don't know what they are. That's not a professional team. A professional team is what I saw yesterday. But having said that, it is still inexcusable. I don't care that the Spurs showed up. You need to show up more in that game. If I'm Brandon Pajemski, if I'm Moses Moody, if I'm Jonathan Kuminga, I know he got 12 points, and I know he's not going to draw the vitriol from you today, Shasky, but I would have liked to see more from him at times. Guy Santos was unplayable. Buddy Hield, he had a couple threes, 12 points for Buddy.
I hope his shin or knee or whatever's okay.
Exactly, but
so yesterday's a great example.
Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond, your top leading scorers, and no one else showed up yesterday. And that's what concerns me. Again, taking a step back, going forward into the postseason, can some of these guys make plays we need them to? Pods, Moody, they've been huge the last week, so I'm not here to crush them fully. But in yesterday's scenario, they didn't step up when you needed them to step up. 1 of 7 for Moses Moody. His shot is gone right now. And Pods had his worst shooting performance in quite some time. When we were all saying, is this the best 3-point shooter in the league right now?
He had a bad game.
He had a really bad
game.
He was doing a celebration like he was like the Karate Kid after a layup. I don't know what that was.
After he's just missing everything. Yeah. He had a cross-court pass that was just atrocious. Look, I was praising Pods like crazy yesterday. And we got to be fair on these things. We do this with Jonathan Kuminga. I'll do this with Draymond all the time. I like Pods. Yesterday was a bad game. And to me, it was the little stuff. Forget the shot missing, because you're going to miss shots. There's games you just don't have it. Steph Curry had 3 points the other night, right? He's one of the greatest players of all time. He's one of the greatest players alive in any sport, you know? It's the hustle plays. Like, Pods, if you want to stay on the floor, you can't miss that little bank shot, which was a grenade. Jimmy threw him a grenade. There's a conversation about Jimmy and Draymond when Steph's off the floor and how long it takes for them to get into offense. They settle for very poor, late in the shot clock shots. That's a whole nother conversation. But Pods took a bad shot. It bounces off the backboard. He falls to the ground. He turns to the official to beg for a call. Dude, you got to get up and go. Ball's going in. This is a young team we're facing. You're one of our young legs. He's slow to recover. They kick it around. Harrison Barnes 3. Those are the little possessions that this team can ill afford to lose against that kind of team. You got to put that team away. Now, you brought up Buddy Hield. Moody did not have it going yesterday.
He hasn't for quite some time.
The shot is off. I thought Buddy's shot looked a little better yesterday. Maybe you make the argument, 4 minutes to go, they had subbed in Moody to go alongside Steph, Butler, Pods, and Dre. Maybe you stay with Buddy Hield. But I don't know if the shin, the knee, because he had banged it, I don't know if he was okay or not. We could talk about the others, and they weren't great. You were up 103-102. You were up 107-105. You were up 109-107. And you had subsequent misses. A Butler got stripped. Curry and Draymond with a combined turnover. A Draymond turnover. A Curry bad pass on an inbound. I hear you. They had opportunities, though, when it was tied or up to either take a bigger lead or take a lead, and they didn't execute.
You were up double digits in the fourth quarter against a bad San Antonio Spurs team without their 2 best players.
I know.
There's zero excuses. And you were relatively healthy for the most part. And when I say relatively healthy, Quentin Post and Gary Payton in a loss, obviously you're going to be looking back and man, we sure would have liked to have those guys. But you know what? The Spurs sure would have liked to have Wembanyama and De'Aaron Fox and they had zero excuses. There is something, again, it's the old cliche, when you're playing up against a team that has nothing to lose, they're going to go all out. And they did yesterday. Castle was crushing
his athleticism,
them.
Keldon Johnson's athleticism, we had no answer. And that's why I thought, obviously, missing GP2 was crucial. I thought JK with only like 18 minutes wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't. And you look at yesterday, like that was a game for him. Like I'm not asking him to take over, but I would have liked to see more of him. When I was seeing Pods and Moody and their shot not falling, Kuminga was 5 of 10 overall. The 3-point shot wasn't there. He was getting layups after layups after layups.
Maybe
his size and athleticism. Real quick, Joe.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Like that combats the Spurs size and like that is.
I agree.
That is a blueprint. Again, that scares the hell out of me because if I have to face potentially, and again, I'm looking down the road here, and we need to focus on this game. Who am I to poo-poo the Oklahoma City Thunder? If the San Antonio Spurs are giving you fits,
I know what I said yesterday. I know what
yes, we're going to get back into that. Trust me. I'm not letting you off the hook after yesterday.
I know what I said yesterday.
Your belief level a little bit shaky after that, but continue, Joe.
But I don't understand how Trace Jackson Davis can come away after the first half that he had, and you're searching for somebody to be a rim defender.
3 minutes
in the second half, and none in the fourth quarter. Yeah. And look, I like Looney. We all like Looney is cooked against some of these athletic teams. Right, he just is splitting free throws, missing like the ball. I honestly, and I know Fitz, he's a legend. He's been doing it 30 years. No, dog, I don't care where you got the script from on criticizing JK on that pass.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
No, it bugged me. I'm not here to let JK be the scapegoat anytime this team doesn't execute. Just blame. All I'm saying is call it like you see it. Right. Looney's got to hit that dunk. Guy Santos, a perfect pocket pass from JK. Smoked both free throws. Okay? Guy's not playing any defense right now. His shot is searching. He's out of the rotation, essentially. You know, he didn't have a good game. It's okay. He's a ninth man. All right? He's a ninth man. All right? Just give appropriate criticism to those that deserve it. Draymond Green didn't look like his legs were there yesterday. Made a couple of really nice steals. Some god-awful turnovers. Jimmy Butler got stripped. Steph Curry, bad shots. Hunting these frenetic threes.
See, I want to blame like the back end of a back-to-back a little bit, just to use that. Not blame or use it as an excuse because, you know what, that is a thing. That was the final back-to-back of the season. If they go to the playoffs or play-ins, there's no more back-to-backs. But that being said, the old guys were scoring. It was the young guys that, like, there's zero excuse for that. Like, Moses Moody, you're not 30. Brandon Podziemski, you're not 30 years
turnovers.
old. Yeah, again.
Situational basketball?
Sloppy. I'm saying, why did the young guys' legs, why did they look like old guys yesterday?
I don't have an answer.
And again, I get it. It's the end of the regular season almost, but this is...
I know.
Playoffs are next week.
I know.
Or play-ins potentially for you or next week. Like, come on, man.
Look, that second quarter... they were searching and they battled back, okay? After they were down, they battled back. And I'm telling you, the end of the half was a huge momentum swing for the Spurs. They went into the locker room +4, right? In the scoreboard, 55-51. But like you gave them an alley-oop dunk to end that game. And it was the microcosm of this. Dre's passing up a layup to kick it out to a cold shooter. Guys, stop forcing the three ball. Whether it's forcing the three ball with Steph, whether it's forcing the three ball with a wide open Moody, who just take one dribble in and attack the rim. He had a sick dunk in this game. Attack the rim. Pods. All right, you don't have it from the outside. Attack the rim.
I know. They fumbled that game away.
I'm not even furious. I'm livid.
You should.
They lost that game. They had no business losing to that Spurs team. And honestly, I feel good for Harrison Barnes. I do. I do. I think he's a good dude.
I
hate Chris Paul.
I know.
Chris Paul can just take a hike.
You see how trash he was talking yesterday? I'm never going to remember him as a Golden State Warrior at all. It's going to feel like a fever dream. It's not a real thing.
He 4 for 4, 3 threes in that quarter, 12 points.
He was loving that game.
Dismantled Podziemski in that quarter. And I think Pods, this is a great example for Pods. You're a young player. You're going through a really nice stretch right now, but you need to understand who you're guarding. So there's this term, know your personnel. And that doesn't mean your personnel on your team. It also means the personnel you're going up against. Why are you guarding CP3 chest to chest, 40 feet away from the hoop? Like, lay off the guy. He wants to get in front of you, okay? So he can slow down, foul bait you, and then facilitate. He's not going to finish at the rim.
We got Anthony Slater joining us today at 8:30. Cannot wait to talk to him after yesterday's nightmare loss, 114-111. Harrison Barnes, game-winning three-pointer. The Black Falcon was soaring yesterday as the San Antonio Spurs, yes, the team that is 33-47, outscores you 38-23 in the fourth quarter at home. You were at Chase Center, and people were wanting to blame the fans yesterday for not getting, they weren't super into it. Well, when you're getting outscored 38-23 and getting humbled by the likes of Harrison Barnes, Devin Vassell, Chris Paul, the fact that Bismack Biyombo in the year 2025, the year of our Lord, Bismack Biyombo's getting starter minutes, and you lose to that team? Jesus.
They had Castle.
Oh, my God.
It's a tie game. It's a tie game with 32 seconds to go. Castle's going to isolate Curry. And this thing about, and I get it, Dre wants to be the, free safety and all this. He got caught in no man's land. And if that was one of the young players off ball, falling asleep like that to give up a layup, people would be lining up 888-957-9570 to absolutely destroy him. Dre did not play like the DPOY last night, and he had some nice steals, but I thought he got bodied. His legs looked really tired, and I thought he made some really poor decisions in the half court offensively as well.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We got some calls I want to get to.
Castle, by the way,
yep.
I'm not going to say superstar. No one's star is going to be brighter than that young man's in terms of rookie year this year, the second year leap for him. I think this guy's going to be through the roof.
Well, I like
he's a stud.
Confidence is what
he
exudes confidence, and I've seen him guard at an extremely high level against Stephen Curry earlier this season and at times. 888-957-9570. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. Come on back. It's the Morning Row. Spurs 114, Warriors 111. Let's talk about it.
It's always a fun game.
Curry bounced pass to Butler, who fumbled it, stole it. Harrison Barnes took it away. A turnover off the inbounds. That's the worst possible situation. Castle now off a screen gets Curry. They spread out to give Castle room to drive. 17 seconds left. 9 on the shot clock. Fades to his right. Dribbles. Pass in low. Wide open. Keldon Johnson scores a layup. No foul call.
Bay Area, it's Jerry Stackhouse. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
That was the play right there. Joe, that was the play right there. Curry's isolated on Castle. And Draymond is, again, he has to play free safety, off ball. His man slips from one block. He goes baseline to the other block. Very simple little slip. And I don't know what Dre's doing. I get that he wants to back up Steph Curry and help in case of there's dribble drive penetration. It is Castle. He's one of the best players. But you can't fall asleep on your man and give up a wide open layup at the rim.
When you heard that was Tim Roy on the call right here, 95 in the game. He's like, no foul called because he saw it too. Draymond Green shoved him on the bottom. He's right in front of the ref. They didn't call it.
Lucky it wasn't an and
Lucky
one.
it wasn't
and
an
then
and
they were
one.
lucky that you thought it was deliberate. I don't know. When he got fouled, I think, God. I'm talking about Draymond got fouled by Harrison Barnes.
There was a part of me, I don't think it was deliberate, but I kind of understood the reason. I was like, you know what? Fouling Draymond in this scenario, he's not the greatest free throw shooter.
What did you think of Steve Kerr not calling a timeout after that?
Again,
you're down 2.
Who was it yesterday? We had Brian and Hayward saying, hey, if anyone's going to trash Steve Kerr, come meet me out in Hayward. I'm not trashing Steve Kerr, but Carter brought up some good points today. There was moments in yesterday's fourth quarter. You're getting outscored in the entirety of the fourth quarter yesterday, 38-23. I get it. You're coming from the Phil Jackson school of thought or the Greg Popovich, which it's one or the other, right? Phil likes to let his players figure it out sometimes. Like, I'm not going to call a timeout, but there's situations yesterday where you got to pull a Popovich. If there's a quick 5-6-0 run, hey, timeout. Like, guys, what are you doing? Like, there was moments in the fourth quarter yesterday where I'm looking at Kerr, I was like, are you going to call a timeout? Are you going to call a timeout? And I was waiting and waiting and waiting, and it was too little too late at times.
It's just so many little things. Missed middies and then going in the other direction. You're giving up transition buckets, and they were in scramble mode. They didn't stop ball. They didn't rotate well, and they weren't closing out well to start that fourth quarter. And I thought that they needed a timeout around the 9 or 10 minute mark. I'll listen to that. Trust me. I'm just talking in general down the stretch, execution-wise. Like, final 4 minutes to go. I'm going to read this off again. It's 4:53. It's 99-99 after nobody steps up on a guy going right down the lane for a kick out 3. Moody, Steph, Butler, Pods, Dre. 4:35 to go. That's your lineup. The same starting lineup that's been so effective. That's the group that lost that game.
Yep.
Now, we could argue about the lead and everything. Look, it's a tie game. You're playing a bunch of nobodies, okay? You have 3 future Hall of Famers. Curry missed 3. Long turnover, basically. Yep. Butler stripped. That's a turnover. Curry and Dre combined for a turnover near top of the key sideline, okay? Butler hits a couple free throws. Another Dre turnover almost immediately, all right? Now it's 107 again. And what happens? Butler gets fouled, hits 2 free throws, and the DPOY allows Keldon Johnson to get super deep on him, back him down, and hit a little lefty hook on him. Like, it is what it is. Then you come down, awful inbound play and pass by Steph Curry. He had a guy open. He forced it to Jimmy. Jimmy was jostling for position. The guy kind of fronted him, and they turn it over right there. I mean, terrible defensive IQ in the half court with the Castle play that we just came back from. So I know I'm pissed, and I want to blame the coach, but the coach went with their best lineup over the last month and a half, and your top dogs were the ones that made mistakes. Yes, the ancillary players throughout the rest of the game didn't make enough plays. The Geese, Pods, Heald, Moody. I'm here for all of that. The top dogs made mistakes last night down the stretch against an also ran team.
And when you didn't have your top dog out there, Stephen Curry, you were a -16. Like, is this what's going to happen? Again, I'm not crushing Jimmy Butler here. Guy went to the line 17 times.
I thought he held them in this.
He kept them in this game. I'm saying that.
He had a huge 3.
But how many times throughout the years are we talking about the non-Steph Curry minutes And in the game yesterday, where you were a playoff team, and all of a sudden you're riding high, it's the back end of back-to-back, you're at home now, you took care of the Suns, you got to rest people in the fourth, it was great, yeah, awesome, woo, yeah, Pods, he's amazing, wow, Moody, Chico, Kuminga, yay, everyone's awesome, yeah. You lose yesterday, all that's out the window for me. I
totally agree.
I'm not sleeping on the Portland Trailblazers tomorrow. I'm not sure he's not sleeping on the Los Angeles Clippers, who all of a sudden
They're never going to lose. They're never going to lose.
6 in a row for them.
They're never going to lose again.
You don't control your own destiny after yesterday's loss. You did heading into the game, and now you got to hope that the Memphis Grizzlies lose one of these next few games.
And you still have to win both games.
And you still have to win both of these games. Again, you controlled your own destiny. Had you won yesterday, you went out, you're a playoff team. Grizzlies went out, you're a playing team.
Joe, this is why the Hawk energy level, the game against the Hawks infuriated me. This is why the Miami Heat effort level infuriated me. This is why that Nugget loss without Jokic infuriated me. Like, how many, I listed 3 in the last couple of weeks. Our games, are we going to go back and we're going to look and we're going to go, well, if they just would have won that one.
I went to the Rockets one. I know everyone.
What if they just would have won that one?
I know everyone's saying, if you go 3-1 against the Rockets, but I was like, yeah. The Rockets just punked you, though.
They did.
The energy level, you could not match it. And again, in the fourth quarter yesterday, they couldn't match the energy there.
I agree.
And do you contribute those turnovers to age, to them getting tight, fatigue? I don't know what it's a combination of everything. Like, that is these are all playoff games now. That was a playoff loss. You've lost 2 of your last 3 games. Again, it's always glass half empty, glass half full. Well, you lost 2 of your last 3. And all of a sudden, all that goodwill that you've built up, heading into the playoffs, I don't know, man. I don't know. I want to get some of these calls.
We're going to go real quick.
Yeah.
I thought JK played a really good game. First quarter, he was awesome. Awesome.
He was solid.
No, he was awesome in the first quarter. Go back and look. I bet he had 7 points, multiple rebounds. He had some sick dunks. Him and Jimmy finally had a little synergy, and he never got back into the game.
Yeah.
And I didn't think Moody had it yesterday, and he hasn't had it for a little while. And he's got to shoot. They really miss Quentin Post in this one.
That's why I'm very concerned about relying on some of these guys come playoff time, because these are playoff games. They're going to have real playoff games or play-in games starting next week. Let's go to the phones. 888-957-9570.
As I see the text, if this loss happened in the first half of the season, it's a different feel. You can't overreact. No, you can. Because this isn't the first half of the season where you have a lot of ground that you can cover over a 40-game stretch. There are 3 games left. 2 after this one. Yeah. 3 games left. That is a team that has nothing to play for. That is missing not just a potential Hall of Famer in Victor Wembanyama, another max player in De'Aaron Fox. You have no excuses. When you look up and Denver's up 10 in the fourth quarter, up on the scoreboard. When you look up and the Clippers were up, I believe 7 or 8, on the Rockets going into the fourth quarter. And you knew that. No. You can't overreact, because you know why? Now you might be subject to the plan. And this team with those dead legs needs the week off.
That scares the hell out of me, because you're talking about doomsday scenarios. Like, there is a scenario where it's 7-8. You're playing the Minnesota Timberwolves. They come here. Anthony Edwards puts on a show. Who's stopping him? Who's stopping him on this team after I saw Stephon Castle cook this team,
Vassell,
and Devin
and Wesley
and Vassell and Mama Kulishvili? It's a great name. I just like saying it, but he was one of 6 from beyond the arc. Mama Kulishvili. It's a great name. Like, I just wanted to say it. But again, those guys, I don't think that's Italian. I think it's like Serbian or something.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that's Italian. But
the way you said it made it seem like I was ordering a dish at an Italian restaurant.
Maybe Mediterranean, maybe Greek.
You're right. I think you're right.
Yeah, but like that. That's what I'm talking about. That's the doomsday scenario you're flirting with. Losing that game, Anthony Edwards coming in here, I don't want no business that. Oh, and you lose that game, then you get a Sacramento Kings team or a Anthony Davis, Klay Thompson, Dallas Mavericks squad. That would be their NBA Finals for the season, and I'm trying to deal with that. I'm not. I'm trying to deal with Robert in San Jose.
What's up, Robert?
He wants to talk about that loss. 888-957-9570. Your biggest takeaway from yesterday's loss, Dub Nation. Call or text 888-957-9570. They're currently the 7th spot in the West. They're a playing team right now. Robert, what you got, man? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. When the Warriors get dead legs, they hoist up threes, and I put this one on Steve Kerr for not calling timeouts. Spadoni, you referenced Phil Jackson, and I think Steve Kerr's got a little too much Phil Jackson in him and trying to let these guys figure it out, not enough Popovich and calling quick timeouts and saying what the hell's going on out here. In terms of Trace Jackson Davis, I'll put this again on Steve Kerr. I don't understand how you go from practicing with the Olympic team, being a rising star, to getting super glued to the bench behind Kevon Looney. I love Looney. He's a made man, but his legs are gone.
So gone.
And you could use some of Trace Jackson Davis's energy out there, at least to get some offensive rebounds and maybe look towards the basket a little bit. So I'm going to put this on Steve Kerr a little bit, but it was a bad game. Pods has got to show up. Moses Moody's got to show up. What is the deal with Quentin Post? What's wrong with him?
I guess he's sick.
Illness, they're calling it.
They miss him.
Tummy ache, I don't know.
So much. I think specifically with the Butler, Jimmy.
Thanks, Robert.
Lineup to start the second and the fourth quarter. They're doing this like Jimmy and Draymond lineup, and they had Looney out. I'm like, guys, you have 3 non-shooters on the floor. And you're begging for Moody to like figure it out. He's going to get a million wide looks until he starts rolling again. You can't go with that lineup. And now I don't think Trace is a significant upgrade in terms of threatening teams in the half court with shooting.
Definitely not with scoring.
But he gives you activity. And I thought his second quarter was really good. I thought he was really active. And I just think you need his athletic bounce. Like, it's the end of the year for, look, what's Kevon, 28?
Well,
if you told me he was 48 by the legs, like, and I'm not being mean, I'm being real. You got to know your personnel. Like, Kevon's legs are shot now at the end of the year. It's on the back end of a back-to-back. He played a lot last night because of the fact that he's not a starter.
Absolutely.
So I thought it was a tall task.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. The non-Steph Curry minutes, as you're alluding to, just not good enough yesterday, whether it's Moses Moody, whether it's Brandon Pajemski, whether it's Kevon Looney. Guy Santos was damn near unplayable at times yesterday. Buddy Hield.
No, he kept playing, though. No,
8 minutes.
He wasn't unplayable because they kept playing him, and they shouldn't have.
I said that 8 minutes for him overall, though. But again, it felt like that 8 minutes lasted 16 at times.
He was terrible defensively.
He was not good. He was not good. Again, the Spurs are just a 33 and 47 team. You're going to be playing some of these guys next week or the week after. Timberwolves, Lakers, Nuggets, Clippers. Like, did that loss last night kind of waver your little belief? Is your belief wavering in this team at all?
My belief is that
888-957-9570. Because for me, like, I've been talking about it. I'm not trying to pat myself or honk my own horn. I'm not trying to do that.
Honk my own horn. I like that.
Pods, Modi, Santos. I know there was no post, but the Kumingas of the world, you're going to have to rely on those guys to win you playoff games, and I don't know if I can do that. And the big boys showed up scoring-wise yesterday as far as I'm concerned. I know Draymond, Steph, and Jimmy had some bad turnovers, but them combined, 71 points combined for them? Like,
Joe,
they did their part scoring. Someone else needed to step up yesterday from those other collection, the others, and no one could. And that's what's concerning for me heading into this final stretch here in these last 2 games. And they better show out against the Fighting Chaunceys, the Portland Trailblazers tomorrow. That's all I'm going to say.
Getting into the play-in, considering how hard they work.
Massive disappointment.
It's one of the worst gut punches I can remember in a long time. It's like the Minnesota Vikings basically being one of the best teams in the NFL and losing that final game, which put them on the road and knocked them into the 5 seed. Like, that was a devastating loss for the Minnesota Vikings against Detroit. Remember that?
It was.
That final game?
It looked awful. It was even more devastating considering what the 49ers did to that defense a week prior. And then, but that's not
my point being is that, like, the Warriors worked so hard to get themselves in a position to not have to fret and worry and hand-wring. And all you had to do was just handle business and execute down the stretch. And they just couldn't do it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni at Chasky, the Morning Roast. We are rolling and reacting to a devastating loss yesterday. Harrison bleeping Barnes? Are you kidding me?
Harrison
Barnes.
It's hard for me to be mad at him, though.
I'm not mad. No,
it sucks that it was him.
That
and
guy.
I kind of feel like, look, I've never had he didn't perform in the finals. All right, it's no one's gonna argue that, right? Like, I know as much as I'm frustrated we lost that finals, and it'll always haunt me. 2016, Harrison was a good dude. I think Harrison's a good dude. I thought he was a good warrior.
He's a champion. He helped contribute to your first championship in the Stephen Curry era. Yeah.
And I've seen the way a lot of the segment of the fans talk about him, and there's a part of me that honestly, I pull for good people. Like the older I get, I pull for good people, and I think he's a good person. Now, Carter said he wanted to throw me something. Are you going to throw me a grenade late in the shot clock?
Time's on right now. John Morant.
So there was 2 players on the Warriors last night who had a positive plus minus. I know we don't hold too much weight in plus minus.
Who is it?
Take a guess here.
Jonathan Kuminga.
No.
Trace Jackson Davis.
That's one.
Okay.
The other one's pretty easy.
Well, Steph Curry.
There you go. Yeah.
Who do you think had the worst plus minus on the team? This is even more interesting. No.
Jimmy Butler. Well, they were playing him with some clunky lineups. Some really clunky
No one
lineups.
else could score. He was getting to the line ad nauseum. But again, a lot of that happened in that fourth quarter when they were outscored 38-23. And I think that contributed to most of that minus in the plus minus category. Again, a deceiving stat. And it doesn't tell the whole story. That's like some people wanted to, tell the entire story. I thought Jimmy Butler was really good yesterday. And obviously, without him putting pressure on the Spurs defense, you might have gotten blown out in that game, which sounds insane.
No, you're right.
But he needed to slow that game down because they were getting cooked defensively.
Did you see Kerr did make a couple of adjustments offensively?
Yeah.
They ran some Kuminga, Butler, pick and roll. They ran Kuminga, Steph, pick and roll.
I saw 5. You were talking about that yesterday, talking about not showing your hand and like keeping your cards close to the vest. Like, oh, Jimmy Butler, and a caller called in yesterday. He's like, he hasn't shown what he can do. And you're talking about that pick and roll, Steph and Jimmy.
They busted it out.
They had to go to it in the 5-minute mark.
And it worked. It worked.
Yeah.
Kind of sad that they had to bust that out against the Spurs.
Are you disappointed? There goes that Texas Hold'em, man.
No, it's just
Lady Gaga poker face is gone or what?
Yeah, the execution of this team. It's so weird. If they play right now, if they were to play the Utah Jazz, I'd be like, I don't know about this one. But yet, if they were going up against, I'm just going to throw it. If they're going against, hypothetically, the Oklahoma City Thunder, why do I feel like they're going to play up to the Oklahoma City Thunder and down to the Utah Jazz?
That to me is not a mark of a really good team, though. If you're playing to your competition, which they didn't do 2 days ago in Phoenix.
That's a good point.
They absolutely destroyed the Suns. Again, though, they were coming off a very disappointing loss to the Rockets, where Ime Udoka and Suge Knight and Death Row Records, they punked you a little bit. And then they needed to have some revenge, and they did that. No Kevin Durant, and the Suns are just a mess. They are already in Cancun mode, Cabo, wherever they're going, with White Lotus Resort. I don't know. But that's what I'm looking at tomorrow now, is can they do what they did to the Suns, coming off a loss now, to the Spurs and do it against the Blazers. Coach and Vallejo's been hanging on tight. I want to go to Coach here. What you got, Coach? Good morning. What a disappointing loss.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Joe. And Shasky, you're my brother from another mother, because we have the same emotions, and I appreciate that. And first of all, my first comment is a rhetorical question. If J.K. would have made the play that Pods made on that inbound play, they'd been talking about his low IQ. So I just want to get that out the way.
Coach, for those that didn't see it, okay, I've been teaching inbound play. Carter, you've been to some of my games, CYL, inbound, back and forth. Now, there are different philosophies, but when you get to a certain level, all right, you have to have eye on ball, meaning the guy who's inbounding it, and you have to have eye on who you're defending and obviously understanding of where you are in relation to the hoop, right? Because you don't want to be too far under the rim because then you can't shot block. He had his back to the inbounder, and the inbounder threw it off of his back
Harlem
for a layup.
It was Globetrotters-esque, Coach.
It was bad.
It's bad.
It was really bad. And you're right, Coach. Had that been anyone else, we would be roasting them.
Shout out to Morning Roast.
And here's my point on that, too. They like to talk about how Pods has played a lot of basketball, but I'd be willing to say that playing basketball, J.K. has played in more high-level basketball games than Brandon Pajemski. And here's why. That Ignite team was an all-star team made of players that did not want to go to college, okay? Kuminga has spent his whole life since he's a child playing elite basketball. Pods, by the way, has played in a low-level conference basketball Okay,
Coach, real quick. After yesterday's loss, I'm not going back to Santa Clara and G League Ignite. Brandon Pajemski's been one of the best 3-point shooters in the NBA. In a stretch where he had great games against the Lakers in LA, against the Nuggets at home, and against the Grizzlies. And he's been really good. Coach. Pod's been really good. He had a bad game yesterday. To your
point, I thought JK had an excellent first quarter. I thought he had an excellent third quarter stretch where he made some really nice passes. Gee misses both free throws. Looney off of his hands, and somehow Fitz thinks it's Kuminga's fault for throwing it too hard. Hey, Fitz, I'll throw you that same pass, and I bet you catch it. Like, I thought Kuminga outplayed Pods yesterday. But it shouldn't be about Kuminga
I'm not
versus
comparing
Pods.
both of them.
I get the frustration from Coach because it feels like they're handled differently. Keep going, Coach.
No, Coach is gone. Okay. But again, it's never. I hate when we do this as a fan base. Well, this guy, and we got to talk about. Just call it like you see it. Kuminga was playing better than Pajemski yesterday, and that's fine. But that doesn't mean that takes away everything that Pajemski did the last couple of weeks. Like,
they're independent.
We were going from Santa Clara Broncos and G League Ignite. I'm not doing that this morning. I just
understand. Look.
It was a bad play from Paz.
No, but I come out of that game wanting more Jonathan Kuminga. He had a sick dunk over 3 different guys in the lane playing alongside Jimmy Butler. It does feel like Moody plays really well with Jimmy Butler. He moves off ball. There were 3 different times Jimmy was backing down his guy, and as he's doing it, he's getting kind of pushed farther away from the block, and Moody is moving without the ball, and Butler finds him. There was another play where Butler found Jonathan Kuminga. Kuminga yesterday, if you really want to go through the tape and look at it, because I watched the game twice with a fine-tooth comb.
You grind the film, Mel Kiper.
Kuminga moved without the ball yesterday as well as he ever has in his career.
888-957-9570. We got Do You Believe come up in 20 minutes. I am wondering if Joe Shasky's level of belief has shifted after yesterday. He was touting that the Warriors will win the West, and he flexed his muscles. Win the chip? Well, what's your belief level after the loss yesterday in this squad? Has it shifted? That's coming up in 20 minutes. 888-957-9570. And also, was yesterday, again, we like to do this, right? As a parent, you're a parent now, learning experiences, right? Oh, it didn't go your way. This is a learning experience. I don't like having learning experiences when you're fighting for a playoff spot.
It's too late in the season.
It's too late for that?
It's too late. The stakes are too high.
But that was a learning experience, I think, for Steve Kerr on what he needs to do given adjustments on a certain series or a certain game. Like if Kuminga had it going, as you're saying he did, he needs to be closing. He needs to be closing in that scenario.
But he's not going to if GP2's here because the coach trusts GP2 more.
And what's going on?
This is the conundrum. But
what's going on with Gary Payton II, by the way? Another game out with knee inflammation.
I know.
That scares the hell out of me.
I know.
And does that hurt your depth heading into the playoffs? Quentin Post has an illness, but why did he have an illness? And he was sitting on the bench. I don't know. You got to ask him.
And here's the other thing. Moody was a guy that was very reliable for a long time. And I'm not saying that he gets relegated to the bench and he's done. But maybe situationally, when he doesn't have it on a given night, you got to go in another direction. Maybe it's Buddy. Maybe it is Kuminga.
Sage, Kevin, Steven, we'll get to you all on the other side. We're still reacting to a disappointing loss. I'm not mad.
No, I'm
Shasky's
livid.
mad?
I'm livid.
I'm disappointed.
I'm livid.
We're playing parents here, and it's brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Here come the Warriors with a slow-moving fast break. Right side, Pajemski shows the ball. Doesn't shoot it. Dribbles it back out. Advantage was lost. Draymond takes it middle. Throws left wing to Moody. Shot clock at 10. Moody right down Broadway. Look out. A right-hand slam for Moses Moody. A dunk and a timeout. A little elevation sensation for Moses. The Warriors are back on top. It's 57-55.
Dub Nation is Moses Moody. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Spurs, 114, Warriors, 111. Let's talk about it. Disappointment, anger, frustration, sadness, all emotions accepted today. If you're an inside-out fan, we'll accept all of it. Embarrassment, envy. I got body envy. I got standing envy right now. The Memphis Grizzlies are currently ahead of the Golden State Warriors right now. As this time yesterday, we were talking, everything was great. What was it? It was all good just a week ago. It was all good just 24 hours ago, Joe. You were a playoff team. You liked your chances against the Lakers. You liked your chances against the Nuggets, the Clippers. It didn't matter. Well, you lose to the Spurs and all that's out the window. Lakers, the 3 seed. Nuggets, the 4 seed. Clippers, the 5 seed. Grizzlies, the 6th. And the Golden State Warriors are now a 7 seed as it stands today, and they need help. They went from controlling their own destiny yesterday to now needing the Timberwolves to beat the Grizzlies, or someone needs to beat the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies need to lose, because if they win out, you are a play-in team, and you're staying stuck in that 7th spot.
You know, I'm livid after that game, and we can argue about the minute allocations for this player, the rotation for that player, to start the second quarter, to start the fourth quarter. Some of the Jimmy and Draymond combined lineups that were starting the second and the fourth, just awful with Steph off the floor. But at the end of the day, when you're up late in that game, even by a bucket against that Spurs team, I expect my big dogs to be able to sail me back into the harbor, and get me home. Curry missed 3. Butler gets stripped. I'm just going in a row here. Curry and Draymond turnover. Dre turnover. Curry bad pass. That's all with 4 minutes to go. And you had your best lineup statistically and record-wise and just eyeball test. Moody, Pods, Dre, Butler, Steph. The big dogs let them down yesterday.
The big dogs let them down, and it was the young guys and the bench players of the Spurs that won them that game.
Absolutely.
That's the difference, and that's the difference when you head into the playoffs / play-ins, who's going to step up in big moments. And again, it's one game because we saw last week in big moments and big games, Pod stepped up, Moody stepped up, Kuminga stepped up, whether it was against the Lakers, the Nuggets, all these players stepped up. But when Stephen Curry, who had 30 points yesterday, 12 of 24, wasn't his greatest shooting night from beyond the arc, 5 of 14, when he steps up, I need someone else to do it. Jimmy Butler did, 28 points, he got to the line. Wasn't enough, though. Outside of Stephen Curry, those non-Steph minutes, that is what killed them yesterday. And Do You Believe is coming up in 9 minutes. We do it after every single game, win or lose, your belief level in this squad. I'm going to be very curious to hear people's belief level in this team. Is it a one-off? Is it a sign of things to come? What is it? Steve Kerr talking yesterday, Joe, about those non-Steph minute struggles.
That was the key to the game. Top of the second, top of the fourth. We played 2 great quarters tonight, first quarter and third quarter. And then both of those quarters, top second, top 4, they blitzed us. I think they went 19-3 in the second quarter. And then to go into the fourth with a 12-point lead, immediate, I think it was maybe a 12-4 start, in the fourth. And those were the 2 key stretches of the game.
Those were the 2 key stretches of the game right there. In that fourth quarter, you get dominated 38-23. I can't get over that. You got outscored 15 points in the fourth right there after outscoring in a quarter prior the Spurs 37-21. You outscored them by 16. You're taking your foot off the gas is what that tells me, and you're resting on your laurels. You had a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter. You had a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter, and you lost that game on a buzzer-beating 3 to Harrison Barnes, of all people. I can't get that image out of my head right now, and it's very difficult. I don't even know if a win against the Blazers tomorrow is really going to calm me down. There's a chance you look back at that loss, you look at that Hawks loss a couple weeks ago, you look at that loss in Miami where there was no Stephen Curry, but it was the Jimmy Butler revenge game, and no one stepped up in that game. You look at that loss against the Denver Nuggets, when they didn't have Jokic or Murray, and you lost to Aaron Gordon, who looked like a god against you. You look at that game, again, I'll bring it up. on Sunday against the Rockets. You did have a day off. And you lost that, and you got punked in a way that forced me, first and foremost, to change my thoughts on the Rockets as a potential matchup, but also the Warriors. When Stephen Curry doesn't have it, when he only scores 3 points, who else is going to step up? And it was the same thing yesterday.
Yeah.
Who else is going to step up besides Steph and Jimmy? No one else did, and that's what was disappointing.
So from like game 33 until game like 59, right? And I'm going like
it's a lot of games.
Very specific here, but from the middle of January, basically when JK got hurt till about March 15th, Moses Moody was on fire, all right? Like on fire. Just look at how many points per game. 11, 13, 13, 11, 16, 10, 15, 5, 17, 14, 4, 13, 14, 10, 22, 14, 13. Like, again, the guy was so consistent. He basically only had 3 games throughout that entire stretch. It's like 20-something game stretch where he was under double digits. The last 13 for him have been the reverse of what it was for Pods, as we spoke about him yesterday. Yeah. The last 13 games, from the field, he's shooting 38%. From the field.
Not good.
What do you think he's shooting from three-point land? Moses Moody, last 13.
I'm going to go 24%.
It's close, 29.
Okay.
It's shooting under 30%.
Better, but still, under 30 is not good.
It
felt
good
like it's 24 at times. Like
averaging a little less than 9 points a game, right? And that's a big difference. That's one extra 3 a game. And you could say, Joe, how many of these games have come down to one possession? His shot is flat. He's passing things up. They're settling for bad shots. Now he's getting layups alongside Jimmy. He's moving without the ball. He's got to find his shot again. Now, defensively, I still think he's been solid. I do. I still think he's been solid. He's had a couple of really nice dunks in the lane, which obviously when you're not hitting, you like to see him drive to the hoop. You're shooting 38% from the field.
Did you feel
as a shooting guard, that's impossible. You can't do that. Or whatever position you say he is now. It's a 4 or a shooting guard.
It's a great point. And whether it's him, whether it's Pods, whether it's Kuminga, they got to figure this thing out sooner rather than later. But I go back to the urgency level with this team, Joe. Did you feel like they were playing with a sense of, wow, this is a playoff game? They kept talking about it after the game, like, wow, this is a playoff game, and we lost. I was like, did you feel that they thought it was a playoff game yesterday? I didn't feel that personally.
Early, when you're up 11-0, I was like, oh yeah, let's go, let's roll. Then you had a great third quarter and stabilized things after a really nightmarish second quarter.
Yeah, you smoked them 37-21 in that third quarter.
I thought it was great, and I'm going, all right, we're up 12, 14, like couple of good runs. Let's put this team away. And they got real slow, and they were waiting until 7 seconds in the shot clock to kind of initiate offense. They took some poor shots. They took some early shot clock shots in transition when you had numbers. Pods had a very specific 3-pointer that I thought was just terrible. Terrible. You're running with numbers. You haven't had a good possession in a while. Run some sets. Yeah. And this goes where the read and react. Like, no, run something. It was ball goes to Dre, sticks in his hand. He's waiting. Ball goes to Jimmy, sticks in his hand. You're waiting. And then all of your missed shots lead to fueled transition plays for a young San Antonio team that was getting out and running, and you weren't getting back, and you weren't stopping ball.
We got Do You Believe coming up in a couple minutes. Your belief level in this team to make a deep championship run. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Sage in the Bay. Wants to join in the conversation. Maybe we need a Sage Chase Center after that loss yesterday. Let's call him Kyrie Irving. He's around, right? He's not doing anything. What's up, Sage? What you got?
What's up, Sage?
Well, I hear everything about the rotations and the lineups and all that, and you got to rely on the vets to bring it home regardless. But I want to highlight something that's more than just last night, which is the last 2 games, Steve Kerr has gone away from everything that's worked in terms of his rotations and leaned into things that have never worked. And that's specifically pairing Jimmy Butler with Jonathan Kuminga. It has never worked. It will never work because they are totally in conflict on the floor when they're sharing the floor together on offense. And the numbers that if we look at our record over the last, say, 27 games, let's bracket last night, I looked at our top 7 lineups in terms of net rating. Jimmy and JK are in none of them. It's Jimmy and Gee, it's Jimmy and Post, It's never Jimmy and JK.
Did you wait? Time out. Can I stop you? Can I stop you for a second? I watched the game back again this morning with a fine-tooth comb. Jimmy had a beautiful pass to Kuminga in this game where he had a sick dunk over 3 people, and Guy was awful in this game. Like, I can't. Look, I listened to the overall arch. There's a bigger sample size. Yesterday's game, Guy was terrible. Like, come on, man. Did you watch the game? He was terrible. He guarded no one. He guarded no one.
7 minutes and 42 seconds.
What?
I agree. And that's one of the first games he's played really awful with Jimmy and played really awful, period. But he played less than 8 minutes. JK played 18 minutes. He was our second highest played player off the bench. And if we look at the larger sample of games, it's crystal clear that Jimmy and JK.
Well, let's talk about timeout. Let's talk about this game, because in this game he got checked in with 7 minutes to go in the first quarter, and he was awesome. He had 3 rebounds, 7 points, a dunk, played good defense. Like, we got to stop with the narratives. Watch the game that just happened. Can we watch the game that just happened? Stop giving me net ratings over a 40-game sample. The game that just happened. I want to tell people, you know why they lost? It wasn't the 18 minutes of Jonathan Kuminga on the floor. You know what? They had an opportunity at 103-102 to go up bigger. Curry missed the 3. Dre steals the ball in the very next possession. Then Butler stripped. They go the other way. Castle layup. 104-103. Spurs take the lead. With your top lineup out there. My net rating, top lineup out there, okay? Then Castle throws it away. Curry and Draymond have an opportunity at 104-105 to take a bigger lead. And what do? They turn it over. Hall of Famer, greatest player I've ever seen in my life, Steph Curry. Awful, awful, awful. And Draymond Green as well. Then Castle hits a bang 3. Now they're up. And then Butler gets fouled. You tie the game. Yeah. All right. Keldon Johnson miss. Tie game. 107-107. Hall of Famer Draymond Green. God-awful turnover. Just a god-awful turnover. What does Jonathan Kuminga have to do with that? What does Guy Santos have to do with that? Even Potts, who was awful yesterday. What did he have to do with that? That's on Dre. Okay? Then Dre, really good defense in transition. I mean, the arsonist and the fire extinguisher made a great play. Jimmy Butler gets the over-the-back call. He gets 2 free throws going the other way. Sinks them both. You're up 2. Then the guy who's been campaigning for a month now about DPOY, Draymond Green,
caught sleeping,
got bodied by Keldon Johnson with a lefty hook.
Should have been an and one.
Okay? With a lefty hook. So now it's 109-109. All right? Curry, timeout, side inbound. He's the one inbounding the ball. Curry. I love Curry. It's Curry. Okay? Curry is the one who made a bad pass to Jimmy Butler, who had a great game in this one. And it was a turnover. Not Jonathan Kuminga. Not Guy Santos, not Moses Moody, and not Pajemski. Guys, it's okay to sometimes blame some of the star players. That happens. If we're going to have realistic, logical, reasonable conversations, watch the games. Stop going to the spreadsheet. Watch the games. And then Draymond Green, no man's land, on defense, falling asleep. Guys, it's straightforward. I love Steph Curry. He's one of the greatest players ever. He didn't execute down the stretch. Jimmy Butler had a great game. There's a couple plays he wants back. Draymond Green, he's a Hall of Famer. His legs are shot. He had some bad turnovers. It's okay. That happens. But don't come in here trying to, with the narrative, slam on Jonathan Kuminga. He's like 9th on my list this morning. All right? Just come on. Watch the game. Just watch the games, everybody.
888-957-9570. If you watch the game, come on and call in. 888-957-9570. Spurs 114, Warriors 111. Warriors right now are the 7th seed in the Western Conference. Just a day ago, they were a playoff team, and now they no longer control their own destiny with that loss. They do have to win out still to have a chance to be a playoff team, but now you got to hope the Memphis Grizzlies slip up and maybe take a loss to the Minnesota Timberwolves. We got Do You Believe coming up. Kevin in Louisiana, Steve in Oakland. We're going to get to you during that segment. You can also say what you want to say about the team in the game last night. We're going to be reacting all show long. Anthony Slater, 8:30, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line, covers the team for The Athletic and here for 95.7 The Game. And by the way, we are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk studio, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Thank you. Is it time to play Do You Believe? And after all the goodwill, Joe Shasky yesterday, as you were spouting left and right that you believed in the Golden State Warriors to win the West and win the title, 24 hours later, are you shaking in your boots just a little bit as your Golden State Warriors? You kind of did.
So they could.
You kind of did.
I could win the lottery.
But they are winning the West. You did say that yesterday.
Yeah, they have a team coming out of the West.
Are they still the team coming out of the West after that loss? 888-957-9570.
The Spurs, the Mavericks.
Oh, my God.
There's very specific teams.
Oh, the Rockets? Yeah. Are you believing still?
I do, but you know who I don't believe in?
Who?
A certain segment of Warrior fans that just want to point the finger at guys, at what point are the games that are being played going to be broken down logically? That's all I'm asking. Wait,
you're asking fans to be logical? This isn't Star Trek. This isn't Spock. That's no. The Vulcans are not here. There's no logic with fans. And I love fans, and I'm illogical sometimes. It's okay. We get angry, and we go back to our narratives. We get callers to call in about Santa Clara, Brandon Pajemski, G League Ignite, Jonathan Kuminga. It doesn't need to be that deep. Let's call it what it is. Jimmy Butler is your best defender, one-on-one defender, I'd say, on this team, and I know Draymond Green's there. Credit to Harrison Barnes. He had a three-point shot over him. Harrison Barnes, much maligned in Golden State, who didn't hit the three-point shot a couple years ago when he was a Sacramento King in a playoff series to put the Kings up 3-1 in the series, when he had an open look, damn near the same spot it felt like. He hit the shot yesterday. Chris Paul, Warriors legend, hit shots yesterday.
Yeah.
And he did it when it mattered most. All right?
Joe, you know what Warriors I know that they can win a championship. I'm looking at it right now. I'm dead serious on this. I honestly think that the Warriors are going to win the championship. I'm dead serious on this. I really do. I'm not even, this isn't like hyperbole. I'm not trying to get clipped online. I'm being dead serious.
You were dead serious yesterday. What a pivot, don't panic moment for you right there just a couple minutes ago. I never said that.
The Kuminga Butler thing just drives me nuts. You know what lineup was awful yesterday?
Which one?
The ones with Draymond and Jimmy in there. And Kuminga wasn't on the floor. Those ones were bad too.
It's pretty outrageous he got to the line 17 times yesterday, Jimmy Butler. Because it is crazy. You do the box score watching, right? It's like, he had 28? I don't know, making that many shots. Oh, but he got to the line that many times, so that's why. And he had 2 3-pointers in that game. Once the next time he's going to do that, and you lost, that's why it hurts even more. Kevin's in Louisiana, wants to join the conversation. Kevin, did your belief in this team shrink at all yesterday after that loss? Good morning to you.
Yes, it did.
Why?
It shrunk tremendously. I mean, Draymond was getting toast all game. Buddy Hield couldn't get out of the way of a Cole last night. Did you see that play when they were running down the sideline that Buddy Hield was running in his way again?
He was. I saw that.
Just like he did when he got in Steph's way, when Steph was trying to go ahead and shoot against Phoenix. Buddy Hield stood in his way.
Yeah, I've been waiting for the Buddy Hield experience to be a little bit more consistent.
Oh, it's an experience.
In a good way, like a good experience. It's been consistently inconsistent, to say the least. It's a little oxymoron for you there. So Kevin in Louisiana, his belief level has shrunk in this team and their ability to win the whole damn thing. Again, we're asking the oldest question in the history of sports talk. Do you believe that this team can win a title? And after yesterday's game, did that shrink at all, that belief, if you did believe them just 24 hours ago like Joe Shasky did? 888-957-9570. You're looking at me like I'm putting words in your mouth. We played the sound. We played it. Joe, it's okay if you say, if it's we like to say it's a week-to-week league. Sometimes it's a game-to-game. Like, that was a playoff loss in a way.
You know,
like, that's funny. Okay to say, you know what? Maybe my belief is shaking a little bit.
You know what?
That's okay.
What's funny is that, everybody's got 401ks, right? Everybody? You guys all got them?
Yes.
What happens? Sometimes the market crashes on you.
And then it bounces back.
And you open up your phone and you're like, oh my God, I'm down lots of money.
Well, that's if your 401k has a lot of stocks included into it, correct? You're not taking a lot of
it depends on what your portfolio looks like. But,
yes.
I was talking with my mother yesterday. My mother's retirement age now, and, it's not good.
It's not good. You know who is good? Steven in Oakland wants to join in the conversation. Steven, your belief level in this team is what? Good morning to you.
Hey, guys. Good morning. you guys are, it's going to be a weird call, but my belief is exactly the same as it always has been, because your record is what you said you are. You are what your record says you are.
There you go.
We're the 7th seed. When I said that earlier, we were the 6th seed. So my belief is the same. Now, glass half full, this lines us up with Houston, and that might be our most favorable first-round matchup. But I do want to say that Steve Kerr really needs to reevaluate this team in terms of, are we really a fast-paced team? I'm listening to the radio, the games on the radio, and Tim Roy is saying they're cutting off a lot of our outlet passes.
Yes.
You hear it. Draymond, outlet pass. Oh, the team cut it off. They're expecting us to do that outlet pass, and they're jumping it. We really need to rethink our offense. We're more of a half-court offense we've ever been in our history, and I think that's why we're getting so many turnovers, because we're trying to do this fast-paced stuff. We're better suited just slowing the ball down and not worrying about the fast-paced stuff, especially when you guys, look at Post. That guy not being in the lineup,
is huge.
That's a good 9 points.
Yeah.
If you look down the bench, you just ain't got it.
I agree. They miss his stretch shooting. Look, you're talking about slow it down. I think they did slow it down in the Draymond Jimmy lineups.
Correct. Well,
and it was bad offense.
Yes.
They had a shot clock violation. They settled for a couple of late in the shot clock.
It's like you're letting the defense off the hook in that scenario. That's exactly
and it
what
was
they're
very
doing.
ISO heavy.
Correct. The best to ever do it. Again, we're playing Do You Believe right now. Your belief level in this Golden State Warriors team to go on a championship run here. What is it after a loss to the San Antonio Spurs? 888-957-9570. The best to ever do it on the YouTube chat, which is also available to do. We are streaming on YouTube. If they have to win an extra 2 games, they're not winning a chip. That's too many games / series to go through, and that's not a lot of rest. Obviously, we know that. If you have to play in a play-in game, it's a quick turnaround. And one thing I'll say, coming away from that loss yesterday, look tired at times. You know why they look tired? You can go to the box score. Oh, they scored a lot. Yeah, the decision-making. And that goes with your legs. That goes with your body. Then goes the mentals, Joe. You know this. You're a coach. First thing to go, the legs, and then the mentals, because you're getting lazy because you're tired.
And then you basically hoist bad throws.
Bad shots.
Correct,
because you're tired.
The easy way out.
Absolutely.
It's the easy way out. And it's just, look, man, teams
You're
win and
dejected
lose.
right now.
Well, because honestly, we do this in all the sports, and I know I'm at times guilty, but if the 18 minutes from Jonathan Kuminga you thought was the reason why they lost that game, he was off the floor when they made a big, charge in the fourth quarter. He was off the floor in the second quarter for a big chunk when they made a big charge. I'm talking about the other team making a big charge. My head is going to explode. Just the way we isolate individual. You know who played 30 plus minutes last night who was not good at all? Pachemski.
Pods, Moody.
Yeah.
Wasn't good enough.
Dre wasn't great. He made plays, and no one's blaming anyone. I'm saying guys make mistakes, but when you lose this game the way you did, it's the situational basketball down the stretch from my top paid guys and the guys who play heavy minutes. They let you down. Well, and no one's saying they suck. It's just, I'm assessing what happened.
You lose a game like you did yesterday to a non-playoff team, no one's above criticism.
Exactly.
As far as Stephen Curry, Jimmy Butler, Steve Kerr. That is a team loss yesterday.
Exactly.
As much as it was a team win for the San Antonio Spurs. That was a total team win for that team. And I do give credit for them because you know what? That has been an organization historically that rises up and can play spoilers.
Exactly.
And they did yesterday. And they spoiled. There was nothing. You know how good Harrison Barnes and Chris Paul are probably feeling right now? Absolutely. You know why? Because they're former Warriors. And when you go up against your former team, that means a little bit extra. And I saw that yesterday when it was Stephon Castle, when it was Julian Champagny, when it was Keldon Johnson. Blake Wesley had a couple of moments. Who? Yeah, Blake Wesley. Sandro Mamakulashvili. That guy. It's just a great name. I just had to say it again. Jamal Brown from the YouTube chat. The season is over for the Warriors. They're too old to be in the play-in. We are 0-2 in the tourney, and this year the teams are good. Actually, they're 0-3 in the play-in tournament all time with losses to the Lakers, Kings, and Grizzlies. So there's that. This is everyone's worst nightmare. I believe the Warriors are cooked. A lot of panic yesterday. Are you panicking, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570. The panic level for you is what after a loss to the San Antonio Spurs? Stephen Curry talking about the team getting laxed on defense. This was after the game.
I think we had two stretches, first half, second half. I don't know the time specific, but where we just got lax defensively and gave up a lot of straight line drives to the basket. We were pretty soft on the ball. They were just driving the paint, getting to the rim, offensive rebounds, or finding open threes. And those two stretches gave them life, gave them the belief that it was worth fighting. And after that first quarter start, you let your foot off the gas pedal and you give a team an ability to make plays. They're an NBA team too. They're gonna take advantage of it, and they did.
That's a real NBA team that I saw yesterday, the San Antonio Spurs, not the Phoenix Suns a couple days ago. I don't know what that was. That was a basketball team, I guess. But yesterday, I came away from that game for the Spurs angle, wow, the young talent on that team, the Stephon Castles, and the confidence level. And I thought the confidence late for the Warriors was non-existent. I don't know what that was. It was it was like the Monstars came and sapped their energy.
You can't turn the ball over the way that they did.
The urgency I keep getting back to, though, too. If you're going to keep telling me it was a playoff game, act like it during the game. I don't want to hear it after the fact.
I'm with
That's
you.
what annoys me the most as a fan. If I'm a fan, it's great, you're telling me after the fact that it was all a playoff game. We need to show grit. We didn't have yeah, why weren't you, though? Is that from the head coach? Is that from the players? That's when I look at the leaders of the team to instill that to the young guys, to not get lackadaisical. That's when I need the fire from Jimmy on the court, from Draymond, from Steph, all those guys getting on each other's asses. No, that's unacceptable. And that was an unacceptable loss as far as I'm concerned yesterday.
They had opportunities to put that team away late in the game. And again, I this is why I highlighted it. I went through it with a Curry missed three, Butler strip, Draymond turnover, Curry turnover, Dre turnover again, a Curry bad pass on the inbound pass turnover, falling asleep on defense, Draymond Green. Guys, that's a lot of mistakes. You know who I didn't mention? And trust me, I would have put their names in there. Pods. I didn't mention Moody, and those were the other two guys in the closing lineup. I didn't mention JK. Now you can tell me, Joe, they lost this game at the top of the fourth quarter. JK wasn't even in the game. It's Kevon Looney. It's Buddy Hield.
Yep.
All right, so
he had 18 minutes.
It's okay to just assess the game you just watched and say, yeah, our all-time franchise leader, one of the greatest players any of us have ever seen, he came up a little short yesterday in crunch time. Harrison Barnes tipped the cap. He had an unbelievable shot with Jimmy draped all over him.
It was a great shot.
I mean, it sucks.
Yeah.
It shouldn't have came down to that, but we can't sit here and just point fingers at individual players and then say, if your big takeaway from yesterday's game was Jonathan Kuminga and Jimmy Butler can't play together, and let me read you the net ratings on all these lineups from a couple months ago. Dog, they played yesterday, and JK and Butler had moments, actually, at the end of the third quarter, which extended the lead to 12. So, come with data that correlates to the game I just watched.
And you know what? I'm not sleeping on the Portland Trailblazers in a couple days. You know why? Look at the minute allocation yesterday, and that's why it sucks even more that you lost the way you did. 37 minutes played for Stephen Curry. 38 minutes played for Jimmy Butler. 33 for Draymond Green. I get the young guys are going to have some heavy minutes, but that's fine. Their recovery level. What's the recovery level going to be for these guys after the back end of a back-to-back, an emotional loss like that? And again, 37 minutes, 38, 33. It's not going to get any easier going forward here. Blazers, they play tough. Clippers, hottest team in basketball right now. Your panic level after losing two of your last three, and now all of a sudden you're looking at a play-in scenario, Dub Nation. 888-957-9570. We're talking about this team already having playoff type of games right now. Well, that was a playoff game yesterday, and it was a playoff loss, wasn't it, Steve Kerr?
We're already in the playoffs, and so this is what the playoffs feel like, a lot of pressure, a lot on the line, tough losses. And so the only thing you can do is you pick up your chin and off the floor, and you get back at it the next day. So we got a huge game in Portland, and we'll fly there tomorrow and get these guys ready and right back at it.
All right, can we I want to make this very clear. Fourth quarter, all right? Fourth quarter. You want to know the minute allocation? Jimmy Butler played all 12 minutes in the fourth quarter. Podziemski played 10 and a half minutes in the fourth quarter. Moses Moody, 9 minutes in the fourth quarter. Steph Curry, 9 minutes in the fourth quarter. Draymond Green, 9.5 minutes in the fourth quarter. For those that are just, keeping track at home, Buddy Hield was the most off the outside of those starters. They played basically the whole fourth quarter.
26
Buddy
minutes.
played 5 minutes.
Yeah.
JK played 2 minutes. And Kevon Looney played 2.5 minutes.
It's the fourth quarter?
Of the fourth quarter.
When they got outscored 38-23.
The fourth quarter. I just want to make this very clear. Fourth quarter. Moody 9. Jimmy played the whole quarter. Draymond 9.5. Pods 10.5. Curry 9. Guys.
So blame the starter.
Guys. Like, you had a 12-point lead in the fourth quarter. All right? Your main guys who have been great, they're the ones that gave that lead.
Who
up.
have been unbeatable whenever, if you want to give all the credit to that starting lineup. Hey, the starting lineup record, these guys are unbelievable. One of the greatest of all time in the regular season. Well, they lost. And it's okay to say, you know what?
But we're assessing.
We're assessing.
And that's what's so frustrating.
Are people taking it personally? Who's taking it personally?
I just think that we look to blame the most
Everyone
Colton McKivitz cost the Niners that game. It's like, guys, the kicker's missing kicks, their defense sucks, and the quarterback threw two picks.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? But Colton McKivitz is the reason they lost the game.
You love to do your pie charts of culpability.
Yes.
What's the Shasky pie chart of culpability right now for you? Where does it stand? Is it the starters just get like 66%, 75%, and then 25% for the bench? Where are you at? Steve Kerr, does he have a little sliver? The Shasky pie chart of culpability is what I love.
A Steph, Jimmy, Dre closing lineup with whoever is out there should not be squandering multiple chances to take a bigger than 2-point lead because they had a 2-point lead twice. They had a 1-point lead twice. They had a tie game multiple times. They should have ran away with that game. You couldn't get stops. You couldn't make buckets, and you had live ball turnovers. I mean, they had Steph Curry out of a timeout, a designed inbound pass threw a turnover to Jimmy Butler.
You know what
I mean, come on, guys.
Unfortunately, Joe, you know what I say to that? Like, that's not surprising. Like, which sucks to say, but like Steph, that's what's plagued him his entire career in the Warriors, right? Untimely turnovers and closing minutes and clutch moments. And again, another clutch game, right? But this one goes the opposite way for them.
And let me add to that. Pods missed 2 corner threes, and Moody missed a couple of threes. And so it's not just the big three. The other 2 alongside of them had opportunities to help out, and nobody was hitting. And so, look, guys, I know we want to blame Gee and Kevon Looney, and why didn't you go to TJD? He rolled with his best guys, and they got out-executed. That happens.
You know what was interesting?
It sucks.
The feeling after the loss on Sunday compared to the feeling after the loss last night is very interesting. So they lose to the Rockets, right? But you go 3-1 against the Grizzlies, the Lakers, and the Nuggets. All right, you win those 3 games, but you lose to the Rockets. Yeah. Okay, we're still a playoff team. This is what it sounded like. The little back and forth, it was a fun energy still for the Warriors. This was after the loss to the Rockets. Steph at the podium talking about his little back and forth with Ime Udoka, and Draymond Green was also sitting beside him. Take a listen. This was after the loss on Sunday to the Rockets.
He had made a reservation at International Smoke, and then he canceled it. And so I was kind of upset with him, and we went back and forth on that. You like that one?
Plug. Oh, we're laughing after loss. It's okay. We lost to the Rockets. You lose last night to the Spurs. Here's Draymond Green, who had that little plug in there. He was laughing along. He thought it was funny. Draymond's not laughing now.
How much of a weight is it on you guys to make sure everyone else is ready for the next 2 games, including, of course, you 3?
Yeah, definitely got to make sure people are ready to play, but we are professionals, and you know what's at stake. You got to come in ready to go.
And when you say mess around, do you think there was a lack of focus for this? Like,
There's a lack of grit. Sometimes it don't take focus. Sometimes it takes grit. There's a lack of that.
Is that stunning to you that would happen in this moment, this late in the season with this much on the line?
It's upsetting. I wouldn't say stunning. It's upsetting.
It's not stunning that you didn't treat this like a playoff scenario when you were clinging to a playoff spot, and now heading into that game, you were controlling your own destiny, and now you lose that. And if the Grizzlies win out and win their next 3 games, you are a play-in team, and you're taking on the Minnesota Timberwolves and Anthony Edwards and them boys. Yeah, I want 0 parts of that. It is inexcusable to lose that game when Bismack Biyombo is in the starting lineup of the other team. Harrison Barnes is having 36 minutes. Chris Paul, who's 50 years old, is getting 29 minutes and is starting still. Devin Vassell, Stefan Castle, Sandro Mamakulashvili. What? You lose that game?
Joe. They back themselves into this position where now they need help from everyone else, and you forfeited essentially the right to control your own destiny. And now you've got a Phoenix, you got a Portland game on Friday, which, I mean, I'm not sleeping on them now. That's number 1. And then number 2, you've got a life or death game probably against the Clippers.
Hottest team in the Western Conference.
And you know
6 in a row.
You know who I don't want to face? The Anthony Davis Dallas Mavericks at any point.
No. They played well yesterday against the Lakers too. Luka's return. Anthony Davis has looked really good coming back.
I want no part of him.
But he dominates the Warriors in these scenarios.
They had these opportunities to just give themselves a little breathing room. And every time I felt like they turned a corner, they go and they shoot themselves in the foot.
You had a double-digit lead in the 4th quarter against this team. And you have Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler. You need to find a way to get it done with all 3 of those players. I shouldn't have to rely in a game like this. Again, in a series, I'm going to have to rely on Pods, Moody, Kuminga. In a 1-game scenario, I need to rely on my big boys. I'll credit Draymond for knocking down those free throws. That's great. But I'm not going to give him credit for, falling asleep on the possession prior defensively.
And it
should have been an and 1. He fouled the guy.
I don't know what he's doing.
We got a bunch of calls I want to get to on the other side as well.
Second quarter, I thought his effort level, to start that second quarter, because he was in that unit, just no boxing out, not stopping ball. It wasn't just him. His his Pods.
It was the lack of grit. That's what he just said. Lack of grit.
And just paying attention. Stop ball. Literally just stop ball.
Injury report time. Let's hit that. The Warriors were short 2 guys last night in their loss to the Spurs. GP2, Gary Payton II, was out for the 2nd straight game as he's dealing with some swelling in his knee. He's currently listed as a game-time decision for tomorrow's game against the Blazers. And Quentin Post was also absent from last night's loss, dealing with a general illness. He was seen courtside wearing that plain white tee. Hopefully it's not too concerning. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for your good. I want to get to all the calls. Jay, Schleprock, D, David, all of you. Is panic setting in after that loss to the San Antonio Spurs yesterday and a game heading into it? You controlled your own destiny as a playoff team. Well, right now you're on the outside looking in and you are a play-in team and you have to hope the Memphis Grizzlies lose a game in their next 3. We'll talk about it all. We're halfway home here on a Thursday. It's Spadoni and Shasky on the Morning Roast.
I hate to break the narrative.
Where's that guy at after that loss? Spurs 114, Golden State Warriors 111, and the Black Falcon rises from the ashes. Harrison Barnes, the game winner over Jimmy Buckets. Wow. Spurs outscore the Dubs 38-23 in the fourth quarter. And from controlling your own destiny, Joe Shasky, to now relying on the Minnesota freaking Timberwolves to try and beat the Grizzlies, who, if they win out, if Memphis wins out, you are going to be a play-in team. Wow, what a difference 24 hours makes. Halfway home here on a Thursday. Good morning to all of you. Just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school, the weekend, whatever. Panic setting in for Dub Nation. Is panic setting in for you? Losers of 2 of your last 3 now, if you're the Golden State Warriors, and none bigger than that loss last night to a non-playoff, non-play-in team in the San Antonio Spurs without Wembanyama or De'Aaron Fox. Wow. Wow.
Just such an awful loss. I mean, you've had so many opportunities to gain a game, and make some of these games down the stretch not matter. And you're going to look back, and if Sunday is a loss or they lose on Friday and they're in this play-in and nothing, we are going to pick apart the final month of the season.
Well, you know what we'll do? No, real quick. You know what we'll do? If they get into the play-in scenario, well, this isn't the worst thing, because if you beat the T-Wolves, you take on the Rockets, and I like our chances. You'll always do that as a fan. You'll keep, because, Joe, remember this time last year what we were doing? And it sounds absurd given how the season ended. You know what? We could go on a deep run, and we could go on a run. We could beat the Thunder in a first-round series if we beat the Kings, right? It seems laughable. But that was the conversation, so we'll do it as fans.
We're saying out loud, Shasky and I, that we both believe this team can make a deep run in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
That was last year. I'm just saying. Jay, Schleprock, Dave, we'll get to you in a second. 888-957-9570. Anthony Slater going to be joining us in 25 minutes, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Anthony Slater covers the Warriors for The Athletic for 95.7 The Game, and he was at the game yesterday. Want to get his thoughts on that, on the playoff scenarios, on the play-ins, all of it, as it is brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
6-minute mark. You're up 97-91. You have a 6-point lead. A 6-point lead.
Yep.
Then, at the 5-minute mark, you're up 99-96.
Clutch game.
4:35 to go. Pods checks in. Draymond checks in. Your closing lineup. You're up 101-99. Again, you're trading buckets back and forth. Now you're up 103-102. Then the Spurs go up 104-103. And then you trade back and forth the lead. It's 107-107. You've got the ball. After some terrible shots, terrible turnovers, it's 107-107. Pods is wide open. Draymond forces one to Steph Curry. Just a terrible pass. It's terrible. He makes a hell of a play to negate a layup.
Right.
Jimmy Butler gets fouled. You go up 2. Keldon Johnson backs down, the guy who's been campaigning for the Defensive Player of the Year all year, and hits a lefty hook. The theme here is they're executing, they're getting stops, they're maximizing opportunities, you're squandering them.
And why are they doing that? And they have nothing to play for anymore, except for pride at this point. They don't have their 2 best players. And I get it. Veteran, like Harrison Barnes has played in big moments. He's a champion. Great. I'm not even looking at Harrison Barnes. Devin Vassell is sneaking behind you.
Keldon Johnson is doing a lefty hook.
Who's Blake Wesley? He was making plays yesterday.
I don't know. But it's tie game. 32 seconds left. Maybe you go 2 for 1. Let's get a good bucket. And then Curry's inbounding the ball, and he just throws it away. Yeah. And Butler is guarded. He makes the difficult pass. They don't get it in. And now you give them the ball.
And what do?
They end up scoring.
Yep.
And that was that play where Steph Curry is guarding Castle, and Draymond falls asleep off ball. The guy slips from one block to the other, and bang, layup. You get lucky, and Harrison Barnes fouls Draymond Green. Now, we're all thinking the same thing. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Draymond hit these free throws.
Exactly.
And he does. And then Harrison Barnes hits a ridiculous shot with Jimmy Butler draped all over him. But again, the common theme, your big dogs squandered opportunities. You didn't execute. You gave up buckets. They made the most of their opportunities. We could argue about the second quarter, the fourth quarter. We could argue about the lineups that they put out. You had chances time and time again with the game on the line, and you didn't execute.
It's unacceptable.
I mean, it is what it is, and it makes me livid. And then now I go, all right, well, what does that mean for the season? I don't even know where I'm at with this team. Yesterday I believed. Today I'm not really sure. I don't even know. They're a grab bag team right now. I don't know what's coming out of the bag.
Did yesterday's loss shake any faith that you had in this team making a deep playoff run? Or I look at it right now, given the scenarios, the urgency, we played the sound. We're going to play more from it. The lack of grit and urgency I saw late from that team with the lazy turnovers, with not paying attention defensively,
bombing threes,
the shot selection, all of it combined.
Not boxing out.
The entire team has to wear this one. Listen, everyone wants to do the blame game, whether it's Kuminga, whether it's Pajemski, whether it's Moody. No, that's a team loss.
Exactly.
You win as a team, you lose as a team.
Totally agree.
And that was a team loss. Not anyone is above blame from yesterday's loss, whether that's Jimmy Butler, whether that's Stephen Curry, whether that's Draymond Green, or that's Steve Kerr, quite frankly. Everyone has to wear that one. As we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. You know what? I needed a few drinks from Laughing Monk after watching that game.
So, Pods had a bad game. We were praising him as a station, as a community, as a fan base yesterday. He had a bad game, a bad floor game. I don't think the numbers really show you. He was horrible defensively.
He had a great celebration, though, at one point. A little Karate Kid action.
Missed some big threes. The shot's not going to fall every night. I get it, but I thought he had a really bad floor game. Moses Moody can't hit water right now. He's shooting under 30% his last 13 games. And the guy he just can't do a lot from beyond the arc right now. Now, he is playing solid defense at times. He had a nice dunk, but I don't think it was a Moses Moody good game.
He's wandering the desert.
Outside of, the first two stints for JK, which I thought were good, he had a couple balls stripped from him. He wasn't great. He was good. He wasn't great. Jimmy, I thought, kept them in this game with the free throws, but situationally, he made a couple of mistakes. He got stripped.
Let me ask you about Jimmy Butler's game real quick. I got to be careful. I'm not crushing. He was the second leading scorer. He had 28 points.
He stabilized things in the fourth quarter.
He did stabilize some things, and he slowed it down. And again, this is what we were talking about, Jimmy Butler getting him, right?
He hit a big three.
He hit 2 threes. He was 2 for 2.
But I'm talking about in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, no, for sure. I was going to say, he hit 2 threes, though. When you get a Jimmy Butler game where he hits 2 threes, you kind of feel like we're not going to get a lot of those.
I know.
Can we win those ones? 8 shot attempts for him. Something or nothing for you.
Well, no, here's what it is. It is something because the non-Curry minutes, it's him and Draymond. Everyone was going to isolate JK. Dre and Jimmy play together a lot, and teams are sagging off them. And the other guys that you play alongside them really matter. Not having Quentin Post is huge. Moody not finding a shot is huge. So it's limiting, and Potts not having a shot as well. It's limiting the combinations you put out there. If it's JK, Butler, and Dre, those are 3 non-shooters. If it's Looney, JK, and Butler, JK and Butler.
There you go. Yeah. You got it.
It's 3 non-shooters. If it's Dre, Jimmy, and TJD, non-shooters.
Yes.
Buddy's got to hit shots. Pods has got to hit shots. Moody's got to hit shots. JK did hit a 3 in this game, too, which is kind of crazy. Again, the combinations you play alongside those two, as teams are realizing we're going to sag off you, we're going to pack the paint, and we're going to basically force you into late shot clock grenade tosses across the court, their offense is going to be stymied.
Jimmy Butler, after the game, after Harrison Barnes hits the 3-pointer in his face.
We hit a shot. It's part of the basketball game. This ain't going to be the reason we lose ever. It's never going to come down to one possession, but made an incredible shot.
He did.
Made incredible.
I thought it was as good a defense as you could play.
Tipping the cap. Great shot selection, great shot make.
The fact it came down to a tie game with them having the ball with 3 seconds to go. That's why I go back.
And you got a gift from Harrison Barnes fouling Draymond there. It might even come down to that.
And I liked Steve Kerr not calling timeout down 2 in that situation because I thought you were going to basically force an inexperienced team to scramble mode play defense. You want Curry with the ball in his hands with the clock running down. I like that. We could pick that apart. I don't know, but I like that. But I go back to 7-minute mark, you had a 6-point lead. 5-minute mark, you had a 4-point lead. You know, in the last 4 minutes with your top dog, top best lineup out there who played almost all collectively 10 overlapping minutes with each other, you did not execute multiple times. And the Spurs, credit them. The young, athletic Spurs got into the lane. They got shots that they wanted. They got wide open threes. They hit those. They got turnovers. They created turnovers.
If you're waking up this morning, you're wondering what's going on in the West after the Warriors lost to the Spurs yesterday, I'll tell you. Lakers are the 3 seed. Nuggets are the 4 seed. Clippers the 5 seed. Grizzlies 6. And then the Golden State Warriors are the 7th seed in the Western Conference. We got some calls here before we get to Anthony Slater in about 15 minutes. 888-957-9570. Are you panicking after the loss yesterday? Is panic setting in? Is it a one-off? Are you feeling fine? I don't know if you can feel fine after that loss because it was an eye-opener in multiple levels for me. When a team doesn't have their 2 best players and they still go out and beat you, when you have all your big boys. I know Gary Payton wasn't there. I know Quentin Post wasn't there. But why did my guys shrink in that moment and the Stephon Castles and Harrison Barneses of the world step up? There's a lot of questions to be had after a game like that. 888-957-9570. Let's get to Jay in the Bay real quick, Joe.
Let's go to
He's
Jay
been
in the
hanging
Bay.
on real quick, and Schleprock, all these guys. I want to get to these calls. Jay, what you got, man?
Well, first, I'm a female, and my panic level is at 9.5 because of the sloppy turnovers of Dre and Steph at the end of the game. And the second thing is, when they did those turnovers, I started hearing the Harlem Globetrotter music. Are you kidding me? They got to clean that up, man. And it was tied and spent. That's all I got. They got to clean that up.
I totally Jay
agree.
in the Bay on fire. And excuse me, Miss Jay in the Bay. Let's go. I love that.
What I don't want to hear today is like blaming Kerr for rotations. We call it timeouts, situational offense. I'll listen to criticisms. We can pick that apart because you know what? They turn the ball over.
You blame everyone. Like everyone is at fault yesterday.
But Joe, what I don't want it's Keith Santos' fault because he didn't play good. it's Jonathan Kuminga's fault. It's TJD or Kevon Looney. Guys, the big dogs played.
Shanahan.
Again, I got the fourth quarter minutes right here. Okay, 9 minutes for Moody, 12 minutes for Butler, meaning he played the whole quarter. 9.5 for Dre, 10.5 for Pods, 9 for Curry. Their best lineup, they were -17, -15, -13, -11, -7.
Possibly.
I don't love playing the plus-minus game, but I think that speaks volumes. Yesterday's game, the top dog lineup really, and look, the second and fourth quarters, they lost big leads, but you had that game late, multiple opportunities to overcome it. Turnover, bad pass, turnover, failed to recover defensively, give up a wide open 3, miss a couple of threes. Like, guys, you got to execute.
And what hurts even more with that loss is looking up the minute allocation for your big boys. 37 minutes for Steph, 38 minutes. And you're saying, oh, why does that matter? You know, that you can't be tired. No, well, you can. You can say that. These guys are older. Stephen Curry is 37 years old and played 37 minutes in a loss. That stuff hangs over potentially when you're traveling up to Portland. I get it, short flight, but you're on the road. You're going to have to exert more energy. And again, these teams have nothing to play for. It's just like in football, guys. They're playing for their contracts in the summer for another team. These guys are auditioning right now, and there's a lot of young legs with athleticism and size that you're going to be seeing, especially in Portland. We know them very well. They're more than capable of beating you, and now you're looking at 2 losses in a row potentially, and you've already lost 2 of your last 3. Schleprock is down in Monterey, my neck of the woods. What you doing down there in Monterey, Schleprock? What you got? Schlep. Once, twice, gone. Maybe he was at the aquarium. They don't have great service over there. That's okay. Checking out the Sea Otters, checking out the Penguins. Not mad at that. Dave is in Fresno, wants to join in the conversation. What you got, Dave? Spurs 114, Warriors 111.
Yeah, you know, last night it was a concern, but it's been a concern of mine with this team dating before Jimmy and even after Jimmy. There's just the inconsistent threat of the offensive game. I've called numerous times, and there's just no consistent pecking order after Steph. And Jimmy, to me, has been more of a glue guy since he's been here. You know, I don't trust this free throw game in the playoffs. I think if we're going to be a threat, he's been a good addition, but if we're going to be a threat to win a championship, they need a consistent threat outside of Steph. It just needs to be consistent, whether it's Jimmy, Kuminga, it doesn't matter who it is. It just needs to be more consistent. And if we're banking on Jimmy to get 15 free throw attempts a game to be his main point production, then we're gonna be in trouble. So to me, that's been a concern before and after Jimmy, is they don't have a consistent threat outside of Steph, and that's too.
I will say real quick, David, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I will say in regards to that, and thank you for the call, I can't bank on a lot of those free throws to this point. Like, you're not going to be getting 17 free throws in a playoff series and playoff game. Like, they just don't call it that way. Like, you rarely see that many free throw attempts for guard play, right? Or like as a 4 or something like that. Like, maybe with Hack-a-Shaq or like big boys, sure. But you can't, to his point, be banking on free throw shooting all the time. He's going to have a game here or there where he's going to have to take it over and shoot the ball a little bit more. But we're asking him to do something he hasn't done as a Warrior. Like, so I don't know if he's going to be that guy. And again, he's calling him a glue guy. I think he's much more than a glue guy. He does a lot defensively as a facilitator. He's been their second best player, as far as I'm concerned, outside of Stephen Curry overall in the totality of his play. But yeah, the Jimmy Butler experience heading down the stretch is going to be very interesting when they get, and if they get to a series. But I'm just reacting off of yesterday. Like, he was one of the big reasons why they were in that game, just getting to the line and putting pressure defensively on San Antonio.
Absolutely. And then, a big outlet. We talk about the offense and all the turnovers. I thought defensively, they were awful at the top of the key, allowing people to get into the lane, and then it becomes a 4-on-5, a 3-on-5 in terms of defense scrambling. They really did a poor job stopping ball, staying in front of their man, and closing out. I thought it was a big issue yesterday throughout the majority of that game. Again, another younger, more athletic team. This is why these playing games really bug me, in terms of the frighten factor. Because one-offs, you're tired, you don't have the proper rest. In a 7-game series, you can have a night like this and you can overcome it in a series, right? In these one-game playing scenarios, you have one of these, this costs you a game. Then you have, let's say, a bad shooting night, and that costs you a game. Yep. And then your season's over.
Steve Kerr, you're talking about the defense. Steve Kerr felt the team never had control of them defensively.
I just felt like we never, other than the first 5 minutes of the game and the first 5 minutes of the third quarter, and I never felt like we had control of them defensively. So we left the door open. We know they're a really good three-point shooting team. They made 17 last night against the Clippers and hung in there and gave them a tough game. So this was not a surprise to see this kind of effort from the Spurs, but we couldn't contain them defensively. And when you do that, you leave the door open for shots like they hit, like the one Harrison hit at the end.
And Bruno Mars is going to leave the door open there, and they did. And Harrison Barnes knocked down 3 points, 6 of 9 overall from him from beyond the arc, 20 points, and he was knocking down threes ad nauseum, it felt like, in that fourth quarter. We got Anthony Slater at the 9 minutes here. Let's get some of these calls.
CP3 in the second quarter destroyed them.
He did. He was hitting big shots.
He fought them back, and
he was talking smack the entire time, too.
I thought that the individual matchup between CP3 and Pods in that second quarter really allowed San Antonio to get back into that game, and for CP3 to get other players involved as well as himself. Pods needs to go back, watch the film, and he had a really bad game. And to me, it's forget the offense. You're going to miss shots in the corner. It's all right. Your shots fall or they don't, whatever. Defensively, he is playing certain guys way too tight at the top of the key and then chesting them and letting them go right around him. He cannot do that. He has got to dedicate himself to getting lower, backing off some of these guys that are faster than him. I mean, if CP3 is blowing by him on a crossover,
50-year-old Chris Paul.
No, but I'm being real. If we're going to have a sit down with Pods, I like Pods a lot. He needs to go look at that second quarter film of his defense against CP3. CP3 had 12 points, 3 threes, and he allowed him to get others involved. And it started with dribble drive penetration.
Let's go out to Schleprock. We'll try again down in Monterey. Maybe he was at the aquarium. I don't know. Schlep, how are we feeling about last night's loss?
Very disappointed, shortcomings, but I'm going to go back to the last segment when you played the Draymond clip with Curry and then the Curry clip after the game, after losses. And they talk, but they never used the word I. And last night, the word I should have been in their context because it was because of them that they lost, and they lost that game in the last 4 minutes with bad passes, bad decisions. It came down to two teams trying to give the game away in the last 4 minutes because the Spurs, they were throwing balls out of bounds. They're ill passes and ill choice to foul right there to give Draymond 2 shots. He made them. To me, they both were trying to give the game away, but when you're a team like the Warriors and you're in that position to stay in the playoffs and to dish out a throw away the whole game except for the last 4 minutes. That's unacceptable for Draymond and Clay or Curry to play like they did. And it was so disappointing to see that because it's like the air just being let out of the balloon. Totally. And I think that's what it sounds like at the stadium too. I love your guys' show. Keep it up. Let's see what they do in these last two.
Great call, Shepard. They called timeout. It's a tie game. They've got a sideline inbounds right near the bench. Curry's the inbounder, which I'm fine with. I know everyone's losing their minds, but I'm fine with it because then you can get him the ball right back, right? It's difficult for a guy defending the inbounder after the ball has been inbounded because you're always going to have a tendency to turn and find out where the ball is and then stay with the guy who was just the inbounder. It's easy to get him to get a little receive back in. So whatever. But he just made a horrible pass to Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler, the defender, was fronting him, and he threw it low right into the hand of the defender on a bounce pass, which the bounce pass can be a great pass in that situation. I didn't think they had the right angle on that play, and I thought he could throw it up court, meaning into the back court. It's just bad. It's just really bad. How's that on some of these other guys? That's on Curry and Jimmy in that situation, or whoever to get open.
Let's ask Anthony Slater on the other side. We're going to take a quick break. Come on back. Phil, Mo, Chuck, we'll get to you before we get to Slater. 888-957-9570. Are you panicking after that loss to the San Antonio Spurs as the Warriors no longer control their own destiny for a playoff spot? They are currently the 7th seed in the Western Conference. What a difference 24 hours makes. We'll talk to Anthony Slater about it on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Are you kidding me?
I don't just believe, I know that they can win a championship. I'm looking at it right now. I'm dead serious on this. I honestly think that the Warriors are going to win the championship. I'm dead serious on this. I really do. Like I'm not even. This isn't like hyperbole. I'm not trying to get online. I'm being dead serious.
You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Look,
slap me for what I'm doing.
Yeah, I mean, if ever there was a day to pivot, don't panic. Today is that day.
Yikes.
Everybody's got a little butcher in them.
And the audacity of you, 24 hours later, say I never said that. And to literally play it again. You are a politician, aren't you? Where's Daniel Lurie when you need him? You're been hanging out with him way too much, I think. Well, I never said that.
I mean, Daniel Lurie's at least genuine. Let's talk about someone who's not genuine. Like, at least compare me to Gavin Newsom, a non-genuine human being.
He's got great hair, though, so I'll give him that. Anthony Slater, also great hair. He's going to be joining us right now, courtesy of the
Gavin,
River Islands.
I'm allowed to have a haircut. None of you can go outside of your house.
He's going to be Bruce Wayne vibes. If he was going to be cast as Superhero, he'd probably be Bruce Wayne. All guests.
He's got the rich dude vibes. Yeah, that's for sure.
Stop. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Anthony, good morning to you. Wow, what a loss. Warriors have now lost 2 of their last 3. And all of a sudden, 24 hours ago, it was this great scenario, right? You were a playoff team. Brandon Pajemski, wow, is he the best three-point shooter in the league? Well, he's playing like it. He has a stinker yesterday, though. The young guys don't really show up. The old guys made mistakes. And all of a sudden, you're the 7th seed in the West. I just threw a whole poo-poo platter at you, Anthony. But I say all that to say good morning to you. And your overall takeaway from last night's loss was what?
I think I'm on now. It was horrible loss. Potentially, as you mentioned, like kind of cataclysmic from a, I guess, ramification standpoint if things go really poorly. But generally, like Memphis is going to lose one of their next 3, I think. So, you win the next 2, you're the 6, you're probably playing the Lakers. Even if you don't, you're in the 7-8, which would, you would blame this loss on being in the 7-8. You just win the 7-8, and then you play the Rockets in the first round, and nobody's talking about Harrison Barnes' shot. I mean, there's a chance this loss really doesn't matter that much, but obviously, like if things go really poorly in the next week, you'd probably blame this night.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I can go back and I'm going to be picking apart a lot of different losses and just effort levels in general at different points in the last 2 months. 4 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go, if you will. I think it was the 4:35 mark. They subbed in Moody, Steph, Butler, Pods, and Dre. That was the lineup, essentially, with Draymond coming in, Pods coming in. And they were exchanging baskets and turnovers with the Spurs, back and forth. What was with the execution? I mean, I've got so many things. I mean, the turnover, Curry missed 3, Butler stripped, Draymond Curry combined for a turnover on a possession. The Draymond awful turnover, forcing it to Steph Curry. And then the Curry inbound pass off a timeout. There's so many little plays by the big 3 that were so frustrating, but mixed in there, Steph hit a crazy layup. Jimmy Butler hit some free throws. Draymond Green made a defensive stop. Is it too much to say, like, just the top dogs didn't execute?
Yeah, which, by the way, it's been like kind of calm in the last few years, right? They've had some really bad late game situations. I think Jimmy's arrival has stabilized them in crunch time for various reasons. The free throws, his lack of turnovers generally, his low turnover rate, his defensive acumen typically. I would say they are a better crunch time team now than they were prior to the trade. But they still have, like, Steph is liable to, whip a pass he shouldn't with 30 seconds on the clock, and Draymond's liable to, make a mistake at times. I mean, how many times over the last 2 years? I mean, name some of the late game issues they've had over the last 2 years, including, by the way, I was reminded last night because Harrison Barnes hit that 3. You guys remember the game 4 against the Kings?
He should have hit it.
Yep. Same spot almost.
Well, remember what happened prior to that?
What happened right before?
Steph Curry called a timeout they didn't have.
That's right.
Pulled a Chris Webber.
It was that game.
That's right.
That had a chance to be. Like, if Harrison Barnes hits that 3 to go up 3-1, that is like a legendary late game issue.
Yeah, that's a great point.
I mean, this team does this sometimes. it's kind of like the give and take of your best players.
Yeah. And
yeah.
No, so like obviously Pods, he had a rough game. Like I thought defensively, specifically in the second quarter, it was really bad. He had a rough game. I'll put him to the side. He's been excellent for quite some time. The last 11 games prior, he was just on fire. Moses Moody, the last 13 games, there's a dip in production, and specifically from shooting beyond the arc. He's shooting under 30% from beyond the arc. He is still moving without the ball. I feel like him and Jimmy, when Jimmy starts backing down guys, there's a connection there. His defense has been okay, but what's going on with the 3-ball shot right now? It's just not falling for him. And if he's going to be a part of these lineups, they need him to start hitting.
Yeah, he's cold at a bad time, but, the worst time to be cold is the playoffs, right? And, it's kind of the modern NBA. Oftentimes that dictates if you move on or if you don't. I covered the Mavericks-Thunder series last year. I think the Stars all played pretty well in that series. Derek Jones Jr., P.J. Washington hit shots. Lou Dort didn't hit shots. Aaron Wiggins didn't hit shots. Cason Wallace didn't hit shots. Thunder lost that series. They're probably facing the same type of scenario this year. They need their others to hit shots. The Lakers are going to need Rui Hachimura to hit shots. They're going to need Dorian Finney-Smith to hit shots. Well, this is the Warriors version of that. They need Podziemski and Moses Moody to hit threes. If they go 6 of 22 combined last night, the offense is worse because we just know modern defenses are going to funnel the basketball to them. They're going to have to give up Moses Moody threes and Podziemski threes, and their percentages on it cumulatively, very likely could dictate whether they move on to the next round or not. Move on, can get through the play and whatever, however you want to say it. But, I don't have some diagnosis, some shot doctor diagnosis on, why Moody's been struggling lately. I just know that they need him not to miss shots in the playoffs.
Well, and then I guess that brings me to Quentin Post. What's going on with his health status? Because, boy, I feel like they miss his stretch shooting, specifically in the start of second and fourth quarters with the Butler-Draymond combo out there. It feels like they just need a stretch shooter out there.
Yeah, because that's non-Curry minutes, and their spacing. They have a cheat code spacing-wise, right? With Steph on the floor, it allows them to play some of these non-shooting units around him. But when he's off the floor, if you then still are going to non-shooting units in 2025, you're in trouble. I agree with you. That was a problem last night. -16 in the Curry minutes. As far as your post update, he was on the bench last night. He's been sick recently. I think they just wanted to give him an extra day. I'd expect him to play Friday in Portland.
They need him.
On Gary Payton, on that knee inflammation, nothing to see here, concern?
Nothing to see in the sense of they're not saying or acting like it's anything long term, but it's like he plays as a kind of Tasmanian devil style, right? It's what makes him great. It's what makes him such a defensive ace in these small spurts, but it's a little tough on the body. He's on the wrong, he's past 30 years old now. So I think some of it is just maintenance, trying to make sure they preserve Gary Payton for the games that matter. But, he tends to get beat up because he's flying around the court, to such a degree.
Talking to Anthony Slater, Warriors Insider for The Athletic, on our 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider here, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Lines, The Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky. And Anthony, that loss yesterday is concerning to me on a couple different levels. I hear you when you say, hey, if you went out, Grizzlies going 3-0, it's a tall task.
Clippers scare me.
Clippers scare me. But you said it too, hey, 7-8. Yeah, it sucks in the grand scheme of things, but you win one game, you're playing the Rockets, you're not hating that matchup. I hear you on that. But I go back to yesterday's game and the blueprint here, and you could give me some rope. 37 minutes for Steph, 38 minutes for Jimmy Butler, 33 for Draymond Green. Are we not looking enough into the fatigue factor, that being the ultimate decider if this team could really win 1, 2, 3, or hell, 4 series? Is that really what it's going to be? I hear you on Pods, Moody, and Kuminga, but the old guys and their legs, staying together. I think that was what I was watching yesterday. It's man, the Spurs just look fresh, the tenacious, both teams on the back end of a back-to-back. Is that going to be the deciding factor? Is the age with these big three?
Yeah, probably. But, the playoffs tend to, first of all, your games are spaced out. You'll never play a back-to-back
Correct.
in the playoffs.
That was the last one. That was the last back-to-back, yes.
Yeah. And you might get this week off. That was why it was so key. That's why, avoiding the plan. That's one of the many reasons you want to avoid the plan, is getting the week off to refresh the legs up. If you can, the thing they don't want to do in the playoffs, and this is looking way ahead of ourselves here, but go through long 7-game series leading into another 7-game series, right? Get stuff done quickly. That's what tends to keep older teams fresher. If you can get 4 or 5 days off between series, the first round is going to be spaced out, especially because the Warriors are such a TV team that they're probably going to want to put game 1 and game 4 on, ABC Saturday night and then the next Sunday, afternoon, whatever. So I think that's less of an issue in the playoffs. But sure. I mean, we've seen it even when they were fresher and younger at the end of the 73-win season when they were all really in the middle of their primes. Fatigue was a factor. So yeah, the older they get, the more minutes they have to play. The thinner their bench looks, then yeah, that's going to be an issue.
How does this play out? I mean, they're just
boy.
I mean, seriously, obviously you can lose to anyone, Sunday against the Clippers. I mean, this team's on a roll. I have not watched the Clippers, though. All I'm doing is box score watching.
Anthony, 6 in a row for the Kawhi Leonard, James Harden, and Norman Powell Clippers.
Well, a team that's owned the Warriors.
Yeah, it's been a pretty soft schedule, but I will say, Kawhi's looked really good. Harden's had a quietly great, potentially all-NBA, third-team type season. Zubac, very underrated, probably one of the most underrated players
Warriors
in the league.
Killer, too.
Yeah, Norm Powell was making an all-star bid early in the season. He's cooled off somewhat because with Kawhi back, he just doesn't have as big a role. But they're good. They're really well coached, right? It's a Ty Lue team. He's going to have a good defensive game plan against Steph. Zubac really walls off the rim. He's not Anthony Davis, but he kind of provides that issue for the Warriors down low. So it is a bad matchup for them. The one thing I will say, what happens over the next few days could really dictate a lot of things in the West, including the Clippers' motivation level on Sunday. I believe if the Clippers beat the Kings Friday, they don't they're a top 6 seed, and they may want to manipulate their seedings. They may not want to win. They may want to get their guys rest. I mean, I don't know how motivated they'll be to play Sunday. So whatever happens over the next 3 games all across the country, I think will decide how much Sunday matters to both teams. So we just don't know that answer yet.
Anthony, it's so funny, the reaction from people when it comes to certain players, Guy Santos had a bad game yesterday. I thought he couldn't guard anyone. But I like Guy, but he's a 9th man or a 10th man. The guy who's the polarizing one, not TJD, who got dusted off and has actually been okay in his small stints. It's Jonathan Kuminga. And I thought yesterday JK was good. He had a couple of plays where he went to the lane and got stripped. But I thought overall he made a couple of really nice pocket passes, one to Guy, one to Looney. Both guys got a finish in the lane. I thought he had a really nice dunk. Why is he so freaking controversial to the fan base after games where it feels like he played 2 minutes in the fourth quarter? I don't know why their takeaway is Jonathan Kuminga sucks or Jonathan Kuminga needs to play more or whatever. Why is he so polarizing? It's kind of baffling to me.
Yeah, lottery pick, high-level talent, wants a big contract. To me, seems like the pivot point of the summer and the future and figuring out what you do or don't have. There's been moments and long stretches where he's looked like a potential, future real centerpiece. There's been times where, his issues, particularly fitting into the Warrior style, has made it look like, man, will it ever work here? I get it, right? His future is a lot more significant than Guy Santos' future. Guy Santos is on a minimum deal, non-guaranteed. Same with Quentin Post or, some of the other guys. It's part of why I think they need to figure out what they do or don't have in Jonathan Kuminga. 18 minutes feels light once again, but, it just seems like Steve Kerr in these certain lineups isn't seeming to trust him. And, particularly I know.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Do you
not
agree?
Really?
Okay. Why?
I will say, I get the fit issues, right? Like him, Butler, and Draymond. The metrics will tell you those lineups haven't been good, and we all know just the way defense is played and sag off, the spacing issues. But I don't know. I feel like I have to repeat myself, not just to you guys, but on every single thing I do. I just think Kuminga lifts their ceiling. I think if they really truly want to contend, they need to find a way to better maximize the higher level talent they have on the roster, and he's the higher level talent. We saw it in the Lakers game. We've seen it in Houston games. I thought he should have 19 minutes against a Houston team that he's historically played well against, particularly how his athleticism plays up against them. Just surprised he didn't play that much. But again, Steve Kerr has a specific way he's trying to win, and Kuminga, like, you know, he is certainly, we know, not a perfect fit into their style. And I just think with the way they've been winning with Jimmy Butler, Steve's kind of, and so not gone away from Kuminga because he's still, you know, he's still the 7th, 8th man, but we'll see. I mean, like, the other thing is, like, the playoffs tend to, like, Moses Moody has entered the last several playoffs out of the rotation, and by the end of the series, they've thought, you know, he needs to get in those series. I think there's a very decent chance maybe Kuminga is still 18 minutes in game 1 of a series against the Rockets, but if they're down 2-1 and Kuminga's played well in his minutes, he could be at 30 minutes by the end of that series, or not. Like, to me, the playoffs and the matchups will show a lot. But again, to answer your bigger picture question, like, he's a really important part of the future, and they need to decide on him this summer. That's why I think it matters so much.
Talking with Anthony Slater here on the River Islands guest line, Spadoni and Shasky, reacting to a 114-111 Spurs win over the Golden State Warriors. 2 more games to go in this regular season, and will they be a play-in or a playoff team? Well, right now, if the season ended, they would be a play-in team. Need to win out and hope that the Grizzlies lose one of their next 3 games. Will that happen tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves? So how does this shake out, Anthony? The ideal scenario for Anthony Slater, if he was, you know, looking at his crystal ball, the ideal scenario for the Warriors, the matchups, the win, whatever, for you, what do you think the Warriors should want in these next couple days and how things could shake out this time? Before we talk to you next week, how things should look for them heading into this final stretch, the ideal scenario.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just need to win their final 2, and then, I mean, we could debate whether would you rather have the Lakers in a 3-6, which didn't look like a horrible matchup for them last time we saw them win in crypto, but, you know, they could still, there's an outside chance they could get 4 if, like, the other teams around them, like, lose over the next few days and they go 2-0. And then, you know, do you want, like, the Nuggets in a 4-5? Do you want the Clippers in a 4-5? I don't know that that's better than the Lakers. But to me, ideal scenario is just avoid the play-in, obviously. What would I like? I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure I want the media circus of a Lakers-Warriors first-round series, but that's just selfishly, like, I don't know that I want to cover that right away in the first round.
Come on, Slates, you're built for this. Come on. Been on championship runs.
Give me some play-in action. I'll go to the Kings 9-10 play-in, and then I'll go to the Warriors, Wolves 7-8 play-in, Northern California. It'll be the California Classic, like every year, the play-in. And then if they win that, I kind of wouldn't mind seeing, like, Warriors-Rockets seems kind of like a fun series to me.
Can I sell you real quick, Anthony? Can I sell you on the Warriors being a play-in team, losing to the T-Wolves, and then hosting Klay Thompson and Anthony Davis at Shea Center for a chance to play the Thunder? What about that? That's kind of sexy, right?
That is very interesting. That would be quite a Friday night in Shea Center. And honestly, even if it was the Kings, that would be something, right? Again, another Kings-Warriors elimination game. And then, like you said, winner, 36 hours later has to go into Oklahoma City for game 1. That would, like you said, that would be dramatic. That would be fun to write about and talk about. I don't know that is what the Warriors should want to do, though.
Definitely don't want to do that. Hey, Anthony, good stuff, man. We really appreciate your time. We know you're very busy. And just get ready for that Lakers-Warriors first-round series. I think that's what's going to happen, and we'll wait and see, and we'll talk to you next week about it. Thanks, man.
All right, fellas.
There he goes. That's Anthony Slater, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line Warriors Insider for The Athletic. And if you missed any of that, find it on our free Odyssey app or on YouTube. We have all of our interviews there. Good stuff from Anthony Slater. You see, again, Anthony Slater, very chill guy, nonchalant. He's not going to take any of these losses personally because he's not a fan. But he was like, you know what? It's not the worst thing. Hey, they lost to the Spurs. It's a bad loss. If they have to play in the play-in game, so be it. And he covers the team, and that's probably how they're feeling. They want to be in the playoff scenario. But he did say something interesting there about, you could possibly be the 4 seed, but you might have a worse matchup at home if it's against the Clippers and Nuggets.
After that loss, I'm not allowing us to even discuss the 4 seed.
Real quick. But if they were the 4 seed, they get the home court, but you're playing the Clippers in that scenario. Would you rather not have home court and go to the Lakers? See, I don't think I'm buying that. Be like the road team in that scenario. I know you just beat them the regular season. I don't know if I'm buying that.
So the late, great Diane Shasky would say this famous line, beggars can't be choosers.
Oh,
and
did she come up with that? Was that a Diane original?
She would say it all the time to me. Okay. And in this situation, the Warriors are the beggars because of the circumstance they've put themselves in. So let's qualify for the playoffs in the top 6 spots before we start worrying about what matchup we desire the most.
Does that seem?
That's a penny wise, pound foolish
Is that
thing to
arrogance right
discuss.
there?
It's not even arrogance. I just think it's like, come on, we accept the reality of where you're at.
Well, Chuck in San Francisco has an interesting line of thought here. 888-957-9570. Thanks for hanging on tight. Chuck in SF. I'm reading the description here. The Warriors should do what the next couple games?
Well, I was struck by what Steve Kerr said last night about they're already in the playoffs. So the paramount thing here is to get the big three some rest.
Real quick. No. They're in the, real quick, Chuck. They're in the postseason. They are not in the playoffs. There's a difference between the playoffs and the play-in scenario. Postseason, yes. Playoffs, not yet. Continue.
Okay. Well, all right, technicality. But I think the main thing here is to get the big three some rest so they could take a week off now, be fresh for that single game, and move on. The scenario could be that they don't get any rest and they are in the playoffs or in the play-in. So the better scenario is to get them a week's rest before any of this.
So let me get this straight. I just want to make sure I'm hearing this properly, because this is the video game player in me. You say just rest everyone, lose to the Blazers, or just whatever happens, and then whatever happens on Sunday, and then just get ready for the play-in game.
That is correct. But they could possibly even get 2 weeks rest if they win the next two games without the big three. I mean, it is possible, right? So, especially the scenario that Slater put out there that maybe the Clippers rest their guys, right, on Sunday. So maybe they don't need the big three. So I'm just saying, guarantee a week's rest for the big three and then see what happens.
That's Chuck in San Francisco. He says, whatever, play in, I don't care. Let's just rest all the guys right now. And by the way, just going to the schedule.
2 weeks of rest.
Well, it's April 15th is the 7th versus 8th seeded game on TNT. That's going to be on next Tuesday.
Okay, so next Tuesday.
Tuesday, we'd have today off, so Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 5 days off right there.
So it'll go Tuesday, and if you lose, you play Thursday.
Correct. You play on, April 18th. So you'd play the Friday, actually.
Okay.
So you'd have 2 days off.
Yeah.
Or 2 days.
I would prefer to not have to go through that exercise. And I understand the needle he's trying to thread, but I'm good.
You're good off that?
I'm good.
Well, these are all playoff games right now, and that's why it was so frustrating losing that one yesterday, because all your old guys played heavy minutes in that, and you're going to need them again. Going up against the Blazers tomorrow, the Fighting Chaunceys, we laugh about it, but you know what?
No,
Scoot
but
Henderson and them boys.
I just got a text that came in.
Uh-oh.
I mean, while we're at it, let's just tank for Cooper Flag. I mean, that's
out of the
funny.
sweepstakes there, I believe. They are a postseason
That's funny.
team.
That's pretty
Cooper
funny.
Flag. Well, poop for Coop is too late for that. Although they pooped their pants last night in those final minutes, that's for sure.
I don't
Steve
like
Kerr,
saying that word on air.
You say constipated all the time.
It's a different word.
We know what it means. Steve Kerr on the team losing that 12-point lead late.
To lose a 12-point lead to start the quarter at home, that's tough. Give the Spurs credit; they played a great game. Harrison has been hot for a couple weeks, and even the shots he missed tonight were halfway down. He hit just an incredible shot to win the game. So we try to pick up the pieces from this and get right back at it tomorrow. Or Friday, I guess, in Portland. We'll look at the tape, see where we can get better, and that's what we're going to do.
It always comes down to Portland.
Look at the tape.
It always,
in Portland, it does.
Always. Every year it comes down to a game in Portland. Doesn't it?
But they always win it, right? So, they'll probably win tomorrow. But that's what you heard from Slater. The audacity to say, the Warriors will probably win these next 2 games, and the Grizzlies will probably lose one of these. Well, they probably should have won yesterday, right? And they didn't. They didn't. So, I get it. There's no more back-to-backs, and that's baked into the equation. But I'm not giving this team the benefit of the doubt anymore. I'm not. Have they, a point I think we were at, the last couple weeks, they've earned the benefit of the doubt in the Jimmy Butler era. I'm not giving this team. That was still the Warriors yesterday in that loss. Even with Jimmy Butler, that was a Warriors loss that I've seen the last couple of years a lot.
My take from yesterday could not have aged poorly.
You mean this one?
More quickly.
I don't just
believe. I know that they can win a championship. I'm looking at it right now. I'm dead serious on this. I honestly think that the Warriors are going to win the championship. I'm dead serious on this. I really do. I'm not even. This isn't like hyperbole. I'm not trying to get clipped online. I'm being dead serious. I believed it.
No, he's full of BS. You know what? I don't want to even get clipped online. Right after he said that, Sam, make sure that goes up online. He absolutely did that.
I said, make sure the Western Conference Finals one gets clipped online because I don't want the championship one getting clipped. And here's the best part. I get to softball last night, and there was all the young guys. Yeah, I see my boy Dom talking. He goes, dude, I saw that reel. I'm like, reel? He's like, yeah, the one from 95-7 the game. I totally agree with you. They're up 12, by the way, at that time. We're all watching the game in the dugout. The Warriors are up 12 in the third quarter. He said, totally agree. They're going to win the title this year.
And then they lost.
And then they lost that game.
We might not even make the play-in. We're going to lose the play-in game.
And I'm like, I don't even think we're going to make the playoffs.
Again,
the pendulum just...
I hate that I have to do that, by the way. We just had our last caller.
You don't.
Chuck, no. I hate that we have to say post-season they qualified for. They used to just be the playoffs. Like... There is a part of me in this, like, I love the play-in because it adds drama.
Yeah.
Like, we wouldn't even have to worry about it if they just had the regular playoffs. It'd be like, actually, it'd be fun to talk about. Whoa, they could have the Thunder. They could have the Rockets. They could have the Lakers. Like, that would be fun, right? Because I look at the West, and while the play-ins worked in the Western Conference, I look at the East, and outside of that, like, miracle run from the Jimmy Butler Heat, like, the play-in, like, it's a joke. It's an absolute joke. The Heat and the Bulls, 36-44 versus 37-43. What are we doing?
If the Warriors somehow end up in a 7-8 game, I'm going to come walking in like the TNT crew. I'm going to come in the fishing pole outfit with the fishing vest, and I'm just going to get ready for Cancun.
The hat? Cancun, Cabo, doesn't matter. White Lotus, season 5. Season 4, whatever.
Not good.
Doug in Berkeley is tired of the turnovers. I want to hear about it,
I am
Doug.
so with him.
Doug, good morning.
Horrible turnovers.
What a bad loss yesterday, Doug.
Hey, good morning, guys. I got to start out by saying I am a Warriors fan. I've always been a Warriors fan. I'm a big Warriors fan. But, man, I am so tired of these turnovers. Even during the heyday, the good days of the Kerr era, I'd like to know if there's a statistic for players who've been in the league for 10 years or more, or you can say 5 years or more, which guards lead in turnovers in general, and number 2 in turnovers in the fourth quarter. Because I'm thinking of Magic Johnson and Steve Nash and some of the other great guards. And, you can even call Draymond kind of a guard. And I just don't think those guys made as many turnovers as our guys do in crucial moments in the fourth quarter. I hope we make the playoffs. I may have to be satisfied with the play-in. And it's like, Dibs would say, a rationalization sensation for me this morning.
That's a buck.
So do you know who the all-time leading Golden State Warrior turnover guy is?
Gone. That's Doug and Brooklyn.
Steph Curry.
It is Steph. Well,
by over 1,000.
But also, like, they handle the ball the most. So, like, I hear you. But
I'm going to look up Lakers.
Since 2014-15, no, it's probably LeBron. Since 2014-15, or all-time Laker.
Yeah.
Probably Magic.
I'm going to look it up.
Or, well, Kobe played for like 20 years. So maybe, and Magic's career's cut short.
I'm just looking it up. Oh, wow.
Is it?
Kobe 1, Magic 2, Kareem 3, Worthy 4, Norm Nixon 5, LeBron
Nixon.
James 6.
Yeah, LeBron's been playing. I'm telling you, he handles the ball a lot. I found it. Since 2014-15, I'm going by average turnovers per game. Can you guess? Since let's do it. Game show music. Why not? Since 2014-15, the player with the most turnovers per game since 2014-15. Think of guys that handle the ball a lot. Ball dominant players.
Russell Westbrook.
He's up there. He's not number 1. He's number 3. Number 3 since 2014-15, the player with the most turnovers per game. That's on average. So it did not have to come into the league since then.
Draymond Green.
No, Draymond is not in the top 15.
Oh, per game.
Per game, on a per game basis.
Is Steph on this list?
Steph is, but he's number 15. He averages 3.1 since
Damian
2014.
Lillard, he handles the ball a lot.
Damian Lillard is not there, actually. No, Dame's
2014, 2015.
Dame's 2.9. He's 25th since
Trae Young?
2014-15. Trae Young's number 2.
Wow.
4.2 turnovers per game.
Such a winning player.
They're going to be in the play-in game. Just letting you know. Just saying. Hey, the Hawks tapped that ass a couple weeks ago. You can't laugh at them. What do you come at Trae Young? He had a great
Play-in
game.
Trae.
He did. He was great. Right now, actually, you laugh.
I got Luka up there.
If the Warriors had to play the Hawks in a one-game scenario, you'd be frightened by Trae Young. Guarantee it.
Call it the Trae-in game.
Who'd you say, Luka?
Yeah.
Luka's number 4. That's a good guess. 3.9.
Okay.
You haven't guessed number 1, by the way.
Who is it?
James Harden. Most turnovers per game since 2014-15. I say all that to say Steph is part of the conversation. LeBron, John Wall, who's not even in the league anymore.
Wall.
Joel Embiid. DeMarcus Cousins, by the way. He turned it over a lot. LaMelo Ball, John Morant, Giannis.
I don't think I've ever been happier than the day. Like, I'm dead serious on this. The day that they signed DeMarcus Cousins, I was like, oh, we're winning the next 5 championships.
Yeah, Bonte had the video. He was laughing out loud, and they never won a title with him. Just saying. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KTMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Quad exploded.
Why do you say it
so bad?
Why do you say it like that?
It did, dude. It like flared up.
Image. Like when you say quad exploded, I think like the beaches of Normandy and Saving Private Ryan. That's like is in my mind. Broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Today's not the day, but there is a video of a guy with a rocket launcher that always pops up on my timeline where his head just like flies off. The rocket launcher explodes. It's just, I don't know why.
What's in your algorithm? What are you
the
looking
algorithm's
at?
destroyed.
Yeah.
I showed a video to Carter that was just hilarious at the break.
Wow, that's a great.
That really narrows it down.
That really narrows it down.
So these guys that ask questions on the beach to like people that are hammered. Yeah, I can't get enough of those. I want to do those videos.
We should do that 95.7 The Game. The go to the beaches of San Francisco or something.
No,
on a
that's
hot
it.
day.
You got to go somewhere nice. Can't go to Ocean Beach.
I was
Go to a beach with actually people on it.
I was in Alameda. I was in Alameda yesterday. There's a lot of people at the beach. It was beautiful. 75 degrees. Benny and Nora. We were having a great time.
It was a beautiful day yesterday.
Beautiful day.
I mean, there was 0 wind at West Sunset.
I go Daniel Tiger or Mr. Rogers. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, baby. Stephen Curry and Draymond Green. This is how they acted after that loss on Sunday. Let me play the vibe. There's different levels to losing. This is how the vibe was after losing to the Houston Rockets on Sunday. Stephen Curry talking about his interaction with head coach Ime Udoka. This is from Sunday night.
He had made a reservation at International Smoke and then he canceled it. And so I was kind of upset with him. And we went back and forth on that. You like that
one? Plug. Hilarious, right? Very funny. You lose to the Spurs. Now how we acting?
How much of a weight is it on you guys to make sure everyone else is ready for the next 2 games, including, of course, you 3?
Yeah, definitely got to make sure people are ready to play, but we are professionals and you know what's at stake. You got to come in ready to go.
And when you say mess around, do you think there was a lack of focus for this? Like,
There's a lack of grit. Sometimes it don't take focus. Sometimes it takes grit. There's a lack of that.
Is that stunning to you that it would happen in this moment, this late in the season with this much on the line?
It's upsetting. I wouldn't say stunning. It's upsetting.
Dude, I'm telling you, a play in this game that's going to get completely forgotten right before halftime. It's 53-51. They have a chance after a nightmarish second quarter. Final possession for the Warriors of the half. They have a chance to just take a Draymond layup. And at minimum, it's a tie game. And yeah, maybe the Spurs hit a bucket with like 5 seconds to go, whatever. They throw it out to Buddy Hield. Draymond has a wide open layup. And he passes it up for a Buddy Hield 3, which clanks. And then Castle gets an alley-oop dunk as time's expiring to end the half. And it's a huge 4-point swing, just huge. And they have all the momentum heading into the locker room. Dre had a bad game. He made up a couple of plays. He had moments. He had a bad overall floor game.
Who are you most disappointed with last night if you're a Golden State Warrior fan? 888-957-9570. Because you can be angry, you can be disappointed, you can blame the whole team. But for you in particular, you were looking at player X or the head coach and being like, wow, that person or player came up short for you, 888-957-9570. It is a total team loss as far as I'm concerned. You can pick apart the turnovers from Jimmy, from Steph, from Draymond. The lack of shooting from Pods, from Moses Moody. Was there enough minutes for Jonathan Kuminga for you? Was there too many minutes? Was there not enough? Trace Jackson Davis played a couple minutes. Would you like to see a different look? Buddy Hield. Do you need more from him? Made a couple threes in that first half, but he was very quiet. Got hurt. I don't know what happened there. They missed Quentin Post, Gary Payton. We just talked to Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, covers the team for The Athletic. He thinks Post is back tomorrow, and he doesn't sound too concerned with Gary Payton, which is good news because they need both of those guys back, I think, in the worst way.
Yeah.
Especially against, again, a younger team with athleticism and size. Who was my guy last time that cooked against the Warriors? I know the Warriors handled the Blazers. Was it my guy, Denny Avdija? That guy, that's a player I'm looking at all of a sudden. And maybe he's going to go off tomorrow in Portland. I don't know. I just got to start scouting again. I didn't have to think I'd scout in this game, but now that's where I'm at. I have to start looking at this Blazers game like, wow, they can't sleep on the Blazers now.
If my arrogance meter was on full tilt yesterday, meaning just full 10, no doubt about it, today it's on like a -4.
Really?
Yeah, dude, I'm so deflated. Because if you told me they lost to the Blazers tonight, I might believe you.
Well,
I mean, whatever day they play.
That'd be hard to do.
Yeah, what are we rooting for? What exactly are we rooting for tonight? Who's playing who tonight?
Let's pick up the schedule.
Because I'm down in the dumps.
Okay, I got the schedule.
I was livid. Now I'm just depressed.
Right now, the only game that's of consequence for the Golden State Warriors is this one: Timberwolves, Grizzlies.
Who are we
in Memphis?
We want to win?
You want Anthony Edwards to tap that ass tonight is what you want.
You and the butt references.
Well, he's been doing a lot of that for other reasons, but that's what he's going to be wanting to do tonight in Memphis.
Wait a minute. He's got a little Antonio Cromartie, a little Dwight Howard thing going.
That's okay. You know what? That's not any of my business. I'm just rooting for him on the court.
You know what his
tonight.
nickname was, right, Sean Kemp?
What?
Spawn. I swear to God. Why?
Well, first off, I thought about the comic book character.
Dude,
that's so
dude,
good.
I swear. Dude, Rain Man was so sick. Unless you saw him in real time, he was so sick.
Fun.
It's such a great nickname, too.
That should have been my dad's nickname, I guess, too. I got 9 brothers and sisters. 888-957-9570.
That's such a good nickname.
That is so good. AJ's in L.A. Who's he disappointed with the most after last night's loss?
So we've seen one Grizzly loss.
Yes.
And we have to win the next two.
Then you have to win the next two. And
I don't even know if I can rely on us.
There you go. AJ.
Jesus.
Who are you disappointed in?
Well. How you guys doing this morning?
I'm hurting.
I figured. You know, I called in yesterday. I called in a couple weeks ago. We've talked about this madness with this starting lineup. In fact, we've talked about these rotations in general. You know, I'm not an analytical guy. I'm not an advanced metric guy. I played ball, you know what I mean? Like, when I played, we didn't have all that.
I got you. You're from the old school. Hey, AJ, you're from the old school. You're from the streets on the hard courts, right?
Man, come on, man.
Let's go, bro.
I played ball, you know.
Like
I played a little bit of ball. And if you watch this team and you watch how this thing, like, it seems like we're trying to redo how the game is being played. You know, let's just get straight to it. Let's scrap that lineup.
Which one?
You know, the starting lineup. You know,
Pods,
we
Moody.
can't be rolling those. We can't do that, man. We can't do. I think the backcourt of Kerr and Pods is a big problem, and the reason why I say that is because you have two guys, probably the two worst defenders. No, probably to it. The two weakest defenders on the team.
I would agree.
Yes.
Steph and Pods. And during the glory golden days with the Warriors, you didn't have two bad defenders on the floor when this so-called death lineup was rolling out.
Klay Thompson was one of the best perimeter defenders on the planet. He was so good.
Strong defenders with 7-foot wingspans, right?
Agreed.
Now you have two weak defenders, so you can't hide Pods. You can't hide Steph. You know, you have two guys who you can attack at all times. I said this before. If you want to win, if they want to win, Steve got to figure out a way to, I know it's late. It's probably too late to build this trust with Kuminga, but you got to get him in that lineup. You have to.
I hear you.
Thanks,
We're up
AJ.
against the break.
Yeah, we are up against
AJ,
it.
I hear you. Look, when Pods is scoring, you can offset his defense and his limitations because he's hitting buckets and he's facilitating and he's creating a lot of plays. I'm telling you, just watch the game yesterday. And look, he's been great for like a month and a half. Yesterday, defensively, really, he got exploited on multiple occasions. And when he wasn't hitting shots, it was more evident he wasn't bringing a lot to the table yesterday. And I thought he was forcing things.
I thought it was a good point that Anthony Slater made, who just joined us about 30 minutes ago. And if you missed any of that interview, Anthony Slater covers the team for covers the team for The Athletic. Find it on YouTube, find it on the free Odyssey app. But he was saying, like, he was kind of surprised about the minute allocation in that loss against the Rockets for Kuminga, considering his history against them and considering how tired and gassed everyone else looked in that game, why he didn't get more minutes, why he didn't get more playing time. And he doesn't buy the narrative like that. People have been calling in and say, hey, when Jimmy's out there with Kuminga and Draymond, it's a losing, like Slater, who, by the way, you can think whatever you want about Shasky and I's opinion. Anthony Slater knows this team inside and out and has watched them every single day, is in the locker room, grinding everything. He knows this team like the back of his hand. He's saying he wants to see more of Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga on the court together, and that needs to be a winning combination for this team to go deep. And I'm looking at that game last week. Again, the short-term memory we like to have. Do we forget how integral he was in that game against the Lakers? How monstrous he was on the defensive end, going up and fronting the Lucas, making it difficult for him, picking him up full court, going up against the likes of LeBron James. Like, you're going to need Jonathan Kuminga and Jimmy Butler, both offensively and defensively. And Brandon Podziemski, I love the guy. And he was closing in that Lakers game. He was closing. It was him and Kuminga. So again, this whole thing that has to be one or the other, no, we've seen it could be both of them. That is a possibility. We're up against it. We got to go. We'll pick this conversation up on the other side, wrap things up. We got Fast Five. We got 60 Seconds Celebrini, and it's going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, TJD, the Giants are back, and so is the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman, Joe Shasky are bringing the best Giants talk in the Bay Area twice a week this season for all your Giants talk needs. Subscribe to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast today, available on the free Odyssey app or wherever else you listen to your podcast. Giants salvaged series yesterday with the comeback win. Your boy Mike Yastrzemski with the walk-off dong into the Bay. 8-6 the final. Giants are 9-3. And there's a cluster still at the top of the NL West, and the Giants are right there. And they're going to start a long road trip starting tomorrow in the Bronx against the Yankees. And that shall be a very fun series. But we're reacting right now to the Spurs 114-111 win over the San Antonio Spurs. You look like you're about
I've got a line I'm ready to say with the beat going.
Go.
You, Kevon Looney. You, Kevon Looney.
That's not bad. That's not bad. I'll give you a 4 for that.
Is it Jung-Hoo and Kevon Looney? Jung-Hoo and Kevon Looney.
Not bad. Jung-Hoo Lee, by the way. I told you.
I'm workshopping this, okay? I'm workshopping this.
I'm not mad at it. You know what? You're showing your repertoire.
Dre's going to shake it, make it. And then we're going to sub in you, Kevon Looney.
But not you, Moses Moody.
There you go.
All right.
There you go.
Maybe
We're all
there.
going. Okay. All right. I was there for you. Real quick. We were just talking about this off
No,
air.
do it slow.
Just, why do we have to do this as a fan base sometimes?
What?
Pit players against each other.
I don't get it.
It's very odd when the whole point is trying to be a team, but you get these individual cliques within their own fan bases.
It's insane.
You have to be Team Clay. No, you have to be Team KD, Team Draymond.
Jordan Poole.
Jordan Poole. I have to be Team this. You can't be Team that. Is this Twilight? Like, what a Team Edward and Team freaking Jacob?
Well, I don't even know. I don't even get that reference.
You don't even want to. Trust me.
Okay.
That was for a very niche audience. And if you're a boyfriend or a husband at the time, back when Twilight was a thing, you'll get the reference.
When did it come out? What is this?
Exactly. It was a book. It was a vampires.
Vampires.
Late 2000s.
Was Rick Pitino in it?
You should have been. Guest starred maybe. But that, like, this whole team notion, it should be an actual team, but we get these factions, like it's the Blood versus the Crips. I love Pajemski. You can't love Kuminga too. You can't do that. Guys, both of them closed and were winning players against the Lakers last Thursday. We all witnessed it just a week ago. Did we not, Joe?
Yeah, but your point is really well taken. Like, we do this. Like, for example, I'm like, yeah, man, Pod's had a really bad game. He like a really bad game. And it's okay to say. I praised him for how many weeks in a row?
We all did. He was the best three-point shooter in the NBA.
But that doesn't mean that he sucks, or that doesn't mean that I hate him, or that
Did you hate Stephen Curry when he scored 3 points on Sunday?
No.
No, you just said it was a bad game for him and it stunk.
Yeah, but anytime I suggest that Curry didn't do X, Y, and Z, people are like, what are you talking about? It's like, dude, our job is to assess what happened.
Right.
That's what we're doing. We're talking about what just happened. I'm a huge Warrior fan, all right? I understand Dre brings a lot to the table, but when Dre is turning the ball over like he did down the stretch, okay, and I'm going to call it out. Like, that's what I'm doing. I'm assessing what happened last night. We can either have, adult table conversations about sports, or you can go use the sippy cup of the team website and get it that way. It's your call.
888-957-9570. Speaking of your calls, it is your calls. We're going to go to them in just a second. Same number to call or text. 888-957-9570. Spurs 114, Warriors 111 on a Harrison Barnes 3-point shot in Jimmy Butler's face to win it. Had to feel good for him.
The only way that game could have gotten more internet-y in the world, like I'm talking about a guy who's been scrutinized on the internet, is if Harrison Barnes hit that shot over Pajemski and Kuminga. The only way that shot could have been more controversial.
Team, right?
With Steph Curry not on the floor and Steve Kerr hands in the pocket, all in the same shot.
Hands in the pocket, going full Darvin scam, if you will, not Darvin Ham. Doc is in the Bronx. Speaking of the Bronx, we're talking about the Yankees-Giants tomorrow. Doc, what's up, man? What are your thoughts on the Warriors' loss last night? That last-second loss. God, that was rough.
Man, that joint was crazy, man. I mean, of all people to hit the last shot, Harrison Barnes. him of all people. I mean, he was on the war. He played for the Warriors, and when he was in the finals, he couldn't even knock a shot down. You know what I'm saying? Maybe if he was knocking them shots down when he played in for the Warriors in the finals, maybe we would have kept him, and we would have got Kevin Durant. But of all guys, he hits the shot. I thought that was just crazy. You know what I'm saying? It was heartbreaking. I also want to say, like, Jonathan Kuminga, man, I don't know if I'm sure you've been watching the games, but I don't know. I think the chemistry has been off since he's been there. You know what I'm saying? I think that, he's rushing shots. He seemed a little flustered. His jump shot is almost like non-existent. He doesn't hit no threes. He doesn't provide any.
Well, he hit a
spacing.
3 yesterday.
You know what I'm saying? He hit one, but what is it? One for 4, 1 for 5, 1 for 6? I don't know.
1 for 4.
So I mean, the guy. I'm not saying he's not talented. He's a talented player, but I don't know. To me, he doesn't have high basketball IQ, and he doesn't really fit with the Warriors.
Can I ask you a question?
With their system.
Can I ask you a question? How many minutes do you think he played in the fourth quarter?
How many minutes did he play in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
What, he played 7 minutes?
No, he played 2 minutes. He played 2 minutes in the fourth quarter. Jonathan Kuminga, 2 minutes. They had a 12-point lead.
Okay, he
was off the floor. He was off the floor. Like, I get your overall point. They did not lose this game because of Jonathan Kuminga. Okay?
I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say they lost the game because of him. I mean, we didn't have Gary Payton. GP2 didn't play. I think that he was needed. And I think Post, quiet as kept, I think Post, he didn't play either yesterday, right? He didn't play.
No, they missed his shooting.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. So, I think that was one of the keys too. We didn't have Post. He provides spacing. He can hit the knockdown shot. And he's a very serviceable big man. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Those are the doctor's
They had a 12-point lead in the fourth quarter to start the quarter. Okay, essentially, they had a 12-point lead at one point. J.K. played a grand total of 2 minutes. He was a -4. All right, it's not great. Buddy Hield was a -6. He played 5 minutes. And allow me to give you who played the bulk of the quarter. Moses Moody, 9 minutes. He was a -17. Jimmy Butler played the entire quarter. He was a -15.
Yeesh.
Now, I thought Jimmy played well. So it doesn't tell the whole story. Draymond Green, -13. He played 9.5 minutes. Brandon Pajemski played 10.5 minutes. He was a -11. And the Golden God, Steph Curry, played 9 minutes, and he was a -7.
Golden God.
Nobody played well down the stretch. Guys, it's okay. We don't have to just attack one individual. None of the Warriors, if you're a Warrior fan, played great in the fourth quarter. And the finger can be pointed at execution, various lineups, guys missing shots, whether that's Pods and Moody, Steph Curry. Jimmy Butler was good in getting to the free throw line, but obviously he had a turnover where he got stripped in the lane. But like singling out individuals to me is just, are we going to talk about the game? Or are we going to talk about who you like?
You know who I was watching yesterday, which would have been a perfect formula for Jonathan Kuminga, albeit he was a starter, was Stephon Castle. He wasn't hitting his shot at all. His jumper wasn't anything. You know what he was doing? Like JK, getting to the rim.
And he made a great pass in the closing minutes with Steph Curry on him and Draymond falling asleep.
You know how many minutes he played? He was a starter. He played 35 minutes yesterday.
Yeah, and he's a young stud.
21 points, 8 of 15, and I'm sure most of those misses were, again, jump shots. He was 1 of 5 from beyond the arc. He was 4 of 7 getting to the free throw line, but he was in attack mode constantly. I'm not comparing the players per se, but I am going to do the comparison to say the skill set and the size of Stephon Castle is comparable with Jonathan Kuminga. And the major difference to me between
he's
both
a
those
better
players
ball handler.
Sure, no.
He sees the floor better.
Again,
they're very different.
Well, they're different in that regard, but I'm saying what was working for him yesterday, he just kept going to it.
No doubt.
And driving to the rack. And I would have liked to see Kuminga, if he had the minute allocation, doing that, because it was a struggle to watch without Stephen Kerr on the floor offensively yesterday. It was just a struggle.
Yeah, but also Steph, down the stretch, Steph made his own mistakes.
He did.
And he's a great player. It's okay. Why are we afraid to just say that, like for example, when Joe Montana had a bad game against the Minnesota Vikings in the 1987 playoff game, what did Bill Walsh do? Shockingly, yanked the greatest player to that point in franchise history, Joe Montana, with 2 Super Bowls under his belt, got yanked from a playoff game. He had a bad game. Yeah. It happens. Steph Curry was having a good game, But down the stretch, I'm looking at it. A missed three. Butler gets stripped. Curry makes a sick layup. But on the very next possession, they've got a chance to increase the lead.
Yep.
Curry and Dre combine for a turnover near the corner. They get lucky. Butler gets fouled. They get a couple free throws. Keldon Johnson finally misses. Draymond, big turnover. Is JK's name involved in any of this?
IQ-wise, that might have been JK's best game of the year, I thought.
He was really good.
He just let the game come to him.
But yeah,
he moved without the ball. Yeah. He was making passes. He had 2 great passes to Gee and Kevon Looney in small areas, and both guys, one went right off Kevon Looney's hands, which he needs to make that play.
That was an easy layup. Patty caught it.
I showed it to you guys 4 times. Yeah. The other one, Gee Santos missed both free throws.
Both.
After
3 baseline cuts, too. Just easy dunks that
he read. The dunk that Jimmy Butler threw to him over 3 guys? 3 guys. Why is everything when this team comes up short JK's fault?
Because they have to have a scapegoat.
It's not
there
fair.
Has to be a
Potts
scapegoat.
had a bad game. Curry had a bad stretch down the line. Draymond had some horrible turnovers. Like, guys, can we talk about the game that just happened and not the players you like and don't like and the ones you want to cape up for and the ones you want to criticize?
Get this. I got a couple calls here. There's one description that says Kuminga's not fitting in. The other one says Warriors lost because they did not play JK enough. So there you go.
You know why they lost? No, Joe. Maybe Kuminga could have or should have played more in the fourth quarter. They lost because 1, 2, 3, 4 different crazy turnovers in a 1-possession game with 3 minutes to go, and you didn't stop a nosebleed. You gave up threes. You gave up layups.
I'm going to say
you turned the ball over on an inbound sideline play.
They lost because they slept on the San Antonio Spurs.
And that might be it. They didn't execute.
Let's just call it what it is. You smashed the Suns.
Well, I'm giving the Spurs credit, too.
I'm going to give them... No, they slept on the Spurs, and the Spurs made them pay.
No.
The Spurs weren't sleeping on anyone.
I won't even argue.
Barnes wasn't asleep. Chris Paul wasn't asleep. The Warriors were asleep late in that game. They fell asleep multiple times. Draymond Green with Devin Vassell cutting to the lane, and you're not paying attention? Right under the basket? That's where you're supposed to be living, and you just didn't know he was right behind you? Like, you can't do that. Or was it Keldon Johnson? Excuse me, not Devin Vassell in that situation. It's Keldon Johnson right under the hoop to tie the game. That cannot happen in that situation. It just can't. Shaka is in Berkeley, wants to join the conversation.
I'm blown away.
One of the OGs. I trust your basketball opinion. What are your thoughts on that loss last night, man? What's up, Shaka?
Hey, man. Last time I checked, it's the coach's job to have his players ready. If you don't want 4 championships, you know, it's April, playoffs are around. We have so much to lose. The second quarter, I don't have the paper in front of me. How many points did they score in the second quarter?
Second quarter, they scored 19 points. 19 points in the second quarter.
And it started with a Pods, Jimmy, Draymond combination lineup that didn't include JK.
Right. And my thing about JK is he's athletic. He's 6'9". He's 6'8", 6'9". He can do things other human beings can't do. Why is he not on the court? If my owner is trying to see if this guy is going to be my next star, my next statue in front of the stadium, I will at least let one of my coach to push him in so I can see if this man can do it. Because Moody had a open three.
He missed it.
Well, he got passed to him. He didn't take or he passed it on. I would have loved to have JK right there and just drive to the hoop and get it done. I mean, I don't know why he's not. I mean, I know I have a young kid. I have a son about 22, 23, that age. So I know maybe it's something like that. But I can't see why he keeps coming off the court because everybody else is making the same mistakes. I mean, Draymond just threw the game away. Excuse my language. Threw the game away. Nobody's okay. It happens. We love Dre. So what? Why this guy can't get an equal opportunity to make it? And I'm flabbergasted. I cannot understand why this athletic kid who's only 22 didn't play no college ball. That's why Podziemski played 4 years in Santa Cruz. So he looks more polished than him. But athletically, we need this guy to go forward. And I don't understand why this kid is not in this coach's head. He played with Michael Jordan. He played with San Antonio. Phil Jackson, some of the greatest players, Scottie Pippen, some of the greatest Duncan, Sean Elliott. He's played with some of the greatest players ever, man.
Yeah, thanks, Shaka. I appreciate you calling your passion. No, I hear you, but like again, this is the second caller we've had to bring up like the pass. Like, Pajinski looks more well. It's not one or the other. It can be both.
But I do understand. Let me just want to say it. I do understand because I get kind of frustrated. Like there was a play last night with Pods where there was an inbound play and his back is to the inbounder, and the ball got thrown off his back for a layup. Like, had that been another player on this team,
it was the Globetrotter. That was Jane Oakland.
Joe, if that was Wiseman, would that not have been a huge talking point today?
Oh, we would have been making fun of him.
If that was JK, would people not be like, I mean, look at how this guy doesn't even know what he's doing. And look, here's what
we're talking about it now. We had callers calling about the Pods thing, so it's both.
Here's where I come down on it. It's a young player making a mistake. I love the Warriors. Like, he's got to learn from that. You know what I mean? Like, whether it was JK, whether it was Pods, Guy Santos, Quentin Post, like, I'm a little more lenient on all the young players. I root for the young players. We don't have to have rooting against certain people. Like, and look, we're all going to have our favorites, you know? Like, dude, I was a Raheem Mostert guy. I really liked him. You know what I mean? Don't ask me why. I don't know why. I didn't love Austin Slater. All right. There are certain guys that we do like a little more than others, and that's fair. But what I'm saying is it doesn't need to be every morning the Warriors fall short. I mean, JK just doesn't fit. It's on JK. It's like, guys, Steph Curry made turnovers last night. Draymond Green made turnovers last night. Jimmy Butler had a big strip that he got stripped, even though he had some contributions. There's a pie chart of culpability.
Thank you.
And everyone gets a slice.
There's my pie chart.
Okay?
Blackberry?
The slice for Kuminga is thin today.
Okay.
And I feel like the calls we're getting, you would act like it's 75% of the pie. And I just think we're really disproportionate in our blame.
You had a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter, in which you already referenced. Jonathan Kuminga played 2 minutes of it. You had a double-digit point lead.
He played 2 minutes in the fourth.
Against a Spurs team without their two best players, while all your studs were healthy.
Guy Santos was terrible yesterday.
Yes.
And I like Guy.
He went full Guy Sanchez. Let's keep it a buck.
I'm probably one of the bigger Guy fans, but like I also recognize he's probably a ninth man. You know?
He was Guy Sanchez.
I thought TJD had some solid minutes. I also understand why the coach doesn't go back to him late in games. We all love Kevon Looney. Yeah, Kevon missed a couple plays yesterday. One putback that he whiffed, and on another one, I thought JK made a great pass to him and went right through his hands.
It's tough to watch Kevon at times, just given the young athletic
especially
teams,
on a back-to-back.
especially on a back-to-back. Again, that team, and I brought it up to Anthony Slater.
Teams lose.
They also looked old towards the end. They just looked old. Like, and again,
Draymond's legs looked real tired.
That's the last back-to-back of the season, but again, you don't want to have to play in the play-in. If you have an old team, you get not as much rest. Again, we had someone call and say rest now to just prepare for the play-in. Guarantee 5 days off. No, I'd rather guarantee basically a week off if you win the next two games. And then that's why it's frustrating because you don't control your own destiny.
How many games this year, Joe? And I'm
two games here. No,
my head's going to explode.
Next two, and the Grizzlies have to lose one of their next three for you to get into a play.
You've been a part of the morning roast for how many years?
A couple of years now.
Okay. Three. For 3 years, have you not, like when they lose a game and Steph and Dre commit multiple turnovers late in the game that they kick away, how many calls do we get on those two? Who are Hall of Famers, great players. They're 95% of the reason you're in a position to even be in a clutch game.
Steph and Clay do it, we don't get a lot of calls. Towards the end of the Clay stuff, but not when they're at their prime, no. Because you can't blame those guys.
Steph and Dre.
Steph and Dre. Sorry, I thought you said Clay.
No, Dre. But they're great players.
Well, Draymond depends.
I thought Dre had a bad game yesterday.
I'll say it depends with Draymond because if it does technicals and if he does some of the extracurriculars, we will get a lot of calls with that.
I'm looking at. I went back and watched the whole game with a fine-tooth comb. Fourth quarter. All right, they're up 97-91. All right, and it was frenetic. And they couldn't get stops on the Spurs, who were significantly more athletic than them. They gave up threes. They missed open threes. And you had key turnovers from Draymond Green multiple times. You had a Steph Curry turnover. And you had a Jimmy Butler turnover. All right? That happens. They got out-executed, outplayed, and out-athleted by a team, the Spurs, that we all slept on, myself included.
The chef was cooking, but he was cooking turnovers. And I could go for one of those right now, to be honest.
But again, I don't want to field Jonathan Kuminga texting calls when he didn't even factor into the fourth quarter. It's just not fair to the guy.
Here's the guy.
Come on.
Here's the guy you're referencing, Stephen Curry, talking about those late game turnovers.
Two of them were just bad spacing. Mine was just a bad pass. Like, we were trying to set up a play to get Jimmy the ball and then have some action around. And, HB was kind of all over him. I tried to tuck it in there low so he could get it, but he got a deflection. That stuff happens. Tough timing, obviously. But it honestly shouldn't come down to those 3 possessions, even though we still had a chance to win, because we played well enough for stretches majority of the game to create separation, give ourselves or maintain the momentum. But again, when you give come down to possession here, possession there down the stretch, anything can happen in this league.
Yeah, but here's something I would say. Like, he's right. It shouldn't come down to that. But after a brilliant first quarter, in which the guy everyone wants to use as the lightning rod, Jonathan Kuminga, was excellent. Go back and watch it, people. His first quarter was excellent. He came off the floor. Yeah. And the lead just dissipated. Okay? It was Jimmy, Dre, Pods, and the other combination of players. And I have all of the mistakes, the nightmare. Pods, turnover, forced shot, foul hunting. Moody, missed shots, missed the layup, missed another shot. Gee, 2 mysteries, not guarding a soul. Multiple shot clock issues. Keldon Johnson destroying them. They're laying off Draymond. They're laying off Kuminga, who checked back in. They're not stopping the ball. Now here comes TJD. Multiple offensive rebounds. Gets them second shots. Buddy misses multiple shots. Moody misses more shots. Boy, they miss QP. Like, these are my notes from the second quarter when it all went to hell. All right? I referenced Kuminga once. All right? So I know today we're taking a lot of JK calls. I find it absurd. The team played bad.
Let me get to another JK call here. Will is in Berkeley, wants to join the conversation. What's up, Will? You're on the Morning Roast. Good morning.
What up, fellas? I'm not trying to pile on about the JK stuff, but I was actually at the game with my kid. My kid plays AAU, and we got invited to the game, and so thank you for that. Nice. But I with my own eyeballs, I'm watching Jonathan Kuminga is afraid to go into the lane, and when he does, he gets stripped, and then he puts his head down. He's walking back to the bench. If I was Kerr, I would not play him either. So that's the whole point, is that I would take Vassell and Castle before Kuminga. Let me see. He started, 21-22, season 21-22. We're still talking about his growth. This dude... Podziemski has grown farther than Kuminga.
Was Podziemski good yesterday?
So let's be real.
Was Podziemski, I'm asking a simple question, was Podziemski good yesterday?
Podziemski has been good this whole month.
No, I'm asking about yesterday. I'm asking about yesterday. He got cooked by Chris Paul in that second quarter. He was terrible. He missed a midi, rolled on the floor, complaining for a foul, didn't get back. Harrison Barnes bangs a 3. Like, there were multiple possessions that I can point. If we just sit down, you have a son who plays AAU basketball. When you're looking over your shoulder and you know that minutes are at a premium, and if you make a mistake, you're getting yanked, it does affect your confidence in your style of play. Like, come on, we've got to be fair on these things. Was Pods good yesterday? He wasn't.
But with a small sample size, if I look at the entire, last month or so, I'm looking at Kuminga. I can't remember one thing Kuminga has done.
Well, he's been hurt.
If I look at
and he played great against the Lakers. Does that game count?
Against the Lakers.
Okay, that's fair. But I mean, honestly, if you look at, dude, he's soft, man. He's been playing for 4 years in this league. He's soft, and we can't keep holding on to soft players.
Okay, I don't agree with that at all.
You see, it's not what are we doing? He played 18 minutes.
It gets personal.
Moody played 30.
Moody
was bad. You know who factored into them not winning way more? It was not JK's minutes. Moody missed shot. I love Moody. Moody missed shots yesterday. He's shooting under 30% for his last 13 games.
If anything, that game highlights to me yesterday why you need Jonathan Kuminga so much in these next coming weeks in the playoffs or play-ins, because those guys are going to have bad games. Moody and Pods, and they're going to continue to start. And you know what? Their minutes are going to go down, and JK's minutes are going to go up because of it. And you're going to need Jonathan Kuminga.
Why was he afraid? Why was that? And I'm curious. I asked him, Was Potts good yesterday?
He just didn't want to admit
He
it.
didn't want to admit it. Why? But why do we do this?
I don't know. It's weird.
Why?
It's very
What are
weird.
we doing? Like,
I want to be
guys,
right.
Who likes Guy? Do I like Guy? I probably like Guy more than most. I'm like, dude, I love Guy.
Post and Guy.
But is
he's,
Guy good for a couple stinker where he just can't guard a soul? Like, he's a very specific player. He'll get you a couple free possessions, but I also acknowledge, like, he's a ninth man. Yesterday he played really bad. Carter, what did you think of Guy's play yesterday?
It was awful. I mean, it was horrible. He was unplayable.
But why are we so quick to say, JK, he just can't play?
Because that's what fans do.
I just asked Clint calmly, did Potts have a good game? No, he didn't. But you know what? He was good for like 5 of the last 6 games.
You know why?
He's been awesome for like a month.
I'll tell you why, is because there's no other player that's been a number 7 pick that sits behind Hall of Fame players. That just doesn't happen. You don't get the number 7 pick when you have Hall of Fame players with championships in front
That's actually
of
a
you.
really good point. It's a really good point. I mean, is that his fault?
That's just the situation.
Leroy.
I feel like I'm just asking, was he played 2 minutes in the fourth, okay? And I listed all the guys who played, and we're not talking about Curry's turnovers. We're not talking about Draymond's horrific turnovers. The one before halftime was a huge moment. Take the layup, Draymond. Take the layup. Just take the layup. But no, we have to point and just rip JK. Draymond is a legend. He has got a statue. It is cemented. He got bodied by Keldon Johnson.
He did.
A guy most people couldn't point out of a lineup.
No, I couldn't. And it was a big play, and he lost focus. I don't know what happened. The grit he talked about, there was no grit within them. That can't happen on the back end of at home, especially too. Like, what the hell? Blaming the fans for not getting excited or loud enough? Yeah, they didn't give him a reason to, because he got outscored 38-23 in the fourth quarter, and that was the difference in the game. Not Jonathan Kuminga. It was a collection of awfulness and awful plays towards the end there.
Joe, Warrior fans, I'm begging you. I'm begging you. I love you guys. I do. You did this to Kelly Oubre. You did this.
Kelly kind of brought it on himself with some of the comments.
I'm not trying to cape up for him. I'm just saying, we don't always have to have a specific person who's bringing down the ship. We did it to this guy. We did it to Clay. We did it to Jordan Poole. We've done it to all you guys. Curry didn't execute down the stretch. Jimmy Butler had a turnover. Draymond didn't execute down the stretch. That's why they lost that game. Potts wasn't great. Guy wasn't great. Kuminga had moments. I thought he was good. And then, whatever. And then, Kevon Looney wasn't great. It's okay.
There will always be a scapegoat.
Why?
Because that's what we do as fans. Because you know what? It has to be a problem with us, and you can't give the other team credit. That's unfortunately lost in today's society, tipping the cap. We don't do that anymore, Joe. We just don't.
Castle played so good.
We refuse to say...
Vassell is so good.
We refuse to say, you know what? Good job. You guys did it. We can't do that anymore.
What was Harrison? 6 of 9 or 5 of 8 from 3? Harrison Barnes has been shooting, and again, I watched the pre and post game show with Bonte. He's like, dude, Barnes is shooting the lights out. He's one of the best shooters last month, blah, blah, blah. Boy, it sure looked like it. I mean, Barnes looked incredible.
Their bench showed up. Again, you just go double digits. Mama Kulishvili. You go to Champagne. I always want to say champagne whenever I see it, but it's Champagne. 14 points. Keldon Johnson, 21. Blake Wesley had a couple buckets. Who exactly? Leroy, Oakland.
What's up, Leroy?
What's going on with this Jonathan Kuminga talk, Leroy? It's gotten ridiculous.
Ooh-wee, you guys are on fire, man. Real quick, I don't like all the hate that the fan base is throwing toward Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, and when you guys ask him why, I love that. When you ask him why, they come up with these reasons that just don't make sense. So maybe my reason will make sense. And Shasky, for months you've been pulling your hair out about this. And just for me, I'll give you 10 reasons why. Franz Wagner, Davion Mitchell, Zaire Williams, Moses Moody, Alperen Sengun, Trey Murphy, Trey Mann, Jalen Johnson, Keon Johnson, and Quentin Grimes. I say all those names because those are the players that came after Jonathan Kuminga in the draft. And for me, they're either playing just as well as Jonathan Kuminga or better.
That's a fair point. Oh, Leroy, call back tomorrow.
That was a walk-off. But because
that's fair. I'll listen to that.
And you know what else is fair? And we got to shoehorn it in here. It's time, because I want some positivity after that disgusting game that I saw yesterday. I want some positivity in life. You know where I go for positivity? 60 Seconds Celebrini.
Yeah, let's finish on a high note here because, guys, it had been 9 games since Macklin found the back of the net, and he had enough of that goal drought, finally lighting a lamp 7.5 minutes into the second period last night. Here's how that first goal sounded.
Celebrini in the slot. Back for Jack Thompson. Gets it through. They score! Macklin Celebrini ties the game.
And that was Randy Hahn on the call there for NBC Sports California. One goal was so nice, he had to do it twice, and he scored again 5 minutes later to give the Sharks a 4-3 lead.
To this side for Celebrini. Smith. Macklin scores! Macklin Celebrini! He has 2, and the Sharks have the lead again.
But wait, there's more, because our boy notched his first career hat trick 10 minutes into the final period.
Will Smith has a look, gets to the puck, across, and Macklin Celebrini has his first NHL hat trick.
First of many to come, I am sure. And what an exclamation point for Celebrini's Calder Trophy case there as we wind down the final days of the NHL season. And that is your 60 seconds of Celebrini right before Fast 5.
Wow. You know what you call him there? It's not the Mad Hatter. It's the Mac Hatter after he gets a hat trick. You like that?
That's slick.
You like that? Come on.
That's a 4.
Let's go. Although I said all that positivity, and then I look at the final score, and they lost in overtime, 8-7.
Hey,
we're not going to talk about
draft
that.
picks, baby.
Draft picks. By the way, it does suck that I'm looking at DraftKings right now for the Calder Trophy, which is the Rookie of the Year trophy in the NHL. Macklin at plus 600? He's not the favorite anymore?
Yeah, Lane Hudson. Macklin
Who's
kind
Lane
of...
Hudson? I've never heard of that guy.
Yeah.
That's not a real person. Who? Macklin Celebrini, the Paisan. Come on. He's not going to win it? That's disappointing. Now all the good times are gone. It's just... but that trick was nice. Final thoughts. Fast 5. We got the Masters going on right now. Scotty Scheffler near the top of the leaderboard, of course. I said back-to-back. for Scotty Scheffler. I think he might do it again. Back-to-back. Let's do it.
Someone needs to check on Bonte because about an hour, 23 hours from now, he'll be in here.
He will be.
And
You're right.
let's not remember, we said it, us right here. This is the greatest sports weekend of the year. Not only do we have the Masters going on right now, you've got the Warriors with 2 crucial games. It starts today. Thursday is the weekend. Okay? Bonte, come on. Admit it, doggy. This NBA playoff, as in all these games leading into the play-ins, it is the best weekend of them all. Plus Giants-Yankees.
Arson Judge.
I rest my case.
Arson
City Connect,
Judge.
Bonte.
Yeah, City Connect. He looks good. He's all in the City Connects too. I'm not mad at that. Let's go. I'm all
Pier
in.
39 thinks those hats look a little knockoff.
They look really cool at Outside Lands.
Your boy Yaz. Huh?
Yes.
Huh?
Put respect on his name, some people say.
That's right. Put some respect on it, Carter. What you got?
How about Wilmer Flores? Jesus.
He's been good. Honestly, I'm going to rip some people today. I'm ripping ESPN and the Augusta board.
Why?
This is absurd. We deal with this every year when it comes to the Masters. The coverage is so awful. We have Scotty Scheffler, Colin Morikawa, Phil Mickelson, all 3, Justin Thomas, some of the great golfers in the world are going right now, and the coverage doesn't start till noon after they finish.
Why do they do that?
That's insane.
It's part of the TV package.
The heavy
but
favorite.
you can go on ESPN Plus if you're a Plus subscriber like me and Nick Friedel, and you can watch Amen
Friedel,
Corner, or you could follow the featured group.
But it's still not its own broadcast. You can only follow certain holes in Amen Corner. It is total BS, man.
I'm going to hit up Dave Fleming right now on your behalf.
Please. He's probably there right now having a pimento
Clean it
cheese
up,
sandwich.
Masters.
There you go. Clean it up, Sam. What do we got?
My final thought is Jung-Hoo Lee. He is that guy. He is the superstar that the Giants have been waiting for. And if you love the hooligans, and if you're subscribed to Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, Shasky and I were releasing an episode later today. I'm going to talk about why Jung-Hoo Lee is that guy. So subscribe now so you don't miss out.
That's a tease. Can't wait for that. Again, my final thought, the revenge game yesterday was not Luka Doncic. It was not Anthony Davis. It was not Chris Paul. It belonged to one Harrison Black Falcon Barnes. And he delivered. Good for Harrison Barnes. Harry B. up in the limousine. There you go.
This sucker.
Heavy D up in the no Harry B. It's all right. We'll workshop it like the Mac Hatter. Oh, that was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. We're on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Goon next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I hear they got good Giants talk coming up right around the corner. Talking Yaz, talking Wilmer Flores. You guys don't want to go anywhere.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
John Sally.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Barnes, top of the key. Vassell down low. Champagny and Johnson the other side. Ball to Barnes. Barnes will spin. Shoots over Butler. It's up and good. He hit it at the buzzer. The Spurs pile onto the floor and mob Harrison Barnes. The Spurs have beaten the Warriors in a game Golden State had to have. Harrison Barnes with an unbelievable shot. Jimmy Butler was all over him.
Wow. All right, that was Tim Roy on the call last night. Oh, boy, Warriors. I didn't see that one coming. Go ahead, Goo.
No, ain't no go ahead. I told you of the back-to-back. San Antonio was the one that scared me. You almost scored 150 points on them on the 30th of March. But we've been doing radio together about 7 years, Stoney. This is a regular season game I will never forget. And all the good juju that the Warriors have earned kind of just went out. They rolled the window down of the caddy and kind of just threw it out the window because as we talk on this Thursday, as the Masters kick off, Steiny, the Warriors are back in the box. And that was a collapse. It was a colossal failure collectively. 17.5-point favorites.
Oh.
I had nothing on it. It's bigger than money. Steiny, what happened?
That was money in the bank.
What do you mean what happened? They got beat.
But they threw it away. Curry, Dre a couple times. And you know what? I'm not giving Dre the Nobel Peace Prize for making 2 free throws.
That's gutsy. They were big free throws.
And then he fell asleep and Keldon Johnson got the layup. Or did Jimmy fall asleep? Sports, man. I'm shocked, Steiny. I need your help today.
In what capacity? I'm here for you.
To process this and what it means. If we're talking about an older team, which you've talked about 37, 35, 35, and now we need help? We need help. Wow.
Well, look, Memphis plays Minnesota tonight, and you'll get a loss there from one of those teams. You got to win the next 2 and see what happens. I mean,
wow.
They didn't play well enough last night to win the game.
But you were up 12 going into the 4th.
Yeah, that's not a big Timberwolves lost a 24-point lead the other night.
At least that was to a playoff team.
A 12-point lead, you know what can happen to that in an NBA game. But, to me, the game was lost by the turnovers in the last 2 minutes.
Wow.
Just 3 really, 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 really bad ones. Draymond tries to save a ball and would have been better just stepping on the sideline.
Yeah.
Instead, he threw it away and they get a 3.
A 3, Steiny.
Draymond threw a lazy pass to the wing that was picked off, and then Steph's pass on the inbounds was not good either.
It was reminiscent. I don't know if you remember LeBron at home. I forget who they were playing, but he just did a lazy inbound pass, and the team swiped it up. But, I mean, Steiny, this one hurts, man. It really does, man. They're in the box as we talked this morning.
Yeah, second quarter obviously was another quarter that hurt the Warriors. They were up 16, I think, after a quarter, feeling pretty good and playing well. Everything looked like it was under control, but I mean, San Antonio, they kept playing. They kept playing hard. They got some players on that team, and boy, I mean, you want to talk about what's that team going to be like in a couple years when they get Wembanyama and De'Aaron Fox
and Flagg.
Yeah, and Cooper Flagg too. Wow. I think obviously Pods and Moody weren't good last night.
Moody's shot's been missing, Stoney. Under 30% from deep. I know his ebbs and flows. He's been a net positive on the year, but the last 13 games, and you talked about the shooting, And I'm rooting for Moses, but as hot as Pods has gotten, Moody's gone the other way. And Steiny, last night was not better. And Pods, Steiny, we gave him his flowers yesterday, but we have to, young fella, retire the deceleration celebration.
Why?
He did that again yesterday. You're not that guy. And you're playing with the game when you do that. I didn't like it. And then he came back and bit us in the ass. And just be humble, Kendrick Lamar. But the Curry turnover bothered me out of a timeout the most. You can't. Come on, Steph.
Yeah, I didn't like the pass at all.
These things happen.
I didn't like.
No, they don't.
Well, the other thing was Draymond got the turnover on the play that led to the three. The reality is the ball was knocked. Curry tried to throw a one-handed, left-handed over-the-shoulder pass. Castle jumped and deflected it, and then Draymond had to make the save. But the turnover was started by Steph trying to throw that over the that one-handed over the shoulder pass that we've seen over the years. And yesterday it didn't get through.
Can I tell you what really is concerning me the most?
Sure.
And we can talk about it. We will. The back-to-back. But San Antonio was playing on the back-to-back. But you were supposed to suffocate them and make them quit. But the point of attack defense, Donnie, I hope this was a one-off. The corner threes were just open all night, but nobody could stay in front of their man. Castle, Johnson, they did what they wanted off of the dribble. Pods couldn't. It was everybody. The point of attack defense was atrocious last night for the Warriors.
Yeah. And, the other thing is, the two big buckets that Keldon Johnson gets, one's just a lefty.
He took Draymond down there.
One just a little lefty half hook.
Ooh.
He got over Draymond, and then Draymond just lost sight of Keldon Johnson on another one late, and he laid it in. He got fouled, too.
They didn't call it.
They ended up not calling it. Harrison Barnes was livid on that play.
Having a career year from deep.
And he goes 6 for 9. Harrison Barnes, and then puts the game away with a big three.
And Chris Paul, 3 of 5 from three. Stoney hit some big shots, man. That's just one I can't I don't want to say this is a one-off because this is the one that might have them not get the rest moving forward.
Yeah, I guess I don't know if there's a silver lining yet, but right now the Warriors have dropped down to 7, and
wow,
they're going to have to win 2 games and get some help to jump up there in the standings. I think if you're a Warrior fan tonight, you actually are rooting for Minnesota.
Yes,
you're
no
rooting
doubt
for Minnesota to beat the Grizzlies because you'll leapfrog Memphis at that point, and then you'll be even with Minnesota, but you own the tiebreaker with Minnesota, so there wouldn't be a ton of damage done there. But again, the Warriors, they're gonna have to win the next 2 games, and they're at Portland Friday,
which
and
is
then they
not
come
easy
home
now after you lose to the Spurs. Sorry,
against the LA Clippers on Sunday.
Who are just playing some damn good basketball.
So we'll see how it all shakes out, but there's no doubt last night was certainly the most disappointing loss in since Jimmy Butler arrived.
First time they've lost 2 or 3.
Yeah. Yep.
With Jimmy.
And 2 at home also, which hurts. But look, they had opportunities to win that game. They were up late, and they just didn't make any plays down the stretch. And they got beat by the San Antonio Spurs. I give the Spurs a lot of credit. They kept playing. They really did. And I think we're also finding out that this is a streaky 3-point shooting team. The Warriors are. And, Steph was really good last night, but he was 5 for 14 from 3. And you start to realize that if he's not hitting at a high clip,
man,
then you got to have some guys picking up the slack. You just have to. And last night they didn't. They only shot 33% from 3-point range. There's a lot of pressure on Steph Curry to make threes on this team because it feels like if he doesn't, then they're in a hole. It feels like the Warriors, they need Steph to drill, to go 5 or 6 for 11 or 12, so they get a kind of a base of solid 3-point shooting, and then you ask the other guys to pitch in. But when he goes 5 for 14 and he's not efficient, boy, then it just puts all kinds of pressure on the other guys.
You know how many times Kurt, the chef, went to the free throw line, Donnie?
Well, let's see. I don't know.
None.
2?
It was a technical foul. He made 1.
Okay. So he got there once. It's all right. Butler made up for it.
Where would they be without him and his ability to get fouled?
That's a good question.
16 of 17.
That's a good question. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors get beat by the San Antonio Spurs. It was one that was really hard to see coming. I didn't see it coming, but the San Antonio Spurs kept at it yesterday, and they didn't go away. And then the Warriors got caught and couldn't make a play when they needed to make a play. 888-957-9570 is the number. And once again, the Warriors, 2 more games left at Portland tomorrow, and then at home Sunday against the LA Clippers. And they head into tonight's action in 7th.
Wow.
7th.
Yikes.
And we had our guy Antonio calling in yesterday saying we're going to go to 3.
I lied. Shasky was talking championship. I was talking Western Conference Finals, so we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. And that segment was brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Are you sick of drying, chlorinated water in your home?
Scores it with a left hand. We're tied at 109. Steve Kerr calls timeout. 32.6 on the clock. Keldon Johnson with a huge basket.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Tim Roy on the call, obviously, and that was a big bucket by Keldon Johnson with 33 seconds to go. A little tough lefty half hook over Draymond Green, and then on the ensuing inbounds pass, Curry turns it over, and Draymond Green loses Keldon Johnson underneath for a layup. Draymond makes 2 foul shots on the other end after a bad Harrison Barnes foul, and then Barnes wins it with a 3-pointer at the buzzer, and the Golden State Warriors drop from 5th to 7th with that loss.
Damn,
and now just 2 games remaining, and they need help.
Yeah, and I don't like any of it. And the bottom line is they can handle their business, and if they don't get that help, then we're talking about the damn play-in. But, Steiny, I charted every play from the last 5:15 of the game. The Warriors had the lead 4 different occasions and couldn't hold on. You entered the fourth quarter up 12 against a team that was playing for nothing. And that's what bothers me, because that's what you're going to see tomorrow in Portland with all their youth and athleticism. But man, oh man, we've talked about the others. And last night, the bench got outscored 50-26, Donnie. 50-26.
Yeah, and the bench had been some, part of the Warriors game that's been positive. But, I mean, look, the Draymond Green and Steph Curry were sloppy with the ball the last 2 minutes of the game.
Man.
They were. And it's funny because Draymond got the turnover on the one that led to Champagne's 3. But the reality is the ball got knocked loose because Steph threw a bad pass to set up kind of a loose ball situation. And then Draymond made a questionable decision trying to save it and throw it into the front court, and it led to a 3-on-1 fast break. I mean, those are, we talk about this team's pedigree a lot, and rightfully so. They got 4 titles, but they also sometimes have a penchant for getting a little sloppy with a game on the line. And with all due respect, Draymond in particular turns the ball. He's been a little more casual with the ball, I think, this year than he's ever been.
But they've been able to get away with it.
Well, not last night. Not last night.
And Buddy didn't shoot it well from deep, Steiny, and up 4-10.
I mean, that's better than Pods or Moody last night.
Man, they 2 of 12 from deep.
Let's go to Billy Bones in San Francisco. What's going on, Billy Bones? How you doing, man?
Yo. Everybody saying, this is a surprise. I'm not. Because if we rewind the time to Sunday, March 30th, what was the score at San Antonio? What was the score?
They had 148. 148-112.
148 to 106. We whooped the brakes off of them. So you don't think they're going to come in and try to get back in San Francisco Chase Center? Yeah. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I think who we are really missing is Post, because he stretches the floor. You know what I'm saying? TJD, and this is why Trey Jackson Jr. is on the bench, buried on the bench, because he's playing so well, and he can shoot the 3, and he can defend and get some rebounds. So we're missing him. Believe it or not, I think that is one of the big reasons why why we lost that game, at least. You know what I mean? So going forward, we need him and the rest of them to play big. That's all I got, man.
Appreciate the call.
And they missed Post, yes, Donnie. They missed Gary Payton II, but that's not what today is about, or last night. You're 17.5-point favorites for a reason, and Post wouldn't have helped that point of attack defense that was non-existent, and that's what has me scared, Donnie. I saw Jalen Green cook Sunday, but that was the 4th game of the gauntlet, right? So there was somewhat of a pass. Nothing to see here. But to come back and do this to San Antonio or basically just get took off the dribble all night, man, I'm concerned about tomorrow.
Let's go to Aaron in San Bruno. What's going on, Aaron? How you doing? What'd you think of that game last night?
How you doing, sir? Well, I'm sorry to say this, guys, but the fix is in.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
Oh.
What I mean is, like you said, the Warriors beat the pants off San Antonio like a week and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
And now San Antonio comes here, and the Warriors got everything in the world to play for, and they botch it up at the end. And I think the spread on that was 17?
Yes.
Very interesting, don't you think?
Sure. Thanks, Aaron. Yeah. Appreciate the call. I mean,
I wish it was that, Stan. Thank you, Evan. I wish it was just that.
It was an upset.
They didn't take care of the ball. And you got aspirations to do something. I'm not saying you can't get it done. But damn it, Sonny, I thought this older team led by guys in their 30s, this was about Operation Rest. Get the top 6. And they may get it, but now we need help. And we're in the box. We were just a couple days ago talking about maybe getting the 4th seed. Having a home court advantage in the first round. Now we're in 7th. John Elway.
From the 307, there is no, with all due respect, Steiny. It was juvenile basketball last night at the end. Those passes were bad. Man. No, I agree. And I don't know what to blame it on. Is it fatigue? Is it lack of focus? Is it
But everything's
lazy?
on the line.
No.
Well, you got to. I'm gonna say.
I mean, I got to tell you. I mean, that's a young team, and they started swarming at the end, and the Warriors didn't handle it well. And I think we know that this team might have some trouble with athleticism and quickness, and I think it showed up last night, particularly late in the game.
Do you have a problem with me? And I mean what I'm saying here, Steiny, or any Warrior fan saying, after it's all said and done, I kind of feel like the Warriors deserve to lose that game.
They did. I mean, that's a game that most nights they're still going to come out and come through and win the game. And then Steve Kerr says, well, we got away with one tonight, but they weren't able to get away with it. Not last night. Let's go to Telmo. Telmo's in the city. What's up, Telmo? How you doing, my man?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Here's the thing, and people need to realize this. And if you've been watching Warriors basketball for since the championship run, you'll know this. The Warriors, it's not fatigue, it's not athleticism. The Warriors since 2014 have the 5th most turnovers in the league. The teams ahead of them are teams historically that weren't a factor. Phoenix, Utah, I think Brooklyn, Houston, which has been up and down during that time. And the common factor over that 10 or 11 seasons is Stephen Curry and Draymond Green. And as much as we love their playmaking ability, their basketball IQ, their acumen, and a lot of times they get too cute for their own good. They get too sassy. They try to make plays instead of just holding the ball, being a fundamental basketball player. They try to, because they're so used to doing the incredible, they think they can do it every time. And it's a very bad habit. It's a habit that they haven't got out of. They're not going to get out of at this point in their career. But historically, the Warriors had KD, they had Clay, they had all these other people, and they could shoot themselves out of a bad situation. They don't have that luxury now. At the end of the game, the Guru said Quentin Post wouldn't have made a difference. He wouldn't have on defense, but on that inbounds play, they could have just lobbed it up to him 10 feet high. He would have caught the ball. But my point is being that we're talking about all these other things, and I've always said it. Steph and Draymond, as good as they are, they're too careless with the ball. The problem is, at this point in their career, they're not going to change that. That is not going to go away. It's just a habit. It's the way they play. So we're just going to have to live with it. Hope it doesn't happen. Hope it doesn't happen when it comes back to bite you in the butt.
Thanks, Telmo. Appreciate the call.
And I'll say this to that point, Stoney, because I feel like what's concerning me most, and when you look at the totality of the turnovers, 12, you kind of would take that, but the bottom line is you still can get back on D and try to minimize the impact of those turnovers. And that pass from Castle to Keldon Johnson, if I'm correct, the Warriors were in a zone. And Dre and Jimmy, I don't know, I don't even want to put Jimmy in it, but they had a conversation, but that can't happen.
Yeah,
it did.
Well, and Draymond usually doesn't make that mistake. And it's so funny because when was it? About a week ago, he did that great story with Marcus Thompson where he broke down some of his plays, and there was a play that was not dissimilar from the Keldon Johnson one. And when he was describing it, he said he was aware of a guy in back, and he could recover in time. But last night he was a little too far away, and Johnson was a little too explosive, and he was able to lay it in. Probably got fouled. That wasn't called, but nevertheless, it was a bucket that really hurt the Warriors. Let's go to Caleb in Livermore. Hey, Caleb, how you doing, man?
See.
I'm back, fellas. I'm back. How y'all feeling?
A little down.
Hanging in.
Wow, man. You just killed my come on, man. It's one game, man. It's one game, Guru, man. How you going to come in here and have a sad face, man?
I don't have a sad face. I don't like to be in the play-in, Caleb. They tricked that one off last night.
No, they did. But look, the realization is in, fellas. Guess what's about to happen?
What?
The Minnesota Timberwolves are going to beat the Memphis Grizzlies today.
All right, then you're back to 6.
The Golden State Warriors are going to win the next 2 games, and Guru's worst nightmare is going to happen. It's the Warriors and Lakers in the first round of the playoffs. That's what's going to happen. I will say this, though, and I think those 4 games in 6 nights has took a lot of energy out of this Warriors team, and they're trying to get to the finish line. And who do they play? They play Portland tomorrow?
Yep, in Portland.
Yeah. I think you're going to see a Warriors team still, they're going to be great, but I think in the fourth quarter, you're going to start to again see a team that looks tired. And Draymond just looks exhausted to me.
Yeah, he did.
He looks absolutely spent, and I don't blame him. Excuse me. He's going to probably win Defensive Player of the Year. He's been amazing, but he talked about playing the 5, how exhausting it is for him. And he looks it right now. So I think it'll be different, though, against the Clippers the last game in the playoffs, because I'm assuming they're going to get there, obviously. But, man, Draymond just looks spent, man. He really does.
All right. Thanks, Caleb. Appreciate the call.
My funny bone not working today, Stoney.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an excuse, but I actually agree with Caleb. I think they put so much stock into those 4 games that there's been a letdown after the Rockets game.
But you can't afford that if you're into the seeding. Everybody has a story.
There's a real. It's possible that they just don't have anything left. And they're trying, and maybe they're fatigued.
And I have no qualms with what Kerr did, Steiny. You look at the minutes played. Jimmy Butler played the whole 4th, total of 38 minutes. The Chef 37. He brought Steph Curry back in the 4th with 9:06 left to let you know the importance of that one.
Yep.
And if Caleb is on to something, because I saw Dre, he was tired, and I get it. He's been banging, going up against guys left and right for this past week or 2. But the bottom line, Steiny, is when you say, and I hope you're wrong, because now you got me thinking, how do you avoid and get more rest is you avoid the play-in. And losing like in the fashion that they did last night, being your own worst enemy, that doesn't get you any more rest. You might have to go out and play sooner than you thought.
Yeah. Might have to play next Tuesday.
Oh.
We'll have to let it play out. Yeah. But if you're a Warrior fan, root for Minnesota tonight. Root for Minnesota to beat Memphis, because that puts the Warriors ahead of Memphis and back up into the playoffs.
All right.
Let's go to Eric's in Lake Shasta. Hey, Eric, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, fellas, thanks for the opportunity to talk, and thank you for the show. You guys are great.
Oh, thank you.
I got a hangover from the Dubs game, and a couple things that just stick out. Turnovers are going to happen, and you guys are right. They look tired. Draymond has 12 ice packs on his knees. He sat for extended time in the 4th quarter. But what I really get to is if you notice what Chris Paul was doing to Brandon Podziemski last night, and he seemed to be in his ear all night and kind of just talking and getting in his head. I don't know if you noticed.
I did.
We saw it. Made a difference.
Yeah.
And usually BP's pretty good, but it just looked like I mean, at one point, the ref looked like he was going to tee up or at least talk to Chris Paul because it was just getting so intense. But anyway, I just hope they can make the playoffs. It looks like a play-in, but thank you for the opportunity to talk.
Absolutely. Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. Beautiful country up there, Lake Shasta.
Lake Shasta?
Yeah. Absolutely.
6 hours from us.
My man. You got it.
Oh, that made you smile.
Sorry, that was a deep cut.
It's Funny Bone is back.
It's only Guru's second smile in the last 12 hours.
You're welcome.
That one, and then, of course,
Dude, I can't believe they lost,
the Lakers
man.
win last night.
Dude, how did they lose that?
I'll tell you how they lost.
No, seriously,
I'll
man.
tell you how they lost. You're not going to want to hear it.
All right.
It was their 6th game in 9 days. And they're an older team relying on 37, 36, 35. And it was their 6th game in 9 days. And they got beat by a younger team.
Now that they did. But I guess what's eating at me, Steiny, what's in my craw is the ramifications are now you can't get what we hope you need, which is REST.
You don't get to win games just because you try. You don't get to win games just because you try if you're the Warriors. You're not, it's not 2017.
But you're up 12. And all the people that are calling and Draymond was spent. I saw it, Steiny. But damn, man,
so
you're
what do
up 12 in the 4. You execute.
Well, it's harder to execute when you're tired.
He's too old.
Watch him call today. Hadn't heard from him in months.
What's he going to
I don't know, man. We'll be watching tonight like it's a playoff game. And I hate that we're here now. We're talking about help.
Yeah. Jimmy Butler found a way to squeeze off 8 shots last night.
That dude's incredible getting to the line.
He is a weirdo.
Tell him what you text Divine. Not Jimmy Buckets.
Jimmy free throws.
That's a 5. No doubt. And Evan, real quick, what's his career high in free throw?
62.
It's almost 30.
He was 58 for 62 one game.
Yeah, he wasn't even close last night.
I'll tell you what.
He had a conversation with Dre because that was on Dre when Keldon Johnson got loose down there. And because they respect each other so much, Steiny, it wasn't nothing more than a conversation. But Jimmy took out his mouthpiece like, bruh, that can't happen.
He listened to Buddy Hield only at the free throw line.
I saw another clip of Buddy after the game while Jimmy was getting interviewed. And I know they got this little thing going on where shtick, but he was talking about Jimmy said, I'm not Pods. Because you heard
Butler was doing an interview after the Phoenix game.
Oh, my gosh, Sonny.
And Buddy was yelling, shoot the ball, Jimmy.
Yes.
Shoot the ball, Jimmy.
And Jimmy goes, I'm not Pods. Like, why did Pods catch a stray? Like, there's truth in shtick, too, sometimes, Sonny.
Yeah. David's in New Orleans.
Uh-oh.
Hey, David, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey,
not last night, man.
I don't feel so bad about it. I just think it's cumulative fatigue. They've been playing playoff games for weeks, man. And so I just think it was just one of them nights where a young team came in there, and Chris Paul is familiar with the players in the locker room. He was the brains, they was the body, and they just got us, because turnover-wise, Steph had 1 turnover, and Jimmy had 1 turnover. Draymond had a couple, he had a few, but I don't even think the turnovers was as much of an issue as it was just fatigue and missing posts and Garrett Payton combined together, because you lose a little bit of athleticism and perimeter defense, and you also lose size and shooting. So it was just a storm that came together, and it caught them slipping, man. Because Jimmy and Steph didn't. Production wise, you're getting 30 from Steph, you're shooting 50% from the field. Jimmy at the free throw line, he's giving you almost 30. Production wise, it was there. I just think that just overall, man, we was missing Peyton post, and it just caught up with us at the end of the day, man. It was just one of those nights.
Yeah,
we'll get back. We'll be back. We'll get back on it. I'm not too worried.
All right, thanks, David. But they may have to come at it from a play-in situation.
And had they lost this game and they were still sitting at 6, Donnie, I'm okay. I'm cool. But you come at me all the time like a blitzing linebacker when I say who wasn't available. And I'm sorry, they could have used bodies with Post and GP2, but the bottom line is if you guys are all right and fatigue makes cowardice of all men, the bottom line is you were up 12 going into the fourth at home.
They couldn't hold on. They were too tired. They couldn't make it to the finish line.
Well, where was Kaminga and Pods and Moody, the youth and Guy Santos? We hadn't talked about him. Not his best game. I'm not saying he lost him the game, but that's where I thought this blend, like a nice haircut, was going to rear its head. And up 12 in the fourth to have your OGs kind of throw it away at the end. Man.
I mean, it's funny because, we talked about Pajemski yesterday and how well he's been playing.
We did, man.
And he has been playing well. But what else did I say? It's like he's a second-year player. He's gonna have bad games. But he's had a lot more good games than bad games. Yeah. But last night he didn't play well, and Moody didn't play well. And
they both weren't part of the turnovers, though. I guess that's what's bugging me. Those were by the leaders.
Exactly. And
Jimmy only got stripped.
They only had 10 turnovers, but 3 of them were in the last 2+ minutes.
Man.
And that's what's going to get you beat. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors lose a killer of a game last night, 114-111 to the San Antonio Spurs, and they fell from 5 to 7 with that loss. Oh. And now they have 2 games at Portland and at home against the Clippers.
Hottest team in the league.
They're going to need to go 2-0 and get a little bit of help to avoid that play-in. But right now, they would be in the play-in. And they would be playing the Minnesota Timberwolves in the 7-8 game for the right to play the Houston Rockets.
Who are young thoroughbreds. And I heard a couple callers talking to Spadoni and Shasky this morning, basically saying, you know what, no harm, no foul if somehow we end up at 7th. And after that Sunday game, regardless of, the gauntlet, the fatigue, I mean, Houston right now, if you're right, Steiny, that they're gassed, the Warriors, and they're tired, I mean, that would be a nightmare to me just from an athletic standpoint, facing the Rockets, and now the Rockets are confident.
415, stop using fatigue as an excuse. Why is fatigue only a problem when they lose? Playing basketball for 35 minutes 3 nights a week is so draining. These guys really work hard. Not. Well, like I said, and I get it, some fans are never going to, give pro athletes a break, but it was their 6th game in 9 nights, and they're an older team. And I think that's what we saw last night, the last 2 or 3 minutes. And they're going to have to figure out a way to fight through all this, because if they're going to have a lot more of these games if they're able to win some playoff games.
Man, they went up 103-99, Steiny, and I'm thinking, okay, they're going to close this out and nothing to see here, and they couldn't get stops.
Nope. 888-957-9570 is the number. Gut punch last night for the Warriors. No other way to put it. Surprising loss to the San Antonio Spurs. And,
man, surprising.
Before we bring up Post and Peyton, let's also make it clear that they didn't have Wembanyama or De'Aaron Fox. So Both teams were missing guys. No excuse, and the Golden State Warriors now are sitting at 7. 888-957-9570 is the number. Any silver lining in that game last night? Any silver lining? 888-957-9570, or did last night's game maybe provide you with a dose of reality that maybe we were getting ahead of ourselves with this team? Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Get away.
Curry bounced pass to Butler, who fumbled it, stole it. Harrison Barnes took it away. A turnover off the inbounds. That's the worst possible situation. Castle now off the screen gets Curry. They spread out to give Castle room to drive. 17 seconds left, 9 on the shot clock. Fades to his right, dribbles, passing low, wide open. Keldon Johnson scores a layup. No foul call.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty, Warriors lose 114-111 to the San Antonio Spurs. And I think we can say that the feel-good feeling from those 4 games is probably evaporated now.
Oh, man.
And the Warriors, they are in the play-in as of right now. They have 2 games remaining. They need help, and they need to win both games. That's what needs to happen for the Warriors to get out of the 7th spot and into a top 6 play position where they would have a first-round series guaranteed. But right now, if the playoffs or the postseason, rather, were to start today, the Golden State Warriors would be hosting the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Which is not easy.
For the 7 seed and the right to play Houston. Maybe that's the silver lining. Who knows?
Rockets coming out to play. Dre, they just left here with a dub. I'll say this, Donnie, because I'm reading the chat and the text line, trying to get through it. I have no problem with how Coach Kerr coached last night. I loved that Curry came back in at the 9-minute mark. He was letting you know Jimmy playing the whole 4. So, I mean, again, I know he doesn't shoot, pass, or rebound, but I have no qualms with what Coach Kerr did from a coaching standpoint. Stop that.
We've got a question for you on the text line.
Oh, for me?
Yeah.
Okay.
They want to know if today are Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler, are they allowed to play dominoes today?
Oh, no. It's just get rest.
No.
Yeah, Dre was talking about they didn't play with grit.
Didn't happen in the fourth quarter. It happened in the second quarter. End of the first quarter, second quarter, we just started giving up straight line drives. They found a rhythm.
He sounds tired.
That's when it happened.
Wow.
We found a way to get the lead back, but we never don't mess around with games. Mess around with games in this league, you lose. So that's what happened.
Wow.
Losing his voice.
No, he's tired.
He sounded despondent.
And I'll say this to Dre, who knows basketball way more than your boy. Dre, with all that said, partner, you guys got to lead up to 12 going into the last 12 minutes.
That's not a
so
big...
So it was lost in the second quarter.
Yeah. 12-point lead's not the biggest margin to overcome in the NBA these days with the threes.
But when you turn it over...
Well, and when you're not making threes and you keep hoisting them.
Well...
You know, that's another sign. Like, this is I disagree. Our good friend Greg in San Francisco...
What's he saying?
If Golden State's so tired, how'd they manage to shoot 48 threes? That's what you do when you're tired. Wow. You take threes because they're the easy way out, and you're hoping to get 3 points without really having to pay the price for it. When you're tired, 3-point shots get easier to take, and drives to the basket get harder to make.
I'm going to say this because I don't want to say it's a staple of the show, but he's a player on the team, and I'm not blaming the loss on any sole Golden State Warrior, Stoney, but the fact that if fatigue is a part of this from your OGs, this to me is when I want Jonathan Kuminga to step up. Yeah, he had 12 points, but again, he got stripped trying to do his thing. It happened against Houston. And Stoney, this is almost the 3rd or 4th game to where Coach Kerr is sending a subliminal message to me where if you look at the minute totality for Kuminga, he's not becoming an option when it's the time for him to shine.
When is the time for him to shine? I don't know if it's the
when
last
older
3 minutes
guys
of
may be gassed, we can rely on your gifts, which are athleticism.
But I felt like the Warriors' fatigue showed up in the last 4 minutes. So are you really asking for Kuminga to play for one of the 3? He's not going to come in for... See, this is going to be the issue. I mean, late in the game, you're not going to go away from Butler or Draymond, even if they're struggling.
Well, I guess that's my point. You got to earn that. And he's not earning that before late in the game, Stoney.
I mean...
Not blaming Kuminga at all, but I'm not going to ignore the fact that this is what I had envisioned where we could lean on you.
Yeah, I've never really felt that's in their best interest to lean on Kuminga. He was fine last night. He didn't cost them the game. The bigger issue with Kuminga is not playing good one night, playing bad the next, or whatever. It's I'm seeing a harder and harder on ramp to playing time.
Wow, man.
I just am. And he just doesn't, and I'm not blaming Kuminga, but he's not integrated the right way right now. And you can blame Kerr, you can blame Kuminga, you can blame his teammates, whoever you want, but the reality is that he just looks out of place since he came back from his injury, and now there's 2 games left, and they're important games, and then you go to the play-in or the playoffs, and I think it's asking a lot now to hope that Kuminga still has a shot at a consistent role on this team, game in and game out.
All right, I'll give you that, and I'll say this to that. Moses Moody Steiny, who's been I think he's had a stellar season. He's turned into Dr. J. He's dunking every game on somebody, but all of a sudden his shooting has evaporated. Where are you at with him? And you used to shoot it, so they say, D3, but Steiny, how concerned are you going into the playoffs? Because he's young. But if he doesn't shoot or he continues on this spell, then we're really in trouble.
Who are we talking about
Moses
here?
Moody.
Yeah.
Last 13 games under 30% from deep.
Yeah, he seems to have lost a little bit of his confidence. Brian Banks on the YouTube chat, Kuminga killed the fourth quarter momentum in a critical uphill battle of a game. Come on, Steiny, you're smarter than that. Yeah, I mean, it's just tough to get on Kuminga when in the last 2 minutes of the game, your stars threw the game away almost literally.
Yeah. And he wasn't in there. My whole point was just talking about Kuminga real quick, Steiny, is to be in there, the things that led up into that point, or, I don't want to say he's failing, but I don't think he's winning the trust over with Kerr.
Yeah, and I mean, Kuminga wasn't as bad as Moody or Podziemski probably last night. Right. So the reality of the situation is Butler and Curry were really good until the end. And even Butler was pretty good at the end. He just got stripped that one time. But, Draymond cost him, and they didn't get anything out of the young guys.
And San Antonio gave you a gift on the foul of Harrison Barnes because that possession was headed nowhere.
Yeah, I'm surprised he made them both, tell you the truth.
Yeah, Barnes probably thought that was a smart foul.
I didn't think it was the worst foul ever.
That's interesting. What? Wow.
I mean, it wasn't not a good foul.
But you missed one. It was a good foul.
Yeah, I mean, Draymond just buried them both. Yeah, got to give him credit for that. Yeah. Let's go to Roe. Roe's in Oakland. Our man Roe from the Emeryville Public Market. What's up, Roe?
What's going on, gents? Top of the morning, fellas.
Same to you.
It's just crazy how one day, a difference of one day. Yesterday, we on cloud 9. Today, we down in the dumps, man. So this one definitely hurts. Like, I'm with you, Goo, man. We need that help. You never want to rely on needing help, man. We want to stabilize that 6 spot, but we fell short, man. You can't turn the ball over, man. You can't take these teams for granted. It just give you those Utah, Brooklyn vibes, these little games that come back and bite us in the butt, you know what I mean? Those games, those losing by 7, 8, just bonehead stuff. Now, like a team like the Rockets, they came and they just handed their hats to us. I could respect that. Denver, same thing. But these type of games is killing us, and we see it right now. What you think about this?
They've lost a couple. They've lost a few like this, but it was before Jimmy Butler. The other thing is we're talking a lot about the turnovers, but the reality also is you gave up 38 points in the fourth quarter.
And that's what
So your defense was very, very porous in the most important quarter. And I don't know. You know that the perception is that I harp on it, but I mean, I just saw a young team playing a back-to-back and an older team playing a back-to-back, and the younger team kept coming, and then it got to the last 3 minutes of the game, and you have to respect the quickness, the length, the athleticism, and how hard the Spurs were playing. The thing I'm worried about with the Warriors is sometimes I feel like other teams can sense when they're bogging down, and I've never seen defenses feel as confident defending the Warriors as they sometimes have this year.
Yeah.
Like, I think teams think that if push comes to shove, they can hold the Warriors down for a stretch. And last night, the Warriors weren't able to hold San Antonio down in the fourth quarter. Let's see. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Here's a little more Draymond Green.
How much of a weight is it on you guys to make sure everyone else is ready for the next two games, including, of course, you three?
Yeah, definitely got to make sure people are ready to play, but we are professionals, and you know what's at stake. You got to come in ready to go.
And when you say mess around, do you think there was a lack of focus for this? Like,
There's a lack of grit. Sometimes it don't take focus. Sometimes it takes grit. There's a lack of that.
Is that stunning to you that it would happen in this moment, this late in the season with this much on the line?
It's upsetting. I wouldn't say stunning. It's upsetting.
All right, that's Draymond Green talking about the loss last night.
Man, Steiny.
When was the last time you heard him sound that low?
I can't remember.
Like, even after playoff losses, he's upbeat.
Maybe he was so mad at himself for losing Johnson, and that's just one play, guys. But Evan, that was despondent.
He sounded helpless.
I mean, he kind of cost him the game. So he probably is feeling. He's probably feeling awful about it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a game like that where if you're Draymond Green, you realize if you would have made one more play, you win the game.
Or one less turnover.
Exactly. Let's go to Phil in Oakland.
Phil.
Hey, Phil, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, thank you. And I hope this point hasn't been made to death, but, the Warriors went through a gauntlet, and we're on the back end of a back-to-back. And then we play, the old guys, all 5 minutes or so, and at the end they ran out of gas. It was obvious they were tired, and turnovers resulted. Santos played just a couple of minutes. Kuminga played less than 20. How's the bench going to score when they're on the bench?
All right, thanks for the call, Phil, and I hope your car gets washed. Fella using a car wash.
Yeah,
Calling on a motorcycle.
Man, that's if he was on the moon. Steiny, how can Jimmy Butler, who I thought was just incredible, getting to the free throw line 17 times, making 16, 5 of 8 from the field, 28 points, but be a team high -9 in the plus minus? Is that when the plus minus needs to, that's where you say, you know what? It doesn't capture everything.
It always is just a partial picture. I feel like. I mean, I know Butler had 28 and he got to the line 17 times. I thought he was okay. Thought he was pretty good, I guess. I didn't think he was great, but he got him points when they needed points. Yeah. The other thing that I'd be a little concerned about is, the last caller just said it was obvious we were tired. I actually do think when you're fatigued, that's when you make turnovers, because you lose a little mental focus, and because you're fatigued, you just the pass isn't as crisp, and I think we saw that on the inbounds. Draymond Green threw a ball on the wing that was just covered, and he just kind of threw it and assumed that it was going to get caught by his guy, and the next thing you know it was deflected, and now there's a loose ball situation. But the other thing about the fatigue, if we're acknowledging they were fatigued, and I'm the one who said it's 6 games in 9 nights, so you have to take that into consideration. But the other thing is, last night, or I should say 2 nights ago against Phoenix,
that's what I was just about to bring it up. Well,
nobody played a lot. Nobody played more than 22 minutes that night. So it wasn't as though Curry, Draymond, and Butler were playing 36 minutes on back-to-back nights. They won by 40 the previous night and purposefully got all their guys rest.
Yeah. I didn't like the defense. I'm not saying they weren't trying, and I hope they feel like they could have did more. But Stoney, I think they lost this on the defensive end. It was not pretty. And Guy Castle, and I keep going, Johnson, they were getting by Pods and everybody. Like, they were getting what they wanted.
Yep, they did last night. 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, the last caller summed it up. The difference a day makes. We were coming in here yesterday feeling like 4 was within reach.
Oh,
was
man.
3 even on the table. 3's not on the table anymore, and 4 is probably off the table. Now you got to try to climb back up into the 6th spot to avoid the play-in. 888-957-9570 is the number. What did you guys see last night, Warrior fans? Did you see a tired team late? And if you did see a tired team late, how does that make you feel about going into the playoffs, knowing that the games come every other night, after the first game or 2 of a series? And this is something that they're going to have to fight through, and fight through multiple times if they want to advance.
It's kind of funny you say that, because I was just about to say, when have we ever seen in the Kerr regime, a playoff Golden State Warrior team be a victim of fatigue? But you go back to 2023 where they lost to the Lakers, saying they spent everything against Sac, and that's why they lost before the ball was even tipped. I kind of like, but I guess we have kind of seen it if that's where you want to hang your hat.
Yeah, let's go to Xavier in Oakland. Hey, Xavier, how you doing?
What up, fellas? What up, Drew? What up, Steiny?
Hey.
I'm calling back again. All right, so I got a mouthful here. You buckle up. No, I did not see a tired team, first off. Twice we've had to lead, both times. Then Kerr put that starting 2 guard in, and he shoots the Spurs back in the game. I know y'all saw it because I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Okay?
Who, Pods?
I want Moody to take... Yeah, I ain't going to say his name because he ain't earning it here. No nickname, nothing. I'm going to say something about that later, but wait, let's just hold that thought, okay? I want Moody taking his shots, not being hesitant. It looks like someone's in his ear telling him not to shoot. I don't know why. He's open. Draymond got him. He'll about to shoot and pump it. I don't know if it's the parlays, if he's betting overs, unders. I don't know, but he needs to shoot. We don't care, Moody. Keep shooting that thing. You are a point of A. You are a POA. Keep shooting that thing. I know his legs might be tired, so granted he's missing. He's on a slump. Cool, but he's still our POA. Okay, boom. That's another take. Another take is I'm just tired of not seeing JK play. Okay? I'm just tired of it, bro. I'm tired of it. Get him back in the flow of things. He should be the starting 2 guard. I'm just so tired of not seeing JK play, bro. He has no rhythm. He has no nothing. Okay? And then boom. Kerr has had a sweet spot for the current starting 2 guard that plays no defense. I'm glad Gru said it, and I'm gonna keep saying it. He plays no defense. Teams salivate when they see this guy on the floor. They attack him so much. When in the playoffs, if we make the playoffs, he's going to get exposed. Okay? Teams, exactly. They have no threat. We have no threat. And Dre did not cost us the game. Curry ain't cost us the game. And Jimmy did not cost us the game, dog.
Who cost?
It wasn't them, bro. They didn't look tired. Who cost us?
Yeah.
The dude, the starting 2 guard.
You said his name. You said his name.
That's not fair.
I don't care. The starting 2 guard cost us the game, bro. I'm starting a conspiracy right now. I've been saying it on Twitter all year.
All right.
Now,
No.
yeah, right. Come on, Bochy. Tell him. I'm going to say this about Moody. I have come in, even when the ball doesn't go in, Steiny, and I've said my favorite saying. I know you guys are like, what is it?
Tomorrow's not promised?
No, that's 3. He has the guts of a cat burglar because he will shoot. And I've noticed some hesitation from him. And I'm just trying to go Dr. Phil. Since Pods has been hot, I don't know if that's done something to Moody, subconsciously, but I'm guessing here, but I have noticed him. He had one he could have let go yesterday. He passed it to Pods, and I'm just like, that's not the Moody we have seen over the last 20 or so games.
He was 1 for 7.
Shoot.
He's not a shooter.
He took more shots than Pods.
He almost took as many as Jimmy.
He took more than Jimmy.
Did he? Well, that's right. He was 3 for 11.
Right, but I guess, Evan, my point is, I don't care about the number. When you get the ball, just let it fly. And I feel like he's a bit reluctant. That's all. And the numbers are back. I mean, it's not pretty when he's shooting them here lately, but I hadn't, I think there's something to him being reluctant to let it fly like he'd been.
I look at, and I know Pods has been shooting the hell out of it.
Yes, he has.
But I still think Pods and Moody are streaky. I think they're streaky three-point shooters. And that's kind of what I mean when it comes to Steph Curry. If Steph goes 5 for 14, that puts a lot of pressure on the other guys to make threes. And last night, they did not make enough of them. But
Jimmy made 2.
The bright side is, a lot of the times Curry's going to go 5 for 11 or 6 for 11. And again, then that takes a little bit of the pressure off Moody and Podziemski and anybody else who's shooting threes.
Yeah. I should know this, but Steiny, if I had to ask you or Evan, how many corner threes did the Spurs get just from swinging the ball? My goodness.
You okay, Goo?
Yeah, I just had to sneeze.
Yeah, God bless you.
Thank you, Evan.
Do you want to finish your point, or do you want?
No, they say when you sneeze 3 times, you know what that means.
No, what?
Somebody's thinking about you.
Was that 3 or 2?
Well, 2. Oh boy, yeah, I was one short. Oh man,
2. Yeah, and real quick, I heard the last caller, and
boy,
I don't know.
He hated yesterday's show.
I don't know about playing Jonathan Kuminga at 2.
He's got to earn his time out there, and that's what I would just tell. I was getting blown up. Oh, he's doing this to JK's got to take it, man.
Yeah, I don't. It's getting awfully late in the game.
Yeah,
for Jonathan
you ain't
Kuminga,
there, man.
It's getting late in the game for Jonathan, and the games are not getting any less important. That's true. Go ahead.
It feels tough because he can have a game like he did against the Lakers, which he was awesome. But then he can also have a couple stinkers. It's difficult to know what you're going to get from him on a night-to-night basis.
I think that scares the coach.
I think it does too.
Yeah, I think it does. Man. And the reason that, what's Kuminga's role on this team right now? It feels to me like it's simply, we're going to play him at his normal time, 7 minutes into the first quarter, and I don't know. It just feels like he's out there.
But he's so unique, and he's only they don't have a surplus of what he brings. Like, physically, I think he's a mismatch, Steiny.
I don't think he is.
Well, he's playing like he's not right now, and that's not boding well for the team. But when you say his role, I feel like they give him the license to be who you are, and now, since he's come back, Steiny, he's arguing with the ref when he misses, looking for a foul, and he didn't do that a while back.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors get beat last night by the Spurs, and it was a big, big loss. And it takes some of the wind out of this team's sails, no doubt about it. Now, they still got 2 games left, and if they win both, they can climb back up into the playoffs. Right now, they're at 7. And
I want no part of the Rockets.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling about that loss? Is it just one loss by a fatigued team that needs to regroup a little bit, or do you see signs of trouble with that loss last night? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice?
I went down to Palo Alto and played golf at 6:30.
Oh, you were up with the chickens.
I owe Curry nothing.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy.
I can't. You got to throw to me. Well, let him throw it to you, Goo. I can't believe we're 7th. This thing was headed to Brett Favre 4, and we're 7th, and you're smart. Like, this is. We truly, if they're gassed, we can lose tomorrow to Portland.
Of course. But you can beat them also.
But what happened to the days of Warriors in the front of our jersey? We show up, it's over. That was supposed to happen the last night. Spurs were down 12. They were supposed to quit, and we didn't do it.
Why would you expect a young team to quit?
Because they have nothing to play for.
Oh, Chris Paul had him playing. Chris Paul the second.
Hey, he quietly was good. And him and Pods had something going on. But Pods retired the celebration. You do that when you're up 148-106. You don't do it in a game that's not over yet. And the bench was laughing.
But there was a shot last night, I think. Didn't Curry have a shot in the corner or was it last night? Took a shot and he did the spin around again. Yeah. It's okay when Curry's got his little ritual. But Pods, he can't have one? Is that what you're saying?
Not yet.
He's got to stop.
It's a beautiful.
Thank you were in the building.
It's a beautiful hesitation move.
The D-cell needs to be canceled.
No doubt, Snotty. Come on, man. It's just not yet, young fella.
All right. Yeah. Let's go to.
Also, if that's your only celebration,
the D-cell. It's a great move.
What by the way. Does he put his hand in his head in his hands?
He just mimicks the move that he just did. He's like a sloth.
And Fitz was like, it's something from the Karate Kid. Ralph Macchio, whatever his name is. Cobra Kai. That one really, I'll never understand. Yeah, that's like the deer. What's your favorite animal? I don't get why that's funny.
Because you want to hear more Draymond?
Yeah, give it to.
Let's see if we can hear.
He's tired.
There's still, I mean, regardless of the significance of this loss, there's still some clear paths for y'all to, get out of the play-in. Even if you were to be in the play-in, obviously you'd be on the better side of that. I mean, how I guess optimistic are you still even after a night like tonight?
Like I told you last night, I don't sit and look at the standings and wish for other teams to lose. You take care of what you're supposed to take care of, everything else take care of itself. So I don't sit and build myself up with optimism. Want to be a winner, go win the game.
Now, play that again real fast?
Yeah. Wow, man.
I am going to play that again. By the way, 888-957-9570. The question's being posed by Anthony Slater of The Athletic.
There's still, I mean, regardless of the significance of this loss, there's still some clear paths for y'all to, get out of the play-in. Even if you were to be in the play-in, obviously you'd be on the better side of that. I mean, how I guess optimistic are you still even after a night like tonight?
Like I told you last night, I don't sit and look at the standings and wish for other teams to lose. You take care of what you're supposed to take care of, everything else take care of itself. So I don't sit and build myself up with optimism. Want to be a winner, go win the game.
He just committed another turnover. That was a 5-second violation.
And those were 10 crickets. I want to say this to you guys. I'm going Dr. Phil. I'm not saying it is, but I haven't heard that Draymond, I don't think ever. And Steiny, he didn't have his best defensive game. But that sounds like a guy that may think that his defense, there's no Band-Aid for what Houston did and for what a young San Antonio Spurs team did. I know I'm reaching bad defense, but that sounds like a guy that is concerned that maybe they are gassed. I'm hoping I'm wrong.
Well, wow. They look tired. And I'll tell you what, he sounds tired. There's just no doubt about it. Let's go to one of my favorite places.
The Yoon.
Arcata. Austin and Arcata. That's up near Ferndale.
Ferndale.
Yep. It's up near Humboldt. How you doing, Austin? What's going on?
Absolutely. I love Ferndale. It's the gateway to the Lost Coast.
Yes, sir. Logging country.
Yeah, it's gorgeous up there. Anyway, what I wanted to say is to you guys' point about the Moses Moody hesitation.
Yes.
And it seems like Jonathan Kuminga, you mentioned, it doesn't seem like you know what his role is.
Right.
Well, to me, the other night, that audio that was played with Steve Kerr telling Buddy Hield, let me reintroduce you to Steph Curry, the best shooter in the world, to try to fight. Like, to me, when you start saying stuff like that, you're and other young players hear that, you're kind of not. It's psychological. Now you're telling them to keep looking for Steph Curry constantly.
Wow.
And it creates hesitation.
What did you make? That's wow.
Thanks, Austin. Appreciate the call.
What did you make of that? Like, we're hearing this stuff, Buddy, and I never thought of that.
Kind of thought it was funny, but it obviously had a shred of truth in it. I do feel like Buddy gets the brunt of stuff like this. Please, Steiny, from the 650, I'm begging you, please address the deficiencies of Buddy. Who do you think Steph was talking about post-game when he was talking about the defense? I mean,
Pods was not good.
You can't single anybody out last night for defense. Yeah. And you know who? And the guy you can't really single out is Draymond. I mean, Draymond lost his man. He just totally lost his man.
Wow. And a tight game.
Lost sight of him, and we never see that from Draymond.
And then, real quick, Keldon, KJ gave him that the old Moses Malone right, left, and then the left hook, Stotty, the baby hook.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let's go to John in San Francisco. Hey, John. How's it going, man?
Good. How are you guys? Big fan of the show.
Oh, thanks.
I gotta have a proposal here. So Jimmy and Steph are clearly our dynamic duo right now at the Warriors. Do you guys feel like Jimmy is just not shooting the ball enough and passing it too much to Steph? I mean, Steph is the star of the show, but I don't know if it's Jimmy out of his prime or he just doesn't want to shoot, can't make shots, wants to pass to Steph all the time. What are your thoughts on that?
Well,
yes.
I'm going to do some math, though, Steiny and Evan. 17 free throws equates to what? At least 8 field goal attempts to me. So, yeah, he had 8 field goal attempts, but we got to add another 8 on because to get fouled, you got to be attempting to go to the basket.
And we can do that.
All right.
But the reality is the caller's clearly onto something. Look, we've been watching Jimmy Butler now play for almost 30 games.
7 assists last night.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he'll fill up a box score. There's no doubt about it. But the number, I don't think there's anybody out there who wasn't familiar with Butler's game and isn't a little bit surprised by how deliberate he is on offense. Right. Now, there's no way he was this deliberate in Miami because he was their best player. But he is very deliberate. And the idea that they want him to be more aggressive or the fans want him to be more, I mean, that's an open book. I mean, hell, we heard it the other night. Buddy Hield saying, shoot the ball, Jimmy. So it's an issue.
Do you guys think that he played any differently last night? Because honestly, I didn't really notice it up until probably the fourth quarter when he had to get aggressive. Like, I don't think he really approached last night's game any differently than he has in the games that we've wanted him to shoot more.
I don't either. I think he's been pretty damn consistent in his play.
Well, Evan, let me ask you this, and I mean this. When he's getting fouled, how are you processing that? Because that, to me, is Jimmy being aggressive.
Well, what stood out to me last night and what has stood out to me is, like, look how many times he drives baseline and just throws the ball out.
No, it's too much for me.
Like, every time he drives baseline, he has no intention of taking that shot unless he thinks he's going to get fouled. And that's been consistent from day one.
It has.
Wow.
It has. He doesn't try to finish as much as.
And if I'm the defense, I'm saying thanks. Finished. I would want that, Stoney. Thanks.
But Slater was talking. Maybe he's lost a little of his explosion. I don't know. Let's go to Noah in San Francisco. Hey, Noah, how you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm good. Big fan of the show.
Thank you.
Just wanted to ask, I think this team, I think it's in a decent spot. We're looking better with Jimmy. Team's got a lot of failings, a lot of turnovers, but I want to hear from you guys, kind of what are the concrete things we want to see from the team, from Kerr, to get us where we want to go in these next few weeks?
I mean, they got to go.
Well, the point of attack defense is real. You can't change who you are. So, I'm sitting up here talking about I don't SGA, they're young or whatever. We saw what he did in a half here in Golden State. It was a regular season, but the paint was like, I don't believe San Antonio was on lock last night. And they're a young team. And, they got some athletes, but at the end of the day, I'm getting scared more than the three-point shooting. I'm getting scared of us stopping teams that got guys that can create their own shot. And we're going to see that tomorrow, and we're going to see that Sunday. And then whoever you draw in the first round, like, if I said I feel like the Warriors' defense is slipping a bit, what would you say to me right now?
I'd say probably one of the reasons is because they don't have Gary Payton II. Mm-hmm. Like he's their best
that's optimism
on-ball defender.
Okay, that's optimism because he'll come back.
He's pretty good at staying between his man and the basket.
All right.
So they were probably missing their best point of attack defender last night. Now, how much is that worth? It's certainly better than nothing. But again, Gary, how reliable? How much can you rely on Gary Payton II? He gets banged up a lot.
This is Austin in San Jose. I want you to respond, Stoney. Just saying we got to stop selling the fans on these okay players being potential stars. I know what stars look like, and we don't have them. Talking about the youngsters. Like yesterday, we gave Pods love that he deserved. Nobody said he was an all-star. I'm not robbing him of that either. But we all call it like we see him. That was a bad game.
No, I mean,
from him and others.
What Austin means is, we like Kuminga and we like Podziemski. We like Moody, but look at the Houston Rockets. I mean, they like Şengün. He's 22. They like Jalen Green. He's 22. They like Jabari Smith. He's 22.
Oh, man.
They like Amin Thompson. He's 22. Let's go to Dennis in San Francisco. Hey, Dennis. How you doing?
Good, guys. How's it going today?
Going well, thank you.
Yeah, like I've talked to you guys before, the one thing the Warriors have no cure for is their age. And we're the only team in the league that's playing a 6'6" guy at center. And he's worn out because Kerr's got him wore out. And, as far as Kuminga goes, since he's come back, I've been rooting for Kuminga and Moody, and I've told you guys this before. If I was their agents, I'd tell them to get me the hell out of here because that guy doesn't know how to play him. But anyway, they should be a lot further along than they are, and I blame that on Kerr. But anyway, Kuminga, he comes in last night. He only plays 18 minutes. He was 1 for 2 from the three-point line in the first half. He came in, he scored. It looks like he's just out there, giving Jimmy a rest, and they don't want him to do anything else. They just want him to play defense. Here's the guy averages 16 a game when they allow him to play. He averages 16 a game in 25 minutes. Wow. And they don't play, they don't go to him, and they don't go to him, and they have no plays for him. And the guy's got the most. He can go to the hoop better than anybody on that team. And with maybe with the exception of Jimmy, but they're not playing him, and he looks like he's got no role there. I'm sure he'll be gone in the summer, and then we're going to be stuck with these old guys, and we're going to have the basketball we had, the mediocre basketball we had in the middle of the season for a long time. That's what we're going to end up with. Because they have allowed this roster to get old. Just like I said, the downfall of San Antonio Spurs, and look at them. They've been trying forever to rebuild, and because they let that roster get old. They let Parker, Duncan, and Ginobili get old, and when they go to the playoffs, they weren't able to keep up. And that's exactly what's going to happen to us. We're going to go to the playoffs. We're not going to be able to keep up. We're going to get beat. And hopefully they make it to the 6. But, you know, they can only do so much. You know, Draymond's worn out. You can't play a 6'6" guy at center every night and not expect him to get worn out.
Yeah.
That's the way I feel about it, guys.
Good stuff, Dennis. And you make a lot of good points. And
because Dre's been anchoring that for a minute, Stoney, that 5, and they tried to avoid that. But you think that's got something to do with it? Or obviously,
what's that?
Dre being tired from banging, of course, doing this great run.
Of course. Like Steve Kerr's talked about that forever. He's got to be real careful with how much he plays Draymond against, other teams' big front lines at 5. This is from the 415. Steiny, all those young guys on the other teams have been given a consistent role and an opportunity to become more consistent players. Can't say the same about our young guys, and I don't think that's on them. I don't think it's all on them. I think it's on the situation that they came into. And whether we like it or not, the Golden State Warriors doubled down with Steph Curry and Draymond Green, and they doubled down by bringing Jimmy Butler in here. And they've made no secret of the fact that they want to maximize Steph Curry as much as they possibly can.
Which makes sense.
Okay. Then the young guys may not play as much as some fans want because the veteran players on this team prefer playing with guys that have experience. Doesn't mean they won't play with Kuminga and Moody and Pods. Obviously they're gonna, but they've doubled down on an older team and a team that is going to try to rely on experience and pedigree to go far in the playoffs. Well, if that's what they're going to rely on, we got to do the math and realize that doesn't leave a ton of time for the young players, particularly in the postseason.
It'll be interesting.
It is.
It already is.
Let's see. Dre, 510, Dre's definitely tired. Wait for tomorrow night to see how he comes back from a day off.
You can't even rest now. Like Sunday means it. Well, you said something to me during the break. I'll go Sunday, no matter what happens tomorrow, means something for the Warriors. You said maybe slow down a little bit.
It might not.
In well, Memphis would have to lose 2 games by that time then.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the Clippers are locked in at that point and don't have to play for anything. I'm pretty sure the game will mean something. Let's go to Philmo Mike.
Mike, you've been missing.
Mike in the city.
Yo.
Hey, talk to us, man.
Hey, man. I don't mean to come down anybody's road, but we talk pedigree, right?
Yeah.
And so when people talk pedigree, they always say, "Oh, the Warriors have championship DNA." It wasn't on display last night, so we can't we have. That's why I say to whoever it is. I'm not trying to single out.
I got you.
Whoever talks this way, Mark, whoever. We can't talk playoff talk. And pedigree and championship DNA is not a criteria, or experience is not a criteria we can use with this Warriors squad to prove that, hey, they're going to be locked in within the game. Okay, we slipped up the game. They're going to be locked in 7 minutes left. They slipped up. 4 minutes left. They slipped up. And this has been a thing even when we won championships. Draymond and Green and Steph Curry, they be having the ips sometimes with the ball. I don't know what happens, but they do. It's been a fact. And so, we've gotten championships. It's weird because we got championships but you can't really get mad at a youngster for trying when Draymond Green and Steph Curry are trying to win and they making bonehead plays.
Oh, yep.
So that's why I'm like, how can we talk playoff talk, right? Playoff matchups all yesterday was who you want to play. Man, we better get into the playoffs. So championship talk, we need to throw that out the window. And I love Mark. He was making a thing about Paz. Paz is a great player, and I'm glad we have him. Great pickup. But and people were comparing him to Jordan Poole. Do y'all realize Jordan Poole had a whole year where he was balling? You can see it. It wasn't a question. So, like, we need to pump the brakes on Pods. I love Pods. I love that he's on our team. He's a great player. But we shouldn't be, like, comparing Kuminga and Pods. And lastly, I just want to say it's hard for a team, and I'm not blaming Kerr, but I think that it's easier for a team to be a horrible team, right, and kind of, like, let their players do them because they have that runway. They could do them, a la the Houston Rockets. And then pull back if they get good and as they get good. Kerr's in a tough spot because he's trying to win championships and he's trying to, like, give players a specific role and he has to play them, but he doesn't necessarily have the spot to put them in or play them. So I think that it's easier to kind of, like, break down a player once he's there. You see what all he can do? Okay, we need to scale back on this, that, and the third, rather than try to build him up in a weird way. It kind of, I'm not trying to get lost in the weeds, but that's all I'm trying to say.
Good
Kerr
point.
had a kind of like a hard chance to kind of like build them up. It's harder to do that, to build a player to where you want him to be. Kerr, for example, Steph Curry, he had kind of a runway to get better, and then you can see where you lack.
Well, all the young guys back then, Mike, Clay and Draymond, they all had a runway, and there's just no doubt about it. The young guys who have been drafted more recently, they don't have that runway. Why? Because there were 3 Hall of Famers on the team.
Good call.
So, you know, Mike, the one thing I do want to address is the idea of pedigree and experience and the 4 championships. Like, I get it. They have all that, but that doesn't win you games alone. And if you're old and you're tired and you got a young athletic team, that's going to negate any pedigree because it still comes down to playing basketball, and it's a young man's league.
Yeah.
And so you don't have the room for error that you've had in the past with other teams.
And I know we're up against this, Donnie, but if you watch that play, that inbound play, I hadn't heard this morning, Jimmy Butler couldn't have played it better than Deion Sanders. Put his arm over, and Harrison Barnes was he caught the ball and stood his ground to where he was able to, get that dribble, go left, and then hoist up that shot. But I'm just saying that to say, give Harrison Barnes credit, because some others would have lost the ball or Jimmy would have deflected it. I mean, he sealed as much as he could Jimmy Butler from coming over the top, who struck the right hand, Steiny, and he caught it strong and then did what he did and hit the game winner.
Yeah, and he ended up with
Jimmy was on that thing, is what I'm saying.
He had a great look.
Man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Sobering loss last night for the Golden State Warriors. And how big's a hangover today if you're a Golden State Warrior fan? You still feeling like we got life? We're going to need a little help now to get into the 6th seed, but it's still not out of the realm of possibility. They need a little luck, and they need to win both their games. But how are we feeling after that one? Last night, 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient.
I've been watching a show called Below Zero. It's about life in the bush.
Black Mets!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors. They're in shambles.
No, not in shambles.
They don't have the ha-ha. They don't.
They didn't have it last night. And Vegas had the audacity, 17.5-point favorites.
That's insulting.
To the Spurs?
Yes. Spurs had just given,
won.
They had just given the Clippers a good ball game in LA.
They did.
Go ahead. What are you smiling for?
Tomorrow.
What about tomorrow?
We'll have a guest in studio, Steiny.
We have an in-studio guest?
Yeah, and I want to ask came to your house, ate your chicken, opened your refrigerator, took a...
What, all right.
I hope you're familiar with this guy.
Let's find out.
The great Marlon Wayans will be in studio with us.
Marlon Wayne?
Yeah, Wayans. Yeah. Brother of Damon Wayans, Living Color.
Of the famous Wayans family.
Oh, in Living Color, Jim Carrey.
Oh, he was part of it. White Chicks 2 coming out. He was in that.
You know, this means one thing and one thing only.
What,
now I got to prepare tomorrow.
Thank you. Good job. Prepare for what? Have you ever interviewed a comedian?
But I can't remember who because it wasn't that funny.
Wow.
But I think we interviewed somebody a couple years ago.
And we talked to Dibs every
So what's
day.
this guy about? Is he funny? Is he fun? Let me ask you a question. Is he funny or is he like Kevin Hart funny?
No, he's
Which
funny,
isn't funny.
and he's famous because he's funny. He's a big boy, Snotty. 12:30 in studio. Yeah, look at you. Might get him to go to the ship with us.
Noon.
Debatable. He's got a show that night.
Maybe you fall
His
through the
movies
show.
are funny.
Oh,
I've never
man.
actually seen his stand-up, though.
He's a big boy. And then he had
I'll
on
be the judge of
Netflix
that.
Shades of Grey. I don't know if you saw that. Yeah.
Don't be a menace.
I'll tell you what. Tell you what.
Don't be a menace.
Wayans doesn't know what he's getting himself into tomorrow.
Yeah. Ask him about the Dubs, too.
Is he a sports fan?
Yeah. Well, who's not?
A lot of people.
He's actually, speaking of sports, he's going to be in an upcoming Jordan Peele movie it's like a psychological thriller about a football player in which he plays the older quarterback. So he
boy.
can talk to him about that.
Oh, man.
So,
we got content.
Wait, what were you saying again about that?
Jordan Peele, Get Out.
Peele and those are the comedians, right? Keeler and Peele?
Yeah, but Jordan Peele now he's also director, makes a lot of great movies.
Yeah, those guys are funny.
They are funny.
It's a tandem, right?
Yes, Key and Peele.
Two black guys, one's a little lighter skinned than the other.
TMI, but yeah.
Yeah, they're funny. I think those guys are funny.
And so is Marlon. Steiny, you know him. He's big boy.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll recognize him when he comes in here.
We're going to have a
And
blast.
vice versa.
Yeah.
All right, let's...
And we got some sound to play from the chef, too. Because I'm getting worried about this fatigue thing, Steiny.
Yes, let me take Christian in Fairfield, and then I'll play some more sound and then get back to the calls. I don't know who could be coming down my lane today.
Oh, do it.
I've done nothing. I've done nothing but be optimistic. Christian in Fairfield, what's going on, my man?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
I'm not coming for you, Steiny.
No, I know.
You always keep a level head. Okay, good.
Thank you.
always keep a level head. Hey, Guru, I brought that bat out last night. You saw that win?
Yeah.
At the game?
Wait, say it
You told
again?
me bring the bat to the Giants game yesterday.
Oh, look at you. You're the reason.
Nice.
Yeah, yes.
I do remember that.
Yes.
Yeah, remember when I called yesterday? He was like, bring a bat. I needed it in that 6th, 7th, and 8th inning.
Boy, it worked. Yeah.
I actually met a listener yesterday at the game, too. He said he saw Bonte. He was walking with his daughter. He goes, that's Bonte Hill. I didn't see Bonte, but he said he did. And he was like, I listened to 95.7 the game. I was like, yeah, I called in. Steiny and Guru. Those are my guys. So that was pretty cool at the game. But last night, that was embarrassing. If that was a college team, they should practice after the game. Like, come on now. What are we doing? They did not come out ready to play, and that's on Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler. All these callers with the Pods and the Kamingas, that's why I called in. It's so frustrating. I commend you guys for not buying into this all the time. But our fans are the most emotional fans. Warrior fans are really ridiculously emotional. We were just this championship team against the Lakers. Shut them down. Shut the Nuggets down. Now they lay an egg, stink it up, look like a NAIA school, and now, we're terrible. We're this and that. It's this guy, Podges and Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole was in the G League in his second year, getting sent to the G League to work on his name. Not a starter making a contribution to a team that's going to be in the playoffs. And as far as the other caller that said if Kuminga leaves, he's going to shine, what is Jordan Poole doing on the other team? He's the number one, gets all the shots he wants. He doesn't even have better numbers. They're playing with Steph Curry. It's no easier basketball than playing with Steph Curry. And one last point, and I'm going to use my experience. I was the starting point guard, second best player on the team as a freshman. We're playing a terrible school, Walla Walla, up 17 points at the end of the first half. I like to full court press because that's what I like to do. I foul the guy on an inbound.
All right.
With like 30 seconds left in the first half, the coach benches me the second half. I ask him why. He breaks down the game of basketball. That could have led to 2 points, even though the guy missed the free throws, and it could have changed the momentum. So Steve Kerr does not hold Kuminga back. Steve Kerr wants nothing more than to Kuminga be the best basketball player ever, if anything. And the coach is only on a player that he wants to be great. So when you see him yelling at these guys, it's because they want to be great. If he's not talking to them, that's when you need to worry about. So that's what I wanted to say today, fellas, and I love listening to y'all.
Thanks, Christian. Appreciate the call.
Well,
wait, if Christian played D3 in Walla Walla, he probably played in the same conference as me.
He might have said high school in Walla Walla.
No, that's in Washington, right?
Yeah, Walla Walla, Washington.
Yeah.
Wow.
Town's so nice they named it twice.
Where is that?
Middle of nowhere. It's like on like the gorge. It goes out towards like central Washington by the border.
So it's not near Pullman.
It's about midway between the coast and where Pullman would be.
Walla. Spokane? Anywhere near Spokane?
Spokane borders Pullman. They're both Eastern Washington.
Wow. And this one's Central Washington. Walla.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a nice town, though.
Appreciate it. The chef.
Steph.
I'm hearing he sounded a little broken down last night. Let's hear from the chef.
I mean, we know where we're at. We know that every game is important. It's been important for like the last 2 weeks. We've done a lot to give ourselves a chance to climb pretty high, considering where we were before the trade deadline, and then these last two home games, it sucks. Like, for different reasons, Houston and tonight, two games that you feel like were winnable and should have won. I don't know how it'll impact the ending of where we end up after Sunday, but we still do have two games. We got to win both of them. See what happens. Just made it a little harder on ourselves.
That's the chef.
Wow, man. What a roller coaster of a season, man. It truly is, Dottie. And again, they can accomplish what they set out to do, but I can't ignore we were left for dead, and people were talking about maybe trading Steph so he could have a chance to win. They get Jimmy Butler in the middle of the night, and they go on this run and then drop 2 or 3 at home to kind of put them damn right back in that damn box.
I know we were joking about this, but about whether they're in the playoffs or not, because they've been playing hard the last couple weeks.
I believe it's real.
And that's a reason to worry. That's a reason to worry. I think. Because it feels like they've put a lot of effort into those last, 6, 8, 10 games. And last night, they just didn't have much left, it felt like.
But then how do you get up 12? I'm not saying you're wrong or anybody saying that.
12, you get up 12 because you played fine for 3 quarters, but you ran out of gas.
Well, you didn't play fine at the start of the second quarter when they went on a 20-3 run.
When you're tired, you can't defend. And they didn't defend in the fourth quarter. They were tired. They gave up 38 points to the Spurs without Wembanyama and without Fox. That's fatigue. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. Hey, Matt, how you doing?
What's up, gentlemen?
How are you?
I'm good. It's a beautiful day, and I'm just not going to get all negative.
All right.
I think this is pretty clear-cut what's going on. They're old. They cannot play back-to-backs. That's it. And if they, for some reason, get into the play-in, I think they're done. Possibly if they get to 7 and win one game, that might work. But the good things are this. If they get into a series, they're very good at figuring people out. There are no back-to-backs. And I would say if they lose, it's not about now. It's because they went like 11 and 23 in the middle of the season. That's
right
when this was lost. I do believe that they have another year. I do believe they need to trade Kuminga in the offseason and get a little bit longer, get a little bit more skill. Nice kid. He just, we can't pay him a ton of money. I don't know what he's worth. But if they win out the next two and they get to the 6th, I think they have a very solid shot. And if they don't, it's not because of last night. It's they lost it when they went 11 and 23.
Hey, Matt. Matt, you say they could still do it. What's it? What is?
Well, if they only have to play one play-in game,
right?
If they say if they're 7th and they play at home and they win that game, they'll get at least a few days off.
Right.
That's not good, but that means they get Houston, right?
Likely, yes.
We'll see. There's nobody who isn't good in the West,
right?
And the old guys can't play back-to-backs anymore, man. They just can't do it.
Yeah,
but that doesn't happen in the playoffs.
No, but
they should take care of Portland. I mean, they should take care of Portland. They have to win the next two games.
Yeah, they do.
If they get to 8. They get to 8. Or anything below 7, they're doomed. 6 means I think they have a decent shot, but I still think that next year is the year when they get a training camp with Butler and hopefully somebody new who can. I love Jonathan. I'm sure he's a nice kid, but he's not going to be ready before they need him.
All right. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate the call. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
And I'll say this to his call, and I know there's a few games left, and it's all, bunched together right now. But I'll tell you what, because I've heard a million calls, even in the morning with the Morning Joes. We're just length is this team's kryptonite, and if this stays how it is, and hopefully it doesn't, and you're telling me Minnesota's coming in here with that length and athleticism, that's not a walk in the park that I want to be a part of. So, I mean, it is what it is at this point, but Stoney, that is nightmare on Warrior Street to have Minnesota and Anthony Edwards and Gobert and just that length, Nas Reeds of the world, McDaniels, like that's just not something I want for this team.
I mean,
not right now.
The way it looks right now is if the Warriors end up in the play-in, they'll play the Minnesota Timberwolves at home. If they lose that, they might be looking at Dallas with Anthony Davis and Clay coming back to the Bay. So,
but that's more just wear and tear.
Exactly.
Before you get to the next series,
you're right,
man.
You're right. Chucky in Oakland.
Chuck,
what's going on, Chucky? How you doing?
Oh man, I guess I'm doing good. Hey, I got a couple of questions. Well, before I ask the question, I'm not a big analytic guy. You guys use the word algorithm a lot. I tap into the passion and the vibe and the behaviors and the stare downs I see the players do with each other, right?
Yeah.
And so, like Pajitski don't have no business, with no ritual, pregame ritual. And I don't know if you noticed, but he also, Curry and them, they come out and just grab the ball from the rim and feel the ball. I see Pajitski be doing that now. He ain't got that coming. And instead him coming down your lane, because you came down my lane yesterday, you opened up your show yesterday.
Yeah.
Talking about where are the miles at? Where are the miles at that was talking about Pajitski? And I said, I was listening. I said, listen to this dude right here, man. You eat something and you get an upset stomach. My mom was upset all day yesterday.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Listen, you guys did half the show Pajitski. My question is, why Kerr? Because I'll lay all this stuff at the footsteps of Kerr. I always fall back on the coach because my first question is why I think Kuminga is playing out of position.
All right, Chucky.
Yeah, he's a big Kuminga fan, but right now that chamber's empty to me, man. There's nobody's getting favoritism, and Chucky, I was a part of it. Pods deserve what we talked about yesterday. Where would this team even be had he not got hot as a firecracker? But I will go to my grave, Stoney. Hopefully it's a long time. I will go to my grave saying Pods is not in the way of Kuminga. You guys got to, Chucky, you got to get that through your skull. And I feel like Pods subconsciously is a scapegoat for the people that want Kuminga to take the baton and run.
I think
it's not. They're not it's not a quarterback's one in the backup. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I do think that there's. I get it. They don't play the same position, but it stares you in the face. There's a second-year player, Brandon Pajemski, that's a starter and a finisher, and there's a fourth-year player, Jonathan Kuminga, who's been here for a while, who a lot of people think has a tremendous upside. And he's not really entrenched in the rotation right now. So I get it.
We can't celebrate player one. I mean, we can't celebrate Pods for picking it up and running with it because Kuminga's in his fourth year. And I'm going to put it right on the table real quick, Donnie.
It's a fact. I mean, Kuminga's been here 4 years.
But that's on Kuminga.
Right? I'm not saying it's not.
Sprinkle with Kerr.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that it's like, don't ask me to ignore that Pajemski's come in here in a year and a half and is the starter and finisher, and Kuminga's been here 4 years and is neither. That's all.
No doubt about it. And it's not Pods' fault that Kuminga is where he's at in year 4. And to be honest, this started before Pods was even on the team. I was going to put it right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control.
All right.
I'm one of the biggest Jonathan Kuminga fans. Stoney, I'm telling you, and you tell me what you think, honestly, it's starting to seem to me, and I've said this before, he doesn't fit this offense. You say what to that? It's just starting to feel that way. I've talked about if he were in a different system, he would be running like Jordan Poole is in D.C. He's capable of putting up those numbers, 23 and 8, 20. I believe that. But it's starting to look to me like he doesn't fit. Am I off the ranch with that one?
Why doesn't he fit?
Though that I can't answer.
I mean, sometimes I feel like what we're really saying is, why doesn't he fit? Well, because he's not allowed to go one-on-one as much as he wants. Or that's the only thing he brings to the table.
Well, I know these last 2 games he's been getting stripped. I believe it's 4 or 5 times against Houston, and yesterday he's going in the lane, cooking, trying to cook, and he's getting stripped. You can't get stripped.
Look, Butler did.
Well, I mean, how many times that happened, though? But you're right. The handle is not tight. Like that, the handle should be tight at this juncture.
How long are we going to?
And that's all I guess I'm saying to you.
How long are we going to say it? Like,
how long? And maybe that's why he's not getting 20 minutes.
I'm sure it's
in crucial games. Yesterday was a Kuminga game.
Why?
Because just like Sunday, Curry was bottled up. They needed something
30.
else. Pods was.
I mean, Steph had 30. I'm serious, and maybe I'm just nitpicking. That's a Kuminga game. What is a Kuminga game? I don't know. I just don't. And I'm not saying he's not going to help at some point from now on the rest of the season, but I'm trying to think of a game, like, what would be the nature of a game where Kerr would say, look at Stotts and Stackhouse and say, oh, this game's got Jonathan written all over it. Like, I'm trying to think what that game looks like.
Last night when Pods was getting cooked by Castle, maybe and Johnson, maybe Kuminga can stop that. And that's just the defensive part of it. And not get stripped left and right when you're going to the rack trying to cook. And with all that said, he had 12 points yesterday. It felt like 6 to me. I was like, oh, Kuminga had 12. But it didn't feel like that.
Well, that's because, weren't 3 of them dunks off passes from another player?
Still buckets, but you're right. And Fitz and Kalina talking about how he's cutting to the basket, making himself available.
I think as it relates to Kuminga, we're back where we always are with Kuminga. He's struggling to get meaningful minutes, and the games are getting more important. And I don't know what his role is going to be moving forward. I mean, he's going to get a crack at playing every night.
Yeah.
But
that's dwindling.
Well, obviously if he gets put in for 6-7 minutes, if he plays well for 6 or 7 minutes, and more importantly, if the team's playing well, he'll probably get more playing time. But yeah, here we are again with Kuminga
in game 80
and season 4. Tony in Oakland. Hey Tony, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How we doing today?
Doing well, thanks.
All right, so I agree with both of you. In the words of number 8 from Cal Berkeley, we got a RELAX. Relax. Harrison Barnes doesn't ever make that three-pointer ever again in his life. That was once-in-a-lifetime shot by him. Yesterday was a loss. Yeah, it was a painful loss. That was a win that the role players should have won us. Moody should have won us that game. Pod, Buddy Hield. You know, hey, we lost a tough one. It is what it is, but the guys have been playing good. All I got to say is that, you know, Kuminga's injury did set him back, so it is tough for them to find his role, find his step. Buddy Hield, man, if you see 30 open, I don't know why Steve Kerr has to tell you he's the greatest shooter of all time. You pass the guy the ball. I mean, Steph Curry was in his face the other day yelling at him, hey, when I'm open, you pass me the ball. If your name isn't Jimmy Butler, if you see Steph Curry open, you pass the guy the ball. Now, I know it can mess up all the other guys' shots, but if you're not confident in that shot you're going to take, you see 30 open, you pass 30 the ball. 30 is going to bring us to the promised land. So I think other than that, I think we're doing all right, man. These callers are calling in, getting their panties in a bunch. They need to, you know, take a good shot of tequila, take a good breather, and relax. You know, we're going to be all right. If we get into playing, just like the gentleman before me was saying, if we get into playing in the 7th seed, we win that one game, the guys still have, you know, time to relax. If we can miss the playing, that's fine. But I think right now where we're at, we should be okay. Fatigue, of course, is the biggest concern. Injury is going to be the biggest concern once the playoffs come around. But, you know, come on, guys. We lost a game to a buzzer beater, and the people are calling in acting like the Spurs beat us by 40 points. All right, guys, have a good day.
All right. Some positivity from Tony in Oakland. Yeah, I don't think that was on the role players last night. It was on Draymond Green and Steph Curry down the stretch. The veterans and your Hall of Famers and your champions got to bring that game home. They just have to. Draymond Green can't, and I give Curry and Draymond 1.5 turnovers each. For the last 2 minutes. Because that turnover
to Butler
that Draymond had to save that ended up the 3, that all came off a lazy left-handed pass over the shoulder from Steph Curry. It got knocked down. The ball became loose. Draymond went to get it and then found himself falling out of bounds. And now, if you look back at it, he probably should have just gone out of bounds. Yeah. But he jump-started a fast break. But that's on Curry, too. I know Draymond got the turnover because he threw it to a spur, but the ball was loose because Steph tried a risky pass at the worst possible moment.
I couldn't believe it.
And that, to me, is way more important than whatever Kuminga did or Moody not making shots. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, what'd you see last night? Are you like Tony and you feel like we need to just relax a little bit? We can get back to 6 with 2 wins and a stroke of luck. 888-957-9570. What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a work...
I can't stand to see greatness rot before my eyes.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, where are you, Priest?
Man, we need you, baby.
Need some of your wisdom.
But he's been on quiet for a while because everything's been good in the hood.
Warriors got beat last night, 114, 111 to the Spurs.
They didn't get beat. They gave it away. Let's be real.
Hey, they didn't have enough at the finish. They needed one more pit stop.
If you're Harrison Barnes, Steiny, honestly, what do you do at the hotel? Who do you call? Do you just light a cigarette? It's like
I'm sure he does not light a cigarette. Not Harrison Barnes.
Pour something in the little,
Let me tell you something about Barnes.
Little scotch.
Give me that guy as president.
HB?
Yes. He's going into politics after his career's over. He is. Let me tell you something about Harrison Barnes.
Yeah.
He's a class act.
No, that he is.
Total class act. And he got one on the Warriors last night.
That he did.
Tough loss for the Warriors. There's no doubt about it. They fell apart late. Their veterans let them down with some costly turnovers.
There's a lack of grit.
Which one do you think was the worst?
Oh, man.
Yes.
Which one do you? I want to hear you two, Evan.
Let's go through them.
Okay. Well, I got them right here.
Draymond threw a pass to the wing where it looked like two guys were covering.
And they were.
Curry.
And he should have. Butler was to his left.
That was a bad pass.
Yeah.
The Draymond turnover, Steph deserves half the blame for that because he initiated the loose ball with a lazy pass.
But the Curry
and then
inbound.
the inbound, yikes.
After a timeout, man.
Yikes.
That's the one that I think I just couldn't believe.
And I'm sure he was inbounding because they wanted to get the ball right back to him. But he just did not throw that pass with any zip on it.
Yeah.
All right, here's Steph Curry, and he's talking about the pressure of the last several weeks and whether it's taking a toll.
No, there's definitely weight, and there's been weight for a while. We understand. I mean, our record's been great in the last 20-plus games, and every one of them we felt a sense of urgency. So with 2 games left, you can kind of narrow down to, it's 48 minutes on Friday is going to be important. Sunday the same. We've had a very professional approach and very consistent, level we've been playing at. Our execution tonight just wasn't great. A good team will bounce back from it and take care of business these next 2 and then go from there. So we have to prove that we're a good team.
All right. They need to win 2, get a little help, see if they can get into the postseason.
But we've never had that. Your help was you going out there and playing 48 minutes and having more points. But now we need help. That's letting you know something's slipping that you built. And Steiny, I'm not going to forget Castle going by Pods and everybody else with the ball. That's Castle. What if that's Anthony Edwards? What if that's SGA?
Edwards would have taken a 3.
Well, I'm just saying, man, that P of A defense last night was atrocious.
And Draymond's defense down the stretch didn't do the Warriors any favors. By the way, coming up today at 5 o'clock,
who we got?
Steve Kerr will join Willard and Dibbs. Steve Kerr, Warriors head coach, will be joining Mark Willard and Dan Dibley at 5 o'clock.
And I love this interview, Steiny. All 3 of them do a great job, but I got to tell you, the last 6 of them have been euphoria. Everything's good. This one will be different.
I don't know.
If I'm Kerr, did you see him sitting there with his arm, like Phil Jackson, folded, just like, I ain't going to blow a gasket yet, but I'm watching. We're not going to, look, what? Oh, my God.
Should you put Pat Spencer in for Steph on that last possession to inbound?
I'm not. No, I love Pat Spencer. Hey, maybe he could have stayed in front of Castle. Steiny, we were getting cooked. Johnson was cooked.
Because you were tired.
See,
and if you're going to say we, then I'm going to say you. You said we were getting cooked. Well, you were tired.
I'm not buying that.
Yep. Okay.
Everybody else has a schedule to play, too. San Antonio was coming off a back-to-back.
San Antonio's got young players.
And I was going to cite their record, but they're playing for nothing.
They
You're
played
supposed
hard
to
against
snuff
the
them out
Clippers.
and crush them. They're
You ain't that good. You're not that good. You think you're that good. You thought you were that good. You think you can just throw those Warrior uniforms out and beat the Spurs. That's what y'all think because they're 22-6 with Butler. But guess what? You still got to play the games.
That actually hurt me. No, I'm serious. That's how I thought.
I know it is.
So did Vegas.
I know. Somebody forgot to tell the Spurs.
Well, Steiny, they were down. Don't act like they came in here 1 by 20 from the outset. I know the Warriors didn't play their A game, and they were up 12. Okay, well, they were up 6. Okay. I got it right here.
Well, then let's take some positivity out of it. They were up 12. They played 3 good quarters. They were up 12.
Positivity at a drop into 7th?
Well, but they played 3 good quarters, you said.
No, you got to finish.
Well, why didn't they finish? Because they're tired. They got sloppy, which is born out of fatigue. That's what I believe. It was their 6th game in 9 nights. 9, Evan. Shut up. You believe the kind of stuff that bothers Evan?
He's a perfectionist. Yeah, I am too.
I hate missing details.
Now, why would you laugh when I said I am?
Because you're not. Because you're not.
You see my haircut?
I'm talking about your takes.
Luke, what's up, Lucas? He hooked up to Marlon Wayne.
I want to tell the Bay Area how conscientious our producer Evan is.
Yeah.
Last night he was doing the post game.
I had him on,
and he said, "You know, the Warriors are playing their 6th game in 10 nights." And so today I said the Warriors played 6 games in 9 nights. He goes back and checks. He sees I'm wrong. Right. And the next thing I know, he's muttering around the office expletives.
I'm like, dude.
And I'm like, dude, what's the matter? He goes, I hate getting that stuff wrong. And I said, well, you weren't technically wrong because they did have 6 games in 10 nights too.
Yeah.
So
it did help,
still hate it.
Yeah, Evan, it's hard. Don't beat yourself up, bud.
Yeah.
It happens to the best of us.
That one I wouldn't worry about. Let's go to Bernard in Livermore. Hey, Bernard, how you doing?
Hey, guys. That was one of the worst losses I've seen or that they've had in a while. I kind of seen it coming. They did look like they were starting to get tired. I think the most disturbing thing for me is, and we've seen it a few times this year, right, is the veterans are the ones making the mistakes. And something with Guru, you said it a number of times. You keep saying that, like the Spurs players, you keep saying they had nothing to play for. Just because they're not going to the playoffs, you know, you're kind of taken away from, you know, they are professionals. Yeah. Curry said that too. You know, so saying that they had nothing to play for, they're not going to the postseason, but they had plenty to play for, and they are young, and our players did get tired, and then you bring up Poole a lot too. I mean, Guru, would you rather score 30 points a game and be on a team that only wins 12 games, or a good team and you only play and you score 15 points a game?
No, come on now, and I got you. Go ahead.
I mean, let me just finish real quick, and then Poole. He could score the ball, but I mean, he really didn't do anything else. And with Pods, we talk about how he rebounds. You know, he takes charges. He plays defense. You know, that's all a part of the game. So I just want to say there are 2 sides of the court. Of course, we love scoring the ball, but I would rather have a player that can give me a little bit more. And the thing with Kuminga, I think that injury, it really set him back, man. I mean, he's been in the league. Obviously, we know he got a late start to his career. But by him missing all those games, that's where you get your experience. And when him getting hurt, it's just setting back. So he's just in purgatory now.
No, I hear you.
I really don't know what the Warriors going to do with him.
But I'm going to say this to you.
2 cents.
Yeah, before you go, I'm going to say this to you. Obviously, the 15 and winning. I brought up Poole yesterday, and, you know, I'm mad he's gone. That's neither here nor there. But the bottom line is I brought him up because Pods, his offensive part of what he was bringing to the table, just kind of reminded me of Poole in the sense that another guard was kind of, you know, shouldering the load of scoring. So you are right. And if you heard yesterday's show, I told Steiny, I don't want a victory lap here, but you hit me in the cardiac muscle in regard to the Spurs. All they wanted to do was ruin the Warriors' night. But I said this was the game and the team that worried me the most, and they came in here and took it from them. And I'm going to leave you with this. I'm worried more about Portland being able to do what San Antonio did tomorrow. So this thing is not over because they're young and, impressionable, and they're athletic, man.
Right. And can I get one more thing in?
Go ahead.
And with the Warriors, we know that they had this great run, but teams still play extra hard when they play the Warriors. You know what I mean? They haven't been consistent in the playoffs the last couple of years, obviously. But teams, when they get the chance to play against Curry and Green, they play extra hard. We see it all the time. It's like, this dude scores 40. This team, they don't shoot from three, and they play the Warriors, so they get extra effort. And the Warriors sometimes, they just don't have it, man. And, our best players are in their mid-30s, so it's just going to be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bernard. Appreciate the call. And I think the Warriors underestimated the 1-2 of two former Warriors.
Man.
Barnes and Chris Paul.
Yeah, we haven't given, no doubt, Stoney, Chris Paul was good yesterday.
You know what else I think? Those two guys are great leaders because they clearly let their teammates know that this was a more important game for them.
Biombo?
Evan, that dude should return his muscles, his height. That's what you call a stiff. He was horrible, Steiny. Saving the ball out of going. What? Hey, man, oh, man. That dude is terrible.
Yeah, he is.
Awareness zero.
Mm-hmm.
Charlotte Bobcats.
Former son.
But I say he's the type of player you play to make it seem like you're trying to win when you're not.
Oh,
that's when the game turned.
Oh,
they turned away from Bismack.
Bismack was a minus 19 in 10 minutes.
And that didn't do it justice.
Boy.
But I'll say something to you and Evan and the listeners that you got me a little nervous about. If you guys are right about this age, the Warriors aren't playing. It's not the opponent that's going to beat them. It's the fatigue. And if you're telling me the tank might be on E and Dre sounded that despondent because he might know it is, then, Steiny, there's no way you can – what did I say? Fatigue, and I love this line. Fatigue makes cowardice of all men. And if that's where we're at, ain't no coming. You know what I mean? Father Time is undefeated.
Oh,
but so is fatigue.
You're rolling them off right now.
Like,
tomorrow's not promised either.
No, that's scary, man. If you guys are right, and this is about, stamina, then they've used a whole lot.
Technically, it's just cowards.
I know. I didn't want to do it, Evan.
No, it's CORCOWARDICE.
No, that's a word, yes.
Yeah, but General Patton didn't say cowardice. He just said cowards.
I'm my own general, Evan.
Fatigue makes cowards.
That's a bar.
Of us all. But cowardice is a word.
Yeah. It sounds better, cowardice.
It actually is to me, grammatically incorrect if you go cowardice. It's okay. And by the way, here, I'll change the subject and make you mad about something else. Quit saying this was the game that scared you when the last 9 games have scared you.
But I said at the back-to-back.
Please,
this was the
you did not say that.
The boss will find that tape. He did you a favor yesterday. Just pay up tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you'll see that. You'll see that.
You better pay Goo.
I'll text you, Evan.
Okay, I'm not doing this today. And I know our listeners are like, don't do this today, guys. And so I won't. Anthony Slater was on with the morning show. Hey, how bad was this loss?
It was horrible loss. Potentially, as you mentioned, like kind of cataclysmic from a, I guess, ramification standpoint if things go really poorly. But generally, like Memphis is going to lose one of their next 3, I think. So, you win the next 2, you're the 6, you're probably playing the Lakers. Even if you don't, you're in the 7-8, which would, you would blame this loss on being in the 7-8. You just win the 7-8, and then you play the Rockets in the first round, and nobody's talking about Harrison Barnes' shot. I mean, there's a chance this loss really doesn't matter that much, but obviously, like, if things go really poorly in the next week, you'd probably blame this night.
And poorly in the next week would mean they lose 1 out of the next 2.
And Memphis doesn't lose any of the 3.
But he is right.
You need help.
But he is right. If they finish 7 and
I'm listening,
they knock somebody off, we'll forget about this game.
But that means you got to play a game that it looked like you didn't have to.
Well, then maybe they need the practice. I mean, the way it's going to work, I think, is if the Warriors are in the play-in, the last game of this regular season Sunday, the first game of the play-in would be Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah.
And then if they lost that, they'd play Thursday or Friday. And then if they won that, they'd have to start a 7-game series with 1 day off and hit the road.
Just no way, man.
So, the Warriors made it tougher on themselves with that loss last night.
And Sunday.
It looks like they've asked Anthony Slater something about Kuminga. Let's hear what he has to say about Kuminga.
Metrics will tell you those lineups haven't been good, and we all know just like the way defense is played and sag off, the spacing issues. But, I don't know. I feel like I have to repeat myself, not just to you guys, but on every single thing I do. I just think Kuminga lifts their ceiling. I think if they really, truly want to contend, they need to find a way to better maximize the higher level talent they have on the roster, and he's the higher level talent.
There it is, Johnny. He believes it. I agree with him. Now, whether we see it or not, that's a whole nother. It's up to Kuminga.
Yeah, and who's it? Carole King. You ever heard of Carole King, the singer?
Vaguely.
Yeah, she's got a song. It's too late, baby. Now. It's kind of the way I'm feeling about Kuminga.
So you don't know who Lil Wayne is?
He's got two games left, and then the playoffs. It's too late, baby, now it's too late.
Is she a sister?
Though we really did try to make it. Something inside has died, and I can't hide, and I just can't fake it. The idea. Rich in Fresno. What's up, Rich? How you doing?
Hey, gentlemen. Thank you for having me on. I do want to say I hate all the division that's going on with the fans and everybody right now. I genuinely do not like that. I just wanted to reiterate what I've said for years. We were one of the best teams since acquiring Jimmy.
Yep.
We were in the top 10 in defensive and offensive ratings. The vibes were at an all-time high. I generally do not enjoy this, but just because I really believe in it. Kuminga comes back. The vibes are gone. Our ratings are out of what they were. We're not projected to be what we were. We're losing to the Spurs that everybody calls a G League team without Wemby or Fox. And it's uncomfortable, but it's just true to me. And we can't. People got to realize: do you want to run things back that don't work, or do you want to try to get better? Because running things back that don't work is not going to work. So I don't understand why anyone would want that. The players aren't happy. Everybody's fighting. So I'm just trying to put things in perspective for everybody. You gotta make a move. It's the definition of insanity is trying the same things over and over and expecting a different result.
Hey, Rich.
Kuminga's had. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure. So you're talking about Kuminga. Go ahead.
I genuinely think the best thing for him too is to go somewhere else, and for the Warriors. Kuminga can do what he wants to do. Everyone says he has a leash because he's playing with some of the best players of all time. So cut everybody some slack, Kuminga and everybody. It's best for him and it's best for the Warriors. Kuminga can, maybe make more money, play how he wants to play, chase his dreams, not be on the leash that people says he has. Kerr has given him over 280 games. He does not have a leash. That's an incredible amount of opportunity he's been given. 18 minutes. People are complaining about 18 minutes. Curry scored 9 points in 2 minutes, I think, the game before last. So you want to 18 minutes, that's 9 times what Curry scored 9 points in. So I don't want to hear 18 minutes is not a good amount of time or any of that stuff. And it's just sad that this is what it's come to. And I just want to say, trade Kuminga or let him walk and let's stop this insanity or do something else. But let's stop this circus show. This is a total circus show to me.
Oh, thanks, Rich. Appreciate the call.
And wow, I'm not there yet, Stoney, but I'll say this because just about how awful this loss was. Regardless, we all can lick each other in the face and say the Warriors didn't play their best game, right? But for Keldon Johnson to get the ball after Dre forced it to Steph, the turnover, come down on Dre, not get fouled because he didn't get fouled, missed that layup. He missed it. Keldon Johnson, remember Dre just put his hands up, missed it.
Right.
Then the basketball gods gift you 2 free throws because
over the back.
Castle comes over the back. Not they had to earn it. They just missed it. That's a 4-point swing.
Well,
so you're up 2, 109-107, and you still blow it.
I mean, in fairness,
that's why I'm upset.
But in fairness, Butler ran the floor and didn't assume that was going in. Keldon Johnson's layup.
Right, but
he got back on defense and put himself in a position to get fouled.
But the fact that you didn't have to get those 2 points, you had to make the free throws, but you were gifted those because Castle came over the back. So it was almost like a disaster for San Antonio. So you're up 2. You were up 2.
Yeah, that's not very much. They would have lost anyway because he made a 3.
Then Johnson gave Draymond the business.
That was a great move.
It was
a great move.
On the DPOY. He gave him the business. I didn't see that coming.
Let me be clear.
We still sure about that?
What?
What are the odds, Vegas, the DPOY for Dre?
Draymond's still minus 350.
Oh, it's gone down.
Yeah.
Is that good or bad?
Well, it means that he's still a heavy favorite, but it was like minus 500 before.
And that's really what's
I'm just
important right
but
now.
you know what I mean? Like,
let me
109, 107, close it. And you ain't played your best game. And you're favored by 17.
We're thinking this is 2016.
You think that's what I'm doing?
Yes. By the way, I do need to address the last caller, Rich and Fresno. He was a little too strong. I'm not blaming Jonathan Kuminga for the team struggles. Jonathan's not playing great, but he's not the reason that.
You got to be on the court to be the reason.
I am with him, though. It's not like 18 minutes is nothing.
Right.
And it's not like he didn't do. It's like,
he had 12 points, but it felt like 6.
And that's what life's about.
Boy.
I think we can all agree, though, that he's not going to get the money.
Well, I thought you were going to say tomorrow's game is important.
No, tomorrow's game's not promised. That's what I was going to say. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to get back into some of this Slater sound, and also we'll hear more from Steph Curry and Draymond Green. They did not sound very optimistic last night. 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
I'm my own General, Evan.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal.
That dude should return his muscles.
Don't mess around with games.
It was horrible.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Are you okay?
Nah, I'm a little disappointed. I can't find the saying of fatigue makes cowardice of all
cowards.
men.
Fatigue makes cowards
But I
of
seen
us
it,
all.
and I just took it years ago.
You must
but
have
it's
written
nowhere.
it down wrong.
Oh, man. It sounds better than cowards.
It was repurposed by Lombardi back in the day.
Yeah.
This is
Patton.
Which is the one that
oh, you got to play Dre.
Yeah, I know, I will, but I want the question from Slater in there, but I can't remember which one it is.
There's a lack of grit.
Yeah, that's not the one. How about this one?
All right.
There's still, I mean, regardless of the significance of this loss, there's still some clear paths for y'all to, get out of the play-in. Even if you were to be in the play-in, obviously you'd be on the better side of that. I mean, how I guess optimistic are you still even after a night like tonight?
Like I told you last night, I don't sit and look at the standings and wish for other teams to lose. You take care of what you're supposed to take care of, everything else take care of itself. So I don't sit and build myself up with optimism.
Hey.
Want to be a winner, go win the game.
Dude, the silence was deafening, and I felt like he was telling us something.
What?
That maybe the take could. I know he's not saying
it's
that.
over.
No, he's upset and he knows he's a part of it. Steiny, he had no legs last night, man.
And
they're going to run a marathon tomorrow against some youngsters.
And you're scared of that game too?
Well, now I am after last night. I'm scared of all of them.
Right. So
what?
Okay. So the next game they lose, you'll say you
I
called.
can't wait for Kerr. What? 5, Evan, with Willard and
He's
Dibbs?
not there.
Okay. He told you what button to press with Willard and Dibbs. Steiny, they threw one away, man. Duh. But this one could be the one, man. If we come in next week and we got a game to prep for Tuesday or Wednesday, whenever they play, I'm saying that's disappointing.
This is more Slater from this morning, and he was asked about the circumstances and how this is going to play out, and knowing that the Clippers are on the schedule for Sunday.
So I will say, Kawhi's looked really good. Harden's had a quietly great, potentially all-NBA, third-team type season. Zubac, very underrated, probably one of the most underrated players.
Warriors
in the league.
killer, too.
Yeah, Norm Powell was making an all-star bid early in the season. He's cooled off somewhat because with Kawhi back, he just doesn't have as big a role. But they're good. They're really well coached, right? It's a Ty Lue team. He's going to have a good defensive game plan against Steph. Zubac really walls off the rim. He's not Anthony Davis, but he kind of provides that, issue for the Warriors down low. So it is a bad matchup for them. The one thing I will say, what happens over the next few days could really dictate a lot of things in the West, including the Clippers' motivation level on Sunday. I believe if the Clippers beat the Kings Friday, they don't they're a top 6 seed, and they may want to manipulate their seedings. They may not want to win. They may want to get their guys rest. I mean, I don't know how motivated they'll be to play Sunday. So whatever happens over the next 3 games all across the country, I think will decide how much Sunday matters to both teams. So we just don't know that answer yet.
Wow. Hopefully the Clippers call the dogs off, and that win would get the Warriors to 6. You know what I mean, Ken?
So you're begging?
No.
Yeah, you want the Clippers to lay down.
I'm playing off of what Anthony said.
Why would they do that?
You want the Clippers to lay down?
Because they could have their seeding decided before Sunday, the Clippers, and then kind of just, not proceed with caution, call the dogs off, because it doesn't mean anything, Kenny. Follow me? And the Warriors need it, and that would propel the Warriors to the 6th seed.
And they don't want to stick it to the...
Now that's a whole... Well, Kawhi, you got to be careful. Boy, they are scaring me too. No, the Clippers.
Yeah, I know.
It was always predicated on Kawhi being healthy.
Thunder, Rockets, Lakers, Nuggets,
Thunder,
Clips,
not so much.
Grizz, T-Wolves, they're scary. Dan in Danville. Hey, Dan, how you doing?
Hey, great show, fellas. You're doing a great job, Steinmetz. And I just want to say you're absolutely right about Kuminga. Because it's too late, baby, now it's too late. Hey, man, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You got Draymond Green thinking he's a quarterback. throwing interceptions basically all over. He throws at least 4 bad passes a game. And you talk about something that should have been, he ain't no Jason Kidd, but he's taking passes like a bad Jason Kidd. He's the one that's killing us. And he's mentally fatigued and physically fatigued. And that's a medical definition that does not get resolved with rest or days off. That's just the way it is for him. He's going to be like that always. It's not like he's going to take 2 weeks off and come back, all spry and all happy. He's mentally fatigued. And if you watch Steph did the same thing against LeBron's team when he took that in the championship game 7 against the Cavs. He took that behind the back pass to Clay, threw it out of bounds.
9 years
the next
ago.
Day, I know, but it's similar. The next day he's crying, dude. He's mentally fatigued. That happens. He's tired, and it's not going to get better. He's mentally fatigued. Dre is mentally fatigued, and you guys have a good day because it's too late, baby. Now it's too late.
I hadn't heard that one.
I disagree. I think if you get a week off, you can rejuvenate.
But that's why last night, right now, hurt so much because it looks like you won't have that.
My guy Josh Ram on the keeping with the
strong name
Carole King theme, he said Kuminga's so far away. Doesn't anybody stay in one place anymore?
All right, you got a little voice.
He's so far.
Stop!
Okay, Bob. Hey, Bob.
Man,
by the way, Bobby.
Him and Kalina were great, man, but boy, they were hurt, man. We all were.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Well, then get them to play harder, Bob. Get them to play harder. More Slater from this morning.
Great interview.
Here's one. What's going on with Gary Payton II?
I mean, nothing to see in the sense of like they're not saying or acting like it's anything long term, but it's like he plays as a kind of Tasmanian devil style, right? I mean, like it's what makes him great. It's what makes him such a defensive ace in these small spurts, but it's a little tough on the body. He's on the wrong, he's past 30 years old now. So I think some of it is just like maintenance, trying to make sure they preserve Gary Payton for the games that matter. But, he tends to get beat up because he's flying around the court, to such a degree.
That's Slater from the morning show.
Do we have any ETA on his Gary Payton II's return? Maybe Kerr will tell the guys today at 5.
Good call.
I'm a little jealous. A lot of people like your voice. Tammy McDaniel on the chat goes, Steiny, I would pull up to your set. Wow.
I've been told I've got a good voice.
Never used it though.
I
never sung in church.
It was horrible.
What's church?
Oh boy, you went to catechism.
I went to church enough between 9th and 12th grade that I'm all caught up. I'm caught up.
Why did I even bring it up?
I'm caught up.
Yeah.
Even if I live to 103, I still will average more than one mass per week.
You haven't mentioned what they call mental fatigue. I'm talking physical, but mental fatigue.
That's what it sounds like they are in the post-game comments.
Yeah.
It feels like they're tired. They're really tired. And that's why that loss last night hurts, because it may mean they get less rest heading into the playoffs, or it's jeopardizing their playoff chances, quite frankly.
Man.
I mean, I get it. 7 to me is not the worst thing in the world, but
if you're playing Minnesota, what if that could easily be a loss if
you own them? Beat them 3 out of 4 this year.
And they beat you here at home. I was there.
Yeah, but they won 3 out of 4. Yeah, it's so funny. This is great.
What?
Yeah, it's just so funny that the hypocritical nature of people. It's okay. Yesterday, you just laugh and laugh and laugh at the Timberwolves. Oh, Steiny, they lost a 24-point lead. That team's a joke. Your boy's losing the team. What's going on with Gobert and Anthony Edwards? They stink. But we could lose to Minnesota.
Stoney, they were playing good ball. They were in the Western Conference Finals. I'm just saying, be careful what you wish for. So to just
I don't wish for 7. I'm just saying.
No, all
it's not
the people
end of the
calling
world.
in like Mr. Roger. Well, it's not the beginning either. It's not where you were supposed to be. We were supposed to get rest for a week, and they had
supposed to win the games. Then they've lost their last 2 home games. Their last 2 home games.
Yeah,
they've lost. You got to win home games late in the season.
And not one soul has called to your question, any silver linings to that? No.
Yes, there is.
We've been here for 3 hours.
There's a possible silver lining.
Give it to me.
You get Houston.
They just beat you 2 days ago, thoroughly.
I think it's very fair to look at the Warriors' potential opponents and feel like, of all those teams,
yes,
I'll take Houston.
And you'd avoid OKC's side of the bracket.
That's the team that everybody thinks stinks. It's the weirdest thing in the world.
No, I just want to see the Isaiah Joes of the world and the folk hero that is
who?
The former Laker with the headband.
The NBA champion?
What's my voice?
Yeah, I know.
Name?
No, you're right.
Help me, Evan.
Yeah.
I love
no, you're right.
with the Jordan.
No experience from Oklahoma City.
Caruso. Yeah, Caruso.
Except their entire roster has more experience than
and my
half
guy
the
from
Warriors.
Williams from Santa Clara. Like, I'm just, how are you going to make it look as easy as you guys have, man?
Of course not. It's going to be tough. The only people that think a postseason run is easy are people like you when this team was won 11 of 12 and all of a sudden, Steiny, we're going to the Western Conference Finals.
No, Shasky said finals.
Easy.
Sorry, Joe.
Easy.
Shasky said finals.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
I'm Western Conference Finals.
You are.
I am not getting cooked. Paulo Cruz.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And by the way, can we...
we're not laughing today.
Can we get some signage in here from Laughing Monk? I mean, it's one thing to say, let's get some signage.
Wow, man, you are special.
There's nothing better than a
How do you know that's not cooking?
There's nothing. It probably is. I'm sure it is.
But for you to call it out as if you would have had it ready by now, all you do is break microphones.
All you got to do is
They've brought
order
breakfast. They've dropped off samples.
Breakfast where?
You missed it. It was a Thursday.
You're on Abundant Life.
That's you guys. What? They had fruit, I'm sure.
There's nothing like a great bar sign. We need one in here. Right and back. Right there.
For Marlon Wayans tomorrow?
You know, I
cannot wait. 12. You ready?
No, I'm not. Evan, you want to sit in for that one?
I actually would.
Dude.
He's a big boy.
We'll see.
He is.
I'll be the judge of that.
Snotty, stop. He's a big boy.
He's not as big as his brother, apparently.
He's, man.
Give me Chappelle. I don't need these B-listers.
Oh, Chappelle.
Let's
I hope
go.
His agent isn't listening.
Man.
Let's go to Luna in Pacifica. Hey, Luna, how you doing?
Actually, it's Mona.
Oh, hey, Mona. Hey.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
So I just wanted to call you just to say this because after last night's game, I'm not as hopeful. So the song that is coming up for me, because I'm pretty darn sure it's going to happen, is, and I'm not a singer, but I'm going to do my best, Guess It's Over, Call It a Day.
Wow.
Sorry that it had to end. That's where they're going. The way they played last night, I thought they were going to come out and play like they played the Nuggets.
Wow.
Thank you.
Mona.
I take all tips.
Call back
Thanks,
when they
Mona.
win in the playoffs, Mona, but that was great.
Call back when they get there.
Hey, Goo, if they go to the playoffs, if they win these 2 games, I will call back. And not only will I call back, I'm going to go ahead and text y'all gift cards to Pete's Coffee.
Oh,
Wow,
sweet.
Okay,
Mona.
that's going to be my. I'm not going to say Starbucks because they're garbage, but Pete's, I'm going to go
Meet
ahead
us
and
at
I will
Pete's.
give-
We'll all drink together. Yeah.
Oh, hey,
Let's do
I'm
it.
there too. I'm there too. But Johnny Mathis and Denise Williams are
Yeah.
playing in my head because that's where I think we're going. So with that, you guys have a great rest of your day. I'm enjoying the conversation today, and maybe we'll talk. Maybe we won't.
Right. Thank you, Mona.
Hey, that was awesome.
Good. Can I have your gift card? You don't drink coffee.
French vanilla. I've been drinking, sipping.
French vanilla what?
Just the sweetener?
From the machine.
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
He just drinks a little coffee mate right out of the thimble.
That's not an espresso.
And I'm laughing at it, but stop. Yeah. Mona, she's down.
415. Hey, goo. Mouth. He didn't say it. You are what your record says you are. I've heard Guru and the callers talking like a 2 or 3 seed and the finals for weeks. I see play in.
And I won't run away from that. We're reacting to new information. We were that. And we were, Steiny, you were talking about it might be a 4, and it wasn't just you. But the standings were saying that. We might be the 4th seed. Now we're 7th.
Yeah.
With 2 games left and we need help.
Because you assumed
we're on the side of the road and we need help.
Oh, quit begging.
I'm not.
You're begging. Win your next 2 games and you'll get 6.
That's not it. But you need help.
Minnesota's going to beat Memphis tonight.
And if they don't?
Then you got to, something else has to break. I mean, hold on. Just relax.
They played Denver and Dallas, too.
Exactly. Memphis isn't winning 3 in a row.
Denver with a gutsy win in Sacramento.
Yes,
oh, the Adelman era is off to a roaring start.
By the way, call me Forrest Gump because I'm going to start running.
For what?
For being right about the situation about Michael Malone in Denver.
You want to elaborate?
Yes. I said maybe there's a chance that Michael Malone, who's pretty hard on players, that they're getting a little tired of it because this is a championship team and it's a veteran team, and maybe Malone is starting to wear on him a little bit.
Oh.
And that's what I heard. Oh, yeah. So
he couldn't take it after 10 years.
Why don't you? That's right. That's what happens. Coaches lose their voice. I don't know if you know that or not. And if you have a problem with it, take it up with Sam Amick and Tony Jones. They wrote the story.
And Ramona Shelburne was also in SAC yesterday. She joined Willard and Dibbs. She gave her, what was going on there. What I don't like is the video that I sent you and Evan going around after a game. I guess they got a chain thing that Michael Malone gives to the player of the game. Jokic stands up, gets it from Malone, and just tosses it in front of him. As soon as he gets it, Evan just tosses it to the side. I'm like, Jokic, I hope you guys get swept now. I don't like showing up your boss. I'm not into that.
It does seem strange that the guy that he seemed most intent on giving flowers to was Russell Westbrook the entire season.
Man, if you're Russ, how do you process that?
Ralph Barbieri was the inventor of 2 things can be equally true. Michael Malone's a very, very good coach. I think he's a really good coach, but I could see how after a decade.
But he meant so much to you guys, you couldn't just let him finish it out, even if you get swept. You had to run them with 3 games.
See, you're scared that they're going to turn it around.
Oh, no, Scotty.
They looked better last night.
Yeah, and the sack almost came back.
Oh, but no. And then the Warriors almost won.
The beam is broke.
And the Warriors almost won.
Now, why'd you have to do that?
Because you do that all the time. You act as though the Warriors lost a 38-point lead last night.
It feels like
Well, it's 12, and that's not a big deal in the NBA anymore.
These things happen.
Like, this is the thing. You go to the lab every night.
I watched it again.
You claim to watch every game. Well, then, why hasn't it hit you that a 12-point lead is not the be-all and end-all? It's 4 threes.
Not with the stakes as high as they were. Losing that game, dropping you to the 7th.
I just think it's
now needing help.
But
I'm going to watch Memphis, Minnesota with Warrior glasses on. I hate that.
You were surprised too, though, Steiny.
About?
The loss.
Of course.
The result, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's surprising. But, there's reasons for it.
There's a lack of grit.
Man.
Well,
no, I hope
There's also a lack of
what?
It was a lack of defense. It was a lack of taking care of the ball. It was a lack of keeping your man attached.
are we going to go 4 hours and not talk about the sequence where San Antonio, oh my God, it just flashed in my mind.
Oh.
Dre went early before halftime, get San Antonio action, and they go down and throw an alley-oop to go
nice.
up 4 before the half. Evan, it's chess, not checkers.
That reminded me that Stephon Castle had one of the best dunks in the slam dunk contest at Chase Center that we've seen. He could get up there.
That dude, man. UConn.
Good young player.
Yep.
What was I going to say? But you know who got snookered?
Pods.
Pods got snookered.
The Lynn Bias threw it off his. You got to be looking at the inbound. Evan, that was wow.
Yeah, but he's got the D-cell celebration.
It's not. It's a pretty cool celebration.
No, it's and
Don't you think it's cool?
And Fitz, they went on.
Let's see if I can do it.
Let's see. You just, but can you hold it? Look at him. I'm gonna give you a 3, Steiny. Dude, you can't. You're not there yet, young man, young fella.
That might be the one move you can still do,
dude. Man,
the Joe Lacob may be right. Manly Man in San Francisco. How you doing, Manly Man? Mm-hmm.
I'm okay, and I appreciate you taking my call.
Sure.
The problem with the Warriors is they take forever to get it across half court. 16, it's down to 17, 16 seconds, and when they finally get it across half court. The Warriors have always been good when they push the ball, and that's what they need to do more often is push the ball. But the other thing I noticed that they weren't doing the last few games, especially last night, is not moving without the ball. The only player that moves without the ball seems to be Curry. When they all had those turnovers late in the game, the other players were standing in the corner and waiting for something to happen. And spacing and moving without the balls, those are the 2 keys to get success for the Warriors. If they don't do those 2 things, it's easy for the defense to defend you. And 48 threes out of 86 attempts. Oh, my God. I told this to Willer and Dibbs yesterday and the day before.
Mm-hmm.
They got to stop taking so many threes. I know that's what they were built on, but, if you're not making them, you're not making them. Go in a few steps, get the easy one, get your confidence up, and that will help. And the other thing that the Spurs were doing is they were attacking the basket and kicking it out. And the percentages goes up precipitously when you do that for any team. And I do have a silver lining.
Okay.
The Warriors always play up or down to their competition. They got slapped in the face last night with the reality check is that they have to play like every team is a top 1 or 2 seeds. And now then maybe we'll wake up and say we have to play like we're playing a number 1 or 2 seeds and slap the other team down to 30 by the going into the 4th. And then the lead might be safe at that point. But moving without the ball, giving spacing, and attacking the basket.
Hey, Manly Man, I'll tell you what, the one thing I liked, and I think you're right on the money about, is they've been getting into their offense later than normal in those 2 losses. I feel like there's been a lot of possessions where I'm watching a guy with the ball, and I'm thinking, boy, they're probably getting up against the shot clock soon, and they're getting up against the shot clock soon.
And Jimmy bails them out.
He can.
Championship coming soon.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Oh, yeah, things are heating up on the
I hate to agree with Steinmetz.
I was at the Circa. Putting in work.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors get beat last night. 114-111. Old friend Harrison Barnes.
Black Falcon.
Tough shot over Jimmy Butler. And the Warriors turned the ball over too much in the last 2 minutes. And they gave the Spurs an opening. And now they dropped to 7 and they need some help. They need some help. And they got to win.
Well,
very real consequences for that loss last night.
Embarrassing. No, it was, man. There's nowhere to run and hide.
They had nobody.
Was there any part of your being, Stoddy, your fiber that thought about the shot in the playoffs that Barnes missed, the wide open look he had that would have put Sac up 3-1 a couple years ago?
Is that the shot where then Draymond Green said, "We've seen that movie before"?
That's that the one.
Boy, karma.
Oh, boy.
I mean, karma.
Well, it wasn't karma.
It's a dog.
They didn't execute.
I mean.
But I guess it's karma. Pod's doing that when the game's not over.
It was the basketball gods.
Yeah, I didn't like Pod celebrate. Like,
he celebrated the second quarter.
And that's a problem. The game's not over. And,
oh, my gosh.
And I'm telling you, that's words getting around town, bud. Look, you know how to, Stoney knows how to do the move. That's incredible. And then he did it a little longer. I'm like, I kind of like it, but
he takes as long doing the celebration as he does the move.
Oh boy, I can't unsee it.
Jose in San Bruno. How you doing, Jose?
I'm doing great. Thank you guys for taking my phone call today.
Sure,
enjoying this conversation.
You're the man.
Sorry.
Yeah. You a little nervous, Jose? It's all good. We're fun here. No pressure.
Oh no, yet. I agree with Goo there that it was embarrassing loss to Spurs for sure. But what's not embarrassing was how their play up to this point. Like,
it's true.
The past month with Jimmy Butler has been unbelievable. This is the NBA. Like, they pay their players too. And I think I agree with Draymond. Like, they didn't show the grit to close out the game. But then I also agree with Curry in the fact that a good team does take care of business, however many games is left, and they just take it from there. You know, I think we all just need to take a quick chill pill because these next two games might be the best games of the season. And opposed to last year where we kind of were fumbling into the play-in, this year we're making noise, and I know for a fact no one wants to come across us, no matter if we're home or away. And that too, I'm looking at our record like we're 24-16 at home, 23-17 away. To me, this looks like a balanced team that can go anywhere. They could play at home, they could play away, as opposed to other teams that are slightly above us, like the Clippers right now, who are 30-11, but then trash 18-21 away. And Memphis is almost the similar record as us, and look what we have today. You know, Memphis against Minnesota, which I think Minnesota can win this game. And then, you know, Sunday, I think we can beat the Clippers because we're going to be at home. All the stakes are on the line, especially after yesterday's loss. And what better opportunity do they have to just show the world that they are a good team and that we are making noise this year?
I mean, Jose, look at Jose. They got 2 games left. They got to win them both. If they win them both, I think they're going to finish 6th. It's pretty simple. I don't believe the Grizzlies are going to win their last 3 games. The problem is there's no guarantee that the Warriors win their next 2 games.
Or that Memphis doesn't go 3-0.
Exactly. And we'll find out how last night's game impacts everything. Austin in San Jose.
Our guy.
What's up, Austin? How you doing?
What's up, fellas? What a conversation, man. Listen, I'm going to start off by saying that I know I'm a fan like everybody else, and I want to kind of reject going too down about last night's loss, even though it was a gut punch. I think that in some ways
I always say this, Danny. I love the stress test, man. I may be a sick individual, but I love I love the games that are tight, man. I want to see the team stressed. I'd rather see them stressed. I want to see how the young guys play under pressure because everybody talks about the core and the culture and all this stuff, but this team hasn't won anything. This group of guys hasn't won anything. I mean, I know the big three have, but collectively they haven't won anything. So let's get off of teams being afraid of the Warriors. I don't buy that at all. I think if anything, the young guys that come in here, they want to prove they want to go against the Warriors. I mean, my guy, and I got to tell you, man, I got a man crush on Stephon Castle. Man, that dude is a beast. And Steiny, if I would look at a guy, we talk about JK and we can go back and forth and there's all the chatter about we love him, guys are putting him down. Here's the deal. I think that if you look at a guy like Stephon Castle, that would who you would have envisioned JK kind of being. The reality is that Stephon Castle's 20 years old. He was guarding Steph full court last night. Steph's 37. I mean, let's look at reality, guys. I mean, ideally, you would want a guy like Stephon Castle playing alongside Steph now, okay? Because that would be the transition you'd want, right? Right now, we got a bunch of guys that are decent players, but none of them a guy that really should be playing besides Steph. So that's where the Warriors' gap is going to be going forward. And forget about next year, Goo. You keep saying that that these young guys, they got a nice young group of guys. Listen, man, they better worry about this year. I don't think the veterans give a damn about next year. They know, as Steiny said many times, and I agree with Steiny, it's about this year. They know that this is their run. And next year, they don't know what next year is about. And I can tell you right now, this team will not exist the same next year in any way, whether they win or lose. It's not going to be the same. So let's get through this year. They need to win one series, Guru. Anything short of a one series win in the playoffs is going to be a disappointment.
Hey, let me leave you with this.
Hold on. Yeah, I got one for Austin, too.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Why do you, and I'm not saying you're wrong, why do you assume this team next year is going to be different? I'll give you Kuminga's a question mark, but isn't he the only one, really?
No. I think the Bob Myers philosophy, and I could be wrong. I think the old philosophy, let's run it back with guys that we've kind of built on. I think Dunleavy's going to go somewhat year by year. I think he's going to look at the landscape of the league. And remember, Steiny, we got to think about the league. I think we get caught up in the Warriors players. No, we got to worry about who we have to play against. And we had a team last night in San Antonio that had nothing to win for, but they got young dudes that are hungry. They trying to prove themselves. They're trying to get paid, man.
Right.
So we got to stop this. Everybody's afraid of the Warriors because of what they did 3 years ago. That's a bunch of crap, man. We need to get some. I want to see the Warriors get the next great 20-something-year-old that you can say, yep, that's the guy that's coming in behind Steph. I don't see that guy on the roster right now. I'm sorry. Thanks.
Yeah.
What about Pods?
That's what I was going to ask him, but
possibly.
Yeah, it is a possibly. We gave him flowers yesterday.
Yeah, see how he thanked us.
He deserved it.
See how he thanked us
in the
3
second
for
quarter.
11.
No, it wasn't even about. It was that celebration. It's time you got to do it for Willard and Dibbs. But man,
I will. I'll tell you what. The only thing that could make today worse is if we find out that Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler are playing dominoes.
No, that's
in Portland in the rain. I mean, that would be. Could you imagine if they actually did that today, after that loss?
No. It ain't hitting the same, Stoney.
The Rose Garden is a beautiful site to go out and play some.
That's Evan's old stomping grounds. My man's been everywhere.
No, he hasn't.
In this country.
You ever been to Portland?
Yeah.
When?
DeVry. They sent us for a week training.
Did you like it?
Yeah, but it's got some bad neighborhoods if you take a wrong turn.
Did it rain?
Or no rain.
No, you got lucky.
One of my greatest, I worked with a lot of women, so we had a team of 14. We had 3 men. Hey. Yeah, so I was single. Yeah, that was a great time.
Yeah, I have Portland number 2 on my list of cities with a seedy underbelly.
Seedy under.
Yeah.
My man.
And you know who's number 1? It shocks a lot of people. Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
Salt Lake City.
That's a different kind of seed.
You get down outside downtown a little. Hey, Goo.
But you know, a lot of people don't agree. You know what I mean? Who wouldn't play well in Salt Lake?
Salt Lake City has a seedy underbelly. You see the mountains? You see the wide streets?
Okay.
It's a beautiful, beautiful city. I love it. But I'll tell you what, you get off the beaten track, and there's a lot of people pushing shopping carts. A lot of people.
Some people consider Portland kind of the mini SF, if you will.
Yeah. Portland's got some down by the water. Trouble brewing.
Right along the Willamette.
You guys are great. Little history.
Frank in Atlanta.
ATL.
VA. What's up, Frank?
It's both.
Chocolate
Hello,
City.
hey, how you guys doing?
What's
Thanks
up,
for
man?
having me on.
Sure.
Hey, okay, we got to start looking at this as Warrior fans, diehard Warrior fans, objectively and analytically. The scouting report is in on us. It's 25-30 game with Jimmy Butler. Teams have figured out how to defend us, and they're doing it now. And it's starting to show. Last night was typical. Everybody now has figured out the way to beat us is basically overguard Steph Curry and play basically a diamond-in-one defense and cut off our ability to get cuts to the hole. And they dare us to shoot three-point shots because everybody in the National Basketball Association knows that the Golden State Warriors will not, as a rule, shoot a mid-range jump shot. No one not named Steph Curry will pull up from 18 foot and bury a jump shot. They will not do it unless there's 1.5 seconds left on the play clock. They defend the basket and they defend the three-point line. And the minute you drive to the basket, they stop and they look at you. The guys that are defending the basket, they'll just wait for you because they know you're not going to come. They know you're going to stop right there and you're going to look back out to the three-point line for a pass because no one will shoot. The manager has decreed that a mid-range jump shot is a bad shot.
But Pods has been taking some here in the last couple of games. But he's been taking them the last two games.
Pods won't shoot one. Pods won't shoot one. JK won't shoot one. Moses won't shoot one.
Butler will.
Buddy won't shoot one. Gee won't shoot one. Looney won't shoot one. Draymond won't shoot one. The only one who will shoot it is Steph Curry.
And Butler.
No one will shoot a 17-foot jump shot.
Butler will. Give me Butler.
Jimmy will because that's his game. But that's what I'm saying. No one else will.
No, Pods has been doing it the last couple of games, though. Pods has been doing it to me.
Because no one is guarding him there. But everybody else has been trained out of it because they've been here, and Kerr said that's a bad shot. And the minute JK pulls up one, he's yanked out of the game if you don't make it. And that's been the way that we've played all year. So that's who we are now. Okay. So defenses know that's all you have to do is stop that. And the only other thing I want to say is,
yes, sir,
let JK go. Talking about JK, he's gone.
All right.
Because there's enough teams out there that are going to offer him more than $15 million a year, and the Warriors, they can't match that.
Frank, thank you so much. Appreciate the call. Yeah, they don't shoot a lot of mid-range.
Steph's been doing it more, I've noticed, in Pods.
I mean, to be fair, the league doesn't really shoot mid-range jump shots anymore.
What was his second point?
Let JK walk.
Yeah.
Oh, let JK
And
walk.
when you shoot a midi and miss it, you're out. But Pods has been doing that, especially against Houston. I was like, okay.
I mean, who's paying Kuminga?
We'll see.
Who's paying him?
It might be team right here, Joe Lacob, his biggest fan.
They don't have to.
I made it up.
I believe it's his biggest fan, Joe Lacob.
Yeah,
that carries a lot of weight to me.
But that doesn't mean you overpay him.
Move on, Joe.
Huh? Well, what's he worth, 90?
I think he's worth 13 to 15 million.
Well, Austin Reeves is getting that right now.
Right, and Austin Reeves is
undrafted.
Right, and Austin Reeves is a better player.
No, that's what I'm about.
So there you go.
Well, when he re-ups, he get in the bag. You would think.
Right, and that's the way Kuminga should play it. Yeah. Take your 13 to 15 for the next 3 years, and then the next contract should be the big boy if you live up to it.
Yeah, and I'm not afraid of anything. So when I say this to you, Stoney, we had a call 2 callers ago talk about Castle. Oh, it was Austin and San Jose. What if you had that alongside Steph Curry, a guy like that can handle the ball and be a threat? It's my gosh.
But hold on. We've just been talking about pods.
Yeah, but I was more thinking about Moody and Kuminga, where they got drafted, that maybe are not that right now. Well, Castle's a problem.
Dre and Lamore.
Our man.
Hey, Dre, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm driving over to Mesa, Arizona.
Oh.
Matter of fact, last time I talked to you guys, I was driving back from Mesa. I moved over there, 55 and older retirement.
Nice. You going to see some baseball?
Yes.
Oh, that's never mind. Spring training's over. Shut up, Evan.
I didn't catch any. They wanted too much money for the tickets. Yeah. I didn't want to see double A's and single A's for the same price.
Yeah, I got you. What do you think about the Warriors?
Yeah. Very winnable game yesterday. Too many turnovers. Like you said, lazy pass by Curry. And then at one point, Butler had the ball down low, and it looked like we were up 2, and he was going to get a dunk. I don't know if they blocked it or what, but he lost the ball. And can I tell you guys what really gets my goat?
We're here.
And it's not from right now. When our Warriors were up 3-0 to Cleveland, and Draymond got kicked out of that game,
3-1.
And suspended.
Yep.
Everybody blames Draymond for that loss. And I love Harrison Barnes when he was on our team. But the truth of the matter is, the last 3 games, Harrison Barnes could not hit the side of a barn. And when he played with the Kings, he had a great series against us, and he hits the winning shot last night. It really pisses me off. I'm just like, how come you couldn't do it in the playoffs with us, Harrison?
Oh, man.
You'd have still been on the team. You know what? It's kind of like, he's such a nice guy. Like you said, he's going to be a politician, but I just can't get over that. And I can never get over Roger Craig fumbling the three-peat. I love my sports. When you get on my bad side, I hate you for life.
Thanks, Dre. Appreciate the call.
I'm going to back off.
I understand it. Flashbacks.
That's 2 play. We've somebody brought up Curry's behind the back pass from a decade ago.
Dude.
And now the 3-1 lead that
9
they let slip
years
away.
ago, Steiny.
Boy.
Don't forget.
Let's wrap up with Peter in San Ramon. How you doing, Peter? What's going on?
I'm doing great today. Hope you guys are all well.
Thank you.
About 3 callers or so ago, gentleman was talking about hoping that Mike Dunleavy was looking for the next step. I'm hoping that Mike Dunleavy is looking.
Peter, you're breaking up, but Peter, you call back, but he said, let's hope Mike Dunleavy. He wants Mike Dunleavy to look for the next Draymond Green.
And Uncle Looney was saying Stoney Castle was a number 4 pick. Pods wasn't.
Who's the best defensive player in college basketball?
He's on the Cougars.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It was a tough loss by the Warriors last night.
And hopefully Memphis loses tonight, man. That's the reality. You need help.
Memphis, look,
they got 3.
Don't worry about Memphis.
All right.
They're going to lose 1 out of the next 3 games. To me, it's about the Warriors having to win the next 2. They got to win the next 2. Otherwise, they've got no gripe. They've got absolutely no gripe. Let me get some more of this sound here real quick. Steve Kerr, what happened?
I just felt like we never, other than the first
5 minutes of the game and the first 5 minutes of the third quarter. And I never felt like we had control of them defensively. So we left the door open. We know they're a really good three-point shooting team. They made 17 last night against the Clippers and hung in there and gave them a tough game. So this was not a surprise to see this kind of effort from the Spurs. But we couldn't contain them defensively. And when you do that, you leave the door open for shots like they hit, like the one Harrison hit at the end.
Yeah, foot speed was not on display last night. They were, point of attack defense was non-existent. And I think, Stoney, when it's all said and done, obviously the turnovers, but the defensive side of the basketball court last night was nothing to write home about, man.
Here you go, Goo. Here's Kerr talking about losing a 12-point lead.
You know, to lose a 12-point lead to start the quarter at home, that's tough. Give the Spurs credit; they played a great game. You know, Harrison has been hot for a couple weeks, and you know, even the shots he missed tonight were halfway down. He hit just an incredible shot to win the game. So we try to pick up the pieces from this and get right back at it tomorrow. You know, or Friday, I guess, in Portland. We'll look at the tape, see where we can get better, and that's what we're going to do.
Yeah. Give the Spurs credit.
And I have, but wow. Now my day just got better. We got a meeting. It's Thursday, baby. Yeah, just thought about it.
You're the worst.
Yeah, I'm not the worst. It's Thursday.
You're among the worst.
Please. I love my guys.
So wait a minute. Oh my gosh.
It's Thursday. You know what time it is. Don't act brand new.
I forgot.
Yeah, that's what you do best. Evan, give me a little laugh.
You're gonna pull your normal stunt on Thursdays that you always pull?
No, I know you got somewhere to go.
Any more questions?
Networking.
Goo is the guy. End of an hour-long meeting. Any other questions? Yeah, I have one. Of course you do, Goo.
Steiny, you're the one that holds up the start of every meeting.
Come on, man.
It's bladder.
Man, Twinkle to Spray Thompson.
I'm locked in a box for 4 hours. I'm 60 years old. You're damn right I need to go to the bathroom after a show.
Oh, boy. Lomax.
All right.
Yeah.
That's a 6.
Tough.
Hey, this was a hard show to get through, man.
What are you talking about?
Dude, I mean, come on.
For some, I try to get through every show.
Yeah.
I try to be even Steven. How do you think Willard will be today?
I texted him last night.
How is he?
Giants won. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
First and last.
Crossover coming up on the other side. That segment brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO with the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area.
here for the beef.
Oh, there's a lot of. Don't mess around with games. There's a lack of grit.
That dude should return his muscles.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Mark Willard and Dan
The
Dibley.
fellas.
It is the crossover on a surprising crossover.
Dude, the block is hot, as we would say in the hood. The block is hot.
What does that mean?
That means you two are fighting, and we're about to fight, and I want to fight you.
Together. We ain't been fighting.
No, you just were like 19 seconds ago before the break. Like, the block is hot.
Willard, that's our normal talk.
He's still Dibley from the block. That's what it means.
Boy.
Yeah.
I'm just Danny from the block. Exactly.
And we got our guy, Marlon Wayans, joining us tomorrow at 12 o'clock in studio.
And that was my favorite part of the show earlier. And Steiny's like, hey, I think I've heard of him. And then you said In Living Color, and he's like, oh, yeah, Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey.
Boy special.
Jim Carrey.
Right.
He was Fireman Jim, right?
He was.
That
Let me
was-
show you something.
There were a bunch of things he was. Yeah.
He was a lot. But the whole show, that's a solid three. That show was about the Wayans.
Yeah.
Not only Marlon, but Keenan.
There you go.
Shout out Kim and Damon. It was more about the Wayans and J-Lo, who was before Jenny on the Block.
Yeah.
And then Jim Carrey, he was awesome too. But
All right.
Marlon Wayans in studio, 12:30.
It's exciting.
It is.
Sure.
But,
I mean,
yeah.
So was last night.
Couldn't get Chappelle.
I text both of you.
couldn't get Chappelle.
This dude.
This is the worst loss of the year.
Can I say something?
That was the worst loss of the year.
Part what? 6?
No,
he's
that
right.
was the worst loss of the year.
Because we're back in the box, like Jack.
Well,
that's a 4.
I think that they're going to have the opportunity to get up out the box. Memphis is not going to go unbeaten.
I just hate that we need them.
Right, but everybody needs each other this week, right? I mean, you already got Milwaukee go on a 34-3 run the other night
happened
in the fourth quarter. So I'm sure Minnesota radio yesterday was like, this is the worst loss of the year. And now today, it's our turn to be its worst loss of the year. Maybe Memphis will be up by 11 with 13 seconds left to go. And Josh Giddey will sign in Minnesota and win that game.
Average a triple-double last month.
I don't know what's going to go down. I just know that Sunday was going to be a lazy Sunday drive, and now it's going to be
there you go.
Stressful as hell.
So the playoffs have started if Stoney don't like that.
No, they've already. I mean, I think the Warriors would tell you they started 3 weeks ago.
But the turnovers,
that might be a problem.
Man, the turnovers
might
just
be a
hurt
problem.
me.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, if you want to, for me, the flashing light of hope.
Shout out Kanye.
The light at the end of the tunnel is this. That was your last back-to-back of the year. That's it. That won't happen again. And that's not an excuse. That doesn't mean the Warriors had that game won twice, 3 times.
99-96, 101-99, 103-99, and 105-104.
No, they made their run and then they were down by 12 at the end of 3. That's over. The game's over. If you are the mature championship veterans you are, that game is over. But you didn't handle business. So if Draymond wants to call it grit, whatever word you want to use, you blew it.
Yeah.
You blew it.
In the worst way.
Yeah, but when you blow it, now it's kind of like the start of the road trip. They had 2 crappy losses, and you're like, you guys blew it. And then they come back and won 2 games you didn't think they'd win. So they got to go win on Sunday.
And tomorrow. Okay, just what your face.
Assume nothing.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, even beyond that, it feels like a Beatles song to me because help. I need somebody help, not just anybody.
Today,
but I heard that, and he's been nailing it. But you need help, so you don't control your own destiny anymore. So you actually need help, because as you know, Steiny, from your Catholic education, the Lord helps those who help themselves, and the Lord did not help the Warriors last night because the Warriors did not help themselves.
It's well put, Dibs.
Yeah.
But they'll get it.
So tonight's game between Memphis and Minnesota.
Well, you can pray.
They're not all. No,
Shout out MC Hammer.
This is not a pray situation. Memphis, man. If Memphis can beat Minnesota and Denver on back-to-back nights, good on you. I'd love to see it.
I agree.
That's not going to happen. They're not doing that.
If Minnesota wins tonight, then the Warriors leapfrog the Grizzlies.
Yeah.
And if the Grizzlies win tonight, it essentially takes 8th out of the Warriors. If Minnesota loses, then the Warriors pretty much won't finish 8th.
Don't root too hard for Minnesota tonight, because if they beat Minnesota, then they've got to go to Denver tomorrow. And if they lose that, now you're essentially in even better shape. Like, there's a very good possibility that both of these teams lose games. And as Steiny says, that takes 8 out of it. That's the nightmare. The
8 is the nightmare.
The
I agree.
nightmare is Tuesday night
On
in
the road.
Minnesota.
All right.
I agree.
That's the nightmare.
How did we get here? Good Lord.
Tuesday night here is a bad dream. Tuesday night in Minnesota is a nightmare.
No, I don't want. No, nobody wants
That's
that.
actually, that's a great call. And that's one thing that I hadn't really been thinking about. I was just thinking if they get Minnesota, it'll probably be here on Tuesday. That'll be a tough game, too. It'll be a tough game wherever it is.
I asked Steiny what turnover bothered you the most. Mine was the Curry inbound. Man.
All of them. I mean, I'll agree because it was the last one. But all of them. All of them. The whole, I haven't watched a Warrior game like that all year. Man. Christy will tell you, I was over to her house. My body, shoulders are all scrunched up, leaning to the side. I'm like, this is not happening. I don't watch games like that. It's like that, right? You win some, you're going to lose some. Weird stuff happens. But last night, man, face contorting. No, you guys aren't going to do this. And then they did.
I feel like there were 3 shots last night in the fourth quarter where the Warriors were up 4 or 5 or 6, and the Spurs made a big shot. Mamu.
Yeah, he was
that top of the key shot that I think cut it from 4-1.
Mamu Ginobili
might have even been 6-3 or something. There were a couple shots that if the Spurs don't make it, the Warriors probably win the game. But they made about 2 or 3 big shots to turn 2 possession games right back into 1 possession games.
Man. And the Warriors only had 3 turnovers in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So we can talk about which turnover was the worst. Draymond had 2, Steph had 1. For me, it was more about an overall fourth quarter just meltdown where you shot 5 of 21 and your only offense was Jimmy Butler getting to the foul line. You're welcome,
Thank God
Jimmy.
for that.
And thank God he's a listener because, you and I called him out about being assertive. And next thing you know, he's assertive. So you and Steiny, oh, Jimmy, you're doing great. Well, Jimmy obviously was listening because Jimmy actually turned into the player he should have been. But
I love that you picked last night's game to say that because you said it before the game before
and,
that.
You look at offensively
and he
for the rest of the team
shot
in the fourth quarter. They were awful in the fourth quarter.
What a total cherry pick comment that was.
You look at the fourth quarter and you went 5 of 21 from the floor and your only offense was Jimmy Butler getting to the foul line. Yeah. That's what that was.
And Steiny always says,
5-21 floor.
You can't put it at the doorstep of the others or the youngsters. And we sung the praises of Pods, rightfully so, and Moody. He's been a godsend this year. But I can't ignore the last 13 games Moody's shooting has evaporated, and I'm just hoping that gets rectified moving forward. And I got to do this because I said it. Pods, we gave you your flowers yesterday, but you're not the guy to do that celebration in the second quarter. We got to do away with it. Do it, Steiny.
Why?
You did it.
Why don't you? Why?
You can't. You're not that guy yet,
Willard. Why?
Because it woke up the Spurs to me.
No, it didn't.
Come on.
I'm
Get back on defense.
I'm pro celebration of any kind, always and forever.
Steiny, you ain't going to show him, huh? You did it twice.
Do it, Steiny. Let me see it. Let me see the Euro. Oh, that's a little high.
That is a
it's a little high. You're covering your whole face.
Come on, man.
You're a good-looking man, Steiny. Don't cover your face like that.
I always think that he's doing the Mahmoud Abdul Rauf national anthem when he put his hands like that.
Right.
But Pods,
it was an awkward celebration. But I'm in favor of celebration.
Yeah. Point of attack defense was non-existent by everybody.
No,
by Pods.
Well, he was getting cooked.
Yeah.
Dude, cooked. And, he needs to come up with a new celebration that has to do with barbecue because when he's guarding the ball, he gets barbecued. So maybe he does something with a meat thermometer.
Well, it was bad by everybody yesterday, but they were going by him.
The Warriors' losses all have the same characteristics, and that's why I take comfort in that on a day like today. They all have the same characteristics.
Missed the 3 ball.
The old guys look tired, and the young guys miss their shots.
To me, the worst turnover was the one where Draymond got the turnover, and it led to the 3 by Champagne. Curry tried to throw a left-handed over the shoulder. It got knocked down by Castle, started going to the sidelines, and I think Draymond felt like he could get it and stay in bounds, but I think he was falling out of bounds.
Right.
And then he threw it right to Castle, and they got the 3 up at the other end. I mean, he would have been better off just taking the out of bounds.
Falling out of bounds.
Yeah, but, that was a big one.
And then compounded by the ball gets thrown in the corner, and Champagny gives him the pump fake, and Draymond, DPOY, how's your closeout, Dre? Oh, yeah, that wasn't a closeout. You flew by. You're going to block a 3, up 1, and so just a little pump, and now nobody home. Bang, 3-pointer, you're down 2, and then it got bad from there. And to have Harrison Barnes be the one to give you the dagger, he stuck it to you, the Black Falcon, that was even a little bit more hurtful. And then the other little sprinkle on top, Chris Paul acting like an assistant coach over there.
Man.
Like Chris Paulovich.
He enjoyed the hell out of that.
Is he Chris Paulovich?
Man.
Because he's over there in his sweatsuit in the fourth quarter, and he's barking signals, and he's calling plays. So HB and CP, Chris Paul
But this is what cut me. Even though, and I told Steiny this, you guys tell me if you agree. As bad as they played, the basketball gods gave them the turnover by Draymond, forcing it to Curry. Keldon Johnson goes down. Great defense by Dre, no foul. Misses the layup. That's 2 points. And then you get a foul from Castle over the back, so you don't have to earn your 2. Just make your free throws, and you're up. And I said, that's what winners do. So you're up 2, and you still found a way. They fell asleep. Him or Butler fell asleep on the pass from Castle, and they were in zone. And Johnson was down there late and got fouled. They didn't call it, but that's why I'm bothered.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Nobody's laughing today.
No. And I'm looking at that play, Goo, and they're actually in. It looks like they're in man, and Draymond is not guarding his man. He's got his back to Johnson, who is behind him, and Steph is trying to contain Castle, and Draymond is only fixated on helping Steph Curry. Moses is in help, and you've got everybody else. Jimmy Butler's in help, and Pods is on his man because he's 1 pass away. He's not denying, but he's close enough. Draymond is just ball watching. DPOY.
And they had a conversation, but they respect each other so much. Dre and Jimmy. Jimmy was like, dude, basically without saying it, that's on you.
Did you see the story about Draymond in The Athletic with Marcus Thompson when he was detailing his defensive plays while the video was going on?
It was last week.
It was last week.
No.
It was really good. Marcus was like, he had Draymond watch tape with him, and they picked out 3 really good plays from Draymond, and he explained what he was thinking the whole time. And there was a play that was so similar to the Keldon Johnson play, and he played it kind of the same way, but he said, I knew I could recover if the pass was thrown. And the pass was thrown on this clip that they were showing, and then he got back in time to block it or to alter the shot. And last night, he was just a little late, and Keldon Johnson's a big boy, and I think he almost made a play he always makes, you know what I mean? But he was just a hair late, and
might have been tired.
Maybe. And,
I don't know. I sort of feel like we're focusing on the wrong thing. Like, we're all talking about things that happen in the final 3 minutes of the basketball game. In any NBA game, if you end up in a tie game with 3 minutes to go, that thing could go either way. You got NBA players on the floor, they're going to knock down shots. It never, ever, ever, ever should have been in that spot, which is why I think it's kind of one of the reasons it's funny that you're peacocking about the way Jimmy Butler played the game out there without Steph Curry in last. That's where they lost the game. They got absolutely blown off the floor in the non-Curry minutes.
Yep.
And to me, that's not even about Jimmy Butler. That's the characteristic I'm talking about. Moody and Pods and Kuminga and obviously Post didn't play, like Buddy.
Santos.
They all didn't hit their shots. And normally at least one of those is going to hit a few shots. And if they do, they win that game last night. But at the beginning of the fourth quarter, you're up by 12.
Man.
Curry sits for 3.5 minutes, and the next thing you know, you got like a 2-point ball game. That's where you lost it, to me. That's where you lost the game.
I also think there's something important about Steph's three-point shooting on this team. And he was 5 for 14 last night. Not great for him. But I do think he's got to go 6 for 12 or 6 for 11 because that gives them the foundation of their three-point percentage, if you will. When he goes 5 for 14, then you better have at least one other guy and probably more than that. And Buddy was close last night, but not, he's been hotter. And Podziemski and Moody just kind of went missing with their three-point shot. And Steph, unfortunately, didn't make enough. Not that I'm blaming Steph, but his shooting there's a lot of pressure on Curry to make threes. Because if he doesn't, there's no guarantee they can.
First time they lost 2 or 3 with Butler, Dibs.
Yeah. And
at home.
And we could look at the role players, and none of whom played particularly great, or you could look at the stars, and that's where my eye will always go first. And, I'm mostly playing in tongue-in-cheek about Jimmy Butler, although he did get to the foul line a lot more than...
That's
17
like 18
times.
shots.
So 16 of his 28 came from the foul line, and 17 of their 28 free throws were Jimmy Butler. So if Steph is not hitting threes and nobody else really is hitting their three, then where will your offense come from? And if it's Jimmy Butler at the foul line, okay, good. Well, now you need one more thing to go your way. And, Buddy with 12 and Kuminga with 12 and, Draymond 13. Okay, that's all there. That's all good enough to win the game. But then you get down to the actual crunch time or clutch time, as we call it. And what happened? You had your two Hall of Famers turn the ball over, and you had plays that were not made by them. And yeah, you could look at Pods and Kuminga and Moses, he's in a little bit of a slump, and it's fair to say that. And we'll ask Steve Kerr about that later today when we have him on the show. Not only about Moses, but in general, last night. I do think that if you're going to go anywhere, it's going to have to be on the back of the big three more than it is the next three.
I can't wait because I just told Stotty,
I agree.
The last 6 times you've had Kerr on, and it's always a great interview. It's kind of been euphoria because things have been going so good, and he always is the same, even keel. But that one has to bother him. And if you watched his manner, he just was like, I can't believe you guys are doing this.
I'm sure that they had a sleepless night last night. This was not the plan.
This was not the plan.
They set themselves up for a situation.
No doubt.
That's why I thought they were so relaxed on Sunday after the loss. They were very relaxed in the post-game pressers because they knew it's okay. Here's how this week's going to play out. And losing Wednesday night was not
17.5 point favorites.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a wow.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Dibs. That's a night where if Steph, Draymond, and Butler to a lesser extent, he might not even belong in this one. They don't turn the ball over, they probably win that game. And then we're saying, they won that game without their role players playing well. But they lose the game, and then you got to look at the role players, too, as role players, and they didn't play well last night, and they have been. Pods has been pretty good. He wasn't really that good last night. Moody's been pretty good, only he hasn't shot it great lately, but he's been solid, and they just didn't.
Under 30%
make enough shots
his last 13
and
games.
I look at the second quarter where you enter the quarter and you're up 9, and it's time for Steph to rest. But even beyond the 20-3, it was a 9-0 run, or I'm sorry, it was a 13-3 run by the time Steph had to come back in. So Steph got a 4-minute break, and then he comes in for Pods. But before that, you had San Antonio go on an absolute run with Mamu and Wesley and Barnes and everybody. Yeah. They got back in the game on the backs of Moody and Pods and Draymond and Jimmy and Gee. And so that to me was the first point where it was like, okay, now the Warriors, okay, you're going to have to dig deep to still exert your will. You're 17 and a half points better according to Vegas. And then you built that lead up again. And then in the fourth quarter, again, when Steph was, trying to grab a rest.
Came back in at 9:06.
They came back again.
Yeah.
Again. So it's not so much the big three only their fault because the bench did a very poor job of stemming the tide. But then you got down to that clutch time, and your best players made big mistakes.
And my fear is if it's about fatigue, which I fought Steiny tooth and nail on, it's not that. Willard said it like this was not the plan, but if you're in the box, when are you going to get that rest? When are you going to recharge?
Well, I mean, first of all, you're not in the box yet. I know you are today, but the season doesn't end today. That's number one. Number two, if you are in the box and you do win, does everybody understand what he means by in the box?
No,
I know everybody
help
in
me
the
out. The play-in.
Yeah, I want to make sure the listeners understand.
Shout out Bonte.
But if you end up in the box and you're at home on Tuesday and you win that game, you're still going to go get 3 or 4 days off. I'm not saying that's not a good place to be, but like being in the box does not mean that you're playing all the way till Friday. If you end up in a game a week from tomorrow night, this whole thing went woefully wrong.
Wow.
I
appreciate the honesty.
You mean if they two play in?
Right.
Oh,
I mean,
God,
that means they play Tuesday and lose.
Oh, my God.
And then you're either hosting Dallas or Sacramento next week, or next Friday night for your lives.
Yeah.
Like that, they cannot. That to me, that's preventative in and of itself. You're not, even if you win that game and then get on the plane to Oklahoma, that lets them know. Like you're out.
All you have to do is go back 2 years when they played a 7-game series against the Kings. Curry goes for 50 on a Friday night in Sacramento, and they had to start the next series against the Lakers, who had 3 or 4 days off. Lakers came in here, won game 1, and they had control of the series the whole time.
Jordan Poole heave.
That's why I'm kind of with you. They don't want to go Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday.
That's why it's
like
dangerous.
If this thing ends up on Tuesday, like that's not good. But if it does, and you win, and you get on a plane for Houston for a game that's 4 or 5 days later, not the end of the world. If you play next Friday, you're hosed. I think you're totally hosed. By the way, just before you go, the turnover thing that everyone's focused on. Did you guys all see like how many total turnovers they had in the game?
Not many.
10. They only had 10.
Yeah.
So I just like
it's when they happened.
Right. But Pods, Moody, and Buddy and JK, could y'all just hit one more 3 each? You win that game by double digits. Yeah, like that's. I know. I'm not trying to. It's not about blame this player, that player. Those 4 combined. Well, actually, the non-big 3 went 7 of 28 from 3.
Before we leave, can we all be honest?
Number.
And I haven't asked Steiny this. Did we all assume OT like I did? I assumed OT before the ball was inbounded.
Yeah, I didn't assume it, but I thought that it was likely. Okay. And I also thought that in that moment, that if it gets to OT, they're going to win. But then when the Harrison Barnes shot went through, I thought, you know what? You didn't deserve to win. You didn't deserve it.
Willa,
you blew a
lead. OT?
Yeah.
I was assuming non-OT before the game even started. I was assuming an easy, breezy win the whole night.
Man, Dibs told the truth.
Yep. All right. Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock. So keep it locked to Willard and Dibs on 95.7, The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Ain't cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
Let's go. All
right.
I mean, you're normally more enthusiastic, but I'm not mad at you for your lack of enthusiasm.
It's Thursday. It's the best day of the week.
It's not.
But that
you
was
still feel that way?
Yeah, I do.
Well, I do because of what's going on to your left and to your right.
Oh, hello, friends.
It's my thing.
I know. You know what? You've got to pick which one's your thing.
You actually asked me before
you can't
for
get
my
to
Mount
spring
Rushmore
and do NCAA tournament, and you've got a system and a trip, and you drunk dial us and all of these things.
Yeah.
And then the Masters comes, and you're like, "This is my thing." No, which one's your thing?
Well, you asked me my top 4 before, and these two are in my top 4.
I want your top 1.
Well, of the top 4 things that I really look the most forward to, it's probably this over March Madness. Maybe it's Prisoner of the Moment, but something about the tinkling of the piano and, just the visual and having been there and the Thursday vibes where anybody could do it. And, you watch the same players on the same course, unlike any other major where every other major plays their rounds on a different course every year, but not this one. So it's special.
Yep, I like it. No, and so we'll keep an eye on it. Let's go Joaquin Neiman.
I'm a fan.
That's our guy this week, and that'll be the end of that because it's time to hear from you, Warrior fans. Lucas, unlock these things because I want to say this right out of the gate. I'm sure for many of you, and Dibs, you probably experienced this too. I don't think all year long my phone did that at the end of a game. That was like 28 text messages at the end of that game from multiple angles of my life.
I authored a few of them.
You authored a few.
3.
Absolutely. Yeah. Lucas was in there. Grandy was in there.
Words like disaster, calamity, embarrassment.
Totally. All my high school boys saw you. Thank you, Kyle Heidenreich. Good friend. He like.
Oh, he's a good dude.
Yeah. Pow, 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 pow. Like, the thing. It scared Christy's dog because Christy's dog, she doesn't like the buzzing phone right next to her. And she jumped off of the couch.
Oh,
and it was all a total frustration sensation. And so whatever you wanted to text your friends, thank you. Whatever you wanted to text your friends at 9:38 last night, why don't you call and say it to us right now?
You won't.
Yeah, you will.
You should.
And you will.
Let it off your chest.
888-957-9570. Your fingers are pointed at what? Now, notice I didn't say at who. Now, you can do that if you want to make it a who. I'd rather make it kind of a couple of collective things, but I'll start with this. I really do believe it. You kind of joked when I said it the first time that this is maybe the 6th time we've felt this year.
Yep.
You might be right, but this one beats all of those because it's more recent and more is on the line. This was the worst loss of the year. When you factor in what was at stake, this was the worst night of the year for the Golden State Warriors. And I know there were moments in January where you didn't, like, here's what's also funny. 3 months ago, if you had offered us this with 2 games to go, we would all have signed up for it. All of us.
Well, not that.
Yes. We would have signed up for it. No, if I had said to you in January, hey, Warriors are going to be in the 7 hole, but, 2 games to go, and if one other team loses a game, and they're going to be an underdog in a couple of games on back-to-back nights, if they lose one of them, and you win your last 2 games, you're in, and if you don't, you're the 7. And you'll have maybe a couple of home shots to get into the playoffs. In January, we all would have signed up for that. The team was bouncing around at 500. We all would have taken this, but not now. Not now and not tonight. And with everything on the line and leading after 1 and leading after 3.
Oh, God.
And everything that went into last night, the fact that a former Warrior sat there with his arm in the air, waving it like he just don't care at the end of the whole thing. That was the worst loss of the year for the Golden State Warriors. Now you got to go recover.
Yeah, you have to go recover and get help to avoid being in the play-in game anyway. And you look at the game, and the last 3 minutes, basically, you didn't have a field goal. You didn't make one. Your best shot was a Steph Curry 30-footer that didn't go in, and then you had Jimmy Butler free throws. And I do want to give Draymond Green some praise for stepping to the line with 3 seconds left and hitting 2, not 1. You needed both, and he hit them both.
Those
2
were nerve-wracking.
big free throws. And I don't know if I've ever seen Draymond in that way on the second free throw. And, the camera cut to him and he needed the second free throw to tie the game. And you could see like a big exhale and you could see Draymond taking a little extra time. And he looked, for the first time in my life, nervous.
I actually barked at him when he did that. I was like, don't overthink it. Because the first one, he just stepped up and pow, swish.
Right.
Just like, I'm like, do it again. Don't sit there and start thinking about the moment and put it on your shoulders and all of that. Like, dude, just shoot it.
I had a different reaction. I looked at him. I'm like, look at you, Draymond, because he knew how big that was, and he took an extra beat and he gave it a little, whew, and he stepped up and he drilled it. And at that moment, I thought, all right, overtime, cool. Yeah, take your timeout, San Antonio, whatever. And I'm not scared by whatever you draw up. And Harrison Barnes with a great shot, and he beat you. And I was bummed in the moment, but then my disappointment turned to anger, realizing exactly what had taken place, not only in the fourth quarter, but the second quarter where, Pods and his chariot turned into a pumpkin, and Moses Moody he's in a little bit of a funk.
He's in a funk.
He's in a big time funk. And if you want to go beyond that, and you didn't have QP3 who could play, and Kuminga he's fine. He's not like that impactful. He doesn't have the ha-ha. And then Steph Curry was fine, 30 points. I mean, it's more than ordinary, but he wasn't that efficient. And Jimmy Butler could only make free throws, and you look beyond that, and it's like you blew 2 gigantic leads at home against a team that's not very good.
Well, and listen, when we say everything you just said was true, I'm going to refrain. Y'all get to do whatever you want, but I'm going to refrain from what I think we do, and the Warriors have actually been asking us to, like Steph Curry said a few nights ago, can we stop doing this? Like, I really don't like when we come in the day after a game and then use last night's game to fill in a sentence about a player. Here's an example of what I mean. See, Pods can't shoot. What the hell are you talking about?
I didn't say that.
Right, you didn't.
Yeah.
You didn't. But
I just said his chariot turned into a pumpkin.
And that's fine.
It's midnight for Cinderella.
He had a bad game. They've all had a bad game here and there. I define last night by 2 things. And they are the 2 things that are constants when the Warriors lose, which is the old guys start looking fatigued. There are signs of fatigue. Steve Kerr's words now, when Steph starts getting sloppy with the ball in the fourth quarter, it's usually because he needs an emotional break. Is that not exactly what he said?
Yeah, a couple weeks ago.
When Denver came in here without Jokic, beat the Warriors, Steph was sloppy with the ball. Steve went to his locker after the game and said, you're not playing tomorrow night. Steph said, no, you're not playing tomorrow night. Was that not the same thing that we saw in the fourth? Here's what Steve said at that time.
More of a mental and emotional fatigue than physical. He's fine. Physically, his back was fine last night. He put up a fight last night when I told him I wanted to give him the night off, but he understood. You guys know Steph. When he's emotionally tired, it affects his decision making, and so he's been turning it over last couple games. He's a little out of sorts. So we got lots of experience with this. With Steph, we know him well, and just needs a night off once in a while. He's for sure earned it. I mean, he's just carried us on the road trip, and he's been amazing. But the last couple of games, I think the fatigue has shown, and so give him a night, and then he'll be right back out there Thursday.
All right, now obviously you're not giving him a night off tomorrow night. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting that there were signs at the end of that game last night where your big 3 were suffering from exactly what Steve Kerr is talking about. And with the 6 games in 9 nights and the long road trip and the tough opponents and everything on the line, none of these are excuses. It's just an observation. They started to be sloppy in the fourth quarter. The other characteristic of Warriors' losses lately, the role players miss most of their 3s. And that's what happened last night. So I don't come out with any umbrella concerns. I really don't. I said to you yesterday, I think the Warriors are one of 5 teams that can win a title. I stand by that. I really do. I just come out with micro concerns. Now we're starting to get into mathematical concerns because you couldn't afford to lose that game. But you did.
You did. And for me, it's not so much about you being sloppy or tired because you only played about 25 minutes, if that, the night before in Phoenix. For me, it was about just recklessness, and you were 1 for 10 from 3 in the fourth quarter, and that includes Brandon, Steph, Kuminga, and Moses. Your only 3 that was made was by the guy who you would rather not shoot threes, and that's Jimmy Butler. He was 1 for 1. As a team, you were 1 for 10, 5 of 21 from the floor, and you only had 3 turnovers, and the 3 were 2 Draymond and 1 Steph. And the 1 Draymond was probably half a Steph. One of the Draymonds was because he got put into a bad spot and he gave it up and it turned into a live ball 3 the other way. So it was a bad fourth quarter. Jimmy played all 12 minutes and he had 13 of your 23, and most of those came from the foul line. So beyond that, you had only 15 points outside of Jimmy from the foul line, and it was a Jimmy 3, a Jimmy 2, and 3 Steph 2. So offensively, you had nothing going, and I don't think that it's necessarily fatigue. I thought you were sloppy, and I thought that when it came down to actually making a play and getting a bucket, offensively, you were stagnant.
Right, but what leads to sloppy? Again, I'm just using
I'm not saying fatigue.
Oh, well, that's what Steve Kerr says.
Sure, and we'll ask him at 5 today if he thought they were tired. And if they were tired in that spot after only playing 23 minutes...
I can promise you they were tired. I don't.
Right.
It's not an excuse. You have to.
It's not an excuse.
You have to work with your fatigue.
Whatever it was, I mean, if that's the reason why you lost, well, then you're in real trouble.
No, it's not. I don't see it that way. It's not the reason, but
then what is it?
Like we don't really have. Like there's 1,000 reasons. Why'd you lose the game? Well, because that shot didn't go in, and then that shot didn't go in, and then that shot didn't go. I mean, we could do that. It's just an observation, and there's no question that they're tired. They are older. And they were in Phoenix the night before. It doesn't matter if they played 25 minutes or 33 minutes. They're in Phoenix the night before. They had to get on a flight. They had to come home, get in their bed at 2 or 3 in the morning. And this is the way it works. And we can be Johnny Public if we want and be like, I can't believe these pampered private plane boys get tired. Yes, that's how it works.
Right.
That's how it works. They were tired. And when I see those great players get sloppy, to me, it's usually a sign of fatigue. And I am thankful today that you will not see any more back-to-backs for the Golden State Warriors. I think that's going to go well for them. That's just me. We're sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. Wherever you want to point your frustrations, there's only one place where you can get them off your chest, and that's right here. So 888-957-9570 is the number. As you heard Dibs say, Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock. Between now and then, it's just you. So fire away. Whatever it is you want to say, we're here for you. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Barnes, top of the key. Vassell down low. Champagny and Johnson the other side. Ball to Barnes. Barnes will spin. Shoots over Butler. It's up and good. He hit it at the buzzer. The Spurs pile onto the floor and mob Harrison Barnes. The Spurs have beaten the Warriors in a game Golden State had to have. Harrison Barnes with an unbelievable shot. Jimmy Butler was all over him.
Wow.
6 of 9 for Harrison Barnes from beyond the arc. And the Chase Center crowd is shocked. People are murmuring, shaking their heads as they head up the aisles and head out into a Bay Area evening. And the Golden State season just got a lot more complicated. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Grandy, go ahead and lose that one. You go ahead and lose that cut.
Oh, no, you keep it. That was a great call. People are murmuring.
No, it was a great call.
Yeah.
I just don't want to hear it anymore.
Well, I mean, Harrison Barnes, forever Warrior. He's won as many titles as Wiggins has.
I got nothing against Harrison Barnes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think it's like, it's kind of, I tell you what, I find it real easy to go back to hating Chris Paul. That's the easiest thing that's happened this year in the NBA.
Is that your big hate takeaway?
Oh, my God.
Your hate away from last night?
Jeez. He looks exactly the way he used to again. I tap it down, dude. What are you, 48 years old?
He's 40.
Good for him.
He's a man.
Yeah. Great player, but...
Also a forever Warrior.
No. But Harrison Barnes, dude, Harrison Barnes is awesome. Harrison Barnes has been a great dude. He has been nothing but classy. He was a champion. The worst thing he ever did was that he went to the playoffs one time and he missed shots and people got really angry at him.
Right.
And then, of course, his as an asset, if you will, the movability of it, the flexibility of it allowed you to get Kevin Durant.
Right.
All right. Like, I have nothing bad to say about Harrison Barnes.
He's
ever.
played in 71 playoff games. Do you know how many of those playoff games have not involved the Golden State Warriors?
Well, there were 7 with the Kings.
Sure.
So there were those.
Yeah.
I'll go with 7.
No, the answer is 0.
Oh, I misunderstood your question.
Well,
I thought you meant how many of them was he not on the Warriors?
How many of them have not involved the Warriors? In other words,
again, 0.
Well, you said 7, so you can buzz them again. Thank you.
But I got it right. If you read
you got it wrong. Had you thought about the actual question that was very eloquently laid out?
Not necessarily clear. But
they all involved the Warriors.
Right.
The only 7 games he played that weren't on the Warriors were against the Warriors.
Right.
So they involved the Warriors.
Yeah. Again, semantics. But my point is,
sure.
I accurately laid out that that's the only time he's played in the playoffs without the Warriors.
But you inaccurately answered the question. I thought that it was interesting that he... I don't have to do me.
Yes, you do. You can't do anyone else.
Well, what I'm doing is I'm actually doing you here in that you got it wrong.
What is going on
and
here?
I'm exalting in that. And the greater point is that he had 3 years in Dallas in which they did not make the playoffs.
Exactly. Sorry, my call screen just went blank, and I wanted to go to the phones, and I don't know where everything went. Lucas, who's on the line? Tell me who's on the line and bring him up.
How about Lamont in Oakland?
Let's go to Lamont in Oakland.
Hey, Lamont.
Hey, Lamont, what's cooking, man? Thanks for calling Willie and Debbie.
Guys. Thank you. Thank you for taking the call, guys. Gibbs, I need to ask a real ref a following question.
Sure.
I have kids. I'm trying to coach kids. It's just recreational, but I'm having to arguing back and forth. What is a foul and what's not a foul? Okay?
Okay.
So the question is, you have a jump shooter going up for a jump shot. The defender is literally on him. He's going up with him. So the shooter releases the shot. Okay, the defender is still with him all the way, but he hits his wrist about 3 seconds after the ball is released. Is that still a foul?
It depends on where the defender, A, lands, and B, how much they infringed on the shooter's personal space. just because the shot's been released does not alleviate the responsibility of the defender from avoiding contact. So if the offensive player shoots it and the defender, after the fact, impinges or infringes on the shooter, it still is a foul, Lamont.
It's still a foul. Okay, even though, so if they both go up straight and they both come down straight, it's still a foul.
Well, that's different now. You're talking about straight on straight. If it's straight on straight, and thank you, Lamont.
Yeah, Lamont, is this about a youth game or about the Warrior game last night?
It's about a youth game.
Okay, thanks, Lamont. Yeah. All right, let's go. Do you want to finish answering the question?
I mean, I would, but I could do a whole show on that, but you're more interested in what we should be interested in.
I am. Thank you, Lamont, very much for listening. Let's go to DJ in San Jose. Hi, DJ. What's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, DJ.
I think we really noticed. Sure. I think we really noticed, like, specifically the lack of GP2 yesterday because we could not get a stop in the fourth quarter. It seemed like Stephen Castle was having his way with Curry, scoring whenever he wanted to. And then I think Post is just probably out of the rookies. Like, he plays the least like a rookie. Like, if someone's going to put a shot up at the end, I would count on him, his shot going in the most, even though Pods has been playing pretty well. But I don't know about Pods. I mean, he's Pods.
TJ, I'm sorry I'm laughing. That might be the best analysis that we've ever heard on 95.7 The Game. You're right. Pods is pause. Pods. That's it. What does that mean, though, DJ? Was that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's been a good thing recently because I didn't really believe in him like Steve Kerr did. And if you look at his college stats, he was a really good shooter and everything. But this beginning of the season was awful for him. And I didn't even think he belonged in the NBA. But if you look at the last few games, I mean, he's part of the reason we're winning. But I think...
Yeah, go ahead, DJ.
No, I mean, at the same time, I wouldn't depend on him for a huge shot. Like, he's very inconsistent. And that he has, like, one move, like that slow motion move. Like, when people start planning for that in the playoffs, like, he's not going to get that off at all.
Yeah, DJ, thanks. I don't really see it that way at all. I don't think he has been inconsistent of late. He's been very consistent of late, and I think sophomores playing this way at the beginning of a year is actually not unprecedented at all. So, you know, I think if you're a real Warrior fan, I'm not going to let last night suddenly discourage everything that Brandon Podziemski has been in the second half of this year, and certainly what he has been post-trade deadline with Jimmy Butler on the roster. He's been a very, very good asset for the great. Warriors, yeah. and I don't think that his moves are going to like disintegrate in the playoffs and all these things. It's funny. The playoffs are different. There's no question. Sometimes I think I hear people talk about them as if they're a completely different sport. Like these role players, they're going to be allowed to play in the playoffs, and they better. These shots are going to have to fall, or the Warriors will lose. Like, it's not all on Steph and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. It can't be.
Well, and if it is, you're going to lose.
Yeah.
And so, because you're playing 5-on-5, and so the other two guys who are out there on the floor are going to have to contribute and at least do more than what happened last night. And, you know, Pods has been great. Last night, 3 of 11 from the floor, 1 of 5 from 3. He was not terrific in that game. And so you look at Moody. Moody was not great. Kuminga was okay. Maybe even a little subpar to my eye. And so if you take all of the other players not named Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, none of them were really that great, and yet you still had a chance to win the game. And then your great players, in the moment where you needed greatness from the greats, they didn't perform. I mean, Draymond hit 2 free throws. You had late turnovers, and you didn't score a basket the last 3 minutes, and that's why you lost.
That's crazy. That's crazy. But again, I'll keep saying this. If you end up in a tie game with 3 minutes to go, I don't care who you're playing. That game's going to go either way. That game can go either way. Those are NBA players, and like, for instance, he just brought up, it's like, oh, this guy Stephon Castle was cooking Steph Curry. Do you know who Stephon Cat? That's going to be the rookie of the year.
He's really good.
Dude, he's really good. And he's a really difficult one-on-one cover. And Steph Curry is not a great defender. So that was not surprising at all. Not at all. That the likes of Curry and Pods, people who are not your best defenders, were having a hard time with the San Antonio Spurs backcourt. I didn't find that to be puzzling at all. The puzzling part to me is that, again, the offense went stagnant. This has been the story for 3 years with the Warriors. If Steph's off the court, the offense went totally stagnant. They have a penchant for doing that. It has hurt them before. It will probably hurt them again. It hurt them last night. I don't think they lost the game in the last 3 minutes. I thought they lost it in the first 3 minutes of the fourth quarter. A 12-point lead, and they just kicked it.
Yeah,
completely kicked it with Steph off the floor.
But you get to the last 3 minutes, and that's where you, as a veteran team at home in a win situation that would be very, very big, you expect more than what they delivered. And I'm looking at the game log. Curry scores in a finger roll. Draymond steal, Draymond turnover. Curry miss, Butler a couple free throws. Draymond turnover, Butler a couple of free throws. Curry turnover, and then Draymond hits the 2 free throws. And then HB hits the 3 to beat you. You had no more field goals after the Steph Curry finger roll. He missed a 3, and I do believe that was the last shot that you actually took. And I know that Jimmy Butler took 2 shots and got fouled. Those don't count. And he made all 4 free throws. But other than that, you had no other field goal attempt.
Well, and one of those trips to the free throw line was for an over-the-back call at the other end. It wasn't even an attempt. It wasn't even an offensive set. Like, he got fouled with Castle going over the back on the other end of the floor and ended up on the free throw line. So, yeah, their offense stopped. You still ended up tied with 3 seconds to go, and a hero ball shot beat you. And 9 times out of 10, that's not going to go in, but it did. It did. You know what I mean? So, like, again, I think everybody can feel very equally uncomfortable with what took place last night. I don't take last night to mean anything fearful down the road in terms of the way the Warriors play basketball. I don't. The concern level for me is the fact that they've welcomed the nightmare into the room. That's why last night was so bad. I don't think it means, the Warriors now can't play in the playoffs, so they can't beat this team, or, man, if they're tired, how do you expect them to go on a playoff run? Because the playoffs are different, and you have no back-to-backs, and they have a completely different flow to them, and the Warriors have experience doing it, and I give them a really good shot in the playoffs. But the problem is they've got to get there. And last night brought the nightmare into the room.
Well, for me, the nightmare was the fact that you had a second quarter and a fourth quarter where you just let them come back in the game. In a game at home where, yes, you were on the second half of a back-to-back, but it didn't seem to matter until the end of the game. And now, all of a sudden, we're going to claim fatigue. That, for me, in Game 80 is unacceptable. Even if you are tired, it doesn't mean that you lack the ability to actually make a basket and you make the plays that you made. And if you're that tired, then they all should have sat. You sit Draymond, you sit Steph, you sit whoever else was tired, and you go out there and you play your younger guys, because Kuminga was not tired. He didn't play great.
But life doesn't work that way.
No, but life works the way you want it to work.
Well, but you can't
like play them and then also say, they were tired.
No, sure you can. Like you try, you give it everything you've got on that night. I don't think. Look, the only way this would be an excuse is if the Warriors used it. The Warriors are not going to come out and say, we lost because we were tired.
Right.
But I can watch the game and as an observation be like, ooh, great players getting sloppy at the end. That looks like mental and physical fatigue to me, not like in a, preventative, you're not even able to play sort of a way, but it helps explain some of the acts that went down toward the end to me. Again, so it's not an excuse. You're right. It's totally unacceptable. I've rephrased this as the worst loss of the year. They know that. You can't do that. You can't do that, but it doesn't prevent the facts from being the facts, which is that the Warriors are an older team. They've been asked to do something pretty heroic over these last couple of weeks with the lengthy road trip, the difficulty of the opponents, the way the standings are laying out. And for the most part, they've handled those couple of weeks really well. Last night, they really, really didn't. Last night, they really fumbled the damn rock.
And we can ask Steve Kerr today at 5 about the idea of fatigue, because I look at Moses Moody at 22, and he's playing the same amount of games, but he's 22, and he was 0 for 3. He was a minus 17 in the fourth quarter. And Pods, who was 0 for 3 and a minus 11. So are they as tired at 22 as a 37-year-old Steph Curry?
I don't think so.
I don't buy it.
But I think we're talking about two different things. With Moody and Pods, we're talking about missed shots. That means
right. We're also talking about wild ineffectiveness where when you're playing, the team is getting gashed.
But I'm talking about the slop of the passes in the fourth quarter. Again, if we go back to the way Steve Kerr spoke about Steph Curry 2 weeks ago, he said, when I see that from Steph, it's a sign of exhaustion. Again, I'm just taking those words to be like, he knows them better than we do.
Yeah.
So
you're applying those words, though, to last night.
Right, but just to those three, just to the older guys. The younger guys, I think, just missed their shots. I think they just had a bad night. And Moses, maybe it's more than one night. Moses is in a slump. You got to get out of it. You got to keep shooting. You got to see the bottom of the net. And then he'll get going. I hope. If he doesn't, they've got a problem because they need those guys to knock down shots. I heard Slater say this morning. The defenses in the NBA in 2025 are going to do this. You're going to funnel the ball to those two guys, Moody and Pods, and when they're in there, the JKs, the Posts, and the Santoses of the world, they're going to funnel the ball to them because they're going to live with kind of like what the Lakers did last week. It's like, if that guy can beat us, if Pods can score 30, okay, salute, you win. But let's see it because it's a hell of a lot less likely than one of the big three doing it. So those guys have got to hit shots. They didn't last night. They combined
for 14 points on 6 of 22.
Exactly.
And they were 2 of 12 from 3. So that, for me, has little to do with fatigue. And if you want to talk about the last 2 minutes of the game, and you've got 2 Hall of Famers who made sloppy plays. Jimmy Butler played all 12 minutes of the fourth quarter. For me, it was not about fatigue. It was about a lack of execution. And it was really more about the early part of the fourth quarter and the early part of the second quarter where you as a team did not handle business and you let San Antonio hang around. And that's what Steph actually said in the post game. He's like, when you give any team a chance and then you give them a second chance and you get down to the wire, well, anything can happen.
Sure.
So
I think
for
we're
me, it's
saying
less about the last 2 minutes, but I'm not citing fatigue at all.
I think we're saying the same thing, though.
But I'm not going to say that they
it's
were
not
tired.
about fatigue.
No,
it's about lack of execution, and I'm telling you that lack of execution is affected by your fatigue.
And that's where I would disagree with you.
I don't know how you can. You're not them.
Because I don't know how tired they are. And for me, however tired you are, that's no excuse.
It's not an excuse.
You're making it an excuse.
I'm not making an excuse.
You're putting something out there that they're not saying. You're saying that they were tired.
Right.
They're not saying they're tired.
Yes, they are. Draymond Green.
Did they say that last night?
You can see it. They can barely answer questions afterward.
Say it is the answer.
Of course they won't, because they're professionals. They're not idiots. They're not going to say that at a press conference.
You're making that excuse for them, and I'm not here for that. That's all I'm saying.
Listen to what I'm about to say.
I'm hearing your whole thing.
I can't make an excuse for them. I'm not them. I don't have to make an excuse for them.
But you are.
I'm not. I'm literally saying what my observation is.
Right.
It's not an excuse. I'm not them. I don't answer for them. I don't have to do anything for them. I'm not them. I didn't make any mistakes last night. I went to my lady's house, ate a beautiful dinner, had a wonderful old-fashioned that she made for me, sat next to her, loved our time together, and the Warriors lost. I didn't do a damn thing last night.
Right.
I don't need to make excuses for anyone.
You might have been fatigued, but it wouldn't have mattered.
Actually, I was. I've been fighting a little cough this week.
No doubt.
It's tough.
And I think you gave it to me, but I'm not going to use that as an excuse.
I actually was up from 3:30 to 5 this morning coughing.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here. And you know what? At 5:30, I'm probably going to be sick of this process, but we're going to finish. And we're going to do the best we can because that's what we do.
And if you're fatigued at 5:30, then honestly, I don't care. It's no excuse.
Exactly. And I
do the show.
And I will. And I'm not here to excuse the Warriors. So I am going to kindly ask today, right now at 2:51, let's remove this from the conversation. Willard's making excuses. I'm not them. I don't give a rip. I don't give a rip what the reason was. All I can do is tell you what I saw and what I see over a 2-week period. I see an older team that is going through what we've called a gauntlet. I see it affecting them some. It's not an excuse. It's an observation.
Sure.
And y'all can do whatever you want with it after that.
Well, what I'm going to do with it is I'm going to reject it, and I'm going to say that is weak.
Wonderful.
It's weak sauce, and they're not saying it, and I'm not.
Of course not. Why would they say that publicly?
Well, why would you say it
Because
publicly?
that's what I see.
Exactly. You know what I see? I see big-time players who did not make big-time plays, and I'm not going to be able to project their relative fatigue because if you play a basketball game and you're out there playing, there's an expectation for you to play the game. And I'm not going to sit there and say, oh boy, you were so fatigued.
Let me ask you a question.
How can we look at that and expect anything other than what they gave us? Because darn it, it's game 80 and he's old and he's all tuckered out.
And if you'd listened to me one
I've been
time,
listening the whole time.
I've never said anything like that. That's patently absurd that I sound like that.
You said that they're tired.
Right. But you're mimicking back of that is, we can't win. No one's doing that. Let me ask you a question because you said it's unacceptable to play this way down the stretch. What's your observation as to why?
Because they didn't make the plays.
That's not a reason.
Well, the reason is
why did great players suddenly make horrible plays at the end of the game? In your opinion,
because
just tell me what you see.
They were sloppy.
Okay.
Now, were they sloppy because he's all tuckered out? I don't know that. I saw lazy plays. I saw Draymond save a pass and then try to make a play in a live ball turnover, and you gave up a 3. And beyond that, what I saw was an offense that was completely stuck in the mud, and Steph Curry couldn't find a way to get a bucket, nor could Draymond. Jimmy got to the foul line, and that's about all you had.
You don't like if you don't have a why, that's fine. But do you have a why?
Well, I could guess a why,
well,
but I'm not going to say they were tired.
Okay, so what would it be?
It was the fact that early in the fourth quarter and early in the second quarter, the reserves didn't do them any favors and they could not make shots. And that put a lot of pressure on the regulars. And then when they came in, things got tight and they couldn't get it done. Yeah. I'm not going to say that, oh boy, they were tired after 23 minutes in Phoenix in a game where you didn't even have to try.
No, they look tired to me. That's all. Just an observation. Not saying that it's okay. I'm over here telling you it's the worst loss of the year.
Yeah.
So I don't know why we do that in sports media. Oh, you're making excuses. I'm not them. I don't need to answer for that. I didn't do anything wrong last night. I just watched a basketball game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. A lot of people want to weigh in. Let's do that next on Willard and Dibs.
Away, a turnover off the inbounds. That's the worst possible situation. Castle now off a screen gets Curry. They spread out to give Castle room to drive. 17 seconds left, 9 on the shot clock. Fades to his right, dribbles, pass in low, wide open. Keldon Johnson scores a layup, no foul call.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Wu-Tang on the YouTube chat with a super chat.
Oh, how much?
$2.
Read it.
Lakers or Warriors daddy?
Okay. Who's your daddy?
If anybody else would like to waste their money, we're here for it.
Cash me out one time.
Right.
I love you all. Love you all. All of you, truly. Even the ones who are, and you know who you are, some of you are exhausting.
They're great.
You know, you're great. It's exhausting.
YouTube commenters are like children. You actually don't love them all the same. And that's one of my favorite all-time, like, isms. Oh, blah, blah, blah is like kids. You love them all the same. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Well,
no, you don't.
I mean, love
You got 3, and I got 3.
I know, but love's an interesting word. You do love them all the same. I don't know that I would choose to spend the same amount of time with all of them.
Maybe it's like them all the same.
I mean, like, I'm going to protect them like they're my own no matter what. I'd jump in front of a car for any of them.
Right.
But if you said, would you like to go away for a weekend, just you and that child, I'm gonna have a list.
Right.
I'm gonna have a list now.
Like, who do you want to spend 2 hours with this Saturday? There's a top 3. There's a power ranking.
There is a ranking.
And it's, for sure. So whatever. That's how I feel about the YouTubers. There are a few that exhaust me and a few that I like more than I should. And then the other 614 of you, you're all tied for 4th.
Yeah. Yeah. We're glad you're there, though.
Love you.
Yeah. I wish we could see you the way you can see us. Like Romper Room. Sorry to date myself, but anyway.
That would be cool.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Wherever your frustration is, fire it away. That's what we're here for today. That's what we're doing.
I'm mad at Steve Kerr's rotations, Mark.
I'm mad at you. So,
well, you should
whatever.
Be. Well, it's funny because I was watching earlier today, I think it was Steiny and Goo, and I no longer comment because Steiny clapped back at me.
Yeah,
but
I'm
angry, Jeff.
It's awesome. Yeah, you shouldn't do that. He wins when you do that.
Well,
be you. If you want to be in their YouTube chat, be in their YouTube chat.
I was busy today.
Okay, that's fine. But
watching the Masters.
But don't go away just because Steiny made fun of you.
Of course not.
Don't do that.
I never would.
Okay.
But there were at least 2 or 3 who chimed in with the Lacob needs to give Kerr the Michael Malone treatment.
Oh, God.
So just so you know, those people, they're out there after a loss. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure that got out there.
Of course they're there.
Right. It's called the Michael Malone treatment now, by the way.
Well, I mean, let's fire Shanahan while we're at it.
Can we?
That would be great. I'm sick of all these coaches here in the Bay.
And Melvin was about to be on the hot seat till they rallied.
Literally, yeah.
We'll see how that flight goes today, and I'll get back to you.
It's a long one.
We got another super chat from Alan on YouTube. $2. Ask Kerr if he was at the game or watching White Lotus.
Do you know,
That's a 3.
Do you know what would be great radio for 7 minutes one time? Is we should just let the chat interview Kerr. That's it.
That's dangerous.
That's why I said
Why
7
do you
minutes.
hate Kuminga?
7 minutes, and then we're moving on. 7 minutes.
Do you feel guilty about holding Moses down for so long?
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Why can't Gee get more run?
Oh, my God.
All Pat Spencer does is win. Why don't you play him more?
It's fun.
Kerr.
It's fun. It's fun. Let's go to Tawny in San Rafael. What's up, Tawny? Thanks for calling. What you got?
Hey, guys. So, I don't know why they lost last night. I'm looking at,
Hey, Tawny, will you call back, please? Call back. Here. Talk to her and find out what's going on. That's not us again, is it? That's her. That's not us. That better be her. That's not us. Right? We've already taken some calls today. I don't want it.
This sounds like when you broke up with your high school girlfriend and you said, honey, it's not you, it's me.
I don't want to
Tony, it's not you, it's us.
I don't want to do the show underwater again. I'm not comfortable underwater. A little Chewbacca action.
That's me doing your Chewbacca.
No, it's like this. A little under the weather. I don't know if I can do
get
it.
3, 2, and...
That's you got to go. Yeah, it's from the throat. It's not the tongue. No, but it's from the throat.
I was doing it just to get you to do your Chewbacca, which is Elite Chewbacca. But that's kind of how Tawny sounded.
Can we try Tawny again? Lucas feels like he feels good about it.
Okay.
All right, Tawny.
Tawny.
Take 2, 3, 2. Hi, Tawny. What's up?
Hey, I like being called Chewbacca. That's a compliment.
Yeah.
Let's go, Tawny. You sound clear as a bell.
Okay, perfect. Well, I was just calling to say, I don't know why they lost last night. Not good. But I wanted to defend Willard in this fact that I think it might have been the Nuggets game this week, but in one of the interviews, Draymond said he could barely talk. He was like, I am exhausted. I just want to go home. I want to go to bed. So that was my point. They do bring up that they're tired. So, whether that had anything to do with last night's game, I don't know, but he was exhausted. So that's all I wanted to say. Just wanted to say they do say it.
Thanks, Tawny.
Tawny, you
it was
call
a lot
this
cooler
show
when your phone was breaking up.
You call this show anytime you want. Thank you, Tawny.
And they didn't say it last night. Tawny is my point. And yeah, Draymond's been saying it now for a couple of weeks. And if you're so tired, if you're so tuckered out, then take a game off. I mean, the poor guy played 23 minutes against Phoenix and, first class flight home, and you can't even gut out a game against San Antonio.
I'm going to be nice to my partner. I'm going to be nice to my partner.
You can do whatever you want to your partner, but Tawny, just because he says they're tired does not mean you can't go out there and gut it out in a game against San Antonio where you're up by 14.
You 56?
Yep, and a half.
And you got a 2-year-old?
Right.
Has there ever been a day in the last 2+ years of her life that you've come in here and when I'm just like, hey, what's going on? You're like, oof, kind of dragging today.
Maybe, but have I ever used that as an excuse? I've never gone in the post-show press conference and said, you know what, I was a little shaky in the 4 o'clock hour today because I was tired.
We don't have a post-show press conference.
Right.
That's my point.
Nor would I.
I don't I honestly think that what some of us are speaking to right now are their salaries. I really do believe that. I totally believe that.
I'm speaking to game 80 in a game that everyone wants to tell me is they must win.
But just because
and we're so tired that we can't make the right play down the stretch.
No one said that. Nobody. Not them, not me, not Jim Harbaugh.
Well, Tawny just did.
Nobody.
Tawny did, and you said that's what you thought you saw.
It's an observation.
Right.
That is not
And Tawny's co-signing your observation.
And here's Draymond.
I'm exhausted. I just want to go home.
Night?
No.
Relax. Go to sleep. I'm tired.
Okay, and yes, I have felt that way after shows, and you have felt that way after shows.
Which game was that?
That was after Friday's game. She was right. That was after Friday's game against Denver. They won, which is why it's okay to say that, because they won. This is a political situation for these people. They know. They can't say that into a microphone. Twitter would destroy them. It does not mean that it's not true, and that's what I'm trying to get at. It's not an excuse. I'm not saying, it's fine. The Warriors don't have to win the games they have to win because they're champions. And boy, that plane flight, there might have even been turbulence. No one's doing that. But I'm allowed to have an observation.
Sure.
And that's all that it is. And I firmly believe, because we've got 700 texts in front of us that sort of have the same tone you do about, poor babies, are they tired? If they didn't make $25 to $55 million a year, we wouldn't do that to them. Because you and I can sit here, as we always do, off air and talk about what's going on at home or what's going on in the other room like anybody at any job does. But we don't make $55 million a year, and we don't have press conferences, and nobody actually really cares if our performance is perfect at the end of the day, and therefore nobody's there to give a rip if you or I or the FedEx driver or the construction worker or anybody else out there listening gets to the end of a day and goes, damn, I'm exhausted, and I actually don't think that I was at my optimal today. It's literally the most relatable thing I can think of at the end of a job. But we don't let the Warriors do it because oopty-doopty, $55 million and a free flight and a free meal and all. It's just That's what I hear. I don't know why this is even like a touchy subject. It's the end of the year. Flipping, of course they're exhausted.
Sure.
And they
sure.
looked at the end of the game last night.
An observation?
Sure.
Would it be fair for me to make an observation?
Of course it is.
To me, they didn't look tired. Jimmy Butler, who played all 12 minutes of the fourth quarter, he did not look tired. He went out there and got to the foul line and was exerting his will in a way that he hadn't in previous games.
Right.
And Draymond Green, he didn't look tired earlier in the game when they had a 15-point lead, and Steph didn't look tired when he was knocking down threes. You got to the end of the game, and you made mistakes, and you blew a game. And so for me, to look at that game in Game 80, well, yeah, it's Game 80 of 82. And I understand that it's a long road, a lot of travel, a lot of basketball, but San Antonio is also playing in Game 80, and I know they're younger, but so is Moses, and so is Pods,
they're younger,
and so is the rest of your team. So my observation is that
nothing on
that
the line,
is not
Dibs.
an excuse.
With nothing on the line.
Are you saying with nothing on the line that doesn't mean you're going to be tired?
Of course it's less exhausting.
Stephon Castle's not going to be tired because there's nothing on the line?
There's no,
He's playing for Rookie of the Year.
Steph Curry literally,
he's out there playing for individual accolades.
Steph Curry literally said last night, we feel the weight of what's going on. The Spurs have had zero weight on them all
but you didn't feel the weight through three quarters when you were up by 15.
I thought they looked exhausted the whole night.
If you would have pushed it to 20, there would have been no talk about exhaustion, but you got late in the game and you made mistakes, and now some people are talking about how you're exhausted.
Disagree with you. I thought they looked exhausted the whole night. The second quarter looked like crap. Draymond, I thought, looked very tired the whole night. My observation.
Yeah, my observation is that they weren't tired.
Great.
They just made mistakes.
Great.
So
then we
your observation, my observation.
And I think that their mistakes were because they were tired. So that's where we sort of overlap just a tiny, teensy little bit. We're sponsored by In at the Tides. Relaxing days. I could use one. Kind of tired. Stunning sunsets. Every day is magical in Bodega Bay. The In at the Tides special midweek rates start at just $199 per night through May 1st. Includes breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. Book your stay now at inatthetides.com. 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr at 5. Willard and Dibs.
Butler turns and faces on himself. Good fake. Comes baseline. Pump fake. Lost the ball. He turned it over. He thought he got fouled. Warrior bench thought so too. Castle drives by Curry and scores low rights. Spurs take the lead. 5th lead change of the night. 104-103. 3 minutes to go. Dub Nation. It's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. Catch the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, with Willard and Dibs every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr at 5. We'll keep going with your phone calls until then. Palate cleanser.
Yeah?
I'm trying to figure out who I'm rooting for tonight at 6:30. I know the conventional wisdom says you're supposed to root for Minnesota.
Right.
Because then Minnesota has a loss, Memphis has a loss, and then if the Warriors win their next 2 games, they're in. That's a huge if. The Clippers are very Zubats, man. Zubats is a problem.
I mean, can we start with Portland?
Well, right. Yeah, of course. You have to start with Portland.
Well,
and I assume nothing. Yeah. Basketball is hard, and they're also young and spry and carefree, and it's on the road, and sure, of course.
The Warriors are going to be tired. They have a flight.
I thought I said palate cleanser.
I mean,
did I not? What do I need to super chat it for you?
You're doing fine, Mark.
$2. Palate cleanser.
I'm just trying to get through my take before I go home at 3:33 because I'm exhausted. But go ahead. I mean, I've worked 4 shows in a row now.
You're cynical
exhausting.
Mofo, man. You guys are some cynical
I'm 56. Steph Curry's 37.
No, I know. Dude, you know what? No. You
I'm
guys
almost 20 years older than this chef.
Let's do it. You guys are right. I hate these people. They suck. Really, honestly, the Warriors suck.
You want to talk about tired?
These players are just flat out big, fat disappointments. All of them.
Let's get back to the palate cleanser.
Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry. That's how I describe their careers. You big, fat, slow disappointments.
Now you're being disingenuous.
You're damn right I am.
Right. I'm just talking about fatigue.
Jeez.
37. Dude, when I was 37, I'd go all day. But go ahead, palate cleanser.
Go all day doing what? Doing what?
At the time?
10 years ago, you couldn't even
5
score.
jobs.
10 years ago, you got an hour to make 1 bucket and you couldn't do it.
That was 5 years ago, and
whatever.
I didn't get a whistle.
Whose fault is that? You're the ref.
Yeah. Azubuike was the ref. Thanks, Kalena.
Anyway.
Anyhow, palate cleanser.
If Minnesota wins tonight, then the Warriors control their own destiny again, right? However, Memphis has got the better shot to lose a different game the rest of the year. Like, once Minnesota's done tonight, that's a wrap on losses. They've got easy street the rest of the way after tonight, Minnesota. Okay? Home games to Brooklyn and Utah. WW for them. So I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to even, is there a way that the Warriors go 1-1 and still end up the 6?
Yes, but you would need Memphis to lose twice.
Which is completely plausible.
And you'd have to have Minnesota lose once. Yes.
Which is what he's advocating tonight.
So you're rooting for, you're thinking maybe root for Memphis tonight. Then if the Warriors lose to the Clippers, Memphis would have to lose to Denver and Dallas. They'd have to. Otherwise, you're the 7 or the 8.
It's not likely. That's a home game against Dallas this Sunday. It's not likely, but it's more plausible than Minnesota losing one of their other games. So put it this way. I'm going to pull for Minnesota, but not with all of my might. Do you know what I mean? Like there is a different, the best scenario is just win your next 2 games, and I actually still think they will be fine if they do that. But Sunday's going to be hard. Sunday's going to be real hard.
Yeah.
And I think it's most likely that the Clippers will have something to play for Sunday, no matter what happens.
Yeah, what's their scenario?
Denver wins the tiebreaker over the Clippers, so even if the Clippers are the 4 and a game up on Denver on Sunday, the Clippers will have to at least go for it.
Right.
Because if they lose and Denver wins Sunday and they finish with the same record, the Clippers will lose that tiebreaker, and there could also be some jockeying between 5 and 6 potentially. So I think regardless of how it plays out, very likely they'll have at least something to play for.
Right, because Denver's last 2 games, by the way, are Memphis and Houston. Houston, both difficult games, but Houston might be resting everybody on Sunday.
Just like they did yesterday.
Yeah, just like they did yesterday. So, okay, there's still a lot of moving and shaking to go on, but I guess I'll buy that the path of least resistance for the Warriors is for Minnesota to beat Memphis tonight. Then you go win tomorrow night in Portland, and you have an opportunity to take the court on Sunday against the Clippers. And yes, things could turn your way, but at a minimum, if you win that game, you're in.
Right. If Memphis loses and you win both, you're the 6. That to me feels like the most direct path to do it. So if Memphis loses, then you regain control of your own destiny. And I know it's not easy because the Clippers, Grandy's right, they might be playing for the 3, depending on what the Lakers do, likely the 4 or the 5, unless the Clippers happen to have a hiccup in their next game. But if Memphis loses, then last night becomes less of a disaster for you because then you, again, control your own destiny.
And Minnesota is a slight favorite tonight in Memphis. I think 2-point favorite tonight.
And that game tips at
6:30.
Okay.
National TNT.
Exciting. Let's go.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a good one.
So with no Warriors and no Giants tonight, there's your nachos game. 6:30 tonight, Minnesota, Memphis. Enjoy. Speaking of enjoy, maybe it's because we've been barking about it so much. The Super Chat is active right now.
A lot of Super Chats.
95.7 The Game has found an alternate source of income, and it's called Super Chat. First of all, let me start with the smaller one. Alan Day threw $4.99 at this idea. Kerr has been so terrible, I started watching. I don't know why in the Super Chat you need if you're going to Super Chat, don't abbreviate it. Just write it out. You know what that is, by the way.
It's an abbreviation sensation is what it is.
I started watching W Lotus also to see what I've been missing. And I've not watched one episode of White Lotus, but I gather that the first season's wonderful and season 3 is disappointing. Is that accurate?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I mean,
but isn't that what you think, Randy?
Season 2 is the best, in my opinion.
Okay.
Season 3 is the worst of the 3, in my opinion.
There you have it.
He's eating.
And he's eating. And Steiny, I think also, Steiny agreed. Season 3 disappointing. Guru excited about season 1, hasn't gotten beyond that yet.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought season 3 was good.
Okay.
It wasn't as good as 1 or 2, but it still was watchable. And
where is it? What app?
This one was Thailand. Oh, it's on HBO Max. Is that right?
Yeah, Max.
Well, where is it?
Thailand next to Hulu on my TV?
When you ask
season 1 Hawaii,
when you
season
ask
2
where
Italy.
is it, then to me you're asking where is it set because the whole idea of the
Where
show.
do I find it?
The whole idea of the show is it's set in an exotic location, and I guess I shouldn't expect you to know that because you have no clue about shows.
Yeah, all I know is it's white and it's Lotus. I don't know.
Well, the whole thing about the show is that it is cinematically beautiful.
Okay.
It's set in a resort. Grandy's right. The first one, Hawaii. The second one, the Amalfi Coast. And then this one is Thailand. And part of the appeal of the show is that the locations are spectacular and exotic. So when you say, where is it? Gesundheit, I do think it's fair to wonder if you're asking where the actual location is. Also from Alan Day, and there's one more super chat after that.
Wu-Tang.
Alan Day, $1.99. Players will never get tired of blowing past pods.
Okay.
And so, you're right, Alan.
Yeah,
that was a big part of last night.
Not a great defender.
No.
Yeah, that's okay. Wu-Tang, $10. Woo. What? Wu-Tang. All right. What would the path to the playoffs be, Willard? What's your ideal matchup for the Warriors? This one has become difficult, to be honest with you, because first off, I'm going to stand by a couple of statements. Starting with what I said yesterday, I'm actually not really concerned about any opponent. Doesn't mean that the Warriors will beat anybody. That's not what I mean by that. It means I think they've got a plenty of a shot to beat anybody. There's no opponent that I think is preventative in the Western Conference. I put the Warriors right next to all of them. But I don't want to see the Warriors play the Lakers in round 1 because I just think it's too much too soon. It's too early. That's the main course. And I don't want to start with that. I don't want to start with that. I'm not one of these weirdos that'll eat a steak and be like, then I have the salad. No, salad's got to come first. Then we do the steak and the potatoes. And then you have your ice cream afterwards. I like things in order that way with my meals. And I don't want to do Lakers and Warriors first. But you're never going to hear me say Houston is the ideal matchup because that means you got to go to the play-in tournament, and I don't want to do that. So I don't know that the 3 has been, it's not locked up, but the Lakers certainly took a big step toward it last night. I don't want to play the Lakers in round 1, but I'd rather do that than go to the play-in tournament. Let's just say it that way.
Yeah, agreed. And I do think that what you've talked about with an older team, and obviously they're already so tuckered out that they can't close out a game against San Antonio. So if you have to play a Tuesday play-in and you lose, and then you have to play a Friday play-in just to get the 8, and then you turn around 2 days later on the road at Oklahoma City, it doesn't bode well for the Warriors. Although I did look up the history of the Warriors since Steph has been here in the playoffs when they lost Game 1. 7 times they've lost Game 1 in a series, and they are 4-3 in those series. So it doesn't necessarily mean you lose. You did drop Game 1 to the Lakers. Last time out, you lost. You did drop Game 1 to Toronto in the NBA Finals, and you lost. And that was a little bit of a different vibe.
No doubt.
Because you lost 2 of your top 4 players, but it doesn't necessarily mean when you lose Game 1, you lose.
Right, but I also think Game 1 losses are not all built the same. And I look, if they've got to do the play-in tournament next week, play on Friday, end up in Oklahoma City on a Sunday, I just think the series is going to get set on its ear. I do not think that is a recipe with which the Warriors can succeed. That's my opinion.
Agreed. And historically, I'm just looking at the numbers. Teams that win Game 1 of a best of 7, 78% winning the series.
And this particular one would also, the one we're talking about, the scenario that has them in Oklahoma City, we're talking about an historic team statistically. I just don't like, that's not, they can't do that. And that's why what I said earlier, last night does not concern me at all in the view from 10,000 feet. I don't think this is like evidence that the Warriors suck all of a sudden. I think that would be an odd thing to say after what we've watched them do over the last week and a half. What I do think is they welcomed the nightmare into the room. They haven't fallen asleep and had the nightmare yet, but they've welcomed it into the room. And so now scenarios exist where, A, you end up in the play-in tournament, and once you end up in the play-in tournament, I would put literally all my chips into next Tuesday. Because as I said, I don't think going to Friday is a scenario that works for the Warriors. That means Tuesday, in my way of thinking, becomes a must-win and almost like an elimination game, which is a terrible place to be for a basketball team, especially after everything we've talked about and watched with this particular team. They've got to either get a top 6 seed or navigate next Tuesday correctly. And that's super nerve-wracking.
Yeah, you look
that's
at
very nerve-wracking.
If you're the 7 and you face Minnesota at home, that's going to be a tough game. Minnesota's
really
a team that has been, very difficult for you and for everybody. And if you happen to come up empty on that one, well, then you get another home game against either Dallas or Sacramento. And then you have a 2-day turnaround to get to OKC and play a team that might win 68 games. That's going to be real tough.
I mean, I'll take that over not. You know what I mean? Like, I do think the Warriors are going to the playoffs this year, but I don't think that all playoff trips are the same. And that one feels clearly disadvantageous to the Warriors if that's the way they were to get in.
Which makes last night even more painful when you think about it. And, we can debate fatigue or not fatigue. Bottom line is you had 2 different leads that were sizable, leads that can be stretched into an Ottoman game where you put your feet up and you put the pillow behind your head and you go night-night, but you didn't get there. And as a result, you got beat on a buzzer beater by a former teammate, Harrison Barnes, and your former teammate, Chris Paul, is over there in his warm-up outfit, barking orders and directing traffic. And so the loss was bad. The guy who beat you was bad. The cheerleader on the sideline was even worse.
I think he was actually yelling for a foul. I don't think he was barking orders.
Whatever he was doing.
Yeah, because Butler was all over Harrison Barnes prior to the ball being inbounded.
Right.
Paul was calling for a foul, which is like, dude, you're not getting that call.
No,
you know better than that.
And honestly, Jimmy Butler in the challenge of the three, that was a great challenge. He was up.
No, he was there. He was in his jersey.
He didn't foul. Nope. He was all over it. And, I mean, tip of the cap to HB for knocking it down.
Made a great shot.
Doesn't mean I'm happy about the loss, but of anybody to do that, Harrison Barnes, okay.
Yeah, I don't
Good
mind.
For you, Harrison.
I love Harrison Barnes.
Yeah.
Hate the outcome. Christian in Fairfield. Hi, Christian. Thanks for calling Willie and Dibby.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing?
We're good, man. What's up?
I don't know how you guys do it. I know I'm gonna pocket watch you guys right now, like everyone else likes to do. The NBA players. I know you get paid, but I don't know how you deal with these emotional Warriors fans. They were doing it on Steiny and Guru. Now they're doing it to you guys. Kerr is this. We're not. They're still a championship team. Last night was embarrassing. If it was a college team, they should have practiced after last night. It was a lack of leadership, in my opinion, at the end of the game by the Steph Curry and Draymond Green more than fatigue. They know better than that. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, nothing changed except for the road to the championship got harder because they want to play games and play around and not come with their A game. But it's not the other's fault. You can't blame the young players for dump trucking. Pods was sooner or later going to have a bad game. He's shooting 50%. He's not going to do that. That's the law of averages. That's basketball. He's going to have a bad game. It was bad that they all had a bad game at the same time. But that's, to me, I thought we'd be talking about playoff Jimmy because he started taking over at the end. And then when Draymond did the bonehead play, he looked at him like, come on, dude. And then Steph did it, and then that's that. So to me, it's more lack of leadership. They played down to the level of their competition instead of, you know what I'm saying, taking San Antonio more serious for 48 minutes. But it's just a bump in the road, and the Warriors are fine. And I commend you guys for dealing with this emotion today. I'm glad you got me in early.
Christian, thank you.
Christian.
I almost hung up on Christian halfway through because there is no room in sports radio for that kind of level-headedness.
No, too sensible.
So, yeah, Christian.
You're banned.
Get the hell out of here, all right? Don't you ever call this show again.
No, rational takes after a devastating loss. There's no place for that here. You either need to fire Kerr or you need to cut Steph Curry, bench Pods, or you know what? Why didn't Kuminga get more minutes? He looked fresh and ready.
Don't even put that in people's heads.
I just did it.
No,
888-957-9570.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah.
I mean, what else can we do? If Quentin were healthy, ... And you know what? The Pods, all you Pods lovers, the bubble done burst. He came crashing back to Earth like one of those asteroid meteorite things. Grandy? Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Pods. Shooting star? Meteorite.
You mentioned Post. I do think his absence was felt like big time last night. So many people just focused on the defensive end and how bad it was, especially when Steph wasn't on the floor. But Post offensively makes that unit work. And when you are getting good looks and you're scoring on offense, your defense is in like 10 times a better situation. I honestly think Post's absence was felt big time on defense. Well, not because he plays great defense, but because of what he does on offense.
It's an interesting take. Yeah, they just needed to hit a few more threes. That's really all they needed to do.
Oh, you think?
Sometimes, I've said this to you before, I hate that the NBA has come to this because it makes analysis stupid. It really does. Like, how lazy and easy is it to just, it's a make or miss thing. Ball didn't go in. See you tomorrow. But, sorry, that's the way y'all play now.
That's the way they play, for sure.
That's the way you play.
Yep.
So, we can do this all you want. Well, Steve Kerr, and he put the wrong people in, that moron. I don't even know why they still employ him. We can do this all day long. Bad leadership, fatigue. Steve Kerr is a moron, apparently. Hall of Fame players now suck. I told you Pods was no good. JK let him out of jail. All of it. I guess in the minds of some, there's some truth to some of these things, and that's fine. But the lazy yet accurate analysis of most NBA games that involve good teams, just good teams, is that, dude, if your third, fourth, and fifth best players will just hit some threes, you're going to win. And if they don't, you're going to lose. Or you're at least vulnerable to losing. Because last night, the Warriors were they were a breath away from winning anyway.
Right.
They were a breath away from winning anyway. But look, Minnesota will take the court in 3 hours. And I know that this kind of stuff flies over our heads because we're not emotional about what's going on in other cities. Minnesota, what would you say today if the Warriors did what they did 48 hours ago?
Giving up a 20-point lead.
They were up by 24 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And stopped playing basketball. Milwaukee went on a 34-3 run. I watched the whole thing.
Wow.
They put it on the internet in a condensed way where you could just watch all 34 points.
I love it.
In a condensed way.
I love that internet.
It was insane. It was insane. It was all over social media. I'm like, this is incredible. Minnesota just came down. I mean, all 5 of them were Mitch Wisnowski. They just punted the ball on every possession. Here, you dunk it. You dunk it. You hit a 3. You hit a 3. Milwaukee got going downhill. And they blew it. They blew it. What would you say if the Warriors did that? But Minnesota, another 46-50 win team, that's what they did with their fourth quarter 2 nights ago. So,
but what did the Warriors do with their fourth quarter last night?
Yeah, they blew it.
They allowed San Antonio to score almost every possession.
A hell of a lot less of a blown lead, though, than what Minnesota did.
Right,
and if they had just
equally alarming because of the magnitude of the spot.
I guess, yeah, it's the worst loss of the year. But if DiVincenzo would have just hit 1 3, just hey, fourth best player, will you just hit one shot? How many times did Pods or Moody pull up last night where you're like, dude, give me this one. Just give me this one. I don't need another 4 for 6 night. Can you give me one? Clank every single fourth quarter shot other than Jimmy's 1 3.
They were 1 for 10.
And it was Jimmy.
As a team,
yes.
Correct. And they were 5 of 21 from the floor.
You hit one of them, you win.
They were 13 of 18 and 7 of 10. So, yeah, not only were you bad offensively, but in the biggest of moments, you turned the ball over. And I mentioned this before, Draymond Green falling out of bounds after saving Steph's bacon, and he gives it up. And Draymond runs down, and it's just a simple pump fake. Draymond with a flyby, DPOY, not a proper closeout, and you give up an open corner 3, bang, the Spurs have the lead. So it was more than just the role players not coming through, and they didn't. And I'm looking at the box. Moody 0 for 3, Pods 0 for 3, Kuminga 0 for 3. So your next 3, outside of the big 3, we're all 0 for 3. 0 for 9.
Zippos.
No points. Buddy played 5 minutes and didn't take a shot. Kevon had a couple of free throws. He made them both.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, Kevon.
Yeah.
Do you. Outside of that, the chef was 3 of 6, didn't make a 3. Draymond had 2 points, clutch free throws. Jimmy Butler was your whole offense from the foul line. Right. So it was a collective failure offensively in that fourth quarter.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We'll keep going with your calls until Steve Kerr gets here in a little bit over an hour. John, you will be first up. We definitely have some spots if you want to get out your frustrations, your thoughts after last night. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. Catch my head coach, Steve Kerr, with Willard and Dibbs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we'll do that at 5, Pods. And don't listen to the internet today, Pods. You're fine. You're playing great. Good for you, bud. Doing just fine out there.
Yeah.
Last night was a tough night.
Yeah. What happened in Cinderella at midnight to her beloved chariot?
You don't do that.
Just, can you answer the question? Do you not know?
Yeah, well, like it went away.
Pumpkin.
Yeah, pumpkin.
Pumpkin.
Right. So, but
last night was midnight for Pods.
But the indication when you say that is that that's now how it's going to stay. As in, the bubble has burst. It's all over now. An 11-game run means nothing because last night he went 1 for 7, and now that's the real Pod. See, that's some of the stuff that I really I don't like that.
Well, yeah,
I don't like that.
Like it?
I don't like it. When you have 12 games and one of them's bad, and then right, like in 2025, in the age of social media, that's the real you. That's the real you. It'd be like if I was golfing with you and you parred the front 9.
Huh?
And then you got to the 10th hole and hit a ground ball. And I'd be like, there's Dibbs.
You actually saw the real me. On the second hole, I made a 57-footer for par, and then I hit a 17-hopper to shortstop.
Exactly.
And made a triple bogey.
Right. Luckily, you're consistent.
I'm me. I'm him.
You can make a putt.
Yep.
You pull your putter out too early. You can clip that if you want. But anyway, like, why is that the real Pods if what we've seen for a much longer stretch has been good? Well, he had a bad night. Moody had a bad night. The big 3 had a silly final 3 minutes. Whoever else you want to point to. Like, the Warriors had a bad performance at the wrong time. They had a bad performance at the wrong time.
Yeah.
And it may come back to bite them. Not yet, but it might.
I'm just saying that the real Pods is somewhere in between the 11-game stretch and last night. And I'm just kidding about Podzarella and his, chariot now becoming a pumpkin. I do think that he still contributes and plays well and all the rest of it. Last night was an ill-timed night for he and Moses and Kuminga. And we can ask Steve Kerr today at 5 o'clock about Moses. What is he seeing?
I think we will.
Like, Moses is still very important, and you're winning with Moses, but what is Moses doing now that he wasn't doing before? Is it just missing shots, or is it something greater?
I mean, I bet that's what he'll say.
Right.
And again, that goes back to what we were talking about 10 minutes ago, where it's like it just ends up sounding like lazy analysis, but it doesn't make it untrue. The way the NBA is played right now, a lot of your why did that game go that way comes down to, well, the role players just didn't hit their threes that night, and they all collectively did it at the same time. And when that happens, you're vulnerable. You know what I mean? If your take today is that the Spurs are better than the Warriors, you're a nut job. You're a nut job. My apologies to you. If you're listening to our show, I love the living hell out of you. But if that's your take today, yep, Spurs are just better than the Warriors, what are we doing? Like, what on earth are you talking about?
They're not better than the Warriors, but they were last night.
Well, okay, that becomes a semantic conversation.
Yeah, and it really doesn't.
Spurs are not better than the Warriors on any night.
Well, last night
they won a basketball game
points than the Warriors,
and that's what I like to get at. Like, there are reasons when something surprising happens in life. There are reasons, and then we can all put our observations out there as to what they were and whatnot. But the Spurs are not better than the Warriors. If the Spurs were better than the Warriors, there wouldn't be any angst or anger today. The Warriors are better than the Spurs. That's already been proven over a much longer period of time.
Well, like the Houston Rockets may be better than the Warriors, and there was some angst and anger about that game just by the nature of the way it went.
No doubt.
You can look at Houston and you can honestly say, is Houston better than the Warriors? Maybe. They've played 5 times and the Warriors won 3 of them. And on that night, the other night, Houston was better and the Warriors were tired or the Warriors were this and Houston was that, whatnot. San Antonio is not as good as Golden State, but before we go to the phones and we get into your double palate cleanser, which I'm really looking forward to, the idea about a make or miss league, the Warriors shot 33.3% from 3 last night. They were 16 of 48. 48 feels to me like a little too many threes.
Well,
we can get into that with Steph Curry. That's way more than their average, but I looked at the numbers, and this year they've shot 33.3% from 3 or worse 32 times, And in those games, they're 12-20.
There you go.
So that number is kind of about the line of demarcation where, and I did this before, where they shoot less than 30%, they almost never win. When they shoot more than 40%, they almost never lose. But the in-between games, where you shoot between 30 and 40, that's the majority of the games. But 33.3, that number, when you don't shoot better than that, you lose 20 of 32.
You said 12 and 20 is their record when they do that?
Yep.
So when they're north of 1 of 3, when they hit better than 1 of 3 from 3.
Which is, I guess, the other 48 games.
Quick math, that means they're 35 and 13.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Right. It's a make or miss league.
Thanks for coming to our show. There's your analysis of last night.
And there's your TED Talk about the threes. And again, if you want to look at just the fourth quarter, Moody 0 of 2, Pods 0 of 2, Kuminga 0 of 2, the Chef 0 of 3. That to me looks like 0 of 9. And I'm going to punch up Jimmy's made 3 because I don't remember it.
I do. It was off. It was in the right corner.
Oh yeah,
the right corner. It was all net. It was beauty. It was pure. Yeah.
Yeah, unguarded. Draymond with a penetrating kick.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. That put him up 4 with 8 to go.
Not
glad
enough.
you remember that.
Not enough.
No.
All right, super chat $4.99 from Truth. Lacob is desperately holding on to JK because he's embarrassed that he drafted busts with a number 2 overall pick Wiseman and now number 7 in Kuminga. Got to trade JK or let him walk.
I appreciate that, Truth. Somebody finally keeping it real. Can I just spend 30 seconds on that super chat?
Oh, my God.
The idea that he's desperately holding on to him, well, he's going to be a restricted free agent in about 2 months.
Right.
So we'll see. Trading Jonathan Kuminga can't happen until you get through the end of the league year. So he can't even trade him right now if he wanted
You'd
to.
have to sign and trade him, basically.
Correct.
Yeah.
So the idea of desperately holding on to him, I don't think that Jonathan had much trade value at this deadline because he was, wait for it, injured.
Yeah, he's also not a bust. That word doesn't belong anywhere near Jonathan Kuminga.
No.
That's I don't
$4.99,
like
well spent.
All right.
That's all. Anyway.
This is complete. Can I have 40 seconds for this? I just want to know as a dad how you'd handle this, and then we can go to the phones.
Please.
If you want to.
Okay.
So
I got kids.
It's spring break, right? And we're here all afternoon, which means I got kids just on the loose, just all afternoon.
The kids are on the move.
Yeah, just figured, they're like rough, just all over the place. I'm like every commercial break, I'm checking. Where the hell are they now?
And you got Find My Phone for all 3 of them.
I know where they are, but the little guy took his scooter and went off to see a friend. And then I told him, I said, if you go anywhere, if you leave where you're starting, let me know. So I get a series of texts about 10 minutes ago. And it says, I went to the ice cream store with, and I'll leave his friend's name out.
Okay.
He said, with my friend. Yeah, I went to get ice cream. So that's great. And then I stopped. I didn't give you any money.
Oh,
you're 11. How did you get ice cream?
Yeah.
He goes, oh, it's okay. My buddy had money. And I'm like, oh, well, that's not okay. We got to figure that out. You mooched. You mooched. Then now we got to go. We probably got to go make that right.
There's going to be a Venmo.
Yeah, there's going to be a transaction that takes place.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Well, for me, I like it. He's enterprising. And, if it's a good relationship, it'll be I get you next time. Or it doesn't have to be like, can I have ice cream? And then you don't, hook little Timmy up in the future. It could be a little bit of a give and take, right?
I hope. Yeah. I'm going to have to handle that tonight,
well, and back in the day, Thrifty, you could get the scoops for $10.15 and a quarter.
For a dime.
Right. So, yeah, you got me for 10 cents. I'm going to go ahead and get you next time there.
It's not how the ice cream shops work anymore.
Dude,
this is like a $7.13
for sure,
venture now.
For a single scoop.
No doubt. All right, let's go to John in Hayward. Hey, John, thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, Willard and Dibs, I just want you to know that you two are the best from the Bay all the way down to the Tampa Bay. You guys are just the best.
That's a long way.
I really hope that you guys can get, E40 on the show and, we can fans start up a GoFundMe page if 95.7 the game won't open their books because you guys are like WD-40. You guys really iron out the rinks, and it's a tough life, working. Anyways, my point is that I really appreciate you guys' work. But as a fan, I just wanted to say that there's a very
thin line between losing and winning in the association. And here's the laydown of what's the difference between winning and losing. You just cannot make boneheaded mistakes. If you guys remember, at the end of the third quarter, last night's game, there was about 29 seconds left, and they thought about going to 2-for-1, which doesn't make any sense to go for in the second half. In the first quarter, I understand. But they did not, they realized there's not enough time, so they shot the ball 20 seconds into the shot clock. So that added an additional 4 seconds that gave the Spurs about 7.8 seconds to get down and cut the lead from, another 2 points. That was a big monumental mistake. The coaching staff has to realize that, if there's 35, 40 seconds, yes, go 2-for-1. But they shot the ball way too early. And at the end of the game, the bigger mistake that was even more magnified, they had only one timeout left. And I'm surprised the coaching staff is not really addressing this, is that there's 36 seconds. It's a tie game, 107. Why did they use their last timeout? All they had to do was bring the ball up the court. And in fact, when they did come after the ATO, they turned it over. So then they have no timeouts for a boneheaded mistake to happen like that. There's a very thin line in the NFL and baseball. You can recover with a bunt hit and onside kicks, this and that. But the association, you cannot play with fire. And if Steve Kerr doesn't realize this, his job might be in jeopardy. If there's a first-round exit, or God forbid there's an exit in the play-in, then he's got to go. Because, this is just, there's too many boneheaded mistakes, that this year that we've cost. We have the most clutch games, and it's all these faults, like we don't have a timeout or we turn the ball over. I love me Draymond. I called you guys a few weeks ago, and I said, this guy is good in clutch on defense, but on offense, he just seems like, he's playing at the YMCA. He's not. He's got to realize that these are NBA players with length and talent. They're millionaires, and he cannot be just throwing the rock around like he's playing tetherball. The ball does not come back to you. It doesn't have a string, my brother. That's all I got to say. That's the difference.
John, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very, very kind comments off the top. I have to be honest. It went a little over my head, the clock management thing that he's talking about down the stretch. Here's my memory, and I know you probably have it up in front of you.
Kind of looking at it, yeah.
When the Warriors have called their final timeout, and you've got a tie basketball game, and it's Warrior ball, I think 32 seconds left, not 36. Is that about right?
32.9.
Okay.
I don't think that it was their last timeout. According to the graphic I'm looking at, that they're showing that they had one more remaining.
Okay, so
I could be wrong.
A, they may have had one more remaining, and B, even if they didn't, I don't think that's, quote, a boneheaded mistake, because I would imagine the Warriors are not planning on Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler throwing the ball away on the inbound pass. And I think that's a fair assumption to make. We all made it. I know I did. I was watching the game. I didn't think to myself, boy, I wonder if Steph and Jimmy Butler are just going to not even be able to execute starting the play. Now, the thought process of 2-for-1 did go through my head. That's a little rushed. You do have the ball already at your end, so you could take a quick shot.
Yep.
Therefore, have 2-for-1. It ended up not even mattering because the Warriors couldn't even execute getting the ball in. But I don't think that has anything to do with when a timeout was called. Like, why at that moment, I don't think it's like I'm going to play that out in my head. All the scenarios, very few of them are going to call for, my God, we need to have another timeout in our hip pocket right now.
Right, and the 2-for-1 would come if you were able to inbound it and get a quick give and go back to Steph, and he gets a clean look from three with 29 to go, make or miss league, as we know, and then, okay, he misses. Now San Antonio is going to have a 4-second differential. You can defend and think that you're going to get the ball back, and I'm looking at this to refresh myself, and Steph gets called for the turnover, but the pass is right to Jimmy Butler. And
he mishandled it.
And the Spurs were able to free the ball from Jimmy. And so now you're in a tough spot. But even at that, you go down at the other end, and that, I believe, is when they missed, and then they fouled Jimmy Butler on the rebound, right?
No, that is they went down and got the bucket, and then the Warriors are down 2, and as they come down for their final possession, the Spurs foul Draymond away from the ball to send him to the free throw line.
That's right.
And that's when Draymond hits the 2 free throws, and you've got a tie game with 3 seconds left to go.
Yeah.
And then HB happens.
Right. And HB fouls Draymond, and, we all want to talk about the whistle, and with 3.1 to go, that's one of those that probably didn't have to be called.
Well, but I think I read that as the Spurs wanted it that way. Like they would rather, because you're only up by 2. The Warriors could fire a 3 and win the game. I think it was almost like the old hack-a-shack. They're like, let's go get Draymond, send him to the free throw line. The worst thing that happens is we're tied, but I'm going to bet that Draymond's going to miss at least one of these. And he didn't. Yeah. He made them both. But then you get the ball last. That's how I read it in the moment. Doesn't mean I'm right.
You're probably right, though.
It looked strategic at the time.
And as I'm watching it, I mean, Harrison Barnes comes out more aggressively than you normally would with 3 seconds to go, and Draymond catches the ball behind the 3-point line. And even if Draymond's able to find Steph, it's going to have to be a catch and shoot from 30+ to win it. So I guess you were probably thinking about fouling Draymond anyway, right?
Yeah, I probably. I don't know that, but that's how it looked to me. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And Steve Kerr joins us in an hour. Let's go to Steven. Oh, by the way, real quick, because he said it. As many of you as want to think this, you're allowed to. It's not against the rules. But no, Steve Kerr will not be fired for any reason, under any scenario at all over the next 2 years. Period. Kukush.
I mean, we'll see how they do against Portland.
Okay.
I mean, I'm only doing that for effect. And
I don't know why
if it
so
hadn't
many
been for
of you,
Michael Malone and Taylor Jenkins.
I mean, I guess. I don't know why. Why so many of you bring that to the party?
Right.
It's just not in the room. It's not in
don't care.
Yeah,
right. It's completely a non-factor. Like, it would be like, what would be more unlikely in Bay Area sports right now? Buster Posey being fired as president of baseball ops, or I mean, Brock Purdy. That's more likely. I'm trying to think of a Niner comp, like George Kittle gets cut, or Trent Williams gets traded to Carolina, or other like completely outlandish ideas. Steve Kerr is not getting fired.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about the calendar year 2025, I think all 3 of those have the exact same likelihood. Buster Posey, Kyle Shanahan, and Steve Kerr. Not fired, not fired, not fired.
Yeah.
For any reason at all.
Exactly.
Like, I mean, unless, somebody ends up in jail. I'm going to bet against it. Steven in Mountain View. Hi, Steven. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm not saying Steve Kerr by any means should be fired. What I'm saying is, I don't know why we keep talking about the players in those final couple of plays as if it's their fault. We had that game won in the third quarter. But then Steve Kerr went and decided in the fourth quarter, hey, let's go ahead and take Trace Jackson-Davis out of the game when he was clearly the momentum changer in the third quarter, and start with this lineup that he hasn't had all year. He hasn't had this lineup with Jimmy Butler like a single time. He ran Buddy Hield into the ground. I love Buddy Hield. I love all these guys. I think this is a great team. We can definitely win a championship. But the decision-making by that coaching staff, I just don't get it. I don't understand.
Hey, Steven, can I ask you a question? I believe I heard you just say that Trace Jackson-Davis was clearly the momentum changer in that game last night. Did I hear you correctly? Did you say that?
In that third quarter, absolutely.
He played 3 minutes in the game.
He didn't play in the third quarter. I think you're misremembering.
He played 3 minutes total in the entire game and did not score. Are you sure you have? I just want to make sure we've got you right.
I guess I misspoke. I'm sorry, but it's been a whole, like, it's not just this game that happened last night. This isn't the first time that we've seen this happen. Well, anytime we get in these clutch games, he messes with the lineup. I don't know why he does it. Like, something's working and then he switches it up. Like, I just don't get it. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay, yeah, Steven, thanks. I saw them get into a clutch game with the Final Five, and they went with their starting lineup, which is usually their finishing lineup. And guys didn't hit shots, and guys threw the ball away. And they're actually pretty good in clutch games. They have a winning record in clutch games this year. But I get it. I've been here long enough to know that when the Warriors lose, it's Steve Kerr's rotations and his fault.
It can be. Last night was not one of those for me. And,
yeah, not for me either.
With the third quarter, they outscored San Antonio 37-21. And so that was the game where The second quarter, you kind of gave it up. The third quarter, you took it back after you dominated the first quarter, and it was a classic third quarter where Steph had 14 and everybody contributed, and you found a way to build that lead up. And just those first few minutes of the fourth quarter, that's where, for me, it kind of slipped away. And then you brought in everybody, like you said, your finishing lineup, and your finishing lineup could not make the plays necessary on either end to close nothing out.
Couldn't hit a shot. It couldn't hit a shot.
Yeah, you didn't score a basket over the last 3 minutes.
Nobody hit a shot. So, that's where I'm looking last night. I'm looking, and so whatever the reason may be, I don't know. We've played with this a little bit today. I'm not blaming Brandon Pajemski, Moses Moody, and the rest. Jonathan Kuminga, Buddy Hield. I'm not blaming them. I just think that big time sports often ends up in that spot. Look at Wilmer Flores this year for the Giants as an example. Wilmer Flores seems to have a habit of the big hit. The big hit. Wilmer Flores is not your third hitter. He's not your fourth hitter. He's not your fifth hitter. He's not your most important player. He usually is not even on the field. He's a designated hitter, but he's not Chapman. He's not Ramos. He's not Adames. He's not Jung-Hoo Lee. You're going to win games when your other people do good stuff, and you're vulnerable when they don't. And I think that to me is what I see constantly with the Golden State Warriors. And, oh, by the way, most NBA teams. I know what the ones are usually going to do. Yes, they can mess up in a final 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever. I know what the twos are usually going to do. But when 3, 4, and 5 give you something, you become next level. When they don't, you're at minimum vulnerable. And that's what happened last night. They became vulnerable, and in a 3-minute game, because it was tied with 3 minutes to go, San Antonio hit one more shot than they did. And that's what happens. So, yeah, the Warriors are like almost impossible to beat when they get stuff from number 3, 4, and 5.
And that didn't happen in the first 3 minutes of the fourth. And I'm looking at the game log where you open up and you go 1 for 8 from the floor in the first 3 minutes. And then the lead goes all the way down to 4 because you couldn't score. And then Steph comes in. And even when Steph came in, if you want to count the baskets that were made by the Warriors in the final 9 minutes of the game, there's that Butler 3 we referenced. And there is a Curry layup, a Curry layup, and a Curry layup. Those are your 4 baskets. Now, a bunch of free throws. Kevon, Jimmy Buckets was all day at the stripe. Draymond, 2 clutchies late. But you had 3 Steph non-threes. You had a Jimmy corner 3, which is found money. End of list of field goals in the last 9 minutes. And, you know, in the first 3 minutes, you had a Pods miss, couple of Kevon misses, a Moses miss, and all the rest of it. So you went from double digits, let's get this to 20 and give them the night-night, to all of a sudden it's a 4-point game and now we have to grind.
Got to make a shot.
Shame.
Yeah, got to make a shot. They didn't make a shot. Most nights they've been making shots. Didn't make any shots last night in the fourth quarter. We're sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. A lot of you want to keep weighing in. Let's keep doing it, okay? Wherever you want to point to the Warriors' current situation, whether it's last night or as a whole, they find themselves in the box, in the play-in tournament as of now. However, Minnesota and Memphis are going to tip off here in about 2.5 hours, okay? But we'll keep taking your calls, 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr at 5. It's Willard and Dibs. You pull your putter out too early.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steve Kerr is going to join us in just over 40 minutes. Might be fun to do this. Let's take some calls, especially since, and I get it, it's my sense, I don't want to overdo what is known in the sports world sometimes as the lunatic fringe.
Okay.
Shout out to our guy. Why am I blanking on his name? Former third base coach with Bruce Bochy. Come on.
Tim Flannery.
Thank you, Tim Flannery.
His band. You're welcome.
The Lunatic Fringe.
Yep.
I do not think that most Warrior fans want to fire Steve Kerr. I think that most Warrior fans would roll their eyes at the idea. But whenever they lose, there's always a lot of Steve Kerr this and a lot of Steve Kerr that, and I get that because he's the head coach, and that's how we fan and that's how we watch sports. So, like, what if we did take some phone calls right now on just like what is it? What is it you would want to say to Steve Kerr today? What is it? Now, I'm not promising that we're going to do it when he comes on at 5:00 at all, but like, what is it you'd want to ask him? What is it you'd want to say to him? What is it that you're mad about with regard to him? Or you can call 888-957-9570 and say every single person near you who says anything bad about Steve Kerr, you think they're crazy.
There was a caller on Steiny and Goo yesterday who said, if anybody asks for Steve Kerr to be fired, I want you to meet me in downtown Hayward and we're going to fight. And I wish I remembered his name because it was really, really funny. He's like, you can meet me right there on A Street and Mission Boulevard, right in the heart of Hayward, and introduce yourself and we gonna fight. Because he was that adamant about this notion of firing Steve Kerr being kind of ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. It's beyond ridiculous.
Beyond ridiculous. And so you could look at like the Memphis situation. Why did Taylor Jenkins get fired?
Nope.
And you look at the Denver situation. Why did Michael Malone get fired? Even look at Sacramento. Why did Mike Brown get fired? And all three of those situations are unique. We don't all know the full story. We had Ramona Shelburne on yesterday, who is as dialed in of an NBA reporter as any human being on planet Earth. And she said it was a bit of a disconnect between GM and coach and roster and ownership, and all of it felt like it was a little bit disconnected. So if you look at this Warrior organization, owner to GM, GM to coach to star players, is there any part of that chain that is anything other than fluid, golden, and impervious to any possible damage? I mean, it's not perfection, but there's no schism in any one of those parts, right? The GM made the roster better. The owner spends out of his pocket. The coach has won 4 titles, and the star players love the coach and admire the GM, and they love the owner. So what are we talking about?
I don't know.
Me either.
I mean,
but it's rotations.
Right, and that's not to say that, like, that can be the takeaway every night. Like, what you just laid out is a very, very large, broad view of Warrior basketball over the last 12 years. And I don't know anybody who doesn't think that. There's nobody, right? Right? None of you are looking at the last 12 years and being like, well, that was disappointing. I don't.
If you are the anyone could have coached this team guy gal, 888-957-9570.
Or don't actually throw your phone in the bay if you're that person.
I said 888-957-9570, and I meant it.
Okay.
I want to hear from you.
Well, if you're that person, 888-957-9571.
Is that an alternate number?
Yeah, call somebody else.
Call my message phone.
Yeah, call my message phone.
1-888-FIRE-KERR.
888, you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
1-800-CAN-KERR.
It's just,
with a K.
But
he's out.
I don't, it's not unfair to get in on people after a night. I don't think that's unfair. I just think these things they get out of pocket. So, like, if somebody wants to go, hey, at the 8-minute mark last night, Steve did this, and I didn't get that, and I didn't like it. Okay, that comes, like, that's a conversation. But even short of, like, the whole, let's fire Steve Kerr, I hear this a lot. Man, it's always Kerr. Every time they lose, he does the wackadoodle. And at the core of it, it feels like the fan who says that is literally trying to make the point that people with the Warriors, namely Steve, don't know what they're doing. And I'll go ahead. I've done this before. I'll admit it again. This is a hole in my game, I guess. I completely shut down when I hear that. Because it's like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? They win constantly. The man can't seem to escape rings throughout his entire career. Everywhere he goes.
He's 6th all time among coaches.
So it's like...
in rings.
I just, like, is there a way to shape the conversation to where we can do a little bit more of, like, stay in the moment? And that's kind of what I was getting at earlier. Like, no, the Warriors in a general sense don't get more room to be tired than other teams. I'm happening to make an opinion based on what I see is going on right now. April 10th. Is it April 10th? Is it April 10th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
April 10th, based on very recent history, based on where they've been, who they're playing, what's going on right now. That's what I see. That's what I see. But, you know, whatever. I mean, let's hear from some people.
Well, from the YouTube chat, just to prime the pump, Ill Will 81 chimed in with, I'm that guy, followed up with, Kerr is vastly overrated.
Okay.
So that's just to try to stoke the fire a little bit, get the blood flowing.
But is that actually a genuine opinion, or is that somebody on YouTube who thinks this is how I can get a reaction out of Willard and Dibbs?
Well, I don't normally pander to those types of comments, but the fact that the individual started it with, I'm that person, tells me that they're probably genuinely of the mind that Kerr is overrated, and there is the notion that anybody could have won with this team, which I don't co-sign that take. Having coached for 25 years in high school, I've had talented teams and untalented teams, and I've been able to, like, sit back and win and also grind as hard as I could. And I went 0-26 one year as a high school basketball coach.
Nice job.
Yeah, and you know what? That was probably my best coaching job ever. We were talentless, and my backcourt was a pair of twins, one of who just wanted to fight.
Twins?
She was punching the opposition. We'd get down 37-4, and the hands would fly.
Wait a minute, what sport was this?
This was JV girls basketball, Santa Fe High School.
God, I thought you were talking about volleyball. I'm like, how the hell are you punching people in volleyball?
Well, I've had some of those teams too. But anyway, just because the coach wins doesn't mean the coach is good or bad. But Steve Kerr has won with a number of different teams.
I have an opinion about your 0-26 year.
I was overrated.
No, any coach could have taken that team to go 0-26.
Well, I actually took over when they were 0-9.
Yeah, but it's a fact.
So I only went 0-17.
Okay.
So actually, not every coach could have because the coach quit. He couldn't handle it.
Well,
they lost their first 9, and the varsity coach came to me and said, I need you to do me a favor.
I need you to lose the next 17
I need you to at least show up. Do you know how many bottles of booze I got from parents at the team party?
Ooh.
Dude, I'm talking handles.
It's not a bad idea.
Well,
okay.
When you go 0-26, you buy the coach booze.
All right, Steve Kerr in a half hour. Until then, let's rip him. All right, David in Santa Clara. Hi, David. What's up?
I want to know the people that think that anybody could coach the Warriors. Like, who else would they want? Because you've seen Doc in the Clippers not win anything. He's only one of the Celtics, and he still can't win now. It's like, let's give Steve some credit. Got us 4 rings in, 11, 12-ish years. The playoff appearances and finals appearances too. Like, who else do they think is going to do it? So let's give the man some credit. Before him, before Mark Jackson, probably-ish, we weren't even able to smell the playoffs. And this is when back when Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Troy Murphy were playing. So like everybody that's saying all this stuff is like bandwagon fans that haven't been watching and haven't like experienced what it feels like to actually lose and go 20-win seasons or whatnot. And it's the same thing with Kyle Shanahan too. It's like, once we do a little bad, we're blaming the coaches, but who do we want instead? Thanks for taking the call, guys.
All right, David, thanks. One thing I think that we're like sort of unfortunately addicted to, I watched this with the whole Brady and Bill Belichick thing. When you get multiple people doing a good job in one place, we seem sort of obsessed over figuring out who's actually the person who did it. Now, I know it ended up feeling definitive that it was much more Brady than Belichick, and I bet Steve Kerr will be the first one to tell you, yeah, this is much more Steph than it is Steve.
Right.
That doesn't mean Steve's not doing a good job. It doesn't mean that. And actually, I think Exhibit A in the moment, if you want it to be, is to look around at what's happening in the Western Conference. Like, it's not that easy to have all the egos in the room and all the success and stay on the same page. Denver won a championship 2 years ago. Their coach did not make it to the playoffs this year. He lost his job. So did the GM. Taylor Jenkins lost his job with the Memphis Grizzlies. There's a lot to navigate that has nothing to do with rotations. And that, for me, actually might be one of the most impressive things about this era of Warrior basketball, even though Bob Myers moved on, but they handed the baton to somebody inside the building. You've got an owner and now 2 GMs. You've got a head coach. You had a big three. You moved one of the big three out. You brought in a new member of the big three. 2 of the current big three are known of 2 of the most volatile players emotionally in the entire league. And then the other one is a clear all-time great. And all of that action is happening in one room, and somehow respect stays there. I think that's underrated.
It's severely underrated.
I think that's hard.
The idea of rotations, if we can just visit that part of it for a moment, the rotations are not Steve Kerr sitting there like a high school coach deciding that he wants to play Billy and not Timmy because Billy's been hustling at practice and Timmy showed up 7 minutes late and therefore I'm going to try to punish him. All of these ideas about rotations, matchups, fatigue, it goes from Dr. Rick Celebrini in sports and fitness through the cadre of head coaches, of which there are probably 10, many of whom none of us really know. And then it gets to Steve. You have meetings and matchups and all the rest of it. So the idea that Steve Kerr is sitting there like Oz in The Wizard of Oz behind some curtain, magically just picking who he wants to play, that's not the way this goes. And the whole thing about being a head coach in the NBA is so much more about coaching egos, massaging egos, coaching the coaches, creating a culture, and all the rest of it. So you look at Steve Kerr, who is the 3rd longest tenured coach in the association, and he is, as I mentioned, behind only 5 coaches who have more titles than him, and he's coached a lot fewer games than all of them, except for John Kundla, who coached in the 40s and 50s.
I was going to say, who?
Yeah, it's Phil Jackson, Auerbach, John Kundla, Popovich, and Pat Riley. Those are the only ones ahead of him. So, yeah, Steve Kerr has been doing pretty well for himself.
Yeah, no doubt. And all those guys had great all-time players as well, obviously, because that's how it works.
Who did Kundla have?
I don't know. Who did he have? Who was good back then?
He was in the Minneapolis Lakers, so feels like there's some George Mikan in there.
George, I was going to say.
It's always safe when it's the 40s or 50s to go George Mikan.
Yeah.
Mikan carried him.
I got that drill, right? More George Mikan.
That's right.
Morgan in Morgan Hill. Hi, Morgan. What's up?
Hi, guys. I actually wasn't calling to talk about Steve Kerr, but one thing I'll say about Kerr is, oh, my God, we're just so lucky that we got Steve Kerr. I mean, considering all of the years and the ebbs and flows of Draymond Green, the Jordan Poole punch, and then Kuminga complaining about playing time, and through it all, let alone the championships, Kerr has had total control of the locker room. We're just so lucky to have Kerr. But that's not why I called. I want you to ask Steve Kerr something when you interview him. You could decide to or not. And this kind of originated for me from the morning roast this morning on my way into work. So this is a kind of a continuation from then. I didn't have time to call in this morning, but I was getting really fired up because, you know, there's this thing in the morning roast going on the last few weeks where they defend Jonathan Kuminga to the very end. Like, you know, they can't understand why everybody's calling to complain about Jonathan Kuminga. Why aren't people calling to complain about Moody going 3 for 11, Podziemski not playing, you know, why this and that? And here's my argument. The reason, one of the many reasons why Jonathan Kuminga is such a lightning rod. My argument is Jonathan Kuminga is the only player on the team who takes shots that he should not be taking. Why does he keep shooting threes with a guy right in front of him? I mean, he should be taking wide open threes, but he continues to shoot threes when his defender is right in front of him. Why does that happen? And so my question that I hope you can ask Kerr is, how often are they talking to Jonathan Kuminga about his shot selection? And I understand basketball is a fluid sport. You need to let him play and all that good stuff. But to me, Jonathan Kuminga is the only guy taking shots that he should not be taking. Thoughts?
All right, Morgan, thanks very much. It's actually, I don't think it's an uninteresting topic at all. I think that in general, the idea of shot selection, when you say how often are they talking to Jonathan about shot selection, I think they're talking to all the players all the time about shot selection. From what I've gathered from Golden State Warriors, they really want to encourage all of their people to shoot the shot. It's all you got. Like, when it's open, shoot it, and we're going to take your misses. We don't care about that. Now, that does not mean shoot it all the time. Yes, I think Steve has also called out certain players at times for shot selection, especially if it's early in the shot clock and whatnot. I see the same thing with Jonathan, not so much in terms of shot selection. The only way I can describe it is still the same thing that I've said for the last number of days, which is that it feels to me like Jonathan is still unsure of himself, at least around Jimmy Butler, in what I feel is kind of a new team. Jonathan has only now had, how many games has it been since the injury? I feel like we're about 15, 17?
Yeah, less than that, I think.
Probably somewhere in that neighborhood. Yep. And he just doesn't quite look sure of himself. And in the NBA, that ball is moving so quickly and the defense is moving so quickly. A split second of hesitation means a good shot turns into a bad one. And so, yes, there are some of those, but he's not the only one at all.
Agreed.
I mean, Steph Curry is a habitual bad shot taker. The problem for that conversation is he makes some of them.
Exactly. There is no bad shot with Steph Curry. And I just looked at Jonathan's 4 threes last night, and there was one, and this was in that woeful stretch in the fourth quarter where they went 1 for 8 in the first 3 minutes, and Jonathan gets it above the break, as Tim Roy would say, which means above the break where the three-point line fans out, right, extended from the foul line, and he gets it with about 15 on the shot clock, and he shoots a 3. It's not hotly contested, but it's contested, and it's the kind of 3 where you would probably rather he wait for the ball to touch a couple other people. That's a 3 that you take with 4 seconds on the shot clock, and you think, all right, that's a good 3. We're late clock, but he took it early in the clock, and he missed it, and that's the only one of his 4 attempts that you could look at and think, bad shot. And it made me think about what you were describing with Jonathan Kuminga, where he's still trying to find his way, not only with Jimmy Butler, but since he's come back from injury. And I'm looking at the number, and it is 14 games since the ankle, and he missed another one because of the bruised tailbone or the pelvic contusion or whatever. So it's only been 14 games, and even at that, he's only playing between 18 and 25, 27 minutes. So he's not back in that you go cook flow, nor will he be. So when he's out there, I do think that he's kind of searching for himself, you know?
No doubt. 888-957-9570. Chuck in the city. Hi, Chuck. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks. I was struck by what Steve said last night after the loss. He said, they're already in the postseason. So if that's the case, I'm thinking, let's guarantee the big 3 a week's rest. Let's rest them for the last 2 games. You know, there's no guarantee that playing them is going to give them a rest next week. So let's have that rest now. What do you guys think?
Well, I think, Chuck...
bold strategy, Cotton.
Yeah, let's see if it works out for him. Chuck, thanks. I wouldn't do it at all, and here's why. I get where you're coming from. Like, you see NBA teams now a lot prioritize rest over the standings. They'll do it, and so I get it. The problem is if you rest the rest of the way now, you're almost guaranteeing that you'll be the 8. You're almost guaranteeing it because... No, Minnesota's got 2 really easy games left.
After tonight.
Yeah, maybe you'd end up at the 7. And yes, I'm assuming that if you rested all 3 of your guys, you're probably going to lose both of those games. And that's not a guarantee. We've watched teams do that before, and they come out and win a basketball game. So who knows? But if the idea is go ahead and lose these next two and just guarantee rest and then take your chances in the play-in, the problem is the 8 seed. Now you end up in Minnesota likely or Memphis on a Tuesday night. I don't like that scenario at all because you would probably be an underdog in the game. Doesn't mean you're not allowed to win it, but you're risking a somewhat probable loss there. And then you're putting yourself into a home game on a Friday night to get into the playoffs, and there's all kinds of bad stuff with that. First of all, it's a one and done scenario. It's a March Madness game. You just don't want to do that in the NBA. Secondly, even if you win it, you are then unrested and on your way to Oklahoma City.
For a Sunday game.
Terrible idea.
So there's the idea of rest. Yeah. And I do like the notion that the caller threw out there, but the best way to get rest is by avoiding the play-in. So you wrap up the season Sunday in a matinee. You're going to be there at Chase Center, 12:30 tip. You're done at 3. You win. You're the 6th seed. Now you've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and probably also Saturday off pending the schedule. You may not start your playoff until Sunday. They do like to put that marquee team in the marquee spot. So maybe it's Saturday, maybe it's Sunday. But at the very least, you've got 5 days off, maybe 6. There's your rest. So you got to grind this thing out. I do wonder about what happens if Memphis loses tonight against Minnesota, because now you and Memphis are tied for 6, which means you're the 6.
Right.
Memphis and Minnesota would be tied for the 7. So you go out and you beat Portland, and maybe Memphis and Minnesota both lose. Well, then maybe you look at that Clipper game and think, okay, we're guaranteed to be the 6. Maybe you do take an extra day of rest in that scenario.
I still think you want to stay the hell out of the play-in tournament.
Yep.
But I will grant you this. Like, if you're a Warrior fan, I think this is what I think you root for. You want Minnesota to win tonight and beat Memphis. And then Memphis immediately hits the road for a back-to-back in Denver tomorrow night. You want Memphis to lose that too. So if Memphis loses twice and you beat Portland, you have clinched no worse than the 7. And that way, I assume Minnesota's going to win out. I do think they would. You go into the Clipper game knowing if we win, we're the 6. If we lose, we're hosting Memphis on Tuesday night at Chase for a chance to go play the Rockets. Not ideal, but not preventative. Not the end of the world. If you can come out, I know it's scary, but then if you can handle that game Tuesday night and beat Memphis, which I like the Warriors' chances to do.
At home.
At home, in full health. You still are going to grant yourself, at minimum, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday off. I don't know if you would start on Saturday or Sunday, but you'd get at minimum 3 days rest. And your round 1 opponent would be the Rockets, which, I don't know, if I poll the universe, I think people think that that's easier than the Lakers.
Yeah, it's different.
I don't know if it actually is, but that's what a lot of people think.
After last night, I'm in your camp of I don't even care who they play, just get me a playoff series, because what I saw last night kind of shocked me to my core, to where no matchup is more favorable than the other if you play like that.
Yeah, I agree. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Steve Kerr in 18 minutes, but plenty of time to talk to you until then. And again, what would you want to say about Kerr or to Kerr or ask Kerr or whatever, with all of this discussion that sort of has opened up about him and the job that he did last night and throughout the year. 888-957-9570. We'll keep taking your calls, and then Steve joins us in 18 minutes on Willard and Dibs.
We're already in the playoffs, and so this is what the playoffs feel like. A lot of pressure, a lot on the line, tough losses, and so the only thing you can do is you pick up your chin off the floor, and you get back at it the next day. So we got a huge game in Portland, and we'll fly there tomorrow and get these guys ready and right back at it. Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, you're about to be listening to Steve Kerr. Imagine safely on the ground in the Pacific Northwest and ready to chat with us here in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, and I'd say that there's a lot to ask him, but...
There is.
There is, but there's not, because, a lot of what happened last night to me was players not playing well in moments where you needed players to play well. And we can talk about, sets and execution and the inbound to Jimmy. Was there something that you could have done better? And there's a lot of things I think that happened last night that for me are not so Steve Kerr related as far as blame. And you know me, I'm down to blame a coach at any moment because it's fun. It's fun to blame a coach for things that don't go right.
It's fun.
I mean, this whole thing is fun, Mark.
Well, of course it's fun. What we do is fun.
It's super fun.
Is blaming a coach fun?
It can be.
Why?
When Kyle Shanahan doesn't know the overtime rules, that's fun.
I don't think that was fun at all.
Well, it's only fun because
they
you look at it.
They lost the Super Bowl. It was not fun.
They want the ball. They want the ball.
Yeah.
They want the ball.
He was at that Luka game last night. For those who don't
Kermit?
know, Dibs is referring to Patrick Mahomes.
I didn't do a good Mahomes. I just was trying to relay the excitement.
They want the ball.
That's much better.
Anyway.
A little bit of Yoda in your Kermit. The ball they want.
I do I do think there's a lot to ask Steve. It's not just about last night.
Yeah.
Look, this coaching carousel in the Western Conference, I don't think there's anybody better to talk on it than Steve. And he is kind of the anti-Malone. Like, he is the example of how to not end up in that situation. If you look at the argument that happened in Denver, a coach, a general manager, and a front office not on the same page, and it was often about, do we play young players or do we play vets? Sound familiar? But somehow Steve and this ownership and front office has navigated this through championships and high-profile games, and Mike Malone and the Denver Nuggets could not, and then for different reasons, same thing in Memphis with Taylor Jenkins. I'd love to get Steve's perspective on that.
Oh, and he will offer it, and he will not pull any punches as he did with Mike Brown. And, honestly, it stinks. Michael Malone is a good coach. He's won at multiple places. He was great here as an assistant. You go to Denver, you win a title, and then with 4 games left to go, you get the Ziggy and you get Gott. I don't know how that makes sense.
I don't know how it helps you, but I also am not an expert on the Denver Nuggets, and I will forever support the right of bosses to decide who the right person is to do the job. But yeah, this is outside the box. Like, if we're going to believe Nikola Jokic, I know a lot of people are like, well, Nikola must have signed off on it. And he said something to where he was like, look, they told me what they were doing, and all right, that's what they're doing. I don't know, from what cloth he's cut. I don't know. Maybe he was just informed. And Jokic is that kind of guy where he's like, well, he said, I was told this was happening. I was not asked. I was told. And so therefore, okay, my job is to go play basketball.
Yep. And he had his 32nd triple-double of the year, and they beat Sacramento.
Right.
So Jokic, and this is where you and I talked about it yesterday, like, I was kind of excited to maybe face Denver now because Denver is going through a certain amount of upheaval. And then you and I came to the realization that Nikola Jokic is probably still a good player, even though there's a new GM and a new head coach.
I think he's good. I don't know what everyone else thinks.
Well, I don't think that he got any worse between the firing and where he is now. And he had 20, 12, and 11, and they beat Sacramento in a battle of new interim-ish head coaches.
Yeah. Anyway, that's among the things that we'll talk to Steve about. But let's keep talking to you, Sean in Oakland. Hi, Sean. Thanks for the call. What are you doing?
Yo, hey, thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to talk about late game execution. I just kind of cringe when I'm watching the Warriors the last few minutes. Obviously, they shouldn't have been in that situation yesterday, But let's talk about offense and defense. It just seems like we're so predictable, and I thought Jimmy was going to improve this. It's like we're running around each time down, looking for Steph. And then, it just fumbles, turnovers, and so forth. That seems like that should be Jimmy time and let Jimmy take the ball and go to the hoop. The second thing, on the defensive side, with 3 seconds left, we all know Steph is not the best defender out there. Usually that's the time I thought they sub in GP too. He wasn't available. But when they're inbounding the ball, why not? I'm talking to myself last night. Why not bringing in TJD to just make it more difficult to get that ball in the Barnes? It just seems like they should have went with a large defender on that inbounds play. So that's what I wanted to ask.
Sean, thanks. Appreciate it.
And that's a fair one.
That's a fair one. I don't know. The Spurs are not a team where it's like, in other words, ahead of time, I know they're going to Harrison Barnes for the fall-away three. I don't know that. If I'm playing the Nuggets, I know what they're going to do. You throw the ball to Jokic. Boom, boom, boom.
Yep.
Shot. But the Spurs aren't that team. Are they going to Barnes? Are they going to put the ball in Castle's hands and let him try? Are they going to go to Vassell? There's a number of ways that could have gone. But yeah, hindsight, maybe you look to a taller player. Jim, you said this earlier. I thought Jimmy's defense on Harrison was fine.
Oh, it's great.
It was very good defense. Harrison made a great shot.
And Steph ultimately was not involved in the play, but I do think it's a fair question to ask. With 3 seconds left, and Steph Curry is not one of your best defenders, why not bring in somebody who's a better defender, knowing that even if San Antonio shoots and misses, you probably don't have time to rebound. And even if you do rebound, you have one timeout left.
Right.
So you could, in theory, rebound, collect, call timeout, then bring Steph back in. And again, I don't think that it really mattered because...
Very unlikely you're going to get another possession in that situation.
Right. So why not have a better defender in place of Steph Curry?
Fair question.
And again... It
didn't come into play, but fair question.
Didn't. I mean, Steph ultimately was the guy guarding the inbounder. And as I'm looking at the replay, he wasn't even really guarding the inbounder. He was sagging off, looking to help, and, Barnes just breaks open and turns right shoulder and puts it in Jimmy's eye. Great shot, tip of the cap, but the inbound pass was largely unbothered, we can say.
Right. Yeah, no, that's a completely fair question.
Great call.
Mark in Petaluma. Hi, Mark. Thanks for calling.
Hi, thanks a lot. After last night's game, I was, really depressed. It was a really tough loss. And after some of these losses, I usually don't listen to a lot of the post-game stuff or calls like yours programs like yours because it's too depressing. I don't want to listen to it. But you know what? After being really depressed about it, actually I needed to listen to this call, and I'm glad I did because I needed to think through what the hell was going on in my mind and listen to the back and forth to find out, what the problem was. So listening to you guys kind of let me clarify a lot about it because I was wondering myself, was it a particular player who blew it? Was it 3 players who blew it? Were it all players who blew it? Was it just an aberration of a game? Is it Jimmy Butler's honeymoon is over, as they talk about a lot of the teams he's been in on kind of cool off after the first few games he's with him? So, as bad as I felt last night, all the discussion, really helps me settle this thing in my mind. And even though it was a really bad loss, I can move forward without having to second guess and feel so bad about the thing. One final thing to say, that Clippers game going to be big. Thank you.
Okay, Mark, thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Yes, the Clipper game is going to be huge. The Blazers game is going to be huge.
Yeah, the Blazer game got a lot bigger after last night.
Sure.
I mean, they're
actually,
all big, right?
I thought going into this week, these 3, Phoenix, San Antonio, Portland, you can't lose any of them. They did. And now even more so. You really, really, really can't lose another one. The Clipper one, based on how other things play heading into the weekend, I think it's very, very likely, if not almost assured, it's going to be a huge deal, but it may or may not end up being a backbreaker depending on what happens next. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can't even think about the play-in tournament right now. But if you do end up there and you win Tuesday, I don't think that's preventative as far as how you can maneuver through the playoffs. I know that going in the play-in tournament and then actually making your way all the way through the playoffs and being a conference finalist or even an NBA finalist is very rare. I know Jimmy Butler has done it before. I see this as a rare kind of year. I don't think there's a huge separation between all of these teams. And so, you've talked about this too. The 7 seed is the Rockets. It's also on the other side of the bracket.
Yep.
And you would not see Oklahoma City potentially until the conference finals.
Yeah, you mentioned the tightness of the West, and you've got the Lakers who are 3 with 49 wins. Minnesota's 8 with 46. So you're talking about 6 teams separated by 3 games. So, yeah, you can't even really get into the if we this and if they that, then we can end up playing this team and playing that team. And I guess there's still a way that the Warriors could wind up as the 3 seed if the teams all in front of them spit the bit, horse racing term, and they all kind of fell apart. Although I don't think you can pass the Lakers because they have the tiebreaker over you.
Yeah, the Lakers are now out of reach.
You could get the 4 with Denver, who's only a game ahead of you, and you could certainly get the 5 if the Clippers lose and you win and you beat the Clippers. So there still is a lot that can be resolved. You'll be somewhere between 4 and 8. And it all comes down to these final 2.
Yeah, and obviously handle what you can handle, which is you got to win your next 2 games and see what's happening around you. Let's go to Portland and find out what's going on straight from the team, okay? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's get out to the River Islands guest line. It's that time. Coach Kerr is here, presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. Also brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today. Hey, Coach, how you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you guys?
We're doing all right, man. Obviously navigating through some new concern from all the Warrior fans today, you know?
Yeah, well, it's the NBA. It's not like we were a great team in Phoenix and all of a sudden got bad. It's just everybody can play, everybody can shoot. The modern NBA, man, the shooting variance is crazy. So you just got to keep moving forward.
Coach, this is something that popped into my head when I watched the last couple of minutes last night. There were some sloppy turnovers from some pretty big names on your team. There's no doubting that. And my mind went to a couple of weeks ago when you guys had that loss against Denver where Jokic missed the game. And you had sort of said that a sign of that emotional fatigue for you in watching mainly Steph is when you see some of that kind of sloppy play. Do you transfer that to last night as well? Does that feel the same to you or different?
No, I don't see any of that at all. In fact, Steph was just incredible last night in that second half when we were down and made huge plays. I thought he looked good. His energy was good. Yes, we made some mistakes down the stretch, but that's part of the game. I made some mistakes. I could have done better myself. We all are in this together, and as much as you hate to lose that game, given its importance. You look at how San Antonio played, making 18 threes, 7 of them in the fourth quarter alone. You have to give them credit. You can't just expect to win games. Now, we did not play well, there's no doubt, and we missed a lot of shots. But this is all part of an NBA season. You take the whole 82 and you add them up at the end, and I'm very confident that we're going to take care of business here in the next couple of games.
Well, you sure are making it exciting through all 82, so thanks for that, question mark. And, Steve, I'm normally big-time captain positive guy, at least I like to think I am.
What?
But you mentioned mistakes that you made. Is there anything you want to highlight? Because I have a couple if you're looking for suggestions.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
No, we were in in a tricky spot with both Quentin and Gary out, and so we made some lineup choices both in the second quarter and the fourth quarter. Just trying to find combinations that would fit and that would give us some spacing. And I probably could have tried some different things rotation-wise. I probably could have called a couple of different plays, after timeouts. These are the things as a coach, when you lose a game, you watch the tape, you stay up at night, you think about all the stuff you could have done differently, and it's all part of it. So, but if you do have suggestions, I'm all ears. What do you got for me?
Yeah, what do you got,
The one that kind of sticks out is Harrison Barnes 3, the game-winning dagger. You had Steph guarding the ball. Any thought to maybe putting a more active on-ball defender to make things a little bit more difficult on the inbounder?
We sometimes will put a big on the inbounder, but with 3 seconds left, the inbounder himself is very dangerous because he can pass and get the hand back, get a pass back. And so we decided to put Steph on the inbounder so that he wasn't involved in the switches, off ball, in case there were screens, that were involved in the play. So, it's a good suggestion, and oftentimes we do put a big on the ball, but with that much time left, I try not to.
Do you guys have a suggestion box? Because we've got listeners who I think would have more, more ideas.
Really? Huh?
Yeah.
It's interesting. I get a lot of emails with lots of suggestions, and I'm always interested in those. So please keep them coming. Why don't you guys do a suggestion box and just pass them along?
If you ever go to a third row of coaches, myself and about 18 people on the YouTube would be happy to sit there.
I'm sure there's a lot more than that.
Yeah, and what is your email address, Coach? Go ahead. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr joining us. By the way, before we move off of the GP2 and Quentin Post thing, anything on their availability for tomorrow night?
Not yet. We're hopeful. They're both on the trip, and we're hopeful that they will play. I thought Gary's absence was really big last night. We had a hard time staying in front of Castle. When they went small and took Biombo out, it was basically 5 out. They had shooting everywhere, and we really struggled staying in front of Castle, and that really caused a lot of the breakdowns that led to a lot of the threes. And that's one of the reasons Gary is so crucial to us is his on-ball defense. You put him on the best ball handler, the point guard. And then at the other end, he's one of our best finishers. As a roll man, as a dive man, he's he's a point guard on defense and a power forward on offense, as you guys know. And so we missed him last night. We missed Quentin's space shooting with that second group that we start, or not, I shouldn't say second group, but top of the second, top of the fourth lineup that we've gotten very comfortable with. So we miss those guys, but it's all part of it. Everybody has injuries, and we needed to respond a little bit better, and we didn't do it. But now we got to respond again.
Coach, also in 90 minutes, there's a basketball game that you'll probably find interesting. Will you guys all kind of get together and watch this, or what's your plan?
No, we'll all be following it, but everyone's got different plans and friends in town, going to dinner, whatever it is. But we will be paying close attention from our phones for sure.
Can you remember another year in the Western Conference that's been like this? Not only the standings, but your former colleague Mike Brown fired and Taylor Jenkins fired, and then now Michael Malone fired with 4 games left and them in a top 4 spot. What did you make of that firing and just the West in general this year?
Yeah, the firings this late in the season really seem unprecedented to me, but I don't know my full NBA history. I just don't remember during my time in the league anything like this happening. So those are both surprising given the status of both teams, Denver and Memphis both being, playoff teams. And the Mike Brown firing was to me, rushed and not the move to make with a guy who's turned your program around. But that the history of the NBA is every franchise gets to do what they want to do, right? That's how it works. And so lots of great coaches have been fired, and I'll probably be one of them at some point in my career too. So this is the business we're in, and we all know what we're signing up for. But it does seem a little strange this late in the season.
Well, so many of them, Coach, they feel like, and I think this is the nature of the league now, that there's some sort of discord either between a coach and a front office, or a coach and their star player or players, or maybe a mixture of all of it. And so all of this going on certainly led me to want to ask you, like, how has your group, at least seemingly, all stayed on the same page through a decade plus?
Well, we have great people, and we understand the value of stability and sticking together, and that we have a lot of healthy conversation, behind the scenes, and plenty of arguments and all that stuff. But we are always connected and aligned, and it's crucial. It's the only way it can work. And I have to say that one of the reasons it works is because of Steph Curry too. When you have this kind of stability and leadership from your best player, it really filters through the entire organization. And so we're blessed. We've got a lot of great people, great organization, and we've stuck together through thick and thin. It's the only way you can do it.
It's been more thick than thin, and that's been awesome. But I wonder about the messaging, because now it's 11 years in, and Steph's been here for all of it, and Draymond too. And at some point, it's human nature to kind of tune somebody out when it's the same thing over and over. So how have you evolved, not only in your style, but in your messaging with guys who've been there as long as you have?
Well, we have a lot of fun. We really care about each other. I think most coaches who are able to stick around for a long time, I think of Greg Popovich, who I played for, Phil Jackson. I don't know. I think there's a comfort level with the fact that this is an emotional business, but you can't approach it with an emotional manner. It has to be. You have to be measured. You have to be able to deal with the losses like last night. You have to be able to tell the truth, but you also have to give guys the space they need to get through an 82-game season. And, I've got my flaws as a coach. There's plenty of stuff I can do better, but I do think that we have a great vibe in our building. And most of that is our players, but I think I've learned how to try to foster that vibe and create a good environment where everybody feels safe and productive and joyful. And I take a lot of pride in that.
Coach Kerr with us here, as he is every week, on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. It's kind of funny, Steve, like the whole two timelines phrase that became such a lightning rod with Warrior basketball over the last few years. When you hear of the things that are going on around the Western Conference, it feels like that's a subject for a lot of teams. The balancing of veteran players and going for it now versus development of our young assets. And that's clearly been something that I'm sure you guys have talked about and argued about. What is your philosophy on that? Like, how have you been able to navigate that over the last 3-4 years?
Well, my philosophy, number one, is that the coach and the GM are two separate jobs, and they need to stay separate jobs. I just don't think it's possible for one guy to do both jobs. It's always been my philosophy that, first Bob and now Mike, it's their job to put together the roster, and I respect the work that they do. And then it's up to me and our coaching staff to coach the guys we have. And, we're for sure going to give our opinions on personnel matters, but ultimately there's a good, healthy separation of church and state. And then from there, it's really important to work together and collaborate. And that's where it gets tricky. Sometimes and you're reading about it right now with different teams. You get management wants to play one guy, coach wants to play another. You have to work through that, and there's ways to do that and collaborate and stay on the same page even if you have disagreements.
And it's tough, especially this time of year where you get into virtual must-win territory. Is it safe to say that you feel more comfortable leaning toward a veteran as opposed to a younger player if all things are created equally?
I wouldn't say that at all. So, I mean, I just think it's safe to say that I lean towards the best lineup combinations that I can find, regardless of the age of the players.
Coach, I know we touched on this a little bit earlier, I realize the position you guys are in. Nobody wants to sound like they're complaining this time of year, but sort of a two-pronged question. A, how do you see fatigue affecting your team because of that recent road trip? And the B part of the question is, how vital is some rest for you guys next week?
Well, I think the road trip that we came off of, followed by the stretch, Denver, Houston, at Phoenix, home last night on the back-to-back. There's no question that factors in. Now, when you say that, you go, okay, so what? 29 other teams have the exact same stuff. We all have our schedule issues during the season. Some stretches are better than others. You acknowledge it, but you don't use it as an excuse. So none of that matters. I mean, we are where we are. I would argue we're in a great spot, 22-7 since we got Jimmy. If we made that trade, can you imagine sitting here going, oh, yeah, and by the way, you're going to go 22-7. You're going to have top 5 offense, top 5 defense, and this is where you'll be with 2 games left in the season. You don't think we would have jumped at that?
Yep.
So the entire narrative has shifted. The entire vibe has shifted since Jimmy's arrival. So you can't let, one loss or a couple losses dampen that when you just have to recognize the West is loaded. There's a bunch of great teams. There's a bunch of great organizations who have put together, really good programs. And this is competition at its highest level, and we are in the mix. And I can't wait for tomorrow night and then Sunday and then whatever comes after that.
And hopefully whatever comes after that is not until the following Saturday or Sunday. Is there a sense of added pressure and a desire to avoid those play-in games just to give a team with an older core a little bit of additional rest after the gauntlet you've been through?
There is. Of course there is. I mean, we want the week off. We're also well aware that there's plenty of ways to get through this stuff. And you don't even know how matchups are going to play into this. Who you can play, how it plays out. I know the Lakers made the conference finals 2 years ago through the play-in. I mean, this is it's not like it's a death sentence to go to the play-in. But there's no doubt you'd rather avoid it just to not have to deal with the extra game or two, but also the stress of having to get through those games.
Steve Kerr with us. Coach, we of course have to have some fun with what turned into a viral moment the other night. Let's play it for our listeners from TNT. This was not last night, but the game against the Suns with you talking to Buddy Hield on the sideline there.
Buddy, Steph Curry, Buddy Hield. I want you guys to meet each other. Say hello to Steph. He's the greatest shooter in the history of the world. Wide open.
He do. He came open late.
I love you, buddy. I love you.
All right, take us through introducing Buddy Hield to Steph Curry the other night.
I was just having fun. Buddy is the greatest guy of all time. This guy brings so much joy and laughter to our locker room every single day. And so he's a guy who can laugh at himself. He missed Steph. Steph was wide open in transition for a corner three. Buddy launched one, and during the next time out, I just wanted to have some fun with him and just remind him that when you're playing with Steph Curry, it's kind of a good idea to throw him the ball if he's open.
Yeah, and pretty funny that Buddy immediately, he got open late. Like, I was already into my thing. I just wonder about the general nature of the three, and last night you shot 48 threes as a team. Did you think, especially in that fourth quarter, that you got a little bit too three happy?
Well, as long as they're open, I love threes, and I think it's important for us to shoot them because, frankly, we're not a team that finishes really well inside. We don't get a lot of easy buckets. Now Jimmy has changed some of that. He gets to the line so easily, but what Jimmy does, I thought last night was really interesting box score, right? He took 8 shots and scored 28 points because he got to the line 17 times. But what Jimmy's game is about is putting pressure on the defense, getting to the rim, and then either drawing a foul or kicking it out for a 3. And so we had a lot of really good looks last night, and shots didn't go in. When they don't go in, we all tend to say, well, maybe we shot too many threes, but look, that's who we are. We're in the top, it's 3 or 4 teams in the league, maybe second, I think, right now in 3-point attempts. We need to do that as a team. We need to shoot a lot of threes because it's the modern NBA, and we other than Jimmy, we don't have a lot of guys who are scoring and drawing fouls in the paint.
Coach, no surprise to you. There's always a lot of discussion about Jonathan Kuminga after every game. What are you seeing right now as far as his continued, getting comfortable with the new Jimmy Butler Warriors, and what kind of plans do you have for him in the postseason, assuming that you get there, of course?
Yeah, I mean, every game is different, and I think, Jimmy's arrival took away a lot of Jonathan's minutes at the 4. And, there's no doubt that, as soon as Jimmy arrived and we started winning, we leaned into lineup combinations that enhanced Jimmy because we were winning. And Jonathan was out for that whole stretch. We went 17-3 or something. So we're going to keep doing what's been winning. But it's the lineup with Jimmy, Jonathan, and Draymond doesn't fit real well, frankly. It just doesn't. We need more spacing. We've found other lineups that have clicked, and this is just part of the deal. Being in the NBA, and you got to adapt to whatever's happening with the team. Jonathan's done a great job of that. He's working hard. He's playing well when he's out there. But I'm just going with the lineup combinations that I think are going to give us the best chance to win. And there's going to be nights where he's absolutely part of that, like the Laker game, and then there's going to be nights where I go to Buddy or Moses or Gary Payton. It just changes every game based on what's happening, and I have to read that as a coach.
And thanks to you, Steve, I now look at combinations all the time: 2-man, 3-man, 4-man, 5-man. And as I look at your best combinations, they all have a guy named B. Podziemski as a part of it. What does Pods do to make all of these combinations that he's a part of so successful?
He's got an incredible feel for the game, and he attacks the rim in a really unique way. He runs through. We call it running through the catch, where somebody throws you the ball and you've got a slight angle on your defender, and you, instead of waiting and catching the ball and holding, you run right through the catch, put it on the floor, and get into the paint, and then move it again. So Brandon is constantly breaking down the defense for us, and that's one of the reasons he's in all the best lineup combinations, because that's ultimately what the game is about. Is you want to break down the defense, you want to space the floor, and you want to generate shots, and he's a guy who does a lot of that.
Coach, I know you haven't seen the Clippers in a while, but you also haven't beaten them this year. Are they, for some reason, matchup-wise, a more difficult matchup for you guys than other teams?
So, number one, they're a great team. I think that's the first thing. I think they're one of the best teams in the league. I think they're a top 5 defense. And then, now that Kawhi is healthy, they're loaded with talent between Harden and Kawhi. Norm Powell, Zubats, I think, is one of the best centers in the league, and Ty's a great coach. So they're just really good, and so we got to take care of business here in Portland tomorrow, and then give ourselves a chance going into Sunday. So we're excited about it.
And about Portland, in the opener, you smashed them, and then you played them again in March, and it was a high-scoring affair. But this Portland team continues to look better and better, and a team that's not waving the white flag. When you look at them tomorrow, what is the thing that maybe concerns you most about the Blazers?
Just how hard they've played and how good they've been defensively. They've really gone through a transformation here the last couple of years under Chauncey, and with the lineup changes, roster changes, I should say, adding a lot of length. I think Denny Avila is fantastic, really impressive young guy. Kamara also, good young player. They've had a lot of length and athleticism, Shaden Sharp as well. So this is a good team, and they've been excellent here the last couple of months.
I don't know, Coach. Maybe this is just what makes you so good to talk to, but you don't sound stressed at all. Everybody else sounds very stressed.
I'm not stressed. I'm excited. We have a really good team. We flipped up last night, but had a lot to do with the other team, and I've been through this a long time. The NBA, Pop used to tell us, hey, guys, the other guys make millions of dollars a year, too, for a reason. They're pretty good at basketball. So, it's not supposed to be easy, and that's how it works. So there's just nights where, even against a team with a worse record, there's nights, and last night was one of them. And it's all about how you respond, and we've got to respond, and we've got to take care of all the details and the little things in order to, offset some of the shooting variance that you can get.
Did you have any special words on the way out the door for either Barnes or Chris Paul last night?
No. I mean, I love both those guys. That after the game, it's pretty emotional. It's not really a time where you end up visiting, but. If I see him this summer, I'll mention the game.
Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
Maybe next time you see Harrison, just tell him to knock that off. I mean, where was that 9 years ago, HB, when we needed it? I mean, come on. What are we doing?
Coach, great to have you as always. Thank you so much. Best of luck the rest of the way. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Steve.
There it is. Steve Kerr in Portland, getting ready for a large basketball game and chilling.
Yeah, he's chilling.
He's chilling.
And obviously he's not on the YouTube page because the 500 or so people on there and the commenters, they're not chilling. So maybe you hear Steve Kerr and you realize it's okay. Well, it's going to be okay.
Yeah, that's the nature of all of the roles.
The nature of Steve, right?
Yes,
yeah.
And it's also the nature of all of us fans. Like I told you this during the crossover. Christy, I don't know if she knew what to do with me last night. I was contorting my body and face in all kinds of weird ways because I had a hard time processing this one last night, at least in the moment. I'm not somebody who takes Warrior losses to bed with me. I don't get depressed about it. You know what I mean? But this one, that felt like it had a lot of gravity to it in the moment. And it was unfolding slowly. A 12-point lead becomes 8, and then it's 4, and then it's 1. And now the Spurs are leading. And the whole time you're like, well, no. No. It's not. They're not going to do this,
well,
right?
They're not going to cover.
They're not going to.
Right. I didn't have money on
exactly.
it, so.
Neither did I. But
okay, that's fine.
You're not going to actually lose this game, right?
No.
And then you get down to the very end, and I'm in a ball as Draymond hits his 2 free throws, and then you're like, okay, I think they've earned 5 more minutes. And then, poof.
Yeah.
The balloon pops. And you're like, oh. No.
You can't lose to them now.
There's a problem, right?
Big problem, yeah.
But Steve is like, we've been through stuff like this. And you know what might have been the most interesting one sentence that he said? Play-in tournament's not a death sentence.
Yeah. It's not.
It's not. I've kind of been using it as a premise for about 4 weeks. But it's not. And it's interesting that he said that because their goal has been the 6th. Before you respond, that was Coach Kerr presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. Also brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today.
Of course, it's not a death sentence because you go into the play-in and you get to try to play in to the playoffs. But then I asked him the follow-up, which was your follow-up, because you asked him a 2-part question, which you and I both know you're not supposed to do.
I know, but...
And he answered one part, and I actually liked the second part, so I used it to follow up and said, well, Steve, how big are these games to avoid exactly what you were laying out, which is the rest idea? And he said, well, yeah, of course we want to get into one of the 6, and of course we want to get that rest. But at the same time, it's not a death sentence, and he's right. You go in the 7-8 play and you lose, you're still not done. Then you would play the winner of the 9-10, and you win that one, and you're a playoff team. It's not ideal, but if you're the 7 or the 8 seed, going in, you do get 2 cracks at winning a game to get into the actual tournament. And he pointed out the Lakers 2 years ago, who were a play-in team, and then they went to the Western Conference Finals.
Too stressful.
I'm with you. Well, he's chilling. So am I.
He's chilling now.
Right.
Let's see how he's doing
Next Friday.
Next Tuesday night if he's down 6 with 4 minutes to go.
Yeah. Or next Friday.
Still chilling?
If you're hosting Dallas or Sacramento.
Yeah, and here comes Anthony Davis. The guy that you don't have to deal with anymore because he's not on the Lakers.
Or Zach LaVine, the one who got away.
Or, you want to know what visual just went through my head?
Klay Thompson.
Earlier today. Yep. What does Klay do if Dallas, and there's so many ifs.
Right.
Dallas is at Chase Center next Friday night, and they pull it off. What does Klay do to the crowd? Like, I'm vomiting in my mouth even thinking about this.
I think that he hits a 3, and he runs over and he hits Joe Lacob with the night-night. Maverick, Klay hits a 3 to go up 5 with 9 seconds to go, and he runs over and just hits him with a skapow, night-night. Or maybe he gives him the double Johnny Manziel, the double Johnny Money sign. Or maybe he goes full John Morant and pulls pistols.
Anthony Davis has a double-double, and Nico Harrison runs onto the court and just starts mouthing, "I told y'all." I told y'all.
Can we pull the plug on this? I love the bit. It's kind of fun. It's funny,
gross. But it's awful. This is what I'm talking about. We're not there yet, so it's okay until it's not okay. Last night, you let the nightmare in the room. It's in here. It's not here, but it's in here. It's swirling. It's swirling in the whole realm of possibility. And I want no part of it. No part of it. 1 hour from now, T-Wolves and Grizzlies tip off. Let's start there.
Right.
And see what happens.
And let's just go to Portland and handle business. And just looking at the Portland injury report, and the answer is
what do they got?
Everyone.
Everyone's playing.
No, they all didn't play the other night. Denny's got a thumb, didn't play Wednesday. DeAndre Ayton didn't play with a calf.
Well, Ayton hasn't been playing.
Jeremy Grant's got a knee, he didn't play. Scoot didn't play with a concussion.
But this is all last night.
Right, but these are all
What are they doing? I don't care what they did last night. What are they doing tomorrow?
Well, Scoot's got a concussion, so if he's still in the protocol, Bryce McGowan's. I almost did Bruce McGowan. Shout out the other station 30 years ago. Bruce McGowan won't play with a rib.
Do you know what? They actually do. They do have a report is already out for tomorrow.
Okay.
The Blazers have put their injury report for tomorrow is already out. Ooh, it's actually pretty encouraging.
Is it long? It's a long list.
It's long.
Like Robert Williams is out for the season.
He's been out for the year.
Bruce McGowan won't play. Neither will John Schrader. Thank you. It's a throwback. Anybody out there 60 years old or older?
Oh my God, that was amazing.
Thank you.
Did you know he lives in Nebraska and teaches now?
Yeah,
I talk to John every now and again.
He's a great guy.
Anyway,
he's not playing.
Scoot Henderson is out.
Yeah, with a concussion.
Anthony Simons out.
Yeah.
And Denny Adia.
I think so. I think the V is silent.
Whatever. Is doubtful. This is already
with the thumb.
And Jeremy Grant is out. So
right. And DeAndre Ayton is probably not going to play with the calf.
No, Ayton is out. He's out.
Right.
Those guys are all very unlikely to play. So you're going against a carcass of a carcass.
Right.
Tomorrow in Portland.
Which tells me
you better win.
You take the Blazers in the 22.5.
Oh God.
I mean, I know that number's probably not out yet, but that thing's got to be at least 15.
If you want to feel okay. So this group, the Blazers last night without all these people, they lost in Utah.
That's a good little team.
They lost to the Jazz. And the Jazz
I thought you meant the University of Utah.
No, well, might as well have been. The Jazz don't play any of their players either.
Right.
Like literally a bunch of people you never heard of got together in Utah last night and played an overtime basketball game, and Utah scored more points.
Man.
So I didn't realize that. I did not realize.
Sharp with 37 in the loss.
Yeah, exactly. And Filipowski scored 30 for Utah.
What? You're making stuff up.
No, Filipowski, 30 and 18 for Utah last night?
Kyle Filipowski.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Gene in Oakland. Hi, Gene. What's going on, man? What are you doing?
Oh, I'm sitting here with the pooch in the car.
All right.
I'm waiting to talk.
Now your time has come.
So listen, so I called in before Coach Kerr, the interview, to answer your question. Like if I was able to talk to the coach and express my feelings, what would I say? So I'll do it after the fact here. First thing I'd say is thank you so much, Coach Kerr, for your 10-plus excellent seasons of coaching. I'm the oldest, or certainly one of the oldest callers. I go back to the original Celtics dynasty and the great Red Auerbach. I've gotten to watch, all the great coaches over the years, Riley Jackson, Lenny Wilkins, and, of course, Popovich. I would rank you right up there with them. Now, of course, I don't need to say that. But one of the reasons I think you are one of the greats is because you've learned over the years. You've learned from your mistakes, and you're older, wiser, and better as a result. And I think what you've done this year is particularly impressive, taking, a core of 3 future Hall of Famers, totaling an age of 107 years, and blended them very successfully with a young future core that's really starting to, blossom now at the right time. So I have full confidence that you're going to take us the rest of the way. And you mentioned that at some point you're probably going to get fired. I don't expect you to ever get fired, Coach. In fact, I expect you one day to ride off in the sunset with Curry on a horse with music in the background, like the old westerns. So once again, that's my ode to you. I love you, Coach, and best of success the rest of the way.
Wow, there it is, Gene.
Beautiful, Gene.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Coach is in Oregon, and I'm not under the impression he's a P1 listener to the show, but I don't know, maybe we'll play that for him next week.
Well, and if he is listening, there's no doubt there's a tear, one single thug tear rolling down probably from his left eye because that was touching. And I do think that Steve was being very deferential over the idea of him getting fired because you said it earlier, he's not getting fired.
He's not getting fired. How do you think this ends, whenever it ends?
I think that Steph announces that he's going to be good. He's going to wrap it up. And Draymond says, I go where he goes. And Jimmy says, well, I'd love to get another 2-year contract from somebody. About $140 million would do. And Joe Lacob says, nah, we're probably going to have to retool at some point. And Steve looks around and says, oh, geez, I love you pods and all the rest of you kids, but I'm about had it. I've won 9 titles in 28 years as of now. Even if he doesn't win one in the next 3 years, that'd be 9 titles in 31 consecutive years of doing what he's done. It might be time for Steve to just do something else.
Prediction? Because Steve has one more year on that 2-year extension.
After this one.
Okay. Steph and Jimmy Butler have 2 more years.
Yeah.
Right. So I think
Draymond also.
Right.
Yep.
I think this offseason you will see a new, fresh 1-year extension for Steve Kerr off of, that playoff run that they made with Jimmy, whatever it is, and however long or short it goes. And then you'll see a 1-year extension for Steve Kerr. And then I do think, buckle up, Warrior fans. I do think this is it. I think that's it. I think after this season, you get 2 more years of whatever they all are. Steph, Steve, Jimmy presumably is on the team for those 2 years and not part of some massive trade or something like that. But I think that's it. I don't think you're going to see any of them after. So what would that be? Going into
26, 27.
27.
It'd be 2 years from now.
2 years from right now.
So 2 more full seasons.
I think that's it.
I think you're right, but I also believe that if Steph Curry comes out at some point next year and he gets 1 more year added on and Draymond then decides he wants 1 more year added on, taking Jimmy Butler out of it for just the moment, I don't think that he's a make or break in this, but if Steph and Draymond want to give 1 more year on top of their 2, I could see Steve sticking around for that. I do think that all 3 of them will go out together. They'll be coterminous in their deals and in their era here.
I agree with you on that one. Let's see. 24-25. Yeah, same thing. I guess, Draymond's going to need to exercise a player option to be a part of that. He has technically one more year on his deal and then a player option after that, which I'm sure he'll exercise. And then, he'll be 36 at that point. Probably could still keep playing basketball if he wants to. Don't know if he wants to. Business is booming on the broadcasting end for Draymond.
Sure, but that will be there. And I do think that all of this goes through the chef. And Steve actually just mentioned it because your question about, how have you been able to keep this all together? And his answer was really Steph. Steph sets the tone, and Steph is the culture. He said it before. So if Steph decides that he wants to play one more year on top of the next two in his 40-year-old season, and if he can still do it at a high level, maybe not this level, but if Steph can still do it and still wants to do it, and Draymond does, I can't see Steve walking away from it. No, just my opinion.
You may well be right. My guess right now with where things sit is Steph Curry's going to play 2 more years, and that'll be it. And that a lot of people will probably follow him right out the door. That would be my guess as of right now. But just kind of piggybacking on what you were just saying, man. Shout out to calm leadership. Like that's the best way that I can sort of summarize what Steph Curry has created. This ability to have this whole thing stay together, even though like you've had also controversial things come in and out. Kevin Durant comes, Kevin Durant leaves. Klay Thompson has troubles. Gets into it with the organization. He goes, in comes Jimmy Butler. Whatever led to Bob Myers not wanting to do this anymore, he leaves. Mike Dunleavy comes in. But Steve points to this, and he's right. Like, the ship never sank. And this whole thing, even with some incoming and some outgoing, it's all still sitting there. And as a parent even, I find it so difficult and challenging sometimes to go through all of the stuff that you go through and just do it with total calm and grace. And we've never seen him sweat.
No, you've seen moments in games, but you're right. In an overarching way, this thing has never broken apart, even when they had years where they didn't make the playoffs or they got knocked out in the play-in. He never let it get to him, and they never let it get to them, and they've been able to keep it together largely because of Steph. So I do think when the chef goes, Draymond goes, and Jimmy probably goes, and if Steve goes, then you're looking at a whole new cast of characters.
Whole new banana.
I'm not ready for that.
Woo, me neither. We're sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Still time for your calls. 888-957-9570. Some final thoughts coming up. This is Willard and Dibs.